The hero of our story, named David, was a handsome young man and a capable student who attracted the attention of all the girls at school. But the guy's heart was given to one single young lady who captivated him with her beauty and charm. David rejected the attentions of other girls, explaining this by his deep and mutual love. He considered his beloved to be a real queen of the school ball, the dream of all young men, and was proud of his chosen one named Mary. Despite his outward happiness, David had to work hard to provide a decent life for his girlfriend and fulfill her wishes. Once, in dire need of money, he even begged to take him on for any job, offering his services. David, despite excellent grades and coming from a simple family, tried to earn money by any means necessary, tutoring, working as a waiter, and even as a courier. The young man loved to repeat the proverb that a man is ready for any feat for the sake of the woman who loves him, and a woman tries to be attractive to her chosen one. David's sharp mind helped him not only in his studies but also in various games, for which he showed remarkable talent. But in love, everything was not so simple. One day, the system unexpectedly notified David that he had successfully passed the most difficult test, noting his record time and leadership. The system invited David to enter a dangerous post-apocalyptic world, warning that death in the game means death in real life. However, David decided that the longer he could stay in the game, the more valuables he could get, because he was used to difficulties. The young man had a hard time believing that what was happening was real, trying to comprehend the information he had received and the system's proposal, but ultimately, he agreed to take the risk. Immediately after this, the system announced the imminent start of the post-apocalypse in 4 hours, calling on David to be ready and collected. The realization that he would be able to transfer valuable things from the game into reality for as long as he lived caused a storm of joyful emotions in David. Remembering his girlfriend, with whom he had recently had a date, David decided to ask his friends to lend him some money. Realizing that he only had 4 hours, David quickly made a list of the essentials: food, water, a military backpack, a sapper shovel, and a pocket flashlight. At the house, he was met by Andrew and Kevin, surprised by their friend's long absence and completely impatient to hear the latest news. Andrew sarcastically remarked that all of David's free time was taken up by the beautiful Mary, hinting at their romantic relationship. Embarrassed, David asked his friends to lend him some money, explaining that he really needed it right now. Kevin, teasing David, noted that despite his outstanding intelligence, his friend's intelligence rapidly declined when he saw Mary. Having given all the money he and Andrew had, Kevin advised them to spend it not only on gifts for Mary, but also on food for themselves. Andrew assured that David could return the money at the earliest opportunity and there was no need to worry about it now. Kevin, saying goodbye to his friend, advised him to be careful and prudent. As he said goodbye, David promised to throw a grand celebration for his friends when he returned from that dangerous world. Having bought everything he needed, David, armed with a sapper shovel, secretly hoped to use it to find treasure in the post-apocalyptic world. Despite the late hour, David still decided to call Mary, wanting to hear her voice before the upcoming trip. Mary, surprised by such a late call, asked the reason that made David disturb her night's peace. She mentioned that she wanted to talk to him about something very important that she had wanted to tell him for a long time. Mary was ready to share important information, but at the last moment she changed her mind, postponing the conversation. She decided that they needed to meet in person to discuss what was troubling her. At that moment, Charles's voice was heard asking Mary who was calling her at such a late hour. Mary, as if she had not heard David's last words, interrupted the conversation, leaving the young man perplexed. David didn't understand why Mary suddenly hung up without saying goodbye. Realizing that the time had come, David gathered all the necessary things and prepared for the journey into the unknown world. With food supplies for 7 days, David decided to explore the area thoroughly, hoping to find something valuable. Living in a post-apocalyptic world, David couldn't get rid of the thought of a possible encounter with zombies. David, full of determination and youthful excitement, began to explore this world full of secrets and dangers. He felt like a hero in a computer game, immersing himself with interest in the atmosphere of a post-apocalyptic world. The system gave David his first piece of advice on how to survive in a zombie world. You always need to keep a sapper shovel at hand. David tried to clarify with the system what kind of dangerous situations were being discussed in the post-apocalypse and what this talking program meant. But in response, the system only hinted that soon the player David himself would find out about everything. But for now, he should be extremely careful, and this was her second important piece of advice. Don't distract zombies when their attention is focused on someone else, said tip number 3. The system explained that zombies are much more dangerous and aggressive in open spaces. The fourth piece of advice from the system was to avoid unnecessary collisions that could cost lives. Then David decided that distracting the zombies he encountered along the way with a thrown rock was a great idea, if only he could escape in time. The fifth piece of advice from the system was related to the peculiarities of zombie perception. You need to use their sensitivity to sounds. David concluded that zombies, being deprived of intelligence, are easily deceived. The young man had no doubt that he would be able to avoid the dangers of the post-apocalypse. The main thing was to stay away from zombies. Suddenly, David stopped. It seemed to him that someone was watching him, and he became wary. It occurred to David that there might be different types of zombies. But right now, the pursuer may not be a zombie, but a person, because people in such a world are much more dangerous than the dead. Trying to determine who was in front of him, a local resident or a fellow guest, David decided to hide from his pursuer. He reasoned that regardless of whether it was a person or a zombie, the goal of the pursuit was the same: to kill and rob. Noticing a building with only one entrance, David decided to take cover in it, hoping for a favorable defensive position. David felt more confident being in cover and having an advantage over his pursuer, whoever it was. Suddenly, a strange sound, reminiscent of a bird's squeak, was heard, and David instinctively became alert, trying to determine its source. Seeing something between a fish and a man in front of him, David was momentarily speechless, doubting his own sanity. Deciding that this was not a hallucination, but a real robbery attempt, David begged for mercy. The girl appeared in front of the stunned David and demanded that he give her all the food, threatening him with cruel reprisals. Deciding that her threat was not being taken seriously, the girl, armed with a dagger, prepared to attack. David realized his mistake. He should have first hidden the bag of food securely before going out to explore. However, the situation did not seem hopeless. His rival was just a girl, albeit an aggressive one. The unexpected attack from the stranger became a signal for David to take further active action. But suddenly, with a sharp movement, the girl gave David a strong kick, throwing him against the wall. She warned David that one careless move would cost him his life, and she would not hesitate to cut his throat. David decided to take a risk and offered the girl cooperation, assuring her that his supplies would be enough for both of them. The mention of canned meat immediately interested the girl, arousing her genuine interest. Noticing the gleam in her eyes and the anticipation with which she perceived the word canned food, David realized that she was simply very hungry. The girl impatiently demanded that the canned food be given to her, as she was really hungry. David, deciding to take advantage of the situation and teach the robber a lesson, prepared a stun gun and attacked her only to protect his life. He then told the girl that he understood her hunger, but her behavior in this situation was unacceptable. Of course, in the end, David took pity on the starving girl and, giving in, handed her the canned food. In return for her generosity, David asked her to give him her dagger, assuring her that he would only borrow it for a while. Having nearly run out of provisions early in the journey, David was determined to be more vigilant. The girl, gobbling up the canned food with gusto, assessed its quality and taste with undisguised pleasure. She tried to guess who this generous stranger was, who turned out to be so inexperienced in the post-apocalyptic world. After this incident, David, realizing the need to find a safe haven as soon as possible, became convinced that the people here were more terrible than any zombies. Suddenly, rough male voices were heard demanding that all things be handed over without exception. The unknown bandits promised to spare David if he fulfilled their demand and gave him food supplies and weapons. David thought with annoyance that the noise had brought him further trouble and that his journey had begun most unsuccessfully. He understood that there was practically no chance of salvation because 3 attackers, armed and aggressive, surrounded him from all sides. The impressive size of the bag of provisions made a strong impression on the bandits. They decided that they had found a real rich man. Suddenly, one of the bandits screamed in pain, and it's not surprising, because David stabbed him with a knife when he started fighting off those guys. The second bandit ordered the wounded man to stop the bleeding quickly, fearing that its smell would attract zombies. David took this as a great chance to escape and ran away. Not yet accustomed to the dangers of the new world, he understood that the post-apocalypse turned out to be much more terrible than he thought. Suddenly, our hero realized that he had reached a dead end and now they would definitely catch up with him. Would it really all end before it even began? The gang leader shouted after David with a threat that now he definitely wouldn't escape punishment. One of the bandits, enraged that someone dared to attack them, wanted revenge and tore off David's arm. At this time, that same girl appeared and ironically noted that the guy was behaving like a naive newbie. The gang leader, having interrupted the pursuit, ordered his accomplices not to kill David too quickly. He planned to give David a good scare and demonstrate to the unfortunate man the full power of the Tigerhead gang. At some point, the bandits, seeing the girl approaching from behind, became wary and realized that she was serious. After all, right now, behind their backs, this girl killed their partner while they were busy with David. Realizing that the girl clearly had no intention of joking and was going to attack, one of the bandits warned the leader of the danger, but it was too late. The girl confidently stated that she had previously had to deal with more serious opponents than these guys and landed a good, hard blow. Having received an unexpected and very strong blow, even the gang leader, who knew the technique of the Ironhead, almost fell to the ground. She then asked David to throw her the knife immediately, realizing that there was no time to waste. Deciding that in such a situation, dying at the hands of a girl was much better than being torn apart by zombies, David accurately threw a knife to her. Linda, as this brave girl was called, tired of children's games, the next second sent the gang leader to the next world with one blow. The idea that the bandits deserved to die was clear to the guy, but he didn't want to witness a murder for the first time in his life. After this, the guy, overcome with horror, made the only correct decision to run away from there before he himself went after his former leader. David simply shouted at the fleeing robber to never come back unless they wanted more trouble. Without wasting a second, Linda commanded him to follow her if he wanted to live, adding that now was not the time for stupid questions. The girl, looking around, warned that from the noise and the smell of blood there would very soon be a real crowd of zombies here. Reassuring David, she promised that she would take him to a safe place where they would be out of danger. Watching Linda's decisive actions, David realized that he had not been wrong about her when he decided to trust her. Thoughts raced through David's head. He believed that if he didn't irritate his savior, she could become an excellent partner for the near future. Looking back, David noted with a shudder that they were being pursued by a huge crowd of zombies, and he was extremely lucky that they were able to escape. Quite out of breath after an hour's run, David was glad he hadn't missed his daily workouts at the school gym. Having caught his breath a little, he sincerely thanked his involuntary companion for saving him from certain death. But in response, with a sharp movement, Linda put a knife to David's throat and coldly said that people are unpredictable and can betray at any moment. Without changing her intonation, she demanded that David put the stun gun down on the floor and not even think about resisting. David, feeling the growing tension, tried to calm the girl down and calmly suggested discussing the situation. He assumed that this whole misunderstanding was just a consequence of the recent incident with the stun gun when he used it on Linda. As a reconciliation, David promised that as a sign of their friendship, he would share delicious food with Linda. Seeing no other way out, he proposed a deal if she helped him survive in this damn place for 7 days, then all the food would go to her. The unexpected offer interested the girl. Linda, with undisguised curiosity, asked where David got such a supply of food. David, calculating the options, thought that he had nothing to lose, since there was enough food for everyone, and even half of the supplies would allow him to hold out here for about 10 days. Not wanting to reveal all the secrets, the guy asked to take his word for it, adding that he couldn't tell more for now. He promised to generously thank the girl if they met here in 7 days. Watching the guy, Linda caught herself thinking that she should have killed him a long time ago. Surprisingly, David agreed to leave her food and water, something no ordinary person in this world would do. Linda, after some thought, agreed to peace, but first decided to clearly define the boundaries. Abruptly cutting off David's attempt to get closer, the girl coldly declared that the nearest room belonged to her, and he had no right to enter it without permission. Quickly giving in, David agreed to the rules, since he understood perfectly well that she was much stronger than him, and he simply had no chance in an open confrontation. Feeling relaxed in his conversation with Linda, David finally introduced himself to her by name and suggested that they forget past grievances. Thinking about what was happening, the guy decided that there was nothing surprising in her behavior. She had spent too long alone. Finally, David was able to relax. He managed to come to an agreement with the owner of the house and perhaps find a reliable ally in Linda. After making sure that David was completely safe, Linda tightly closed all the windows in the house so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Curiosity got the better of him, and David, while exploring the house, came to the conclusion that wealthy people used to live here. David, carefully examining the contents of the cabinets, noted with annoyance that, apart from rags, there was nothing valuable left in them. Probably quite a lot of time has passed since the start of the apocalypse, and the house has been turned upside down by other survivors. Opening the elegant handmade box, David was surprised to find jewelry inside, but for some reason doubted their authenticity. Looking closely at the diamond necklace, the guy wondered what if it was not a fake, and then its value in the modern world could reach hundreds of thousands of dollars. David was confident that if he could exchange all the valuables he found for food and other things he needed to survive, he could become quite rich. Anticipating a carefree future, David was already mentally spending his fortune. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that he should first ask the owner of the house whether these things belonged to her. He crept quietly into Linda's room and asked if he could ask her something when she was free. David began to tell her that he had found a valuable jewelry box in the room and asked if Linda knew who it might belong to. Looking at the box with indifference, Linda asked if they were talking about safes. As if not paying attention, the girl was completely naked in David's presence at that moment. The guy began to awkwardly apologize, muttering that it was an accident and he didn't want to embarrass her at all. Noticing the guy's confusion, Linda wondered suspiciously, what did he need anyway? Ashamed, David quickly retreated to the living room and resolved to knock before entering next time. Having cooled down a bit, he asked Linda if she could sell the jewelry. The girl shrugged her shoulders indifferently and stated that no one would give anything in exchange for the jewelry, since in their world they had no value. Not wanting to give in, David asked under what conditions she was willing to give them up or exchange them. Smiling slightly, the girl reminded the guy that this was an elite area and that such decorations were in almost every house, but there was no use for them. They could not be eaten or exchanged for anything worthwhile. David asked if he had understood her correctly, that there were a lot of decorations here and no one needed them. Having received an affirmative answer, he rejoiced. Here it was, the long-awaited wealth for which he had come to this world. David tried to calculate how much he would have to work in real life to earn at least enough for one diamond necklace. Having calmed down a little, David decided to play it safe once again and asked Linda if she really didn't need the jewelry. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly remembered that she had seen a large, well-camouflaged safe and suggested trying to open it. David's enthusiasm knew no bounds. He couldn't wait to see the contents of the cache. He looks happy just like me, dear YouTube viewer. I rejoice like a child when you subscribe to my channel, write comments, and like. It gives me motivation to make new videos faster. Thank you for watching me. You are my favorite and the best viewer of SSS rank. Love, kisses, hugs. Linda led David into the bedroom and, pointing to an inconspicuous door in the wall, admitted that she had tried to open it herself, but to no avail. She warned that such safes are usually connected to an alarm system, which, if there are several unsuccessful attempts to enter the code, sends a signal to the police. Linda reminded the boy that there was nothing to worry about now, since the electricity had been out for quite some time. Suggesting to David to take his time, she went to look for the jewels in other places. David couldn't believe his luck. He easily dealt with the lock and the jewels were almost in his pocket. He found gold bars in the cache and happily admitted to himself that these trophies had come to him too easily. If the bars are so expensive, then the diamond necklace is definitely a real treasure. The guy couldn't stop his hands from shaking. He had never seen such a quantity of gold in his life. Among the treasures, David found bundles of money of different denominations and thought with regret that they were of no use. David smiled sadly, realizing that these once significant pieces of paper were now only good for wiping one spot with them. Having carefully packed his finds, he decided to take the jewels with him. David looked over the jewels again and noted that, judging by the sample, the stones decorating them were the best of the best. Returning to the room and seeing David with the jewelry, Linda asked in bewilderment why he was still sitting with these trinkets. Linda sincerely did not understand, could these shiny stones really be tastier than fried rat or sweeter than candy? David countered that he knew how to use jewelry to his advantage and even to his own benefit. To the silent question in Linda's eyes, he explained that he was going to exchange them for food in his world. Linda's eyes lit up and she immediately supported the idea of exchanging treasures for food. David thought he didn't know if he would see her again because he wasn't sure he would be able to return. He remembered that the system did not provide any information about the place of appearance, but then another thought came to him that the radius of appearance from the first point did not exceed 100 meters. David promised to bring different goodies every time he appeared in this world. Linda narrowed her eyes and warned that she did not accept excuses and believed that if a person does not keep his word, he is a coward and a deceiver. After thinking for a bit, she shared the information that almost all the food in the city had run out, and their diet consisted of dried rat meat, so the products from David's world were a real luxury. David asked in surprise why they didn't just sow the nearby fields with wheat and build defensive structures. The girl explained that in the few years that have passed since the start of the zombie apocalypse, the government has managed to create several colonies for survivors. The colonies are surrounded by high walls, guarded by armed men, and zombies cannot enter their territory. According to Linda, many survivors outside the walls try to reach the colonies and gain shelter there, but few succeed. However, the government continues to work actively to solve the problem and regularly sends helicopters with humanitarian aid to major cities. The construction of new fortified points can only be done if you have weapons, but in conditions where you need to constantly fight for survival, this is impossible. Linda asked David what he did besides trading jewelry for food. David, after thinking for a moment, introduced himself as a traveling merchant from a distant country and said that he was exchanging the treasures he found for food. After some thought, Linda said that she knew several places where there were still reserves of gold and could take him there tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the girl interrupted herself mid-sentence and said that she heard strange sounds on the street. She pretended not to be worried, but she understood perfectly well that the same bandits with whom they had had a conflict the day before had tracked her down. David noted that the problems came from where he least expected them, and all because of their indecisiveness, because they spared one of the robbers' life and let him escape. Realizing that something urgently needed to be done, Linda ordered the guy to hide in a secret place and under no circumstances to come out until she called him herself. Having cast a quick glance at the abandoned house, the gang leader turned to that same guy and asked if his offenders were really here. Upon learning from a henchman that his entire gang had been brutally murdered, he became enraged with anger and vowed that he would find Linda and make her die slowly and painfully. Despite the fact that the chances of meeting her in this house were small, he still ordered to look for Linda here and bring her back alive if they could catch her. David heard voices and tried to understand what was going on. Did the guys really want to break into their shelter? The girl quickly ordered him to shut up and, holding her breath, listened to the conversation of the uninvited guests. She whispered that these people were dangerous bandits who killed everyone in their path for food and jewelry. Linda told David that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible, and if they were lucky, she would find a place where they could hide safely. As David walked down the stairs, he saw that the exit from the house was blocked, as a huge crowd of hungry zombies was waiting for him near the door. An exhausted David complained to Linda that the eerie sounds would keep him awake that night if they stayed there. Linda assured David that as long as they didn't make too much noise, the zombies weren't a threat, since the stairs had long since collapsed. David, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, suggested that Linda at least distract herself with a game on her phone so as not to hear the chilling screams of zombies. Linda asked if David's phone was still working and if there was any battery left. Noticing the headphones, Linda asked if David was listening to music on his phone. She admitted with hope in her voice that she would be very grateful if David would allow her to listen to music with him. The guy, without further ado, handed the girl the headphones and smiled encouragingly at his new girlfriend. In the face of Linda, who was listening to the music, he seemed to recognize the very girl he was in love with. They were somewhat similar. For every person, especially in such difficult times, it is incredibly important to have the opportunity to unwind a little and forget about problems. Linda thought sadly that in their new world, electronic music, like vinyl records, was destined to sink into oblivion. The girl remembered with nostalgia how in her youth she listened to her favorite songs on the radio and sang along with a smile. She sadly realized that those carefree days were in the past, having sunk into oblivion only recently. Thanks to David, they were back. The melodies that Linda loved so much, like old friends, filled her heart again. Touched by the guy's actions, the girl asked him not to waste the battery in vain, because in their situation this is an unaffordable luxury. Noticing tears in the girl's eyes, David asked if the music had awakened any difficult memories in her. Linda admitted that music took her back to carefree days when she was happy surrounded by loving parents. David's heart sank with pity. He could not imagine the mental anguish this fragile girl had gone through over the past few years. Linda recognized the tune playing. It was a hit that had been popular a few years ago, and asked if David had any other songs by the group. David replied that he listened to a variety of music and suggested that Linda enjoy the remaining tracks together. Wanting to please Linda and seeing how much music meant to her, David promised to bring her a separate phone with spare batteries next time. A happy Linda sincerely thanked David and looked forward to his return. The guy's heart sank. Linda was so sweet that he involuntarily felt warm feelings for her. However, David pulled himself together and remembered that he already had Mary, and he couldn't allow himself to even think about another. To change the subject, David suggested that the girl turn on the music again, noting that he loved the chorus of this song. Lulled by pleasant melodies, the young people sat in the attic, listening to music until dawn. Tired but happy, they fell asleep only in the morning, huddled close to each other, forgetting to turn off the player. The next morning, Linda explained that Tigerhead was one of 4 powerful gangs that controlled the western part of the city. She added that the 3 boys who attacked them last night were members of the Tigerhead Gang, a powerful and ruthless group. According to her, if it weren't for the hordes of zombies, they wouldn't have been able to escape, because Linda had noticed these guys in the area more than once. They were clearly looking for her. The leader of the gang, as the girl said, is called Tiger. Under his command, there are about 100 thugs armed to the teeth, so getting involved with them is not worth it. They made their base the colorful garden, the tallest skyscraper in the western part of the city, which served as a supermarket before the apocalypse. After listening to Linda's story, David bitterly realized that they could not cope with a gang with such a large number of weapons and people. Linda continued her story by saying that in addition to Tigerhead, 3 more powerful gangs had settled in the city. The strongest of them was considered to be the Wild Sands Gang, which controlled the eastern districts of the city. Under their command were more than 100 bandits and about 20 units of firearms. The north of the city was controlled by a gang led by Vincent, which was smaller in number, about 40 people, and its arsenal consisted of only 7 or 8 guns. The south of the city was ruled by the most mysterious and sinister gang known as the Flying Eagles, led by someone named Abrams. Despite the fact that the Flying Eagles were considered the smallest gang, none of the other 3 dared to challenge them. According to Linda, in addition to these 4 main groups, there were several other small groups of survivors huddled in the city. Some united into small groups, others, like Linda, preferred to survive alone, but there were no more than 1,000 survivors, while the majority of the population turned into zombies. David smiled bitterly. Yes, this city, with the pitiful remnants of a once huge population, became the embodiment of the post-apocalypse. Remembering the purpose of his visit to this world, David asked the girl if she knew where the city storage facility might be located. The girl replied that she did not pay attention to it, since the bank was looted in the first days after the start of the epidemic, and all valuables were taken away. However, some gold could still be preserved, and the most likely place to look for it is the building in which the Wild Sands Gang settled. After all, this is where the city's main bank was once located. All funds were transported under heavy guard, and in the event of a robbery, they had to be securely hidden. David mentally weighed the pros and cons and regretfully concluded that it would not be easy to steal anything from there. It was unlikely that Linda would be able to outwit the Wild Sands. David assured her that he was not so stupid as to climb into the enemy's lair and told her that he had seen people below who looked very much like members of the Tigerhead Gang. Since the building was surrounded by zombies, the bandits, fearing a trap, did not dare to come too close. Wanting to cheer the girl up, David reminded her of the food and water he had stored especially for her. Linda immediately objected because she understood that if David gave her all the food, he himself would be on the verge of death. In response, he only convinced the girl that he still had a lot of food supplies and would soon return with even larger bags of various goodies. David warned that he would remain in this world for another 7 days and asked Linda to be careful. Not wanting to part with David, Linda suddenly hugged him, as if she had known him all her life. She timidly asked if he could stay longer or perhaps take her with him. David explained once again that he had to leave, since the mission took exactly 1 week and he had no way of taking her with him. David tried to calm the girl down, promising that he would return in 7 days and bring her even more food, water, and all sorts of useful things. Before saying goodbye, he made Linda promise that she would be careful and try to wait for him. The girl promised in response that she would wait for David as long as it took. As David said goodbye to Linda, he found himself thinking that the last few days spent side by side with her had convinced him that she could be trusted. He felt uneasy at heart. He reproached himself for the fact that, without wanting to, he had brought trouble upon the girl, because of him, Linda was now being pursued by the Tiger Head gang. Saying goodbye to the girl, he promised himself that as soon as he returned to the real world and sold the jewelry, he would buy something nice for Linda. A moment later, he saw a familiar city, surrounded on all sides by bright night lights. Finding himself next to the kissing couple, David heard the girl complaining, couldn't they have found a more secluded place for their tenderness? To which the guy smiled and remarked that it was very exciting to know that someone could see them. David breathed in the fresh air with pleasure and was glad to be back home. Awkwardly confronted by the young lovers, David sheepishly apologized for his sudden visit there. He noted how strikingly different the fresh air in the real world was from the stinking air saturated with the smell of corpses in the post-apocalyptic world. Comparing these two worlds, he could not help but admit that the real world, compared to that one, was a real paradise. David reminded himself that he was no longer a homeless tramp, but a rich man, and this meant that he could finally tell Mary about his feelings and move on to a new level of relationship. David decided to call the girl without wasting any time and find out where she was. Hearing his beloved's voice on the phone, he happily announced that he was back, adding that he missed her very much. However, Mary responded a little distantly that she was currently looking at the house with her parents and would call back a little later. David, deciding that the girl had not heard him due to a bad connection, asked her about it again. Meanwhile, Mary, with irritation, turned to her companion, Charles, so that he would not interfere with her conversation. The guy, wanting to calm Mary down, reminded her that as soon as she told David the whole truth, he would immediately help with the down payment on the apartment. After this, Mary asked David to come to the Golden City Real Estate Company in an hour. David enthusiastically agreed. He decided that first he would sell the jewelry and gold and then buy a luxurious villa for his beloved. Without wasting any time, David headed to the nearest jewelry store. Once inside, he approached the saleswoman standing at the window and said that he would like to speak to the store manager. But the girl didn't even move in response, and then David, frowning, once again asked her to invite the boss. The girl said in an arrogant tone that he could only talk to her. Then David tried to object, noting that he doubted her authority. The saleswoman rolled her eyes and irritably asked David to leave and not interfere with her work, threatening to call security. Then David, wanting to get her attention, asked if she would like to have a very rare stone appraised. She responded with only contemptuous remark that he was trying to deceive her, taking her for a simpleton. And then she threatened David once again that she would call security if he continued to interfere with her work. Then David, not hiding his irritation, asked if there was at least one person in this office who understood jewelry. To his surprise, a man who had overheard their conversation came out from behind the counter. The man introduced himself as a jeweler named Richard, and upon learning that the conflict arose over a valuable stone, immediately offered to inspect it for David. Pleased with this turn of events, David handed the jeweler his stone. The saleswoman, seeing the boss, immediately perked up and tried to complain about the annoying customer. The jeweler shouted at her in response and immediately asked her to bring a cup of tea for his guest. The girl nodded obediently and disappeared into the utility room to carry out her boss's order. After apologizing to David for the inconvenience, Richard invited him into a special room to calmly discuss the details of the deal. Having settled into the room, Richard kindly asked David what he would like to treat himself to. But David, not wanting to waste time on empty ceremonies, suggested immediately naming the amount for which Richard was willing to buy this stone. David, in order to speed up the process, warned that if the price did not suit him, he would immediately go to another jeweler. Despite his casual appearance, the man sitting in front of him was brave and determined, which meant that it would not be easy to come to an agreement with him. David waited tensely. It seemed to him that Richard was thinking for too long. Finally, the jeweler broke the silence and offered David $8 million. David was so surprised that he even asked again if he was joking when he mentioned such a huge deal amount. But the jeweler, afraid that the client might change his mind, decided to add another $500,000. Richard explained to David that the high price of a gemstone was due not only to its design and processing, but also included the cost of personnel, taxes, rent, and other expenses. David agreed with Richard's proposed price and confirmed his willingness to sell the gem. David clarified that the deal would cost $8.5 million and suggested that they end the price discussion there. He added that he would never have decided to sell such a valuable stone if it were not for his family's dire financial situation. Richard inquired about David's origins, noting that his surname indicated that he belonged to a noble and famous family. David avoided answering questions about his background, saying that the information was personal and not relevant to the deal. In response, Richard apologized for the tactless question, admitting that he should not have touched on a personal topic. David mentioned that he had 9 more similar gems and asked if Richard would be interested in them. Richard assured David that he really needed such stones and asked him to bring them to the store for further inspection. Richard then said goodbye to David, expressing hope for a quick meeting and successful continuation of their cooperation. After this, he made a stern remark to his assistant, reproaching her for her inattention to the client, which almost led to the collapse of a profitable deal. David reflected on the sudden turn of fate, because yesterday he was a poor man, and now he was carrying several gold bars in his bag, which brought him a fortune. The taxi driver, noticing David's thoughtfulness, politely asked him about his destination. David called the real estate agency Golden City in the very center and asked to take him there as soon as possible. The guy had been thinking about the millions in his bank account the whole way, but now he felt constrained and awkward in the unfamiliar, luxurious surroundings. He felt like a different person, capable of acquiring a luxurious villa not only for his parents but also for his beloved Mary. At that moment, David noticed a familiar figure. Mary was standing in front of him, and he couldn't understand where her mother was because they were supposed to choose a house together. At that moment, the realtor was asking Mary if she liked the house and if she was ready to proceed with the transaction. David, not believing his eyes, barely containing his emotions, asked Mary who this man was and why he was hugging her around the waist. Mary, embarrassed by David's unexpected appearance, asked him for forgiveness and explained that she had long wanted to tell him the truth about her relationship with Charles. David just looked at her silently, admitting to himself that deep down he already guessed what was happening. Charles, noticing his rival, said contemptuously that he had not expected to see such a beggar in Mary's ex-boyfriend. A man passing by thought that if even a simple worker could get into such a luxurious place, then the security here was probably not the best. Mary made a strong statement about her desire to break up with David, urging him to take a sober look at things and admit the obvious. They were not a couple. Mary reminded David that school would soon be over, and they would have to face the harsh reality, so she had already found someone to take care of her. David objected to Mary, assuring her that he could take care of her too, and asked if the time they spent together meant nothing to her. He suspected Charles of manipulation and tried to reason with the girl, assuring her that she should not be near him. Mary flared up when she heard David's words and sharply asked him to stop this humiliating circus and leave on good terms before things got worse. Charles turned to David mockingly, asking if he was the same loser David he had already heard about from Mary. Charles rudely threatened to break David's fingers for allowing himself to point his finger at him and advised him to be more polite in the future. Mary, afraid for David, tried to take him away from Charles, begging him to leave immediately because the opponent was physically much stronger. Charles made a jab at David, noting that he was going out of his way to appear to be a tough guy when he was nothing special. David, unable to bear Charles's insulting tone without thinking, kicked the bully in the stomach, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. David then loomed over his fallen opponent, threatening to strike again if he tried to rise. He stated that he didn't care who was in front of him, and he didn't intend to listen to insults directed at him. Mary, having come to her senses a little, coldly declared to our hero that it was all over between them. She reminded David of the influence Charles's father had, and declared that she would never associate her life with a poor man like David. After this, the girl rushed to her new lover, caring for him and worrying as if not noticing David. David thought bitterly that all their feelings and experiences meant nothing to Mary compared to Charles's luxury and material goods. Suddenly, the female realtor ordered the security to subdue the impudent man who had disturbed public order and created a scandal out of nothing. The guards rudely ordered David to leave the good way, hinting that otherwise he would be thrown out into the street by force. David was outraged by the arrogant attitude of the staff towards him and was ready to enter into another squabble. The security guard mockingly asked David if he seriously imagined himself as a client of this prestigious real estate agency. The woman added that this worthless guy wouldn't have enough time in his life to pay for even a bathroom here, let alone an entire house. David, holding back his emotions, asked the men surrounding him if $6 million was really such an overwhelming amount of money for them. The director of the real estate company, who happened to be in the reception area and observed the scandal, looked at the inconspicuous visitor with distrust. The man was dissatisfied with the work of his subordinates, who were unable to calm down a single troublemaker without his participation. David told those present that he came to this office to buy a house for cash, and he was outraged by such rude attitude towards him on the part of the staff. The director introduced himself to David by name and apologized for the incompetent behavior of his subordinates. At the same time, the director warned David about the threat of criminal liability for disseminating knowingly false information if the guy turns out to be a simple crook. David contemptuously declared that he had completely lost his taste in the place with its low-quality staff, and that he was abandoning his plans to buy anything there. The realtor, not doubting at all that David was an ordinary beggar and madman, asked the director not to waste time and immediately called the police. David just wanted to say goodbye to Mary, who had fallen for the wealth and high position of her new boyfriend. The director, wanting to clarify the situation to the end, politely stopped David and asked how much he expected to spend on the property. David, wanting to teach the impudent people a lesson, calmly replied that he was considering real estate options worth at least $20 million. Hearing the amount David named, the director was delighted because they had just found a buyer for one of the luxury mansions. He enthusiastically told David about a luxurious villa with a swimming pool and a park, built to order on the shores of Emerald Lake. However, the director asked to show him financial guarantees that David actually has the ability to buy it. David agreed to prove his worth, but in return he demanded that all those people from the staff answer for insulting him a minute ago. The director agreed, and as the first test, ordered his subordinates, who had been rude to a rich client, to crawl on their knees through the foyer. He flatteringly assured David that he was ready to do anything for such a valuable and promising client. The guards watched with bated breath, hoping that David's deception would soon be revealed, and then he would be forced to beg them for leniency. Mary, frightened by David's behavior and fearing a scandal, quietly asked Charles to leave and not get involved in the conflict. An enraged Charles, instead of leaving, rudely pushed Mary away and lashed out at her with insults, jealous of her former lover. Charles, feeling the support of his rich father, promised to deal with David in the nearest future in the most cruel way. Suddenly, he pounced on our hero, promising to teach David how to behave with rich and powerful people. David responded by taking a gold bar out of his gym bag and hitting Charles hard in the face with it. The director couldn't believe his eyes because in David's hands was a bloody bar of pure gold. One of the passers-by who saw the ingot in David's hand shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment, thinking to himself that the ingot was probably fake. Mary rushed anxiously to Charles, who had fallen to the floor, trying to bring him to his senses, fearing that he had received serious injuries. David, turning to Mary, bitterly noted that sincere feelings and love meant nothing to her compared to a comfortable life. The director came to his senses and turned to David with the question of whether this was really a real gold bar of such an impressive size. David assured the director with dignity that he was ready to buy a villa on the lake right now, and first showed a photo of the bank account on his smartphone. He casually pointed out that it was one of his smallest accounts, with the smallest amount. The director, seeing a seven-figure sum on the bill and a gold bar in the visitor's hand, stopped doubting that the person sitting in front of him was not just a wealthy, but a fabulously rich man. The realtor hysterically whispered to the director that, most likely, David was just a successful swindler who had found a way to fake a photo of a bank account. The director, horrified that he could have missed such an important client due to the stupidity of his subordinates, offered the guy 1,000 apologies for the inconvenience caused. He turned to his subordinates and sternly warned them that he would fire them from work if they did not immediately comply with the demand to crawl on their knees 3 times around the room. The director then asked if David was happy with this apology, or if something else was required to compensate for the moral damage. David slowly told the director that he had not yet decided on the answer to this question, and instead of 3 laps, he suggested that the employees crawl around the room on their knees 100 laps. Unlike Charles, he bought this luxurious villa for $30 million not to impress Mary and those around him, but to solve his own problems. He was looking forward to meeting his friends and was wondering how he could get rid of the huge amount of precious stones and gold. The very next day, Kevin, walking with Andrew, was glad for his friend that he had figured out Mary's mercantile nature in time. However, Kevin could not shake off the thought that Charles, offended by David's blow in the presence of Mary, would certainly not leave it alone and would try to take revenge. Andrew noted with bitterness to himself that David, even after experiencing such events in his life, did not consider it necessary to share his problems with his friends. In addition, David stopped answering his phone calls, which caused a lot of anxious thoughts about his possible troubles. Suddenly, Andrew received a strange text message from the bank, which said that $1 million had been credited to his personal account. He immediately told Kevin about this and suggested that he first check his account balance through a mobile application and make sure that this was not a prank by their mutual friends. At that moment, the long-awaited phone call rang. It was David calling. David hastened to reassure his friends, telling them in a joyful voice that he was completely fine. All problems had been successfully resolved, and he was already on his way home. Andrew asked David again if he had been the one who had transferred $1 million each to their bank accounts. David just smiled and confirmed this, and then asked his friends why they were taking so long to withdraw the money from the ATM. He called this amount a mere trifle and easily suggested that the transfer be perceived as a win in some lottery. He reminded his loyal friends that they never left him in trouble and always came to his aid no matter the situation. Andrew was deeply moved and noted that despite his unexpected wealth, David should be careful. David promised his friends that he would definitely do so and invited them to visit him tonight after he finished sorting out family matters and other problems. Returning home, he thought with excitement that after so many years of wandering, he was finally able to return back and see his mother. The mother, with joy and indescribable happiness, threw herself on the neck of her beloved son David at the threshold of her home. He warmly embraced his closest and dearest person, understanding his mother's love and worries about his fate all these years. The boy decided not to reveal to his mother the true reasons for his absence, so as not to worry her unnecessarily, and told his parents about winning the lottery. But David returned to his parents not only to meet them, but also to see one important person. Paul was surprised by David's visit as he didn't expect to see him before the holidays. Politely asking if he could come in, David handed Paul a bottle of expensive Chinese Mao Tai liquor. Saying that David was being too formal, Paul suggested that he not waste time on formalities and get straight to the point. David remembered that in his youth, Uncle Paul was fond of hunting and kept guns and an air rifle at home. The uncle complained that in recent years the government had tightened requirements for storing weapons, which is why he had practically stopped going hunting in the mountains. Encouraging David to speak up, Paul assured him of his willingness to help in any way he could. Thanking his uncle for his understanding, David admitted that he would like to buy an air pistol from him. The surprised man warned David against rash actions and breaking the law. David hastened to assure that he would soon graduate from university and, together with his classmates, would go on an internship to a remote location. He explained that there was a lot of small game in that area, and he wanted to buy this weapon for hunting it. Paul, warning that the weapon was not intended to kill people, agreed to give the gun to David. After inviting David to sit down and wait, he went to the attic where he kept his old hunting gear. Having found the rifle, Paul handed it to David, saying that he no longer needed it, and that it would be better if he had it. The first time he saw the rifle up close, David thought it was powerful enough to bring down even a large boar. In addition to the weapon, the man also gave David an anesthetic and an intoxicating substance, which he used during the hunt. He warned that inhaling too much of the drug could be fatal. Believing that the intoxicating substance would be very useful for him, David took it and thanked his uncle. Before leaving, Paul once again warned David, reminding him that if the weapon was found, he would face a fine or prison time. David sincerely thanked his uncle for his help and promised to be extremely careful. Returning to the city, David this time not only left his parents with enough money, but also bought everything Linda needed. He bought Linda not only a large supply of food, but also a mobile phone with 10 fully charged batteries. In addition to the rifle, David also bought a machete and did not forget to take detonators, which he and Linda used to blow up the building in the mountains. David remembered that in the post-apocalypse 1 day counts as 7, and wondered what had happened to Linda during this time. It took the system a few seconds to process the request and prepare for teleportation. She then informed David that there was a man 10 meters from the indicated place and asked if he really wanted to teleport there. David confirmed his decision without hesitation, giving the command for immediate teleportation. A moment later, he found himself in a familiar empty room, which he had already missed. Rejoicing at his return, David looked around the room with nostalgia, which held memories of past events. This time, David set himself the task of taking even more gold and jewelry out of the post-apocalyptic world. Looking at the remaining food supplies that David had given her a week ago, Linda realized that this pack of sweet candies was the last thing she had left. David hurried into Linda's room and immediately shouted loudly that he was back, as he promised. With tears of relief, Linda looked at David, thanking him for keeping his word. Not understanding the reason for her tears, David asked her to smile and be happy that he was back. Linda assured him that she was very glad to see him and was looking forward to his return. David patted Linda on the head, repeating once again that he always keeps the promises he makes. David then invited Linda to eat and tell her everything that had happened while he was gone, boasting that he had brought a lot of goodies. Linda thanked David for his care and attention, noting that he treats her very well. Suddenly, David noticed abrasions and bruises on Linda's body, which caused him anxiety and concern. Linda said that the boss of the Tigerhead gang put a reward on them, and now all the bandits in the city are looking for them. She admitted that she was very worried about him and went out on reconnaissance missions several times, miraculously avoiding an ambush. David was hurt by the thought that Linda had risked her life for him, not knowing he was gone. He clenched his fists and angrily promised that he would make these scoundrels pay for everything and grind their gang into dust. Wanting to cheer Linda up, David decided to show her the gifts he had brought. After examining the rifle, Linda noted that it was inferior in power and firing range to David's sniper rifle, but it could easily kill zombies and defend against bandits. Linda thanked David for the gift, admitting that she had always dreamed of such a weapon. David proudly announced that he had another surprise in store for her, a supply of food that would last them both a whole month. While devouring the aromatic beef, Linda suddenly wondered why David himself wasn't eating anything. David replied that he was not hungry and enjoyed watching her eat, inviting her to eat some more. Linda, refusing to eat alone, declared that he should eat too, so as not to remain hungry. Remembering another surprise, David took a small object out of his bag and handed it to Linda. Seeing the mobile phone in David's hands, Linda blinked in surprise and asked again who it was intended for. David replied that this gift was especially for her and took out 10 more charged batteries from his bag, which would last for a long time. Touched by David's attention, Linda whispered that he was very kind to her and always took care of her. Linda bitterly admitted that after the start of the post-apocalypse and the death of her parents, no one treated her with such care. In response, David suggested that they put off talking until later and enjoy the music after she ate. From Linda's story, David learned that during his absence, the amount of food had significantly decreased, and there had even been a skirmish between the tiger and bear gangs. She also reported that several groups of survivors left the city in search of a government colony. The next day, David suggested that Linda shoot the new rifle a little to get used to the weapon. Having never seen Linda with a gun, David assumed that she must have a well-developed eye. Linda noted that although the power of the air gun was not bad, it would be difficult to hit a person at a distance of 50 meters. David suggested that she shoot from close range, since then no one would hear the sound of the shot. Linda asked with interest if the two of them would have enough strength to deal with the Tiger Head and Wild Sands gangs. David confidently replied that they would succeed, but it should not be their battle, but a battle between these groups. He recalled that in the post-apocalyptic conditions, no one needs gold, so most likely it is still stored in a bank vault. David wondered how they could get into the bank building with one of the gangs and then deal with everyone. He shared with Linda a plan to sow chaos among the 4 largest gangs in the city, making it easier for them to operate. Surprised, Linda asked how exactly he was going to do this, as the task looked very difficult to accomplish. David smiled mysteriously, replying that this was precisely why he had brought the detonator with him from his world. He recalled that only one gang in the city has explosives and grenades, the Bears. David revealed his plan to blow up the Tiger Head gang's warehouse and set up the Bears to fight each other. Linda quickly grasped the gist of his plan, clarifying that they had to pit the two forces against each other so that the gangs would destroy each other. David was just a little worried that such an important facility as a food warehouse should be well guarded. But the girl calmed David down, assuring him that the electricity in the city is cut off in the evening and the guards go to bed at 8 o'clock. She knew the layout of the building very well and reported that there were many spare entrances and exits, suggesting that they first deal with Tiger himself. David was delighted to hear Linda's words, as her knowledge came in very handy. He confidently stated that those who were persecuting him and Linda would have to pay dearly for their actions. Pleased with the plan, David suggested to Linda that they should not delay and go to the site to prepare everything properly. Seeing how poorly guarded the Tiger Head gang's warehouse was, David became tense, suspicious. Carefully pushing aside the wooden partition on the window, David and Linda entered the warehouse building. Having assessed the situation, David suggested not to waste time on the sleeping guard on the 1st floor and to go straight up to the 5th. As he climbed the stairs, David noted that the small number of guards on the ground floor indicated that all the most valuable items were kept on the upper floors. David suggested that the 4th floor most likely contained the rooms of the leaders and key members of the gang. But their leader Tiger should be on the 5th floor, where the main food supply is stored. At this time, the security guard on the 1st floor had a dream in which he was happily devouring fried chicken. The bandits guarding the warehouse on one of the upper floors were anxiously discussing the fact that their food supplies were running low. According to their calculations, there was food left for about a month, and they understood that they needed to do something urgently. One of the bandits suggested taking a risk and organizing a raid on the neighboring bear gang. Another countered that the bears had explosives and grenades in their arsenal, so capturing them would not be so easy. The partner quickly interrupted the conversation, reminding them that their leader Tiger would definitely not like such a discussion. After apologizing, he explained that he was simply tired of the constant stress, hunger, and uncertainty. A few minutes later, one of the bandits suggested that the other go to the toilet, located at the end of the corridor. Hearing the door slam at the end of the hallway, David decided that he had finally found Tiger's room. There was another room nearby, the door of which was locked, and David assumed that this was where the food warehouse was located. Remembering the gangsters' conversation about a possible clash with the bears, Linda asked David if they should just wait for the gang war to start. David explained that he would only be able to stay here for 7 days, and the Tigers, according to the guards, still had food for a month. He understood that there was less and less time left, and there was no point in waiting for these two gangs to start fighting themselves. The only problem was that Tiger probably had the key to the warehouse. Linda, however, reassured David, saying that she could handle the lock in just a few seconds. She proudly noted that her lock-picking skills would come in handy here. Linda, deftly wielding the wire, proudly declared that it would not be difficult for her to open this lock, and no door would become an obstacle in their way. Opening the doors of the warehouse, David immediately realized that in front of them, as they had assumed, was the main warehouse. David suggested that they set the explosives and leave quickly, since they had nothing more to do here. Linda felt sorry for blowing up such a huge amount of rice, and asked her partner if it was possible to take at least one bag with her. David forbade her to do this, because the heavy bag would hinder their quick retreat later. Suddenly, they heard the cries of alarmed bandits who were informing their boss that a group of zombies had entered the building. Linda, hearing painfully familiar voices, assumed that the uninvited guests had entered the territory the same way as she and her partner. David decided that someone had disturbed the zombies and suggested that Linda hurry to leave so as not to come face to face with them. Finding themselves in front of a locked door, the bandits begged the boss to let them in, explaining that they had very urgent news and they desperately needed help. The criminals panicked and told their boss that things were bad. Zombies had entered their territory and asked the boss to somehow resolve the situation. The boss, throwing open the door and without saying a word, punched his subordinate in the face with all his might. The boss was angry that he was disturbed while he was having fun with the girls, because he had strictly forbidden them to do this. The bandits apologized to the boss and stuttered as to the reason for their late visit. Zombies had somehow gotten into the building. The tiger was surprised how these bloodthirsty creatures managed to penetrate such a protected area, which was well fortified and securely protected. Noticing that the lock was broken, the furious boss angrily asked who dared to enter this room without permission. Seeing a puddle of spilled wine on the floor, the boss could not contain his anger and loudly asked who had caused this chaos. Suddenly, the guy's gaze fell on the suspicious bags, and he realized with horror that someone had planted a huge amount of dynamite in the room. Just a few seconds later, a deafening explosion thundered, throwing everyone present back with a powerful blast wave. Upon waking up, the boss confidently stated that someone had deliberately used explosives to destroy all of his supplies and suggested that this was the work of the Bear Gang. David realized that their daring plan had worked and urged Linda to get away from this place before the bandits caught up with them. David's cunning plan was to pit two warring clans, the Wild Sands and the Flying Eagles, against each other in order to use their feud to his advantage. While searching for a way out of the building, Linda discovered a ventilation hatch and asked David if he thought they could get through it into the next room. Having made sure that there was no one in the room, Linda called her partner to come down and continue their difficult journey. Continuing on their way, the heroes suddenly saw at the other end of the corridor a huge crowd of hungry zombies, who were apparently looking for their next victim. Without thinking, David ordered Linda to be on guard, because at any moment these monsters could pounce on them. Seeing such a huge number of zombies, Linda decided to divert their attention to herself in order to give David time to retreat. David wanted to warn his partner that cold weapons are what should be used against zombies first and foremost. But this was not the first time Linda had come face to face with mutants and knew perfectly well how to fight them. David also had a lot of experience in destroying the Walking Dead, but he only got it in computer games, and in reality he had to deal with it for the first time. Despite the whole situation, David confidently told Linda that they would get out of here alive and unharmed, and from that moment on, they were comrades in arms. David suggested that Linda leave this terrible place and reassured her, because the zombies were very slow and would hardly be able to catch up with them. After some time, they finally left the dangerous building and returned to their shelter, which was located nearby. David couldn't help but think how good it was that there weren't more zombies in this corridor. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have managed to escape alive. Returning to safety, Linda admitted that she was terribly tired and very hungry, since it had taken them quite a long time to get to the shelter. David, congratulating his partner on the successful completion of their dangerous mission, offered her a good meal, which he had thoughtfully put in his bag. Linda, thanking David for such a quantity of delicious food, jokingly compared him to a guardian angel who would always come to the rescue. David, still smiling, once again noted to himself that despite their long acquaintance, he still could not cease to be surprised by Linda's appetite. Seeing a familiar can in David's hands, Linda wondered if he had brought beer with him, and if she could have a little beer too. To which David replied that good girls shouldn't drink beer, and added that he had brought juice and soda especially for her. Slightly offended, Linda replied that she was no longer a little girl and had the right to decide for herself what to drink. Giving in to Linda's pressure, David said he needed to get himself together, and leaving Linda alone, went to take a shower. Left alone, the girl thought that she hadn't tried beer for a long time and she couldn't wait to remember its taste. David, wanting to know more about the game, asked the system to show him a hint that he had not had time to read earlier. The system responded in agreement, asking David to be more attentive and listen carefully to what was being said to him. David carefully studied the information displayed on the monitor and realized that in front of him was a panel of his game attributes, a player profile. The system explained that this panel is necessary so that the player can track the dynamics of his indicators during the game. Having studied the indicators, David could not contain his surprise, because in his opinion, some of the data did not correspond to reality and was greatly understated. To which the system reassured David, explaining that there was no need to worry and that the indicators in the game were slightly different from the indicators in real life. David asked what he needed to do to change the numbers and improve them significantly. The system advised him not to rush things, noting that everything has its time, and after he found gold, new opportunities would open up for him. David came to the conclusion that the game system remained basically the same and reminded him of the one he loved to play before. But now, everything happens in real time. Having learned the price of the upgrade, David, slightly disappointed, decided that the system had done this on purpose and illegally inflated the original cost. The system, in turn, tried to calm David down and convinced him that there was no need to worry about this, because this deal was worth every dollar invested. The system assured that one of the benefits of the update will be the opportunity to improve skills. For example, David will have a chance to win a unique skill book in the lottery. The system update will give him the opportunity to destroy real, not virtual zombies and thus improve his skills, which will bring him closer to victory. The system advised David not to waste time and to worry about acquiring the required amount of gold for the upgrade as soon as possible. Despite the danger that had arisen, David thought back to the day when Charles had hurt him so cruelly and realized that now, more than ever, he needed protection. The guy was a little scared by the fact that he couldn't know about the side effects of the changes happening to his body and assumed that, for example, he could lose all his hair. However, this problem did not seem so important to David, especially since he could address this question to the system at any time. Now, David was busy solving a new global problem, mining gold in order to carry out the system update as soon as possible. David's thoughts were suddenly interrupted as his gaze fell on the empty jars standing on the table. With great difficulty, David moved the sleeping Linda from the sofa to the bed and laid her down more comfortably. She turned out to be not so light. Looking at the sleeping beauty, David noted that Linda had an attractive appearance, and she could rightfully be called one of the most beautiful girls in his entire life. The guy continued to admire Linda, noting the beauty of her angelic face and realizing that it was hard not to fall in love with her. David couldn't help but think that Linda had a simply devilishly attractive body, with which any clothes would look stunning. David compared Linda to Mary and noted to himself that, unlike Linda, who was always glad to see him, Mary now treated him with obvious contempt. But our hero caught himself in time thinking that he couldn't be distracted by all sorts of nonsense, because he had more important and urgent tasks ahead of him. David decided to cool off a little, realizing that if he didn't take a cool shower immediately, he might do something stupid. As soon as the door closed behind David, Linda opened her eyes and it became clear that she had only been pretending to sleep all this time. Linda asked herself whether David was really indifferent to her and perceived her solely as a friend and not a girlfriend. Although on the other hand, Linda thought, why bother your head with all sorts of nonsense? After all, they are just friends and partners. The next morning, David woke Linda up and told her it was time to move out and ordered her to pack her things. Once outside, Linda heard the aroma of roasting meat wafting nearby and asked David if he felt the same as she did. David confirmed Linda's words, noting the pleasant smell of freshly cooked meat hanging in the air. Linda told David that she was terribly tired of eating only canned food and sandwiches and that she wanted some normal meat food. Just at this time, one gang leader rudely asked his subordinate if they had any weapons with them, but what was going on there. The leader promised that if they succeeded in pulling off the deed, they would not only be able to enjoy the taste of the meat, but also have fun with the girl that night. Taking a closer look at the strangers, David asked Linda if they had met them before, and what if they were from the Tigerhead gang. Linda remembered that one of the bandits was named William, and that he had previously been the leader of a small group that was part of the Tigerhead. Realizing that they were dealing with bandits from the Wild Sharks group, David decided that he would not miss the opportunity to use this information for his own purposes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a female voice ordering everyone to remain in their seats. David was surprised by the sudden appearance of the stranger and assumed that there was someone else here besides them. William tried to calm the girl down, assuring her that there was no need to worry and do stupid things. Janine, as the mysterious person was called, briefly asked the uninvited guests about the purpose of their visit, warning them that they had little time. William told her that they had seen the girl shoot a boar, and so they had come to join her and eat it together. Linda brought her partner up to speed, revealing that Janine was actually a former police officer. From the very beginning of the apocalypse, Janine uses this house as a safe haven, uniting a group of survivors around her. Now among them is his wounded partner Harms, who seriously injured his leg, and several other people who do not know how to handle weapons, children, and several women. Linda asked David how he felt about helping Janine and her charges fight off the bandits. David was happy to punish the bandits, and at the same time take advantage of the opportunity. Janine looked out through the boarded-up window and shouted loudly that the boys could easily provide for themselves. William explained to Janine that they had been returning from hunting empty-handed for several days now because they had had catastrophic bad luck. In this regard, William hopes for at least half of Janine's loot, noting that he is ready to leave the rest to her and her people. Harms tried to reason with Janine and advised her not to argue with the bandits and to make concessions, since their group was small in number. Janine nevertheless considered Harms' proposal a failure and did not agree with his argument. The girl knew for sure that if she gave in even once, the bandits would sit on their necks, after which they would be constantly subjected to attacks and threats from them. In the end, Janine refused to help William and his gang, and wishing them luck, ordered them to get away from their hideout. William responded by noting that they would not have to persuade Janine for long, and if she continued in the same spirit and refused to give them half of the food, they would have to force her. In response, Janine menacingly threatened that any madman who decided to come even one step closer would be immediately shot. She noted that William should not underestimate her and take her for a stupid girl, because she was used to opening fire to kill first. William, filled with rage, gave his gang the order to attack and tear the enemy to pieces. Loud cries of bandits were heard everywhere, saying that the shooter had escaped and demands to immediately break down the door. At this point, Janine realized that there were few rounds left and that she needed to conserve ammunition. Harms, assuming that the rest of the bandits were going upstairs, decided to go down and deal with them himself. The bandits received clear orders to open fire on Janine as soon as she appeared in sight. David knew there was no time to waste in this situation and whispered to Linda that it was time to act decisively. He ordered the girl to use the skills she had learned and shoot the enemy gang's main shooter. William was shocked to learn that the enemy had a sniper and that his best shooter had been killed right before his eyes. Janine saw this as an opportunity to quickly eliminate the gang leader, hoping that this would cause the others to flee and save them. Noticing Janine, William did not hesitate to give the order to shoot her. Finally spotting a sniper in the distance, the bandit leader ordered his men to take cover from the deadly bullets. Janine was tormented by the question who was this mysterious assistant who had suddenly come to their defense. William was determined to deal with the man who dared to challenge his gang. The determined Janine wanted to go down and come to the aid of Harms, who was fighting the bandits alone. The man, trying to calm the girl down, briefly explained to her the situation and the surroundings on the street. Janine reported that the enemy has more firepower, but someone is helping them. The girl noted with surprise that the Wild Sharks shooters had gone silent, as if someone had removed them from their positions. The bandits began to doubt William because he promised an easy victory, but the enemy turned out to be much stronger. Realizing that the situation had reached a dead end, William decided to offer Janine negotiations and stop the senseless shootout. The girl was surprised by William's desire to talk, but agreed to listen to his conditions. The bandit leader begged to let his men go, promising that they would not bother Janine again. Not knowing what to do and who this mysterious savior was, Janine decided to consult with Harms. She understood that revealing the identity of the stranger now would be unwise and dangerous. Mustering up her courage, Janine shouted to the wild sharks that she accepted their apologies and spared their pathetic lives. David ordered Linda to wait for his command and not to shoot until he gave the order. Janine made the decision to let the wild sharks go but threatened them, making it clear that this was their last chance. Harms, reflecting on what had happened, assumed that the stranger sincerely wanted to help them. As he retreated, William, not hiding his anger, threatened to return with reinforcements next time. Waiting for the right moment, David commanded Linda to shoot, warning her not to miss. The bandits, outraged that the shooter had broken his promise, were furious. Janine couldn't figure out why the gang leader was provoking the mysterious sniper. William, overcome with panic, treacherously ordered one of his men to shield him from the bullets. Trying to save his own skin, he shifted the blame for the shootout onto the sniper, who allegedly broke his word. David reassured Linda by noting that the rifle he had chosen was too powerful for her, although she was quite good at it. Linda asked her partner when she would finally be able to shoot from his personal rifle, but our hero was already busy with his next plan. He told the girl not to leave her hiding place and not to worry, assuring her that he would take care of their safety. A few minutes later, Janine saw David walking towards them with his hands raised. David greeted Janine in a friendly manner and asked her not to be afraid, assuring her of his peaceful intentions. Janine, gathering her courage, asked the stranger who he was and why he had come. Offering cooperation, David immediately promised food as a gift and a sign of goodwill if they trusted him and let him in. Refusing the offered food, Janine replied that they did not need anything. David, not wanting to give up so easily, insisted on his offer, promising protection from gangs and a stable life. Interested in the stranger's proposal, Harms advised Janine to listen to him. The girl, still not trusting the stranger, agreed to let him in, but threatened to kill him if there was any danger. David reiterated that cooperating with him was the most sensible decision in the current situation. Before the guy had even entered the building, Janine pointed a gun at him and ordered him to put his things on the floor and not make any sudden movements. David tried to calm the girl down, assuring her that he came in peace and had nothing to hide. Looking at the stranger with apprehension, Janine ordered a boy named Zach to inspect his things, especially his bag. The boy, opening the stranger's bag, was shocked by the huge amount of food inside. Seeing Zach's reaction, David promised to give them all the food in exchange for agreeing to cooperate. Janine, deciding to continue the conversation in a safer environment, invited the guests to go up to the second floor. She made it clear to the guy that she was a good shot, but she only opened fire on bad people. Harms, looking at their savior, was surprised by his young age because he expected to meet an adult fighter. Despite his misgivings, Harms still greeted David and politely asked him to make himself at home. David didn't expect to see any other children besides the boy he had met earlier. He noticed that the children treated him with caution and distrust, as if he were a stranger. Janine was quick to reassure David, explaining that the children were acting wary because of their difficult past. And then our hero realized that he had earned Janine's trust since she brought him to where the children were. Plucking up her courage, the girl asked David about the purpose of his visit and unexpected help. David, without hesitation, suggested to Janine that they join forces to fight the powerful gang of wild sharks. Janine, outraged by such a proposal, sarcastically asked if he even knew how many people were in the gang. Harms, observing the young man, noted for himself that he was unlikely to pose a threat to the wild sharks. Zach was amazed by David's courage in taking on a gang of ruthless killers. He thought David was incredibly cool because he dared to do what no one else dared to do: confront the wild sharks. Understanding the doubts of those gathered, David asked for a little time to explain his plan. David detailed his strategy, which was to pit the Wild Sharks gang against the Flying Eagles, as had happened earlier with the Tigerhead and Bears gang. Janine, thinking over David's plan, admitted that if successful, there really would be no large gangs left in the city. However, the girl, to David's surprise, refused the offer, explaining her position in detail. Janine firmly stated that she could not abandon the wounded Harms and the defenseless children. She emphasized the complexity of the situation because she would have to save not only the children, but also the wounded Harms, who would not be able to move quickly. Janine frankly admitted to David that she was not going to fight with anyone, but only wanted to get some food and quickly leave the damned city. David, not losing hope for cooperation, suggested that Janine think it over again, promising even more food if she agreed. Confirming David's words, Zach opened his duffel bag, which was filled to the brim with various supplies. Looking at Janine's reaction, David assured her that this was only a small part of the food he had. The girl couldn't believe that the guy had so many products at his disposal. David advised the girl not to worry about the origin of the food and to make an informed decision. Janine, knowing full well that if they agreed they would no longer have to worry about food, still hesitated to trust David completely. Realizing the gravity of the choice, the girl asked the experienced Harms for advice. After listening carefully to both options, Harms admitted that he completely relied on Janine's decision. Suddenly, Nancy intervened in the conversation. She believed that it was better to fight for your future than to hide and live in constant fear. Nancy, not wanting to be a burden to Janine, timidly asked for a chance to prove their usefulness. Janine seemed torn between the desire for revenge and fear for the lives of the children who could die in this struggle. The boy, who did not share Janine's fears, called her a coward and volunteered to help David take revenge on the gang. The thirst for revenge for his parents, who died at the hands of the wild sharks, did not subside in Zach's heart, and he was eager to fight. David reprimanded Zach for his rudeness towards Janine. The attentive guy noticed that absolutely all of Janine's decisions are conditioned by concern for the children whom she is trying to protect. David stated that if he were Janine, he would have run away long ago, but she still steadfastly protects everyone who needs her help. Realizing the falsity of his words, the boy quickly apologized to Janine. Janine, outraged by Zach's words, emphasized her readiness to take revenge on the killers of the boy's parents. The girl admitted that the only reason for her inaction was the numerical superiority of the wild sharks. Janine, after listening to David's bold plan to destroy the wild sharks gang, asked him what other details of his plan he had not told her. David laid it all out for her, once again detailing his strategy, which focused on provoking a war between two large gangs. After carefully assessing all the factors and understanding her key role in this dangerous but courageous plan, Janine agreed to a risky collaboration with David. Delighted by the agreement, David, without wasting time, hurried the slow Zach to get ready. Janine gathered everyone together and ceremoniously announced the move and a radical change of plans. David was pleased with his new allies because the advantage was now on his side. On the same day, the new allies decided to practice shooting pistols a little, so as not to lose their skills. David suggested that they use the captured pistols of the wild sharks, which they took after a recent shootout. Taking the pistol in her hands, Linda immediately noted the lethal power of the weapon, highlighting the deafening volume of its shot. Janine, finally learning the true number of allies with whom she would have to challenge the entire gang, was amazed at their courage. David reassured them that despite the lack of a large detachment, there was no need to worry, since he and Linda had excellent shooting skills. At this moment, Harms noted the refreshing taste of the beer and began to thank the guy for the generous gift. Linda admitted that David initially had more beer, but she ended up with most of it. Addressing a senior former officer, Janine reported that beer is now being exchanged on the street for 3 packs of cartridges. Harms, as if not listening to her, remarked that the pleasure would have been more complete with cigarettes. David promised that despite the upcoming difficulties, he would definitely get cigarettes next time. David offered Janine a can of cold beer to quench her thirst. Janine was surprised to receive such a valuable treat and admitted that she had not drunk beer for a long time. The girl confirmed David's words, saying that beer calms the nerves a little, allowing one to forget about problems at least for a while. Janine took a sip with pleasure, noticing that the beer was so refreshing, as if she hadn't had one in ages. Addressing the children, David encouraged them not to be shy and to indulge in sweets. The children asked Janine if they could eat all the sweets that their new friend was offering. Janine allowed the children to try the candy, but set a rule of 1 candy per child. Suddenly, David drew everyone's attention to the sound of an explosion, suggesting that the Bear and Tigerhead gangs had started a fierce fight. David pointed out to Janine the visual evidence of his words, the escalating war between the Bear gang and the Tigerhead gang. Janine decided to trust David for now, but she was tormented by an unresolved question that she quickly asked. Janine asked David why he didn't hide with Linda, having enough food to wait out the danger, and why he needed to interfere in the gang fights. David admitted that he simply intends to stop this lawlessness and take revenge on these bastards for all the suffering of ordinary people. After this, David called Zach over and handed him a pistol that he had picked up from one of the bandits who was trying to escape. Zach was shocked that David would trust him, a kid with no experience with guns, with a gun. David explained to Zach that despite his young age, he was already a real man who was obliged to protect his sister with a weapon. Zach, unsure what to do, approached Janine and asked if he could take the gun David offered him. Janine, having weighed all the pros and cons, allowed Zach to take the weapon, but at the same time strictly warned him about the need to be careful. Zach thanked David for the unexpected gift, clearly not expecting such generosity and trust. David ordered Zach to remember his instructions and start daily shooting training like everyone else starting tomorrow. Janine wondered who David really was if he had come to their aid without hesitation at first, and was now forcing his patronage on the children. David suggested that they all get a good rest since they had to set off at dawn. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, David, Linda, and Janine set out towards the base belonging to the Wild Sharks gang. Thanks to her good knowledge of the area, Janine quickly led her companions to the Wild Sharks headquarters, which was located in this area. The base turned out to be well fortified, so the fellow travelers decided to take shelter in the nearest abandoned building. David noted that only some of the bandits had firearms, while the rest were armed with knives and homemade clubs. Janine, having understood the situation, decided to first eliminate the bandits with firearms. One of the bandits decided to take advantage of the lull and go to the toilet, saying on the go that he would be back soon. But the very next moment, a bullet struck the unsuspecting bandit, ending his life. Immediately, a general alarm was raised. The guys warned each other about a sudden attack and called for caution. Panic-stricken, the bandits ran around chaotically in search of cover, not understanding where the targeted fire was coming from. Pleased with the results of the surprise attack, David decided to direct his anger towards his next target, the Flying Eagles gang. The location of the Wild Sharks headquarters near the Flying Eagles base made them an easy target. The leader of the Wild Sharks gang, named Vincent, was enraged by the audacity of the attackers and wanted to see the one who dared to raise a hand against his people. He was indignant at the unexpectedness of the attack and vowed to take cruel revenge on his offenders as soon as he learned their names. The bandits expressed confidence that only their sworn enemies from the Flying Eagles gang were capable of such a daring attack. Vincent put his subordinates in their place, pointing out to them that what was happening was causing him serious suspicions and doubts. After all, the Flying Eagles wouldn't just start a war, which means there must be some third party behind it. He decided to first check the information and find out in detail what happened between the bears and tigers before drawing any conclusions. Vincent ordered one of the bandits to carefully question all the informants and find out if anyone suspicious had appeared in the city recently. If both the bear gang and tiger head suffered losses, he would be able to easily capture the Flying Eagles, taking advantage of their weakened state. The rest, Vincent said, he would deal with personally, promising them a painful reprisal for each member of his gang killed. At the same time, at the Flying Eagles base, unaware of the danger, there was fun. The leaders were spending time playing board games. The bandits who surrounded the playing leaders admired Abram's luck and talent, who was constantly winning, and offered him to continue the game for a few more games. Abrams, flattered by the praise and attention, suggested finishing the game for today, savoring the moment of triumph. But at that moment, their conversation was rudely interrupted by the news that a fire had started at the sentry post. David reported that there were enough weapons for everyone, and this was especially important in the conditions of a zombie apocalypse. Janine compared the Flying Eagles and Wild Sharks to her new group, considering them to be a minor threat against the bandits. David could not help but know that his opponents were accustomed to cruelty and were indifferent to the death of others. At this point, Linda reported to David that his mission to set fire to enemy posts had been completed. Then David joyfully announced the completion of the mission and the possibility of returning back. He stressed that in one night they managed to unleash a conflict between all the gangs, including the tigers and the bears. David seemed to predict that the gangs would fight to the point of total annihilation, leaving no chance for a peaceful solution. The guy seemed to foresee the imminent start of the war between the Flying Hordes and the Wild Sharks. He noted with pleasure that the events that were taking place were part of his well-thought-out plan, which would be interesting to watch. The group leader decided to use his free time to train and improve his shooting skills. But to his own surprise, after firing 10 shots, David never hit the target. Janine noted with irony that this way he would only waste all his bullets. David apologized to Janine, saying that he didn't mean to wake her up with his noise. Janine responded by reassuring David that she was out getting some fresh air and offered to help him learn how to shoot. David eagerly accepted Janine's offer, recognizing his need for an experienced mentor. The girl was grateful to David for helping her regain her self-confidence. The guy didn't immediately understand what she meant and asked Janine to clarify her words. Janine explained that thanks to David, she had regained the confidence and determination she had almost lost. Already during their training, David admired Janine's accuracy and composure. Where did she get such talent? Janine calmly explained that her shooting skills were a result of her previous work in the police. She said that after the apocalypse began, she defended civilians together with Harms and other companions. The girl remembered very well how the lack of food led to conflicts and the death of her comrades. Janine admitted that after the tragedy she lost faith in her ideals and the meaning of fighting in the new world was completely lost. She added that despite caring for the children she found, her will to fight had almost faded. David was amazed at how Janine managed to protect the children in the face of gang violence and food shortages. Janine explained that the gang leaders were former petty criminals whom she had arrested. She told with regret how these people gained power in the new world and created dangerous gangs. And now that these small-time scoundrels had become influential gang leaders, she could no longer do anything against them. David objected to Janine because he saw in her a strong and courageous girl and tried to convince her of this. Janine, unlike many, did not succumb to the general cruelty and continued to defend her territory and children. He sincerely admired the courage and determination of this fragile at first glance girl. David then suggested that Janine continue their interrupted shooting practice. Janine assured David that he would quickly learn to shoot if he really wanted to and set a goal. She explained to David that the main thing is to understand the essence of shooting, trust your feelings, and then mastery will come. Janine advised David to focus on the goal and imagine himself hitting it. She continued the instruction, explaining that the sight, the muzzle, and the target should be in one line. At one point, Janine asked David if he was ready to take a shot and hit the target. After making sure David was ready, Janine commanded him to pull the trigger. A second later, David happily reported that he had hit the target, noting that he had finally figured out how to shoot a pistol correctly. David noted that hitting the target is a very pleasant feeling that cannot be confused with anything. After this, the inspired guy promised Janine to show her the beautiful world that they would have to create after the destruction of the gangs. Slightly surprised, Janine asked David again what he meant by the beautiful world. David assured Janine that after all the business was completed, they would leave this dangerous place and live in complete safety. In response, Janine simply suggested continuing the training and returning to the conversation later. Linda, who had been watching the scene from afar, also wanted to join in the shooting, hoping that she could learn to shoot as accurately as Janine. The brutal war between the Tigerhead and Bear gangs was always accompanied by continuous shooting and explosions. As David and Linda entered enemy territory, they observed events unfolding with their own eyes and gathered information. In the end, Tigerhead's gang was defeated, suffering huge losses, and no more than 10 people remained alive. The noise of the battle attracted hordes of zombies, who surrounded the building where the remaining guys from the group were hiding. The Wild Shark gang took advantage of the situation and sent all their forces to destroy the weakened enemies. David's cunning plan worked, because the Flying Eagles sent a spy into the Wild Shark's lair immediately after their confrontation began. Abrams tried to rally his supporters, urging them to prevent the Flying Eagles from being destroyed by the Wild Sharks gang. He called on the Flying Eagles to punish the enemies for their insolence and invasion of their territory. David, having learned that there were only a few guards left inside the Wild Sharks building, decided it was time to act. With a well-aimed shot, David killed one of the headquarters guards, using only one bullet. David then ordered the remaining guard to stay still and obey orders by pointing his gun at his back. David promised to spare the guard's life in exchange for cooperation and valuable information. Linda confirmed David's words, saying that there were indeed only 2 security guards on duty on the floor. The captured guard said that the food was stored on the top floor under heavy guard and advised them to visit the warehouse with gold. He added that the warehouse is located on the 1st floor and it is not difficult to get to it. The guard mentioned a mysterious storage room at the end of the corridor, which he himself was afraid to enter. He tried in every way to convince the raiders of his sincerity and desire to help. Janine advised David to move through the building using the guard as a human shield. David thought that Janine was very careful and attentive to all details. After these words, he ordered his prisoner to continue moving and not even think about resisting. The guard was already mentally beginning to think through his escape plan, because he knew these places better than anyone else. He hoped to reach the fire escape unnoticed, warn his accomplices, and fight off the attackers. In addition, he had a cunning plan to kill the guy and capture his girls. As he moved down the corridor, the captive calmed his victims and pretended that they were not in any danger. David, sensing something was wrong, ordered the girls to stay put, deciding to check what was ahead. The guard, seeing his chance, rushed to the very end of the corridor. David, realizing that they had been deceived, rushed in pursuit of the fugitive because he could not be allowed to reach his people and reveal their plan. Running further and further, the guard was glad that everything worked out for him, promising to return for the girls a little later. Suddenly, David heard some suspicious sounds ahead and tensed up. What was going on there? The very next second, he was surprised to discover a crowd of zombies and could not understand who had drawn them there. Janine asked David what they would do next, since the dead were already nearby. David, having assessed the situation, decided to leave before they were surrounded by these hungry zombies. Janine noted that finding gold was very important to David and they couldn't just leave. She said that if gold was going to help them destroy the gangs of thugs, then they needed to act right now. Linda supported Janine because they have a great chance to get all the wealth that is here. David agreed with his companion's arguments, noting that next time it would be more difficult to do. He focused on the task at hand and suggested getting to the gold warehouse, putting everything else off until later. David ordered the girls to run to the end of the corridor as quickly as possible and not be distracted by anything. Having reached his destination and opened the warehouse doors, he saw huge mountains of gold right in front of him. David asked the girls if they had any idea how much this entire treasure trove of gold might be worth. Without hesitation, Janine replied that before the apocalypse, all gold belonged to the state. Then, embarrassed, she apologized to David for her inappropriate remark and asked him to ignore her. However, next they had the most difficult task, and David began to think about how they would deliver this gold to the cache. Of course, it was clear to everyone that our heroes would not be able to carry away these gold bars. They simply did not have enough strength for this. David decided to mentally turn to the system, hoping to receive valuable advice from it. The system immediately congratulated the guy on his valuable find and asked if he wanted to update his game program. David responded by rushing to find out from the system what the total weight of the gold discovered was. The system calculated that the total weight of gold was 46 kilograms and suggested investing it in developing one's abilities. Having heard the system's answer, the guy informed his companions that they would not be able to take this gold with them now. Janine didn't understand what they were talking about and indignantly asked why they weren't taking the gold. Linda suggested taking at least a small portion of the gold and picking up the rest later. David explained to his puzzled companions that the gold would be taken by a secret organization for which he had been secretly working all this time. He apologized, adding that he could not disclose all the details so as not to reveal his connections with influential people. David explained once again that his job was only to find the precious bars and information about their location. Linda asked David if she understood correctly that he constantly disappeared for a whole week precisely to meet with those people. David did not lose his composure and immediately replied that Linda had perfectly understood the reason for his absence and praised her for her insight. Janine became interested in the activities of David's organization, because it is no coincidence that he possesses such valuable food. David only asked Janine to take his word for it, citing a strict prohibition on disclosure of information. He swore that he would never harm his companions or take advantage of them for selfish purposes. Janine admitted that she had been watching David the whole time and was confident in his honesty, so she stopped asking questions. After this, David asked to wait for him outside and watch the door, but to be careful not to run into an angry crowd. Before leaving, Janine reminded them that they were in the dangerous Wild Shark headquarters, and they needed to hurry. Left alone, David gave the system the command to begin loading the new program. The system confirmed receipt of the command and warned about the start of the update, which requires time to download. Finally, the system reported that the update process was completed, and the auto-load of the extra-large system storage space was successfully activated. It became incredibly easy to place any object in this space. You just had to think about it, and the system would instantly move it there. David, without wasting any time, wanted to move all the gold he had found into the system space. The system confirmed the successful transfer of gold, notifying about the deduction of 1,000 kilograms as payment for the upgrades. David was amazed at how fast and easy the updated system worked. Moving heavy objects was no longer a problem thanks to the mobile space. David, eager to learn about all the possibilities, inquired about the availability of new program updates. The system offered a transition to the next level, opening access to an enticing lottery system with the possibility of winning valuable prizes. Despite the high cost of the upgrade, David decided to activate the download, wanting to try his luck. He knew that his fighting skills were low, so he had to rely on the girls for help. But a man cannot always be under the protection of girls, and must become stronger in order to protect them and everyone else. The system notified David that the update and download process was complete, after which he would be able to use the new features. David wasted no time in ordering the lottery program to be activated to try his luck. He asked the system if the device in front of him was really the lottery system. The system confirmed David's guess, adding that the cost of each draw was 5 kilograms of gold, and the prizes were incredibly varied. David was outraged when he heard the cost of one draw, as he had just spent a significant portion of gold on upgrading the system. The system tried to reassure David that this was the best value for money offer for the prizes on offer. David agreed that the high stakes were worth it, since he now had enough gold to invest in his own power. In addition, David was always lucky in games, which inspired faith in a successful outcome of the game. David, filled with hope for success, decided to try his luck in the lottery right now. In his dreams, David had already seen himself gaining incredible super skills, fighting flying eagles and wild sharks, and after returning to the real world, defeating the insidious Charles. But all of David's game-changing dreams remained just dreams for now. The system voice congratulated the player on gaining a minor but useful dexterity boost and asked if they wished to continue. David was disappointed to have spent 5 kilograms of gold on such a minor skill, so he demanded that the system immediately give him a super skill. Determined, David wanted to make 10 more attempts, confident that luck would smile on him. But luck turned away from David and the long-awaited super skill never came, despite all attempts. Instead of the coveted skill, the system congratulated the player on receiving the shooting skill book. In order to master the shooting skill described in the book and move on to the next level, the player must defeat 1,000 zombies. David was very upset at having wasted a lot of gold, but he had no choice but to start exterminating zombies. He hoped that after so many failed attempts, the chances of obtaining a super skill would increase significantly. David, driven by excitement, decided to challenge fate and ordered the system to make 10 more attempts. Fortune has once again passed David by, leaving him without the super skills he dreamed of. Except for a couple of packs of sharp sticks and a bottle of mineral water, David didn't get anything of value. Despite the failures, there were some useful things among the winnings. A box of rifle cartridges was just what was needed to improve shooting skills. And finally, luck smiled on David because among the winnings he discovered the long-awaited super skill of the Flaming Hand. The Flame Hand's super skill was a powerful weapon that could crush boulders with one blow, and now that ability belonged to David. David had only 2 kilograms of gold left in his system space account, which he decided to save for emergencies. David remembered that 1 day in the real world was equal to 7 days in the virtual one. It was necessary to deal with the Wild Shark gang as soon as possible for the safety of his friends waiting for him in real time. At this time, Janine enjoyed the taste of cola, noting that just 1 sip of this drink can give real happiness. Linda supported her friend because she too tried the cola given to her by David for the first time. The only thing that could make this moment even better is a cold cola with ice. Janine noted that before the apocalypse, ice-cold Coke seemed ordinary, but now it has become a real luxury. Linda reassured her friend that with David in their lives, they would never be in need of food or drink. Janine noticed that Linda was literally glowing with happiness when talking about David and asked about her feelings for him. Linda refuted Janine's guess, saying that she simply appreciated David and his help. She then turned to the guy to find out if he had finished his business. David confirmed that he had finished everything and hurried to call his companions to leave this place. Janine was very happy to see that the Wild Sharks' headquarters was empty because this was a great chance to blow it up. David replied that he had a better plan and offered to help the Flying Eagles gang. Linda countered by reminding David that although the Flying Eagles gang was considered the weakest, they had done a lot of bad things too. David reassured Linda he had assessed everything correctly and his plan was well thought out. In his opinion, supporting the Flying Eagles is the best way to harm the Wild Sharks. Luckily, the Flying Eagles gang's headquarters was located not far from where our heroes were hiding. Abrams ordered his men to hurry to replenish their ammunition and prepare for a firefight. He threatened to show these upstarts who was boss here and what awaited them for their insolence. One of the guys, in order to encourage his comrades, reminded them of Vincent's promise of quick reinforcements. The bandits turned to Vincent and asked why he sent them to certain death, knowing that they could not cope. Vincent replied contemptuously that he didn't consider these guys people. For him, they were cannon fodder. All this talk about loyalty is just to brainwash fools. The cunning Vincent sent the recruits as bait to lure the enemy to the main gate. The rest of the headquarters will be left undefended, and with Vincent having 4 times as many men, the Flying Eagles gang is finished. Suddenly, the bandits noticed movement on the roof. Someone was trying to climb up. The bandits immediately raised the alarm, calling on everyone to open fire on the uninvited guests. A message came over the radio that there was a large number of wild sharks on the east side. Abrams, upon hearing the report, ordered his best gunners to destroy the enemy who was attacking their territory. He ordered his men to climb the stairs and attack the enemy who dared to invade them. Every second counted. It was necessary to quickly climb the stairs and neutralize the enemy. The bandits hurried to report to Vincent that they were being attacked by wild sharks and the battle had already begun. Unexpectedly, the bandits were hit in the back because they were attacked from the rear. One of the guys suggested that these were the same people who attacked them last time. Abrams, to test his suspicions, sent soldiers to the nearest building. He was sure that the enemy was hiding somewhere nearby. Vincent was furious. He couldn't figure out where the shooters were hiding and how they managed to get into their territory. Vincent was shocked by the audacity of those who dared to speak out against him. The leader cursed the impudent men who dared to challenge him and ordered them to find the brave men. To speed up the search, Vincent promised the first person to find the enemy a generous reward of a sack of flour and a bottle of wine. Soon, the bandits had already discovered the enemy, who was hiding on the roof of the building. Linda panicked as she realized that they were now exposed and no longer had their advantage. She remembered David's advice to her during training that a sniper should change position after each shot. Now that they had been discovered, it was necessary to urgently change position so that the enemy could not figure out their location. Meanwhile, Abrams ordered his troops to secure the north, south, and west sides. One of the bandits happily informed Abrams about their first successes in battle. The wild shark attack was blocked thanks to unknown help, but who could it be? Abrams was delighted by the unexpected help, and it seemed to him that it was the Lord God himself who sent them protection. David was pleased that the Flying Eagles had no idea where this help came from. He knew that even if the 2 snipers couldn't defeat the wild sharks, they could hold them off for a while. David himself decided to wait for the best moment for a surprise attack from cover. The bandits panicked under the fire. The snipers were well camouflaged and their location could not be determined. Vincent was furious at his own impotence, unable to locate the riflemen whose attacks had already claimed the lives of more than 20 of his men. The soldiers reported the sad news that the Flying Eagles had launched an offensive and asked Vincent for further instructions. Vincent hesitated to answer. He was completely confused and did not know what to do in this situation. The leader, overcome with cruelty, gave his men a merciless order to continue killing, leaving not a single fugitive alive. Abrams suddenly felt the atmosphere grow tense, and a sense of foreboding made him look out the window. With alarm, he noticed below a gathering of enemies, who, like predators, were preparing to attack. One of his comrades asked Abrams if they had enough ammunition to repel an enemy attack if the enemy decided to storm the building. Abrams rudely replied that if they were stormed, they would not be able to escape and would have to accept an unequal battle, fighting hand to hand. Suddenly, his comrade noticed the approach of a new group of enemies and hastened to inform Abrams about it. Apparently, reinforcements had arrived for them. These were the wild sharks themselves, led by their ruthless leader. David smirked as he watched the enemies, confused by Linda and Janine's brazen actions, finally come into view. Pointing his machine gun at him, Vincent loudly greeted Abrams, promising him a quick death at his own hands. Abrams in turn cursed this smug dandy who was guilty of the death of his people. Out of nowhere, Vincent made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. He promised to spare their lives if they joined him. He swore that he was even ready to stop the bloody offensive and leave Abrams as the leader of the gang in exchange for his submission. Abrams, calling the enemy's proposal the ravings of a madman and not believing a single word of it, contemptuously accused him of lying. Rejecting the humiliating offer to become Vincent's puppet, Abrams challenged him to a fair fight. Regretfully noting that Abrams had missed his chance for salvation, Vincent gave his men the order to attack immediately. A generous reward of 10 sacks of flour was placed on Abrams's head, and the thirst for profit drove the thugs, maddened with rage, to attack. Giving orders to his men, Vincent, driven by a thirst for revenge, decided to storm the building. He promised his soldiers a quick victory, and his enemies a painful death under heavy machine gun fire. He had no doubt of his victory, and furiously sentenced his enemies to a painful death. One of the guys, terrified by the enemy's firepower, asked Abrams in a panic what they should do. At this point, William, trying to encourage his men, shouted encouragingly that no one should dare to be afraid and retreat. The sudden roar of the explosion made the stunned bandits freeze in bewilderment. Seeing the rocket flying straight towards Vincent, the terrified bandits screamed, warning him of the danger. Abrams, watching this spectacle, decided that the mysterious stranger who appeared out of nowhere was a messenger from heaven to save them. The unexpected attack caught Vincent's men by surprise, and they had no choice but to flee in panic, saving their lives. They scattered, seeking salvation from imminent death, forgetting about their wounded leader. The only one who was not afraid to stay with his commander was William, Vincent's loyal henchman. William carefully supported his wounded comrade, trying to stop the bleeding and calm him down, promising that he would not abandon him in trouble. Vincent cursed as he acknowledged that the enemy had become stronger and was no longer afraid to challenge him. An angry Vincent tried to understand who dared to interfere in their showdown. David smiled contentedly as he watched the plan he had been developing bear fruit. One of the survivors, grieving for his fallen comrades, realized that their gang had suffered too many losses. Abrams ordered that a device capable of amplifying his voice many times over, a microphone and huge speakers, be brought immediately. At that moment, David mentally commanded the system to reduce the size of the grenade launcher to pocket size. Pleased with the result, David noted to himself that such a compact size was much more convenient for storage. Addressing his mysterious savior, Abrams, speaking on behalf of the entire Flying Eagles gang, expressed his gratitude for his help. He promised that their gang was always ready to come to the rescue and repay in the same coin, if they just called. David carefully thought over all the results of the battle and realized that both gangs had suffered significant losses. The wild sharks suffered the most. Their numbers were reduced by more than half, with most of the survivors being injured. The Flying Eagles also needed time to recover from the battle, so there was no fear of a conflict with them in the near future. Pleased with the result, David decided to return to his original plan of action. Harms was delighted, noting that he never expected such a successful attack from David because they damaged 2 gangs at once. The only thing that upset the old man was that due to injury he was unable to personally participate in the shootout. A little girl, Sharon, ironically noted that everyone already knew about Zach's reaction speed and accuracy, so she asked him not to get into trouble. David called everyone to order and promised that they would have another opportunity to prove themselves in the future. Zach, swelling with pride, solemnly declared that from now on the protection of everyone falls on his shoulders. David decided not to risk the lives of his charges and find them a new shelter away from the enraged bandits. Linda asked if it was safe for them to move to a new place, since they were now surrounded by peace and quiet. David hastened to reassure her, explaining that the suburbs were much safer, because although there were a lot of zombies there were practically no living people left. Janine asked David with interest when he would be joining the organization again. David only promised that he would stay there for no more than a week, but he had to set off on his journey very soon. Linda asked to bring them eggs next time, as well as ripe tomatoes and apples, dreaming of enjoying fresh produce. David reassured Linda that it was no trouble at all for him and that they would soon have fresh produce. Harms timidly asked to bring him some cold beer, immediately beginning to justify his insolence. David assured Harms that he would try to fulfill his request as well, because he honestly deserved it. Raising his glass, David invited everyone present to celebrate their first victory together. The very next morning, all our heroes went to the nearest suburb where there were many more zombies than in the previous city. Looking around, David noted to himself that the area was literally teeming with zombies, and a plan formed in his head. He planned to train himself to kill zombies, improving his fighting skills and reaching new levels of mastery. David decided to train Sharon and Zach in the use of weapons, and ceremoniously presented them with the pistols confiscated from the wild sharks. He believed that in the turbulent times that had come, it was necessary to be able to stand up for oneself and protect loved ones. For the training shooting range, David gave the children an entire box containing about 10,000 rounds of ammunition, which would be enough for a small squad. Soon David announced the start of training, explaining that they needed to clear the entire area of zombies. Zach immediately responded enthusiastically to the offer, boasting that he would definitely surpass David in shooting accuracy. Linda also really wanted to take part in the shooting training. Janine tried to reason with Linda, suggesting that she take up something more useful for the girl. After all, for example, they could go to the mountains and stock up on edible herbs. By the time David returns, they will need something to eat. David supported the sensible Janine's proposal, admiring such a wonderful idea. He complained that he could no longer stand the sight of instant noodles and would be incredibly happy if it were possible to diversify the menu a little. Linda wasn't too happy at heart that she wouldn't be able to spend time with David. After all, she wanted to be close to David before he left on a solitary and dangerous expedition. After some time, David helped Zach climb onto the roof, from which the entire surrounding area was clearly visible. From the heights, there was a great view of the huge concentration of zombies moving towards them. Sharon let out a terrified cry as she noticed zombies surrounding them on all sides. David hastened to calm the frightened girl, promising that she would soon see for herself how easy it was to deal with them. Without wasting any time, David gave the order to the children to start shooting. Zach took the gun with pleasure and was eager to carry out David's orders. All day long, David taught the children the rules of shooting, watching them carefully as they learned. They trained hard for several days, using up almost 3,000 rounds of ammunition and clearing the area of zombies. The boys made great progress and could now protect themselves in case of danger. The system's voice rang out in David's head, informing him that the player had reached level 3 and had increased his speed and accuracy by 80 points. The system also reported that the player had reached the 2nd general level and was now able to develop other skills. When David returned home, he was surprised to see a richly laid table and asked the children with surprise what the occasion was. An embarrassed Linda replied that they simply wanted to thank him for his concern for them. David felt uncomfortable. He was not used to such attention and asked the reason for such lavish celebrations. Harms explained to him that Janine was very upset when she learned of his imminent departure, and so she decided to prepare a farewell dinner. Linda and Janine went to the mountains to collect various herbs and spices for the holiday table. Harms noted that despite his advanced age, he had not experienced so many emotions and thrills for a long time. After this, Janine suggested that everyone quickly sit down at the table and enjoy the treats. Touched by such concern, David thanked Janine from the bottom of his heart for such a wonderful festive dinner. Janine calmly replied that in her previous life, she had to cook much better at numerous banquets. Janine also noted Linda's skill and dexterity today. She surpassed herself in hunting and got a pheasant. David mumbled sheepishly that they were friends, and all these ceremonies were not at all necessary. Hearing David's words that they were just friends, Linda was confused and froze for a second. Linda's face expressed confusion at David's words. Did he really see her as only a friend? By this time, Zach was already exhausted from hunger and asked the adults if it was finally possible to start eating. Janine nodded to the children, giving them permission to eat, and moved the plates of food closer to them. She asked the children to chew their food thoroughly and not to rush because there was a lot of food. Linda asked David with concern in her voice what he was planning to do if he was leaving completely light and didn't even take a backpack with him. David reassured her and replied that his gun was enough for him to defend himself in any situation. David, saying goodbye to his friends, assured them that they could safely leave all their worries to him. Janine enthusiastically supported his decision and promised to look after everything in his absence. Linda, slightly nervous, invited David to join him in this risky undertaking. David, however, asked her to stay and protect the others while he was away. He promised to return in a week and not a day later, which brought relief to his friends. Linda, saying goodbye, agreed with a clear conscience and asked him to be more careful. At this point, Janine wondered if he was going to lock himself in the room again. And so it happened. David closed the door tightly behind him and gave the system the command to move. The voice system confirmed the beginning of the process of moving the player into the real world. Just an hour later, the hero was already enjoying socializing with friends on the summer veranda. Having refreshed himself a little with a glass of cool beer, he greedily called everyone to the table. Andrew was surprised to notice his ravenous appetite and asked if he had been hungry somewhere. He was also surprised to notice the huge amount of food David had ordered. David explained that he had originally planned to invite his friends to the restaurant, but changed his mind. He remembered the meager rations in the post-apocalyptic world where he had spent a lot of time. David noted with delight that in the real world one can not only enjoy clear skies, but also eat one's fill. He admitted with sincere joy that living in this world is true happiness. Andrew whispered to Kevin if their friend had lost his mind from his newfound wealth. Kevin reminded David of the incident with Charles and warned him of the possible consequences. David, taking note of his friend's words, suggested changing the subject of conversation and asked about their plans. Andrew shared his dream of starting his own business, but has not yet decided on a direction. David, showing business acumen, immediately asked if he was interested in jewelry business as a business option. He made his friends a tempting offer to open a jewelry store with minimal investment on their part. Friends, inspired by the prospect, enthusiastically agreed and offered their financial assistance. However, Andrew had serious doubts, because even winning the lottery would not be enough for such a serious project. David hastened to reassure his friend, assuring him that he would cover all initial expenses. As proof of the seriousness of his intentions, David declared his readiness to invest 2 tons of gold. Kevin, shocked by what he heard, caught his breath with difficulty and asked to calculate what the amount would be for selling such a quantity of gold. Andrew, after thinking for a while, calculated that 2 tons of gold was worth approximately $800 million. After rechecking his calculations, he was once again amazed at how huge a sum of money David had at his disposal. David, not wanting to delay the meal, suggested postponing the counting and promised to show the gold at his villa. Kevin, in complete shock, asked him when he had managed to acquire the villa, suspecting that it was someone's generous gift. Arriving at the place some time later, the friends were amazed by the luxury and scale of the villa. Kevin honestly admitted that he had never seen so much gold in his life. Andrew, feeling like the hero of some strange dream, said that he did not want to wake up. Kevin, playing along with his friend, jokingly offered to give him a kick to bring him back to reality. Having come to his senses a little, Kevin nevertheless insistently asked David to tell the truth about the origin of the wealth. He added that he knows his friend well and is confident that David would not break the law, even at the risk of everything. In response, David changed the subject and instructed them to find a suitable location for the store and complete the paperwork. Kevin took on the task with sparkling eyes and incredible enthusiasm. Andrew, wanting to discuss important issues regarding stocks and trading with his friend, tried to stop him. David, sincerely considering his friends as his full-fledged partners, presented them with 10% of his shares each. Andrew was a little embarrassed, because despite their friendship, business was business, and 10% was too generous. David was quick to dispel his doubts, assuring him that he had boundless faith in their abilities and potential. Having proven himself to be an excellent psychologist, David suggested that Andrew take on the role of personnel management, as he was much better suited for this role. As a more business-like guy, He entrusted Kevin with running the company's affairs and designing jewelry. In the future, when the company becomes stronger and takes a strong position in the market, David planned to open an investment firm. David saw his friend Andrew as the head of this company, seeing in him a talented financier and manager. Kevin, deeply touched by his friend's kindness and care, could not hold back tears of gratitude. At that moment, a truck with the goods that David had ordered earlier drove up to the house. After unloading the truck, which was filled to the brim with a variety of products, David invited his friends to check out the purchases. Kevin, looking puzzled at the bags of rice and flour, asked the reason for buying so many cereals. Seeing the mountains of fresh vegetables and fruits, he smiled and assumed that David had decided to throw a feast for the whole world. David, however, dispelled his assumption, assuring him that everything he bought would definitely be useful to him soon. Kevin didn't argue, and, having said a warm goodbye to his friend, went off with Andrew on business for the new company. As they left, they reminded David that this conversation was not over yet, and that they had much to discuss. Left alone, David decided to take a little walk around the city and enjoy the peaceful life. He caught himself thinking that lately, he had increasingly had to exist in a post-apocalyptic world. The long struggle for survival in that cruel world could not help but leave a mark on his soul and character. Having experienced many dangers, he began to look at the world in a completely different way and appreciate simple things. Perhaps the sudden wealth that fell upon him and radically changed his life also had an influence. He thought that if it weren't for chance, he would now, like many of his peers, be chasing a dream. A guy suddenly ran past him. Loudly cursing under his breath, he was afraid of being late for an important interview. At that moment, David realized with bitterness that all his past achievements now had no meaning. In the face of real problems and difficulties, his superiority faded and was lost. Fate gave him a unique chance, opened up incredible opportunities for him, and he had to take advantage of them. Suddenly, someone called out to him and called him by name. They were the bandits who had been following David since the beginning of the walk. Noticing his fear, they grinned sarcastically, noticing how scared the guy was when he saw them in front of him. David immediately realized that Charles was behind the attack and decided to teach him a harsh lesson. Without losing his composure, David boldly admitted himself and asked what they wanted from him. He reminded them that they had been following him for a long time and demanded an explanation as to why they had decided to show up now. Fuse, the gang leader, appreciated David's composure and noted that not everyone is capable of remaining calm in such a situation. He asked David if he had heard about him and his gang and added that he was there for his own personal reason. David immediately accused them of lying, being sure that Charles and his insatiable thirst for revenge were behind all this. Fuse replied mockingly that David would soon be in no mood for jokes and promised him an unforgettable experience. He confirmed the guy's suspicions and said that he had received a clear order to deliver David's leg to Charles and intended to carry it out. David, feeling a surge of adrenaline, declared that they could take not only his leg but his life. Not wanting to start a brawl in the middle of the street, he suggested that they move to a more secluded place. Fuse took his words with joy, suggesting that they move into the forest where no one would bother them. One of the bandits, amazed by David's courage, cautiously asked Fuse to be careful. Fuse, not wanting to take any risks, gave the order to call for reinforcements. He didn't want to leave David any chance. Turning to David, he noted that despite everything, he respected him for his bravery and willingness to fight. David, wanting to put an end to the useless chatter, defiantly suggested that they get down to business as quickly as possible. Fuse, smiling sarcastically, promised our hero an unforgettable performance. He admitted that if it weren't for the order, they could have become friends by finding a common language. Meanwhile, David was preparing for the fight, mentally rejoicing that he had managed to pump up his flaming hand skill to the second level. And now he will finally be able to put his new skills into practice in a real fight. Fuse suddenly realized that in front of him was not a timid student, but a real fighter who mastered martial arts. He immediately gave the order to his men to surround David and attack, using all available weapons. David understood that he would have a hard time, and attack from several sides at once did not bode well. Fuse, not doubting his victory in the least, rudely suggested that David show everything he was capable of. The next moment, Fuse's face twisted in surprise as David deftly grabbed his machete with his bare hands. Looking at the confused bandits, David compared them to kittens trying to pretend to be formidable predators. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, he dealt Fuse a crushing blow. The force of the blow threw the guy to the side. Could David have mastered his new skill so quickly? Feeling energized, David urged the others to continue the battle, showing that he was ready to fight to the end. At this point, reinforcements arrived to help the bandits, and now David's task became even more difficult. Anticipating a quick reprisal, they surrounded David, threatening to tear him to pieces. Fuse calmly noted that now the numerical advantage was on his side and the guy definitely wouldn't win. He told David that now he would take not only his leg, but everything else as well. David knew the limits of his fighting abilities, expecting to deal with only a small group of opponents. The unequal number of attackers left him no choice but to be the first to enter the fight. He decided to use this situation to test the potential of his new skill. Bandit leader Fuse called on his accomplices to attack David all at once, leaving him no chance. But when the bandits saw David's weapon, they were surprised, considering him too young to have a pistol. They immediately reproached Fuse for not saying anything about David being armed. David urged them to attack him en masse without fear of the consequences since they were so brave. He defiantly called them the last cowards who only know how to attack one unarmed person with the whole crowd. Fuse tried to encourage his men by claiming that David's weapon was merely a deterrent. He reminded them of their numerical superiority because David simply did not have enough bullets for everything. Seeing the bandits' indecision, David asked who would dare to get the first bullet. A feeling of alarm gripped Fuse. He realized that David was determined and not bluffing. Fuse started to give a pompous speech about the strength of his gang, but suddenly stopped when he saw David's pistol ready for action. Hesitantly, he changed his tone and offered David friendship in an attempt to resolve the conflict. Panicked, the bandits begged for mercy, assuring David of their surrender. The next second, David kept his word and shot the gang leader, Fuse, right in the leg. After that, he said that their number and status did not interest him. The only important thing was whose hand was holding the gun. One of the bandits, begging for forgiveness, repented of his crimes and expressed a desire to start a new life. With disdain, David asked if it was this coward who had intended to lecture him just a minute ago. The bandits timidly asked if they could leave, fully admitting that David was right. Disgusted, David ordered them to get away and not to cross his path again. Trying to calm the wounded Fuse, the bandits assured him that he would be taken to the hospital soon. Left alone, David thought he had managed to scare the bandits to death, and for a while had taken the problem with that idiot Charles off his mind. At this time, David received a call from an alarmed Andrew who learned of his kidnapping. David reassured his friend, assuring him of his safety and the successful resolution of the situation. A surprised Andrew asked if David had really dealt with the Yakuza representatives on his own. David confirmed that this was so and immediately asked Andrew to pick him up in his car from here. Already sitting at a table in the cafe, Andrew could not hide his indignation at the brazen attack on David. He couldn't understand whether Charles really believed that his actions would go unpunished. David, when he approached Andrew with a request to find information about Charles, informed him of his intention to lie low, at least for a while. Andrew immediately promised to keep David informed of all his findings. Recalling his business, David asked Andrew about his news and the reasons for Kevin's absence. Andrew reported some licensing issues, which prompted Kevin to go looking for a suitable store on his own. But Andrew was quick to reassure David that he didn't need to worry about the store. David asked them to let him know they were ready to open as soon as the first important information became available. Andrew was happy to keep him informed of all developments, but his anger at Charles still simmered. David tried to calm Andrew down, assuring him that sooner or later he would answer for his actions. After these words, David hurried to get up from the table and went to one place, citing urgent matters. He said goodbye and asked Andrew not to try to contact Charles, so as not to put himself in danger. Andrew pretended to do so, but to himself he thought, how could he leave his best friend's offenders unpunished? After this, Andrew called Kevin and asked him to report the results of the search for Charles. Kevin replied that he found the scoundrel in a club near the center where he always hangs out. At this time, Charles, having come out of the toilet, was just about to pick up a couple of girls of easy virtue. Suddenly, Kevin approached Charles from behind his back with a banal request for a light. Charles reacted as rudely as always, demanding that he take his hands off and get the hell out. But the barrage of blows that fell on him a second later made him change his tone abruptly. Andrew suggested beating up the impudent fellow so that he would remember this day for the rest of his life. A frightened Charles loudly offered money in exchange for his own safety. He was ready to do anything to be released. Kevin replied that they weren't interested in his money and that he was going to have a hard time today. Kevin then went into detail about what was waiting for Charles in the toilet stall and invited the guy to immerse his face in it. Charles, begging for mercy, insisted that he would not survive such humiliation. Kevin, however, mockingly shouted that it was too late and, together with Andrew, hurried to run away from this place. Meanwhile, David was busy preparing for the upcoming transition to the post-apocalyptic world, carefully collecting the necessary things. He hoped that the supplies they had collected would last them a long time. He suddenly decided to add a refrigerator with soft drinks to his supplies. David looked forward to the delight of his family when they saw how much food he had prepared for them. David turned to the system and activated the function of transferring things in order to place them in a special small cube. The system, having clarified the request and reminded about the super freshness function for unlimited storage of products, asked for confirmation. David was pleased to note the versatility of the system, which is so necessary when transferring things from the real world and back. A system notification sounded about activating the transfer to the system space. Meanwhile, Linda began to worry about David's prolonged absence. Harms hastened to reassure Linda, expressing the idea that even if David did not return, they should wish him luck and in no case hold a grudge. He emphasized the uniqueness of David, who was capable of such support during the difficult times they had to endure. Janin supported Harms, noting that in this world everyone survives alone. Linda disagreed with Janine, reminding her of the promise David had made to her just before he left. Despite the doubts in the past, hope still glimmered in her heart, and she continued to wait for David to return. Linda shared her memories of David's joyful return after a long absence. Nancy supported Linda. She was also sure that David simply could not deceive their hopes. Sharon also said that she couldn't bear David's absence, recalling his promise to practice shooting together. At that moment, David just entered the room and happily greeted everyone. Linda, not hiding her emotions, rushed towards him with hugs, already completely revealing her feelings to everyone. David greeted her, lightly teasing her about what he considered to be her excessive emotionality. Zach breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that he had begun to lose hope and was glad that he had returned. David patted Zach on the head in a friendly manner, assuring him that he always kept his promises. Having invited them to come closer to him, he informed everyone present about the treats he had brought. He pointed to a basket of fresh fruit, which was a real luxury in the post-apocalyptic world. Janine seemed to only now realize how important David had become to all of them. At that moment, David handed Janine a cold drink, setting it aside especially for her. He asked Janine if this was the drink she had wanted to drink for so long. Janine looked at the bottle of cold cola in surprise and was amazed at David's capabilities. Where did he get it? The taste of the drink was the most desirable in recent times, especially since the heat outside was hellish. Having assessed Janine's reaction, David promised to continue to delight them with similar surprises. Harms cautiously asked David if he had forgotten about his small request. David immediately remembered Harms' request and, smiling, took out a pack of cigarettes. Harms thanked David, once again convinced of his reliability and responsibility if he gave his word. Inhaling the familiar aroma of fresh tobacco, he was ready to cry from happiness right then and there. Harms immediately addressed children, warning them about the dangers of smoking at their age and emphasizing that cigarettes are intended only for adults. David approached Janine and Linda with an offer to start cooking dinner and asked where they kept their pots. David then gave detailed instructions on how to make a delicious soup. He advised adding more different spices to give the soup a bright and rich taste. He then turned to Zach and Sharon to help him pour water into the pot. Linda reported on the work done. The vegetables were already washed and the meat was cut. All that was left was to cook them. A pleased David asked Linda to place all the ingredients next to him. Linda, enjoying the aroma coming from the pan, expressed confidence that with David around, one cannot be afraid to try something new and unknown. David, inviting everyone to the table, noted with a slight smile that from now on, he would guarantee everyone a well-fed life. Seeing a large piece of meat on the table, Zach immediately staked his claim on it. Nancy carefully fed the little girl, telling her to take her time and eat calmly. Harms, inviting everyone to the table, voiced the main rule: you can take whatever you want and in any quantity. Janine, looking at the fragrant dishes on the table, again felt a wave of appetite. Suddenly, David turned to all his friends with some surprise and asked why they had all suddenly become sad. David was overcome with anxiety when he noticed tears on the faces of his companions, and he hastened to find out the reason for the general excitement. The young man assumed that the problem was in the prepared treat and anxiously asked if it really tasted that terrible. Janine was quick to reassure David that the tears were not due to the food, but to the memories that had flooded back. She explained that before the apocalypse, this simple dish was an everyday food for them. With sadness in her voice, Janine added that at that time there was no shortage of food, and living conditions allowed everyone to enjoy the peaceful sky above their heads. Zach sadly admitted that he misses his parents and the times when their family meals were filled with happiness. Sharon supported Zach, noting that she also missed her parents and regretted that she would not be able to see them again. Sharon's heart was filled with sorrow as she realized that her parents would never return and would remain only in his memory. Harms admitted that he is tormented by similar feelings and that he misses his child very much. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, the man was unable to protect his family, and now he was alone. Nancy reminded them that their loved ones had turned into soulless zombies, and if it weren't for Janine, they wouldn't be sitting at this table together now. Linda added that the familiar taste of food is like a time machine, taking them back to carefree times when everyone was happy. There have been many difficulties on their way to today, which they have courageously overcome. David urged his comrades to leave the past behind and think about the present, because the post-apocalypse has already arrived, and the past is irreversible. He believed that through their combined efforts, they would be able to create their new home, even in the conditions of a post-apocalyptic world. Linda's curiosity got the better of her, and she decided to find out from David what plan he had come up with this time. David shared with the group his idea that there was a sea nearby, and they needed to get there to find an island and build their new home on it. David assured everyone that once they found a place with fertile soil and enough water, he would take care of the seeds so they could grow vegetables. The young man added that they would be able to set up a pen for wild boars so that they would no longer have to worry about food. The journey will be long and difficult since they don't have a car, but if they make an effort, they will definitely reach the sea. Janine frankly admitted that she would not have taken such an idea seriously before, but now she believes David and is ready to support him. Zach assured Janine that he and Elizabeth had mastered their shooting skills and were ready to provide protection for the group, so they needed to get going as soon as possible. David decided to step in and cool Zach's ardor, stating that now was not the time to rush, as they all needed to be properly refreshed. We need to eat a hearty meal so that everyone has the strength for the long and dangerous journey to the sea tomorrow. David raised his can of cola and proposed to drink to the bright future that they would build with their own hands. In addition, he proposed to honor the memory of the fallen and to please them that the rest continue to fight here on this land. Linda felt that with each passing day, David was becoming more and more like a real leader, and perhaps it was because he had met his man. David finished the contents of his can, mentally wishing everyone good luck on their journey. He then informed the assembled company that he had new clothes for each of them and suggested that they try them on after dinner. Janine was puzzled as to where David got his clothes from and was particularly struck by the fact that all the outfits included skirts. The girl noted that the outfits seemed overly revealing and even a little strange to her. Linda hastened to reassure her friend, assuring her that the clothes were completely normal and, moreover, would suit her very well since she had a great figure. After some thought, Janine agreed with Linda, noting that the clothes were actually quite nice. Linda, looking at her outfit, wondered with bewilderment why these panties were so small. The headdress with cat ears also caused some confusion in the girl, and David decided it was time to relax a little and soak in a hot bath. A letter from Linda was waiting for him in the bathroom, saying that she had prepared a hot bath for him. David noted to himself that Linda had been incredibly kind to him lately. The young man reflected on the fact that taking a bath in a luxury villa and during a post-apocalypse are two completely different things. Why does he need all this money and luxury if he can't enjoy even one day to the fullest? Deep down, he dreamed of creating a safe and welcoming space for every member of his group. The system interrupted David's thoughts, reporting that its operation was stable and no problems had been detected. David asked the system in surprise if it was listening to his thoughts. The system hastened to assure him that it was simply performing its function, and then advised him to look for more gold to develop it. David made a firm decision to become stronger in order to ensure the safety of himself and his companions. At this point, Linda decided to ask David if the water temperature was okay for him. David thanked Linda and replied that everything was fine with him. Without thinking twice, Linda told David that she wouldn't mind joining him and taking a bath together. David was taken aback by this proposal and hesitantly noted that this was not the best idea. Linda didn't pay any attention to the guy's words and added that she was almost undressed. David decided not to give up and tried to stop the girl by suggesting that she take a bath a little later. Linda, however, stood her ground and insisted that David allow her to stay. David was desperate to get across to Linda that two adults only took a bath together if they were romantically involved. Then, after thinking for a bit, Linda asked David to be his girlfriend. David did not expect such a turn of events, and asked again whether her feelings for him could really be called love. Linda admitted in response that all her thoughts lately were occupied only with him. David's thoughts were racing. He couldn't decide what to do. He didn't want to take advantage of Linda's trust and naivety because she most likely perceived him differently. Linda couldn't understand why he was hesitating and asked David, embarrassed, what was going on. David realized that he could no longer hide his feelings from her and asked the girl for forgiveness for his indecision. Linda, blushing, also apologized for her awkwardness, but she still found it difficult to understand herself. David didn't want to rush things, so he asked Linda directly if she was sure that her feelings could be called love and not gratitude for help. Linda was upset that her feelings were being questioned and asked him directly why he suddenly began to doubt her. David assured Linda that he cared about her, but he wanted her to understand the difference between love and gratitude. Linda honestly admitted that she did not fully understand what David wanted to explain to her. David assured them that there was no need to rush, because it was not a matter of life and death, and a little later, they would definitely sort out their feelings for each other. Understanding what true love is not an easy task, and there is no need to rush. David tried to calm Linda down, assuring her that she could always take her words back if she changed her mind. Linda replied sheepishly that she had already decided everything for herself a long time ago. When David found himself in his room, he thought that if he had not pulled himself together at that moment, everything could have ended in intimacy with a girl. David enjoyed the moment, feeling a pleasant languor throughout his body from the hot bath. He himself did not understand why he was hesitating, because Linda's feelings were visible to the naked eye. Linda is an incredibly beautiful, kind, and caring girl that every man dreams of. David could not understand why he was afraid to reciprocate Linda's sincere feelings, because compared to Mary, she was simply an angel in the flesh. Could it be that he's been through a painful breakup with his ex-girlfriend, or is he really starting to like Linda? David knew very well that the stronger the feelings, the more painful the separation would be. Suddenly, Linda broke the silence by entering his room and invited David to continue. The girl put on the intimate suit that David had given her and asked the young man how he liked her new look. David was taken aback by such a revealing outfit and asked what she had in mind this time. Linda, without hesitation, asked him directly if he liked her clothes, to which David hesitantly replied that it was simply impossible not to like them. But David immediately asked where the girl got such a revealing outfit. Linda simply replied that the suit was in a pile of clothes David had given her that evening. David was speechless for a second because he had completely forgotten about this incident. He remembered how he spent a long time choosing clothes for each girl the day before departure, spending endless hours in online stores. His choice fell on the image of an innocent schoolgirl and beautiful underwear. The online store offered him to buy this suit, and David decided that Linda would like it. At this point, Linda confidently said that she had already figured everything out a long time ago. She added that since she met David, she had completely forgotten about hunger and other needs. Linda stressed that the most important thing for her now is the feeling of security she feels next to David. The girl confessed her love to him again and hinted that she expected unforgettable sensations from this evening. David only asked if she was sure about her desire and that they should do it right now. The young man was worried that in the morning she would regret what had happened. Linda tried to calm him down and said that she had thought everything over for a long time and now she would definitely not change her decision. Having had a good night's sleep, the next morning the whole group went to the sea. They did not meet a single car on their way and had to walk. David thought again about the need to find gold to improve the system in order to transfer some kind of transport from his world. During the day, the travelers encountered several zombies, which they were able to easily deal with thanks to their training, as well as the presence of weapons and ammunition. The group tried to use bladed weapons so as not to attract unnecessary attention to their movements. David noticed that after upgrading the system, he became more agile and resilient. Janine asked David in surprise if he had been hiding his outstanding martial arts abilities from them. David decided to ignore Officer Janine's constant concern, although he had already begun to notice it. Linda assured David of her safety because his physical strength, courage, and intelligence served as a reliable protection. Janine was surprised to note how close Linda and David had become recently. Having reached the abandoned area, David and the other travelers decided to make a stop to rest. David hoped to find valuables in the abandoned, wealthy area that could be used to improve the shelter's security system. Despite the abundance of villas, David chose to spend the night in a hostel because it was the tallest building, providing the best view of the surrounding area. It was decided to spend the night in the building and decide on further actions in the morning. Suddenly, the local bandits caught a delicious smell coming from the building. It was the tempting aroma of ham, hinting at a delicious dinner being prepared somewhere nearby. The bandits pursuing David's group noticed their large bags and decided that the travelers had a lot of food, so they offered to attack and take everything valuable. However, there were some among the bandits who were afraid of armed men, realizing that there was practically no chance of victory. The gang leader was reminded that there were only 2 men in the group, one of whom was wounded, and all the rest were children. The decision to attack had been made, but it had to be reported to the leader, whom everyone called the Elder. Harms inhaled with pleasure the aroma of fresh cigarettes given to him by David. Remembering that Linda's shift at the post had begun 3 hours ago, Harms asked why he hadn't been woken up. Linda explained that she decided to replace him at the post, knowing that his leg was not yet fully healed. Harms was forced to admit that it was problematic to stand watch with an injured leg. Before going on vacation, Harms asked to immediately inform him of any incidents. Watching Linda, Harms thought that young people become especially energetic when they are alone. Watching the pouring rain, Linda thought that by morning everything around would turn into impassable mud. Suddenly, she felt someone's presence and noticed a suspicious movement in the grass. Having appeared before the headman, the bandits reported that the main forces were assembled and ready to attack. The leader asked if they could deal with the girl guarding the entrance to the building. The bandits assured the headman that they were ready to provide support from the rear in case of unforeseen circumstances. Having made sure that everything was under control, the elder gave the order to begin the attack. David's premonitions were justified. Someone had been following them the whole way, planning an attack. Movement was observed on both sides, indicating that the travelers were surrounded. Hearing the noise, David turned to Linda and asked what was happening outside. Linda reported that she counted about 20 people, but because of the rain, she could not see if they had weapons. David wondered if perhaps this was just an advance guard and the main force was far superior in numbers. The guy has assigned defensive positions. He, Linda, and Janine occupy the windows and open fire if necessary, and Harms controls the stairs. Harms confidently declared that he would not allow the enemy to break through the stairs. He would take this upon himself. Zach and Sharon were eager to fight, wanting to show their offenders their strength and determination. But Harms sent the fidgets to protect the others and collect things in order to be ready for any developments. David watched the enemy's movements closely and tried to understand what they were planning. Apparently, the enemies planned to catch the travelers by surprise and easily carry out their insidious plan. David decided that in order to intimidate the enemy, it was necessary to kill several attackers. Meanwhile, the bandits were silently approaching the building where our heroes were located. A sudden shot, which killed one of the attackers outright, caused panic among the bandits. In terror, they scattered, saving their miserable lives. Linda was delighted by David's accuracy, stopping the enemy with a well-aimed shot to the head. She was overcome with the desire to finish off the bandits, but common sense still prevailed. David noted that shooting was risky, as the sounds of gunshots could attract zombies. Janine supported David, advising him not to start a noisy shootout. An enraged Linda vowed revenge on anyone who tried to harm David. Looking at the girl, David realized that she was truly capable of tearing enemies apart with her bare hands. The elder was at a loss, not understanding how they could resist people who had so many weapons with them. He decided that David had modern weapons, such as night vision equipment. The bandits realized that attacking the enemy both day and night was tantamount to suicide. The village elder came up with a cunning plan to unleash a horde of zombies living in the west of the village on David's group. He ordered the bandits to drive the zombies to the dormitory where David and his group were hiding. Now the elder was confident of his victory, anticipating the successful outcome of his raid. Waking up in the morning, David was pleased to note that the rain had stopped. David, confident in his safety, suggested that Linda go and rest, thinking that those guys would not appear again. Linda, however, refused, wanting to stay with David until he disappeared again for a whole week. David tried to calm his friend, assuring her that there was no danger. A sudden suspicious noise coming from outside made David wary. Linda reassured David by explaining that the noise was coming from approaching zombies, but that it would be difficult for them to reach them. David, however, was delighted at the opportunity to practice shooting at live targets. He suggested that Linda go on vacation, assuring her that he could handle the monsters himself. Linda didn't even think about listening to David, deciding to stay close and protect their squad together. Listening to the sounds made by the approaching dead, Linda noted their unusualness. From the other side of the building, the characteristic roar of zombies was also heard, which indicated the approach of a huge horde. Linda didn't understand why the zombies weren't attracted by the shots that had been heard during the night and why they had only appeared now. She was sure that bandits were involved, otherwise there was no way to explain the strange behavior of the monsters. David took to the event with enthusiasm, seeing it as a chance to practice his shooting. He said that the bandits who attacked them at night were stupid and did not pose a danger. The massive horde of zombies surrounding the building became a great opportunity for him, Sharon and Zach to hone their shooting skills. David reassured Janine about the food supplies, assuring her that there would be enough food to last for several days. Linda completely shared David's optimism, especially since even Harms had stopped panicking. Hearing the roar of countless dead people outside, Harms was initially very frightened. He wondered how there were so many zombies around the building and what to do with them now. According to Harms, it was no longer possible to escape from the trap. The children, unlike Harms, did not feel fear, remembering David's words about the need to practice shooting skills. Janine tried to calm her friend Harms, reminding him that the dead would not be able to enter the building. She sent everyone to bed, suggesting that they continue training in the morning when David woke up. The bandits were triumphant, happy about the success of their plan, and already preparing to break into our heroes at some point. The elder had no doubt that David would use up all his ammunition at this rate while fighting off the monsters. Despite the danger threatening the group, a calm atmosphere reigned in and around the building in the morning. Well-rested David was in a great mood and ready for a long shootout. Zach reminded David about the zombies, wanting to get started with training and not put it off for too long. David decided not to rush, deciding that he needed to have breakfast first. The guy was sure that the bandits were still watching them and decided to anger them even more. For breakfast, David decided to cook beef with onions so that the smell would spread throughout the area. Hearing about beef, the children were delighted that they would get the most delicious pieces. Janine tried to reason with David, reminding him that they could be trapped in the building for a long time. But David reassured her by hinting at a problem much more serious than a lack of food or ammunition for defense. While watching the building, the bandits were having breakfast of bland vegetable soup. The elder was already fed up with the meager food, but consoled himself with thoughts of David's group's food supplies. Suddenly, he smelled a delicious aroma coming from afar. The bandits also smelled the aroma of roasted meat coming from the building and were ready to do anything to get the provisions for themselves. Soon there was no doubt someone was cooking beef with onions and spices. David smiled contentedly as he invited everyone to the table and asked them not to be shy in front of Zach and Sharon. He boasted that the taste of the beef he prepared was not inferior to dishes prepared by the best chefs in the world. Sharon screamed with delight, demanding cutlery for herself. Janine admitted that David had outdone himself by preparing such a dish and had pleasantly surprised the young girl. Linda noticed that it was not in vain that she chose such a guy for herself, the best guy in the world. Janine, I don't quite understand David's plan. Did he really prepare a fragrant dish on purpose to anger the bandits? David did not deny the obvious. He wanted to piss off his enemies and did it on purpose. Janine, although she scolded him verbally, still understood that this plan had its advantages. Meanwhile, David offered everyone who wanted more broccoli and fried shrimp, tempting them with its appetizing aroma. The bandits loudly expressed their dissatisfaction, comparing their meager diet of vegetable soup with the luxury of others. They were surprised by the headman's calmness in the current situation because many of the guys were already on edge. The bandits' anger was driven by the need to feed even on human flesh in order to survive, while others prospered. The headman called for calm, reminding everyone of the life of their village before the apocalypse. In the past, their village had more than 300 inhabitants who cultivated the land and lived modestly but in abundance, without expecting trouble. The rapid spread of infection following the zombie attack has reduced the once thriving village to a handful of survivors, with only 20 remaining. The elder explained the loss of control over himself by prolonged hunger and the proximity of the desired food. The headman's plan was to wait until their rivals were full and drunk and then take everything from them. The bandit leader was informed about the shots heard by his men in the very place where our heroes were located. The elder assumed that the shooting meant the group was about to leave and suggested waiting until their ammunition ran out. David at this time praised Zach for his accuracy, noting that one more hit would earn him 10 points. He encouraged Sharon, who had only 5 hits, and warned her about the possibility of losing. Sharon was determined that she did not intend to lose this competition. Janine asked Harms if they would use up all their ammunition during such an intensive training session. Harms assured that there would be enough ammunition, especially since this was the only way to teach the children accurate shooting. David rewarded Zach with a chicken leg for his excellent work during the shooting. Sharon, to her surprise, heard Zach offer to split the prize between the two of them. Zach generously offered Sharon half of his chicken leg so that the girl would not become despondent after losing. Sharon tried to refuse the treat, believing that Zach deserved the prize all by himself. Zach genuinely didn't understand her refusal, reminding her that they were a family and always shared with each other. Harms was touched by the boys' kindness and the unity of their small family. Having appreciated the children's efforts, David decided to give prizes to everyone, urging them to continue in the same spirit. He urged them to share everything equally and not to give in to greed now and in the future. Janine asked David about the food supplies, considering they were being used up quickly. David responded by assuring Janine that there would be enough food to last a long time and that they should not worry. Janine couldn't understand where David got so much food from because his bag was always full. Zach happily reported that he had learned to shoot a rifle and was now almost at the same level as his teacher. Janine decided not to dwell on David's secret, although she was very curious. After some time, Zach asked his mentor how many zombies he was going to destroy. David asked everyone to remain silent and just watch his actions. The bandits were amazed by the amount of ammunition their opponents used to fire continuously. The sounds of gunfire had not stopped since the morning and left them puzzled and asking questions about the amount of ammunition left. The power of the fire impressed them so much that they began to wonder about the enemy's intention to destroy all the zombies in this settlement. But the elder called for patience, confident that the shooting would attract even more zombies and the enemy would run out of ammunition at some point. David suddenly admitted to his friends that he was very tired and decided to take a little rest. Linda, noticing his fatigue, offered her help in order to show her gratitude to her boyfriend. David politely declined the help, believing that the exercise was good for him. He explained that he and the kids are developing their shooting skills, which have improved significantly in recent years. Our hero came to the conclusion that in order to improve, he needs to continue killing zombies, despite the difficulties. The next morning, while everyone was eating, drinking, and resting, David calmly continued to exterminate zombies. The sounds of gunfire attracted more and more zombies, giving him valuable combat experience. The system suddenly congratulated the player on reaching level 4 in shooting skill and informed him of the need to destroy 10,000 more zombies. David noted his improvement in shooting, comparing his skills to Janine's, and perhaps even better than hers. His skill reached such a level that he could use a regular rifle as a sniper rifle. David saw his 7-day siege as an excellent opportunity to improve his fighting skills. One day, David told everyone that he had brought everything he could in his bag. Harms looked with admiration at David's unusual bag, assuming that the supplies in it would be enough for a whole month. Janine eventually had to admit that she was wrong about saving food, realizing that there was more than enough food. Before his departure to the real world, David urged everyone not to limit themselves in food, promising to replenish supplies in 7 days. Janine assured David that they believed in him and would look forward to his return. David intended to exchange the gold he had for food, so that the boys would have plenty of provisions for several months to come. He had firmly promised to share his plan to sell the jewels at a more opportune moment, but for now he wanted to keep it a secret. Janine, touched by David's help, assured him that no one in the group would ever reveal his secret unless he wanted it to be revealed. Harms also shouted that they would never tell anyone where David had been getting his food from all this time. The boy Zach, wanting to calm his mentor, swore to remain silent even under pain of death. Feeling the gratitude and warmth from his friends, David gently asked them to relax and not make such a big deal about it. As he prepared to leave, David reminded them of the importance of being vigilant and cautious right now because of the remaining threat until he returned. David had already asked the system to move him to a more comfortable place, but this time the system again mixed up the coordinates. She moved it to where there was a thicket of bushes, and David realized that this moment would need to be worked on separately. Among David's missed calls were calls from Kevin, Andrew, and, strangely, Mary, leaving him wondering why she was calling. David's thoughts wandered to Mary's desire to return, but he decided to first find out the current state of affairs with the store. Moreover, by this time his friends had already had to do a lot for their common business, which also required a lot of effort and attention from David. Andrew's call began with questions about David's current location and the reason for his long absence. David reassured his friend by citing a business trip and communication problems, and then cautiously asked if the police were looking for them. Andrew, not understanding the reason for concern, simply asked in response why the police might need them. David, fearing persecution from the Black Tigers gang, confessed to Andrew that he had beaten up one of her boyfriends. Andrew assured David of their complete safety and informed him that all work in the store would soon be completed. Moreover, as Andrew himself said, even if these bandits turn to the police, they themselves will quickly be handcuffed and thrown into a pre-trial detention center. Delighted by the news from his friend, David suggested postponing the discussion of details until tomorrow, since it was already late, and the guy was a little tired after the move. Mary's sudden call made David think hard about whether he should answer, but curiosity got the better of him. Finally, after answering the call, David briefly asked Mary what exactly she wanted to discuss with him. The girl's voice was somehow strange, and for the first few seconds, David couldn't understand what was happening to her. Mary finally asked him if the rumors about David's encounter with a member of the Black Tigers gang were true or just fiction. David sharply asked Mary what this had to do with her, and what her purpose was in asking such questions. Mary, feeling guilty for her past mistakes, asked David to just listen to her without interrupting. She warned David of the serious consequences of his actions and stressed that he should be very careful in the future. Mary reported that the information about David's possession of a combat pistol came as a complete surprise to Charles, who had no intention of leaving it unanswered. She then reported that Charles had hired a hitman to eliminate David, urging him to be extremely vigilant. Charles's unexpected visit to the place where she was talking on the phone with David forced her to abruptly end the conversation, leaving David pondering her words. David was surprised by Mary's behavior and the information he received from her, trying to find the strength to think it all through. Information about a hired killer would make anyone nervous, especially a very young guy. Moreover, in the real world, he could not use weapons so freely, and the skill of the flaming hand against a crowd of thugs might not be enough. At that very moment, the system contacted our hero and, as usual, offered him its help. David, in an effort to improve his security skills, wanted to play the lottery with her. The system, without objecting to this, reported that it was ready to launch the lottery and begin downloading the necessary data. After the analysis, the system reported the presence of 75 kilograms of gold in the system space, which was enough to launch one draw. David decided to use 25 kilograms now, and then, after getting the gold from the basement, run 10 more games. Having learned of David's plans, The system announced that the price of the upgrade that would activate the trading house system had been reduced to 25 kilograms. Delighted by the opportunity to directly exchange gold and jewelry for the goods he needed, David enthusiastically set about launching the lottery. Anticipating the imminent upgrade of the system to the next level, the boy firmly grabbed the lever of the lottery machine. Calling on luck to help him, David started playing the lottery, hoping to win. The result exceeded all expectations. David won some valuable prizes, but he was not going to stop there. In an effort to better understand his capabilities, David turned to the system to ask what exactly formed the basis of his inner strength. The system, in response to the request, reported a direct dependence of internal strength on his intelligence, and each point of intelligence is equal to 10 points of internal strength. After seeing the final lottery results, David was pleased to notice that the other attributes had also reached normal levels. After finishing the game, David decided to test his new running skill to see how much faster he had become. David knew that the distance to the city was 5 kilometers, and this was the ideal distance to test his strength. After taking the first few steps, David immediately noticed that his body became agile and light, as if floating in the air. Having covered the distance in just 9 minutes, David was surprised to realize that each kilometer took him less than 2 minutes. Feeling an incredible surge of strength, David thought that with such data he would definitely become an Olympic champion. At that very moment, one of the gang's guys, Matthew, was scolding the old man for trading in the territory that these bandits controlled. Old Eaton, who clearly did not expect such a reproach, confessed with remorse that this was his first time trading in this place, and he really did not know about the local customs. Matthew, not wanting to delve into the newcomer's problems, calmly stated that ignorance of the rules did not exempt one from paying taxes for trading on their territory. David, watching from the sidelines, concluded that the Black Tigers were continuing to extort as before. Joseph, unlike the aggressive Matthew, tried to smooth things over, offering to calmly discuss everything and find a compromise. Turning to the frightened Eaton, Joseph tried to calm him down, promising to resolve the payment issue. The people around, who became involuntary witnesses to the scene, watched in surprise as the young men pestered the defenseless old man. David concluded that the Black Tiger's reputation must be poor, since people prefer not to mess with them even in such situations. Suddenly, Joseph's attention was drawn to a young girl standing next to Eaton. It was his daughter. Not missing the chance to use the situation to his advantage, Joseph pretended that the girl reminded him of his little sister. Pretending to be genuinely happy to meet them, Joseph noted that the girl had already outgrown her school uniform. Without hiding his intentions, Joseph took a step towards the girl, wanting to take a closer look at her. Eaton rushed to his daughter's defense, loudly declaring that the girl was not even 18 yet. Offended by the old man's words, Joseph threatened to kill him if he did not calm down. David watched what was happening with indignation, not understanding how people could remain indifferent to such outrage. Joseph, ignoring the old man's words, continued to advance on the girl he clearly liked her very much. Unexpectedly for everyone, Master Lee, who was passing by, intervened in the situation, sharply declaring that a real man would never offend the weak or raise his hand against a woman. Master Lee's words made Joseph very angry, and he, threatening to kill him, ordered the old man to take his hands off him. Master Lee, not intimidated by the bandits' threats, calmly suggested that he first try to do something before threatening. At that very moment, Joseph felt as if his body was bound by an invisible force, and he could not move either his arm or his leg. Matthew, also not understanding what was happening, supported his comrade and ordered Joseph to tear off the impudent old man's head. David watched the scene in bewilderment, not understanding Joseph's strange inaction. Thanks to his unique skill, David could see Master Lee's aura, which was invisible to others. Our hero clearly saw that Joseph could not attack the old man because at that very moment he was bound by Master Lee's energy. Master Lee, continuing to mock Joseph, reminded him of his threat to rip his head off. Enraged, Joseph turned to his men who stood rooted to the spot and ordered them to help him deal with the old man. Matthew couldn't take it anymore and rushed to attack. He thought he could easily deal with the master. But Master Lee only chuckled in response to the guy's threats, praising him for his efforts and the first blow to the street, which he didn't even feel. Then Master Lee said that he still had a lot of hard work to do to improve his skill. Matthew, amazed at the ease with which the old man withstood his blow, asked if he possessed magic. Master Li only replied that magic was a relic of the distant past, and he had more effective methods. He noted with irony that modern youth are so mired in technology that they have completely forgotten about such an ancient art as kung fu. The bandits watched the incredible strength of the old man, who was able to so easily repel their attacks from all sides. They understood that they were faced with a real master of martial arts, a man with phenomenal abilities and talent. Finally, Joseph's patience snapped, and wanting to destroy the impudent old man, he decided to resort to extreme measures. With a cry of rage, he commanded his men to draw their weapons and kill Master Li. Joseph declared that he had dug his own grave and would now deeply regret it since he was tired of living. Master Li, ignoring the bandits' empty threats, agreed that he was tired of living, but at the same time calmly dodged all their blows. He then calmly added that there was no one in this world who could kill him and master his fighting technique. A second later, Master Li saw that the guy had a knife in his hands. Did this fool really think that this would help him deal with the master of Oriental martial arts? Compared to Master Li, these guys were weaklings, and the master easily knocked the knife out of the bald leader's hand. Before teaching others, they should take care of their own development and not expose themselves to the next trick of a nimble master. During the fight, two bandits accidentally collided with each other, and their pose turned out to be very funny. That was all they were good for. Suddenly, Chief Joseph jumped out from behind Master Li, trying to at least deal him a dirty blow in the back. The master was a little surprised that this bald guy was still standing on his feet, but was ready to correct this little misunderstanding. At that very moment, using his new fire hand skill, David himself attacked Joseph, sending him flying several meters away with one swing of his hand. Master Li was surprised to recognize the high-class technique of the flame hand, and now he was curious about who became this guy's teacher. He was amazed at the incredible strength and skill that David possessed, considering he was so young. Master Li was pleased with David after the boy easily defeated the leader. He saw great potential and talent in him. After this, David ran up to the old man and the girl, hoping that they had not been hurt during this skirmish. Having received gratitude for saving them, the old man asked how they could thank their saviors for the help they had provided. David responded by merely warning about a possible rematch and asking his grandfather not to trade in that place anymore. Matthew, running away from there, was surprised by the appearance of the master and could not understand who could have called him here. Joseph loudly asked his comrades not to run away, to wait for him and not to leave him alone. David, addressing the shaved guy, was not going to let him escape after what he had done, warning him that he was not finished talking to him yet. He understood that today's incident would cause a new meeting with the bandits, so he needed to seriously scare them. Of course, he knew about the influence of the Black Tiger group, but how could he bring people to such a state? Suddenly apologizing for his question, Joseph asked the guy which group he represented. David said that he does not belong to any of the groups and lives on his own, without anyone else's cover. Master Li stated that this bald-headed youth did not deserve to know his name and promised to tell it to David later when they were alone. David immediately told the skinhead that the master wanted him gone and advised him to leave while he was still in one piece. Joseph was very surprised to recognize David as the same guy who had recently fought with Fuse. He remembered that according to rumors, that guy not only dealt with everyone, but even shot Fuse in the leg, who was now in the hospital. Joseph realized that meeting a participant in the previous fight was not the best event, and the only way out would be to run away. Hearing David's words, Joseph suddenly came to his senses and said that he had been thinking for a while and had not heard the question. David was losing patience and rudely asked again if he was really deaf or just pretending. David repeated his order to Joseph to get out of there immediately, so why the hell is he still standing there? The bald-headed idiot immediately assured that in a second he would no longer be here. Everyone present laughed in unison. They didn't even believe that such a dangerous gang could run away so cowardly out of fear. One of the passers-by approached David with advice to leave this place immediately, since the Black Tigers gang would not forgive him for today's failure. Another passerby supported his friend and repeated the advice to leave, otherwise everyone would come running here for David in the near future. David thanked everyone for their concern and decided it was best to leave the place. Master Li invited David to join him for a cup of tea. David agreed with great joy. seeing this as a wonderful opportunity to get to know better the man he considered a true master and to get an assessment of his level. Master Lee guessed that David had reached the second level of the flame hand technique and asked him how old he was. David said that he was 21 years old and that he was an ordinary first-year student. The young man's skill aroused Master Lee's admiration, and he expressed his compliments to David. After some time, Master Lee asked David to fulfill one small request for him. David assured the master of his readiness to fulfill any of his requests to the best of his ability. Then Master Lee invited David to show him his skills and compare the Tai Chi Chuan technique with the flame hand technique. David immediately tried to object to the master, explaining that the flaming hand style could cause injury to the teacher. Master Lee reassured the young man, assuring him that it was not for nothing that Tai Chi Chuan was called the best skill and that David would not be able to hurt him. The master asked David not to overdo it and suggested that they simply show each other their skills. David, although not immediately, still agreed to fulfill the master's request because he could not refuse such an important request. Feeling the special aura emanating from the master, the guy also wanted to measure his strength with him. Master Lee gave David the right to strike first, promising to wait for him and repel the attack. David responded by asking the teacher to attack him first, afraid of striking too hard. Master Lee politely refused David because if he started first, the young man would have no chance of winning. After these words, David agreed to the master's condition and warned that he was not going to stand on ceremony with him if he wanted it himself. To begin with, David decided to use only 30% of his power and then act according to the circumstances. David, activating the skill of the flaming hand, directed only a small part of its energy towards the master, warning him in advance of his attack. David was amazed by the master's quick reaction and thought with annoyance that he could not follow his movements. Finding himself a few meters away from the master after a light blow, David was ready to admit his victory. Master Lee explained to David that the power of Tai Chi Chuan lies in the ability to use softness to overcome hardness. He assured the young man that he had not yet shown him even a small fraction of his strength. David apologized for his overconfidence and promised to fight much harder from now on. David decided to use the full power of his super skill and at the same time check what he is really capable of. Master Lee laughed merrily and invited David to attack again, assuring him that he would parry the blow again. David asked him to give him as much useful advice as possible after the fight. Master Lee suggested that they finish the fight first and then move on to discussing training. A few minutes later, the fight was over with Master Lee winning, and he admitted that he enjoyed the competition with the young student. David thanked the master for his instructions, trying not to show that his whole body was aching from the blows he had taken. Master Lee noted that despite his young age, David had already achieved great success in developing his internal strength. He simply lacked experience, and in order to learn how to use the technique 100%, he needed to practice more in a real fight. David admitted that he had one request and that he didn't know how to voice it correctly. Gathering his courage, David timidly asked the master to take him, such a fool as a student, and teach him Tai Chi Chuan. Master Lee was surprised by David's desire to begin training in Tai Chi Chuan without having fully mastered the flame hand. David reassured the teacher that he had no intention of quitting his classes. He realized that despite all the power of the flame hand technique, in a fight with a strong opponent, even it would not guarantee him victory. David spoke about the ability to use it both offensively and defensively, and to withstand enormous force. The boy was confident that Tai Chi Chuan would help him hide the shortcomings of the flaming hand and avoid the risk of harming others. Master Lee agreed with David's opinion, confirming that flame hand was an excellent form of martial art technique. But the teacher immediately warned that flaming hand has always been a Buddhist martial art based on compassion. Master Lee praised David for understanding the power of his skill, but at the same time being afraid of harming others. After some thought, he accepted David as a student, noting that the young man had excellent character traits. A delighted David thanked the master with all his heart for the fact that he would now teach him how to use his skills correctly. After this, Master Lee said that he needed to talk to David before starting to practice fighting. He told that he possesses a secret fist-fighting technique that has been passed down in his family from generation to generation. David began to realize that his behavior had earned him the trust of this elderly teacher. The guy assured that he would work hard and asked not to worry about his ability to work. The teacher noted that the success of learning depended only on David's abilities and diligence. Master Lee warned David that if he did bad things, he would regret it greatly. David, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the master, realized that it was better not to deceive this man and to listen carefully to his instructions. At some point, Master Lee suddenly asked David to bring him a cup of tea as a sign of respect. David responded by laughing good-naturedly at such an unexpected change in the topic of conversation and was ready to happily fulfill his simple request. It was a great honor for him to become a student of this unusual old man, and he was ready to devote himself entirely to martial arts. The next day, Andrew decided to ask David if he thought it was too much to buy them expensive cars, and if he really wanted this. David explained to his friends that the new machines would help them work even more efficiently and live up to their status as shareholders in the company. Andrew asked David what car he planned to buy for his first time. David, beaming with joy, told his friends that he had decided to buy himself a minibus. Kevin, outraged by David's choice, thought that the wealth that had suddenly fallen on him had deprived him of common sense. David only replied to Kevin that he had his own reasons for this and it was better not to ask about it again. The minibus would be the most suitable transport for Linda and the others, and David knew they would be very happy. After a short time, David suggested that his companions go to a car shop. Delighted with the brand-new SUV, Kevin decided that this beast was worth a fortune. Kevin admitted to his friends that without David, he wouldn't have had the courage to come here. At this point, the girl explained to her partner that he was obliged to call her when wealthy clients appeared. The guy timidly reminded his colleague that she herself had asked not to be disturbed during her rest period. The girl threatened her partner with serious reprisals if she found out again that he was independently serving wealthy customers. David was surprised by the strict service rules in this establishment. Without thinking twice, he apologized for disturbing him and asked the sales staff to help him. David explained that he and his friends had come for a consultation to find out more information about the cars. The girl, with a haughty look, asked David and his friends about the purpose of their visit and whether they knew the cost of all these luxury cars. Noticing that David and his friends were looking at the car, the girl told them to take their hands off if they still couldn't buy a car here. After that, she decided to evaluate David's appearance, wondering whether this guy could be the son of rich parents. After examining David's pants, she decided that they were just ordinary pants from the market. The girl noted the good combination of shoes and clothes, but they were also very ordinary. In the end, she decided that he was just an ordinary student, and they sold luxury cars that cost over $1 million. David, accepting the girl's challenge, asked her if she really thought he couldn't afford an expensive car. The girl scornfully advised him to first carefully evaluate his capabilities and warned him once again not to touch or damage the car. She then told her assistant to conduct a consultation, as she was used to dealing only with rich clients. He immediately tried to calm the guys down about the girl's behavior and offered his help in choosing a car. David asked the guy if he really was in danger of being fired if he didn't meet his sales target, as the lady had stated. He assured the guy that he would help him meet the quota if they were satisfied with the consultation. The guy began demonstrating the car, noting that it was a four-door sports car and its price started at $630,000. Kevin began to dissuade his friend from buying such an expensive car, believing that he needed to live within his means. He believed that a person's honesty and personal image mattered more than luxury attributes, such as an expensive car. David didn't even pay attention to it and asked if there were any more expensive cars in this showroom. Of course, he valued the opinion of his friends, especially after many years of friendship with them. But now it is his turn to take care of his friends and they have no right to refuse his help. David convinced his friends that this money was just a trifle and that in the future he would help them become real billionaires. Kevin confirmed that their friendship is worth more than any luxury sports car. Watching the guys, the consultant even envied their friendship, although he still did not fully believe in their real worth. And yet he offered David to look at one of the most expensive cars, worth almost $1 million. David liked this model, but expressed a desire to see a sports car worth more than $1 million. The guy asked if they were happy with the next car. It was the most expensive model in the series. Our hero, not wanting to waste time, suggested to his friends to try him out. The guy immediately agreed and took his friends to the car for a test drive. Kevin admired the high level of the luxury car, and invited David to take the wheel. Andrew also expressed a desire to try the car, as he had previously only driven his father's car. At some point, the consultant announced the cost of the car at $2,300,000, noting the complete correspondence between the price and the quality of the car. Andrew was shocked by the announced price, admitting that he had no idea that such expensive cars existed. Kevin loudly said that it would have been better if the consultant had warned them about the price in advance. Otherwise, they would not have even gotten into this car. The girl, suddenly appearing next to them, indignantly asked what they were doing and why they still hadn't left the salon. She hysterically asked if they would now be able to compensate for the damage to the car. Kevin did not expect such accusations, justifying himself by saying that he had only sat in the car for a few minutes. David reassured his friend, urging him not to pay attention to the saleswoman, assuring him that he would deal with the situation himself. The girl turned to her young colleague with reproach, because these students are not capable of buying even a used car, isn't it clear? She went on to scold him for allowing poor customers into an expensive car. Andrew, unable to bear the disrespectful tone, asked the girl why she allowed herself to talk like that. The girl, mistaking the guys for ordinary students without money, suddenly threatened to call security. Andrew was outraged by her behavior, because in business every client is important and you can't behave so disgustingly. David did not interfere with the call to security, deciding to see what would happen next. A few minutes later, the girl turned to the security guards who had approached, pointing to the customers who were allegedly refusing to leave the car dealership. The guy tried to reason with the girl, but she was already on edge and didn't want to listen to anything. The security guards, without even really understanding what was going on, threatened to forcibly remove our heroes from the elite salon. Andrew, entering into the dispute, suggested that they try to do this and then next time they will meet, but in court. David, remaining calm, challenged the guards, asking what would happen if they stayed here. The security guard once again threatened to use force if he did not leave the car dealership immediately. When the man tried to grab David, he politely warned the guard not to touch him and to take his hands off him. Otherwise, he would not be responsible for himself. David clearly and distinctly warned the guards about the consequences that awaited them. In vain, they did not believe him. With one deft blow, David knocked both guards aside, showing his strength. Andrew was amazed by David's strength and reaction. He had never seen such a quick reaction. Kevin, delighted with his excellent throw, filmed the entire incident on video, anticipating his quick popularity on the internet. The girl immediately threatened David that he would greatly regret daring to raise his hand against their security. She demanded compensation for the damage caused, threatening to call the police. David pulled out a gold bar, claiming that the amount was more than enough to cover the damages. After these words, he accused the saleswoman of provoking this strange conflict out of the blue and stated that they had nothing to fear, because they had simply come to buy a car. He added that they have a video recording of the incident, which will be published online. The girl did not believe his words, deciding that he was dealing with jokers who had simply watched too many detective movies. But unexpectedly, one guard quietly informed the girl that the ingot looked real. The girl began to doubt that these were not just ordinary students, but someone more important and influential. David addressed his friends, reminding them that every client should be treated with respect, regardless of their appearance. He decided to teach the girl a lesson, warning that her attitude towards customers could harm the reputation of the car dealership. The girl did not take David's words seriously and said that their store did not need such clients. She became angry with a colleague who sided with the clients and threatened to complain to the central office to get him fired. The guy, already completely tired of this attitude towards himself and his clients, decided to quit. The girl, without even trying to stop him, wished him all the best, only in a different salon. In reality, this good guy just wanted to do his job well, but certainly not at such a cost. He had no intention of adopting her rude manners in order to achieve success and meet his sales targets. David suddenly asked the guy to stay for a while, making it clear that he appreciated his human qualities. He noticed that rats were everywhere, but it was important not to turn into the same animal. To the amazement of everyone present, David announced that he wanted to buy 3 cars in the maximum configuration in different colors. The girl, not believing her ears, reminded him of the cost of 1 car. David, having confirmed the seriousness of his intentions, asked to give him the details for transferring the money. Kevin, holding a smartphone in his hand, reminded her once again that very soon she herself would lose her job. The girl, becoming nervous, warned David that she would call the police if he turned out to be a fraud. A minute later, the security guard loudly informed the girl that $7 million had just been deposited into their company's account. The girl immediately ran to check the information personally, not believing her ears. After checking the database, she discovered that the sender of the funds was none other than David. The girl, delighted with the proceeds from the sale, thought that now they would be able to pay off the loan. David, having confirmed that the money had been received into the company's account, suggested that they begin preparing the documents. The girl instantly transformed, turning into a polite employee, always ready to help people. She immediately apologized to David for her behavior and promised to be friendly to all customers in the future. But David strongly doubted the girl's sincerity, noting that she realized her mistake too late. Andrew also did not believe in her remorse, believing that she was driven by fear of losing her job. The girl began to beg David for leniency, fearing that he would write a complaint and she would be fired. She was ready to do anything so that he would forgive her and not complain to anyone. The girl, almost on her knees, begged forgiveness from David and his friends for the recent scene. David responded by telling the girl to give all her commission from the deal to the guy consultant who was servicing them for her. The guy was stunned by David's generosity, because none of the clients had ever shown him such a good attitude. David threatened the girl with serious consequences if she did not follow his instructions. She, fully understanding that she had nowhere to go, resigned herself to the loss of a large sum of money. David, pleased with the lesson, said goodbye to the girl and advised her to remember this day forever. After this, the friends went for a ride in their new cars in a great mood. Kevin, admiring his friend's behavior, noted that he was incredibly cool. He noticed that David had changed a lot for the better after breaking up with Mary. David said thoughtfully that life experience had taught him a lot, and now he knew that it was important to be able to control oneself in any situation. He believed that one should always act carefully, without flaunting one's merits. Suddenly, David noticed two attractive, expensive cars ahead, but at first he didn't pay any attention to it. Andrew glanced at his watch, reminded his friends that they had to go to the meeting with the jeweler, and suggested that they overtake these cars. The friends, captivated by the idea, quickly lined up, preparing to overtake. Jacob, who was driving one of the cars, noticed cars that were clearly about to overtake them. His friend Peter, smiling, prepared for an interesting competition. Kevin noticed the desire of the two cars in front to race and noted their obvious driving skill. Andrew excitedly suggested making a bet and overtaking his rivals. But suddenly David stopped his friend's ardor, reminding them of safety, which he put first. Moreover, Kevin used to only drive his father's car during the holidays. David once again urged his friends not to take risks and not to compete with those two rich kids. Andrew, having calmed down a little, agreed with David, realizing that he was overreacting because of the wealth that had suddenly fallen on them. Jacob was puzzled as to why the three luxury cars weren't pursuing them, since usually in such situations no one would back down from the competition. Peter decided that these cars were not yet registered and were being transported to the dealership for sale. Jacob countered that car dealerships cannot use unsold cars for city driving. Peter wondered if these guys were the owners of newly acquired cars. Jacob decided that most likely the buyers had not yet had time to get used to their new powerful cars, and that was why they were driving so slowly. He decided that people who could afford 3 such cars at once were clearly unusual individuals, and he wanted to get to know them better. Meanwhile, Andrew drew David's attention to the fact that the cars ahead were slowing down and seemed to be intending to approach them. David nodded slightly and decided to find out what exactly the drivers who had shown such an unusual interest needed. Jacob loudly suggested that they stop at the nearest gas station and try to make friends. After some time, all the cars stopped at a gas station, giving the drivers the opportunity to chat in a calm environment. People passing by looked at the impressive line of cars with admiration, dreaming of taking spectacular photos and sharing them on social networks. David politely asked the strangers what the reason for their attention was and how he could be of service to them. Jacob explained with a smile that he and his friend Peter would like to establish a friendly relationship. David, delighted at the opportunity to make new acquaintances, introduced himself and his comrades. He hoped that from now on their paths would cross more often and they would become good acquaintances. Jacob became curious as to why all the cars were the same had his new acquaintances decided to organize their own car club. He noted to himself that usually members of the elite prefer Ferrari or Porsche cars, and the choice of Mercedes surprised him somewhat. David assured Jacob that it was not the brand of the car. They just liked the look of these cars and bought them right away. Jacob again noticed that such pleasures were not cheap and asked curiously what it was like for them to sit behind the wheel of such a Mercedes. In response, David, without thinking twice, threw him the keys to his car, inviting him to experience all the delights of driving for himself. He noted that it was impossible to understand the sensations of riding without trying it out for yourself. Peter was surprised by such a generous offer to ride in his new friend's luxury car. David, looking at Peter's confident appearance, assumed that he was not a newbie in driving and handled cars masterfully. Jacob never expected such generosity from David, but he still accepted his offer. Peter was slightly worried that even a minor accident would require him to hand over his car as compensation. Jacob, wanting to resolve the situation and amuse his friends, suggested that David swap cars for the duration of the trip. After this, the guys swapped places in the cars, deciding to celebrate their unusual acquaintance with lunch in a cozy restaurant. During the conversation, it became clear that Jacob and Peter were not just wealthy people, but heirs of influential and wealthy families. However, the young people turned out to be unusually pleasant and easy to talk to. New acquaintances were pleasantly surprised that David and his friends, being students, decided to open their own jewelry store. Jacob was so fascinated by his new acquaintances and their business idea that he suggested exchanging phone numbers to continue communication. He enthusiastically assured his new friends that if they needed any help or advice in the future, he was always ready to provide support. Jacob was looking forward to future cooperation and was sincerely glad about their acquaintance, which promised many interesting prospects. The next day, before his departure, David took care not only of food but also brought a spacious minibus, which was filled with various supplies. David couldn't understand at all how his friends managed to hold out for a whole week because the city was filled with hordes of hungry zombies. Having mentally given the command to the system to transfer all the contents of the minibus, David began to wait for the result. The system activated the subspace, asking the guy to wait a little while the transfer process was completed. Suddenly finding himself in the bathroom, David could not contain his emotions. The system once again chose the most inappropriate place to move. The system responded by reminding that landing points are set at the player's subconscious level, and that it has nothing to do with it. David had no choice but to concentrate on drying his wet clothes and getting himself in order as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he heard a surprised cry from Janine, who had not expected to see him in such an unexpected place and in such a state. David, trying to hide his embarrassment, asked Janine what she was doing in his room. Janine defiantly reminded the guy that he was in her room and not the other way around. In the next room, Linda's excited voice was heard. She had been waiting for David's return for a long time. David hastened to reassure everyone that everything was fine and that he had just returned from a trip. Delighted, Linda, not hiding the feelings that overwhelmed her, rushed to meet her beloved. She confessed to David that she had missed him very much all this time and was looking forward to his return. At that moment, Zach appeared and asked if David could smell that rotten smell in the air. He invited David to go out into the yard to see what could truly surprise him. In David's yard, a giant pile of zombie corpses awaited him, emitting an unbearable stench. David asked if the guys had really been doing nothing but shooting zombies all this time. Sharon, not hiding her pride in herself and her friend, confirmed that she and Zach had managed to achieve significant success in shooting. Harms, in turn, added that the attackers no longer dare to approach the house, but only occasionally lure the zombies, trying to overwhelm them with numbers. David realized that those guys were planning to wait until his friends ran out of ammo and only then attack. Quite a clever tactic on their part. Janine couldn't help herself. Was David really praising the boys, completely forgetting that this mountain of corpses stunk terribly? She admitted with annoyance that if they had not had to wait for David to return, they would have left this place, permeated with the smell of death, long ago. David assured the girl that he did not mean to offend anyone with his remark, but simply praised the boys for their shooting skills. Janine remarked that she had no idea how he had ended up in her room, but she decided that it was just a freak accident. Linda reminded David that he needed to leave this terrible place. which brings nothing but bad memories and a disgusting smell. Then David suggested that the guys not waste time and get ready by evening in order to set off on their journey at dawn. Meanwhile, the elder was thinking about the fact that 7 whole days had already passed, and his opponents were still alive and showed no signs of weakness. After hearing the report of his comrades who risked their lives every day to lure the enemy out of hiding, he decided to change tactics. The elder admitted that they initially underestimated the enemy, who had much greater resources than expected. Realizing that there were practically no zombies left in the area, he saw the growing panic in the eyes of his accomplices. The elder gave the order to continue luring the remaining zombies to the group's house, confident that they would not be able to hide from this unbearable corpse-like heat. The bandits supported the leader's proposal, anticipating how their opponents would choke on the stinking air. The headman was able to convince the boys once again that all their efforts would not be in vain. His authority was recognized by everyone, so the guys decided to obey him and continue to track down our heroes. Meanwhile, David looked with admiration at Linda, dressed in exquisite erotic lingerie. He thought that in this seductive outfit the girl could easily compete with the most popular singers on stage. The only thing that mattered to him was Linda's opinion, and he was completely indifferent to the opinions of others. David carefully asked Linda to be quiet, fearing that Janine might hear them from the next room. Janine noticed to herself that she was not deaf and heard perfectly well, and knew about everything that they were doing there together. In the morning, new adventures awaited our heroes because with David's return, it was time to act. One of the bandits stared in surprise somewhere in the direction of the house where our heroes were staying. Not believing his own eyes, he called the headman to see it for himself. The headman asked in response what had attracted their attention this time. Had aliens really landed near the house? Seeing the car with his enemies driving away from the house, he was very surprised by this turn of events. How could the fugitives have a working car and gasoline, because this was a real deficit in luxury? The bandits unanimously suggested organizing a pursuit, but at the same time they doubted that they would be able to catch up with the fleeing guys on foot. The elder understood that their opponents were much more cunning and stronger than they had seemed at first glance. Having weighed the pros and cons, he decisively rejected the idea of what he considered to be a senseless persecution. Instead, the headman suggested that they carefully examine the place where their opponents were spending the night, not missing a single detail, in case they were lucky enough to discover something valuable from the forgotten supplies. This idea seemed much more interesting and safe to the bandits. Meanwhile, in the minivan, Janine asked David if he wanted to switch seats because she hadn't driven for a long time. Linda, watching Harms closely, noticed that he had turned completely pale and, it seemed, had also long since gotten out of the habit of driving fast. Harms nodded sheepishly, confirming Linda's words, and admitted that in recent years he had become very unaccustomed to cars. Meanwhile, Zach was racking his brain over one question, the answer to which stubbornly refused to come to mind. He wanted to understand why they left those criminals bags of rice, because they behaved not just ugly, but also downright meanly. Zach angrily declared that he would not stand on ceremony with these scumbags, but would simply shoot every single one of them. David, smiling, advised his brother not to worry about trifles, and asked if Zach had forgotten how they had dealt with all the zombies so deftly. Sharon assumed that this was some kind of payment to the criminals for their efforts in destroying the zombie hordes, didn't she? It seemed to Harms that David, being a kind person by nature, simply took pity on the unfortunate criminals and decided to give them a small gift. At that moment, joyful exclamations were heard. One of the bandits discovered something valuable and hastened to share his joy with the headman. Imagine his joy when 2 forgotten sacks of rice were discovered in one of the rooms. The elder examined the bags and at first even believed in such incredible luck, because recently rice has become a real value on the black market. But after a moment, doubts began to torment him. He suspected that the enemies had left these bags on purpose, having first poisoned the contents with some dangerous poison. One of the bandits, exhausted by hunger, without thinking twice declared that he would gladly eat even poisoned rice. The headman, without arguing, decisively commanded that the fire be lit and dinner be prepared. Meanwhile, in the minibus, Zach couldn't calm down and was still angrily grumbling about the vile behavior of their recent opponents. Wanting to cheer Zach up, David promised to tell him something hilarious. With a mysterious smile, David announced that he had added a secret ingredient to the bags of rice for an unforgettable surprise for their offenders. Zach was overcome with burning curiosity, and he hurried to find out what mysterious additive David had mixed into the rice. It turns out that David added a laxative to the rice to teach a lesson to those who wanted to unleash a horde of zombies on them. Imagining the dire consequences of such a treat, David and Zach laughed heartily. Janine, hearing the infectious laughter, decided to definitely find out its cause. So the journey to the gathering place continued. Our heroes intended to arrive there as soon as possible. Traffic on the highway was severely hampered by the many abandoned cars, forcing travelers to make their way along the side of the road. Sometimes they were able to move along country roads, but more often than not they had to maneuver between abandoned cars, which significantly slowed down their progress. According to Harm's map, they had to cross a small town to reach the end point of their route. The complete lack of information about what was happening in the city was, of course, not the best news. As darkness fell, exhausted from their long wandering, the travelers made a stop and pitched a tent to rest. Janine and Linda volunteered to be on duty, protecting the peace of their tired comrades from any troubles. And almost at dawn, the girls finally allowed themselves to rest a little before the road. The next day, David was already driving the minibus, replacing the tired Janine. Finally, after a long and difficult journey, the group reached their goal, the cherished gathering place. Harms pointed out to David something interesting that was located to their right. David had to admit that Harms was right. He was absolutely accurate in his conclusions about the location of the destination. Continuing on their way, they found themselves on the outskirts of a town where, apparently, life was still glimmering. After the second day of travel, night fell on the earth, forcing the travelers to make a stop for necessary rest and recuperation. Janine asked Nancy if the children, tired from the long journey, were asleep yet. Nancy reassured Janine that Elizabeth and Zach had long since been fast asleep. David's absence from the car made Nancy anxiously wonder where he had disappeared to. Janine assumed that David had gone towards the highway to scout out the area. At that very moment, David was wondering whether they should take the risk and enter the city. The unknown was frightening, and David could not bring himself to enter the city without having the slightest idea of the situation inside. Little Zach considered all these thoughts unnecessary and suggested boldly moving into the city if that was what David wanted. But if there is a detour, it would be right to choose a safer route. Janine was convinced that it was the desire to replenish his gold reserves that had driven David all this time. She reminded her friend that their well-being and food supply were the result of David exchanging valuables for the products that were so necessary for everyone. Janine admitted that she was ready to help David in his search for gold, fully understanding the importance of this matter for the well-being of the entire group. At this point, Zach advised Janine to have an honest conversation with David and reassure him that his friends were always there to help him, no matter what his goal was. And if David finds himself in danger, they can always come to the rescue, so he has nothing to worry about, because they are armed and ready for anything. Harms asked Linda to influence David and assure him that the group would provide him with reliable protection. Nancy supported Harms, adding that now she, along with everyone else, is ready to join the defense. Loyal and devoted, Linda assured her friends that she was ready to follow David and would support any decision he made. Linda suggested that Janine reassured David that everything would be okay since everyone supported him. Seeing the unity and unanimity of her friends, Janine agreed to talk to David. At this moment, David was alone. He dreamed of updating the system as soon as possible, but he strongly doubted the presence of gold in this city. The risk of running into a gang of wild sharks was too great, and meeting them promised big trouble. Updating the system was a matter of utmost importance, but the safety of Linda and the rest of the team was priceless to David. David was ready to resign himself to the need to exchange jewelry for food when he reached the meeting place. Noticing his friends approaching, David was delighted and said that he had wanted to talk to them for a long time. He informed his friends of his decision to bypass the dangerous city, as their safety was more important to him than any gold. Touched by David's concern, Janine noted that he was absolutely right in making this decision. Janine's words came as a surprise to him because they didn't even know why he needed this gold. Janine explained to David that they had discussed everything and were ready to support him in his desire to mine gold. Touched by the devotion of his comrades, David nevertheless continued to assure them that entering the city was madness. Linda interrupted her friend, calming him down and assuring him that Janine had a great plan. They will find a safe place where they will leave Harms with the children, and they themselves will go into the city for reconnaissance. Janine asked hopefully if David would feel better now. David was still tormented by doubts, because Harms's leg had not healed, and the children were too young to be left unattended. Janine assured her friend that their adventures were not in vain for Sharon and Zach, who learned a lot and will be able to stand up for themselves in Harms. Janine left David no chance to object, reminding him that it was he who taught them how to survive and prepared them for possible dangers. The guys became stronger and more experienced, turning into a close-knit team capable of withstanding difficulties. Janine reminded David that they had all become a real family and should stick together through thick and thin. Linda supported Janine, emphasizing that she would always be there for David no matter what happened. David, touched by his friend's words, sincerely thanked them for their support and apologized for his fussiness. Zach suddenly appeared, delighted to see David. David smiled at the happy boy, asking him the reason for such a good mood. Then the others joined them, and together they all felt like one family. David decided to cheer everyone up by offering to listen to a song he had composed. Zach was pleasantly surprised by David's offer. He didn't know that the guy could also play the guitar. David admitted that he learned to play the guitar during peacetime and did not even hope that this skill would ever be useful to him. Friends were amazed by David's skill, and Janine once again praised herself for linking her fate with such a man. The sounds of the guitar, merging with the crackling of the fire, carried through the approaching twilight. The tired travelers, forgetting about the dangers of the surrounding world, listened to the melody with pleasure. Once again, David surprised his friends by proving that in the most difficult times, art can become a real salvation. Time flew by, the fire flame went out, and the tired travelers went to bed. With the first rays of the sun, David began to wake the group, preparing for reconnaissance in the city. The importance of the moment gave Zach a sense of authority, and he assured David of his assistance with the utmost seriousness. Little Elizabeth looked happily at Janine and David getting ready to leave. Janine promised to return soon. They just needed to do one important thing in the city. David handed Harms a whole block of cigarettes, advising him to take his time and enjoy them. Harms noted with a sly smile that he still had half of the previous block left. David just waved his hand, assuring Harms that he had enough cigarettes for everyone. Harms accepted David's gift with sincere gratitude, especially since cigarettes were a great rarity in this world. Saying goodbye to those leaving, he wished them good luck and caution in this dangerous undertaking. David noticed the sadness on Janine's face and wanted to know why she had changed so suddenly. Janine reproached David and explained that smoking was harmful to Harms' health, which left much to be desired. David understood Janine's concerns perfectly well and noted that in peacetime he would have long ago persuaded Harms to give up this bad habit. However, now, when their life was full of dangers and suffering, David did not want to deprive Harms of any pleasure. David believed that smoking, at least a little, helped Harms cope with stress and relax. That is why David did not limit Harms in his habit. Janine, although she did not share David's point of view, respected his opinion and decided not to argue. Suddenly, Linda became alert when she heard the noise of an approaching car. The car that appeared from around the corner resembled the Wild Shark's transport, only these people were armed a little differently. It became clear that they had entered the lair of another gang that had taken over this town. The determined Janine immediately suggested attacking the bandits to find out the situation. David, however, was inclined to a simpler solution: peace negotiations and the exchange of food for valuable information. Janine doubted the success of such an undertaking, believing that in the conditions of the post-apocalypse people kill for food without thinking. David, with no doubt in his mind that his approach was correct, suggested that they discuss their next steps and develop a plan. After some time, Linda saw silhouettes of people ahead who noticed our heroes on the road. Two bandits, speaking rudely, ordered the travelers to stop and raise their hands up. The bandits threatened to kill any attempt at resistance on their part. The gun pointed at the guys indicated that those guys weren't joking, and it was better to do as they said. David, keeping his composure, quickly came up with a way to get out of this situation. Together with Janine, they portrayed tired travelers, and Linda took up a shooting position and was ready to open fire at any moment. Approaching the bandits, David portrayed a road-weary traveler seeking help and protection. He asked the bandits for help in exchange for a modest reward in the form of food. The bandits claimed that their territory served as a refuge for many people like them. This reputation was built on the reliable protection they provided. Entry into the city was permitted in exchange for a small amount of food, the availability of which was immediately checked with the travelers. David confirmed that they had provisions with them and asked for some time to get them out of the bag. Janine, outraged by the stranger's behavior, asked why he was staring at her all this time. The guy responded by saying that he hadn't spent time with such an attractive girl for a long time, and he liked her right away. Suddenly, the guy asked with disgust what it was that smelled so awful on Janine. Everyone immediately smelled a disgusting smell and asked if the travelers had fallen into manure. The guy asked for David's bag so he could check for food supplies himself. David begged them not to take all the food and to leave them at least a little for their sustenance. The guy still couldn't get used to the terrible smell that emanated from our heroes. Having opened the bag, the bandits were delighted to discover a lot of delicious fresh bread in the package. The food supply, according to their calculations, should be enough for a decent amount of time. The guy reported the confiscation of all the food, and only after that allowed the travelers to enter the city. Janine was relieved to realize that David's plan had worked, and they had been able to avoid any problems despite the unpleasant smell. David called out to Linda and ordered her to move towards the city. Janine stopped the guy, saying that she needed to find out one more thing first. David did not understand the girl's strange behavior at such a crucial moment. Why did she stop? Janine wanted to understand why they suddenly started to smell like this, a smell that even she could barely contain. David pulled this trick on purpose to get rid of those guys faster. It was part of his plan. He then took out a jar, assuring that with the smell coming from it, no one would be able to come near them. Janine did not understand her companion's plan. What was he keeping in this strange jar? David explained that it contained stinky tofu, which smelled like rotten fish, but tasted, he said, like a real delicacy. David held out the tofu to Janine, inviting her to see the horrible smell for herself. The girl only had to inhale the smell of tofu once, and she immediately vomited. After some time, David happily noted that they had almost reached their goal. Once they reached the shelter, the travelers realized that it was much larger than they had imagined. The sudden cry of a stranger broke the silence. He inquired about the purpose of the travelers' visit. David replied that they had come from another city in search of safe shelter. Two guys with machine guns quickly ordered them to raise their hands up and not move until they were given permission. David noticed that all their food had already been taken away, and the weapons pointed in their direction were of no use at all. Margaret interrupted David's speech, explaining that the weapons were for defense, not for taking food. Margaret asked about the guests' passports, since it was necessary to somehow establish their identities. David replied that all the documents had been lost long ago and they simply had nothing to show them. Even in the post-apocalypse, it was important to have documents with you, and so Margaret did not know what to do. After thinking for a bit, she ordered us to write down on a piece of paper the name, gender, age, and last place of residence of our heroes. At the same time, Margaret wondered if the guests had bathed in manure since they smelled so bad. David justified it by saying that they had not washed for several days in order to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Margaret warned that although the refuge was intended for such wanderers, there were certain rules that applied. Those who want to stay, she said, will have to work for the local boss. David wanted to find out what kind of work they were being offered in exchange for shelter, but they would soon find out. In any case, as David assured, work that is varied and also paid will not be superfluous. Showing the local currency, Margaret said that it was Tim's money, which was used to pay for work in this place. Margaret reported the possibility of providing housing and other necessary items in exchange for food or local currency. David concluded that Tim was a very smart and rational ruler, which only increased his desire to see the city from the inside. David thanked the girl and, without even thinking of offending her, called her Aunt Margaret, assuring her that they understood everything and were ready to work a little. Margaret was outraged by this treatment, reminding him that she was only 19 years old. She warned that kidnapping, theft, and robbery are strictly prohibited in the city. According to her, regardless of the identity of the offender, the consequences will be inevitable and severe. The punishment for such crimes is death, and the court very quickly imposes the death penalty. David reassured Margaret. assured her of their integrity, and asked her not to worry. David was pleased to realize that they had finally entered the secure area of the shelter. The atmosphere of the city, surrounded by high walls, seemed calm and peaceful to him. Janine agreed that they would feel safe inside the shelter. David decided that they needed to go back for Linda and the others as soon as possible. Janine, sensing something was wrong, stopped her friend, asking him to be more careful. The girl suddenly noticed the gloomy faces and exhausted appearance of the local residents, which for some reason she had not noticed before. After this, Janine suggested that David turn his attention in the direction where the barn was located. Seeing a barn filled with vegetables, David concluded that the city was capable of feeding itself. Despite the availability of food, David assumed that its distribution was strictly controlled by Tim. Suddenly, a man they didn't know asked them if they were new to this settlement. He invited them to come over, introducing himself as the employee responsible for distributing the work. David suggested to Officer Janine that they follow this guy. Maybe there would be some work for them, too. After confirming that they were indeed new, David asked if there was any suitable work for them. The employee reassured that there would be work for everyone, since more than 300 people live in the city. He suggested looking through the list of vacancies, pointing out the daily salary listed next to each position. David was amazed at the large selection of vacancies, which was too much for such a small settlement. The employee said that the list is updated daily, so if nothing suits you, you can always wait. However, he reminded that receiving food and housing is only possible with Tim's money, which is given out for work. David, after listening to him, asked about the cost of renting the cheapest housing here. The employee replied that renting a space in the unfinished house would cost 6 of Tim's money for 12 hours. When David learned of this, he was outraged, because for a day of work on some vacancies, only 6 of Tim's money were paid. The employee calmly replied that he does not set prices, advising to choose a good job for the sake of comfortable housing. By the way, he added, for every employed couple he receives a commission in the amount of 2 of Tim's money. He warned the guests that no further complaints would be accepted, and that it would be better to think everything through thoroughly right away. Lowering his voice, the employee advised them not to be fooled by the local tranquility, because strange things happen here at night. David remembered the woman's words at the entrance about the fact that theft was prohibited in the city and asked what happened at night. He noticed that all the residents, except Tim's close associates, looked exhausted. The man in charge sighed and explained that when the hard work began to tire and the money earned was still not enough, David would turn into the same kind of person. He added that hunger can push a person to commit terrible acts, and decided to share a story that he himself witnessed. One day, a new guy came to their town who spent his daily earnings on food, leaving no money for housing, so he had to sleep in dark alleys. The night passed calmly, and it seemed that nothing foreshadowed trouble or any problems. But in the morning, something terrible happened, something that changed this poor guy's life forever. Unknown persons cut off his healthy legs, and in the morning he woke up as an invalid, no longer capable of anything. The boy trembled, remembering this incident, and fearfully warned the travelers about what could happen to them at night. Seeing the expression on the faces of his interlocutors, he indignantly exclaimed that everything they had told him was the pure truth. David wondered how it was possible to cut off legs without a person feeling anything. Returning to the previous conversation, David asked if he could become a bodyguard to earn more money. Janine supported her partner by choosing the same position, which was close to her from her previous place of work. David was pleased with this decision, looking forward to how they would get closer to Tim and get settled in here. The employee noted that it was not he who made the decision, but with such a physique, the guy would hardly be able to get a job as a bodyguard. But he advised sending the girl with a pleasant appearance to be a dancer, in case Mr. Tim himself would take a fancy to her. The employee then noticed that Mr. Tim was the most important person in this city. Everyone obeys his will without question, and Tim's main passion has always been only one. He collected beautiful girls to organize swimsuit parties at his luxurious villa. Janine was shocked to learn about such vulgar entertainment of the city's owner. David firmly stated that they were not interested in such vacancies, and they insisted on the position of bodyguards. If they are offered only this kind of job, they will have to leave this place immediately. The person in charge, seeing their determination, agreed to apply for the position of bodyguards, inviting them to come by tomorrow at the same time. David was angry. How dare he offer Officer Janine a job as a dancer? Janine insisted that intimacy with Tim could be achieved through getting a job, even if it meant attending a party in a revealing outfit. The girl insisted that this position opened a direct path to Mr. Tim, despite appearing at the event in a swimsuit. Hearing such a statement, David became furious. He did not like the idea of such a development of events at all. Janine, puzzled by her partner's violent reaction, could not understand the reason for his sharp disagreement. David waved his hand and muttered that he simply couldn't imagine Officer Janine in a bathing suit in front of some lecherous old man. He added that the very thought of it made him sick, because no one had the right to see Janine like this. Janine didn't realize that at that moment, jealousy was already beginning to creep into David's heart, which is why he was reacting to it like that. The crowd's cheers announced the arrival of Mr. Tim in a luxury car, causing general excitement. He arrived just in time for lunch, and everyone around was waiting for Mr. Tim to appear before the people. Janine suggested that David follow the scene and see the local ruler with his own eyes. The assembled people expressed wild joy and greeted Mr. Tim, admiring his appearance. The guards, trying to restore order, demanded that people keep their distance and threatened to kill anyone who violated the established boundaries. David grabbed Janine's hand and pointed at Tim, drawing her attention to the glittering golden scepter. David guessed the fabulous cost of the stones decorating the scepter. They looked so luxurious. Janine also believed that the jewelry of this ruler alone was worth a fortune, although the population here was poor and hungry. David noted with irony to himself that even Officer Janine had succumbed to the charm of all these shiny trinkets. In a fit of passion, David promised to get these stones to present to her and Linda as gifts. Janine just said she'd be interested to see how David does it. Tim, addressing the assembled group, announced the beginning of the long-awaited lunchtime and that soon everyone would be fed. With a wry smile, he asked those present if they had worked hard enough to afford to eat. Tim believes that only those who work tirelessly for him deserve respect and the opportunity to satisfy their hunger. The men began to shout in one voice about their merits before Tim, demanding a well-deserved reward in the form of food. David, watching what was happening, was already beginning to understand what kind of relationships reigned in this settlement and how people had to pay for their safety. He compared the locals to zombies driven mad by hunger, controlled by Tim with the help of food. Janine reminded David that before the apocalypse, Tim was a powerful tycoon whom she had encountered in the course of her work. She added that, despite having power even in the past, Tim always acted meanly and unscrupulously, using people for his own benefit. Tim called the crowd to order, offering to exchange money for food prepared by his people. A young woman approached a food distributor and asked him to sell her 2 servings of meat soup for herself and her child. The seller rudely told the woman that the amount she had was not enough for even 1 bowl of soup. The woman, outraged by the price increase, recalled that previously the cost of 1 bowl of soup was only 3 banknotes. The young man explained that the rise in food prices was caused by the difficulty and danger of obtaining food. The woman begged for leniency, begging him to sell her at least 1 portion for her hungry child. Tormented by hopelessness, she begged the man with tears in her eyes to have mercy and sell her a bowl of soup. David realized with bitterness that the money the woman had earned was only enough for 1 portion of meager food. The salesman, addressing the next person in line, demanded that order be maintained and that no fuss be created. In desperation, the woman asked the guy to put more food in, because her child had not eaten anything for a very long time. The seller refused to fulfill her request, saying that he would put in exactly as much as was required. In an effort to stop unnecessary proceedings, he barked that people without money should not form a queue. The mother, trying to comfort the child, stroked his head, realizing how exhausted he was from hunger. Feeling some movement behind her, the frightened woman turned around sharply, fearing that they wanted to rob her. Seeing a stranger in front of her, she screamed in fear, accusing him of trying to take food away from her child. David tried to calm the woman down by explaining that he was not going to take her food away, but rather wanted to offer her a loaf of bread. The woman, without thinking, refused the handout, loudly shouting to him that she would not eat the bread. David tried to convince the woman that he had other food besides bread, offering her to choose for herself, but she did not even listen to him and ran away. After this incident, David noted the strange behavior of people who refused to eat during such a difficult time. Janine agreed with David's opinion about the strangeness of this city, suggesting to continue observation. At this moment, one of the military men approached Tim, reporting the desire of several people to join the expansion group. Kruger, turning to Tim, suggested sending the men out tomorrow as planned, based on his instructions. Tim, without rushing to answer, reminded the volunteers of the mortal danger that awaited them, calling for a thoughtful decision. One of the guys asked if they were guaranteed to receive bread if they agreed to join the volunteer group. Tim assured that in case of voluntary consent, people would receive bread, instructing Kruger to distribute it to everyone present. When people saw the bread, they were indescribably excited, not believing that they were so lucky because it was real bread. One of the men, fearing injustice, kept order, reminding everyone to give out only one loaf of bread per person. Tim ordered Kruger to keep an eye on the recruits, preventing any attempts at escape. Before leaving, Tim reminded Kruger of his request to send him some girls, wanting to relax and have fun. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Eugene, whose appearance caused Tim genuine surprise. Curiously, he asked Eugene the reason for his visit. Kruger, outraged by Eugene's silence, rudely addressed him, reminding him that he was ignoring the question addressed to him by Mr. Tim himself. Tim asked Kruger to be more restrained, noting that Eugene was a good guy and therefore deserved to be treated with respect. Eugene stood right in front of Tim and begged him for help, promising to work like crazy if the answer was positive. Tim responded by simply asking Eugene to calm down and calmly state his request. Eugene told about his sister's illness, who had been suffering from a high fever for several days, begging Tim to send a doctor to her. Tim stated that the problem was easily solved and that he could take the sick girl in, since he had plenty of food and medicine. Eugene hesitated, not daring to send his 15-year-old sister to Tim, and did not know what to do. Tim, noticing the guy's hesitation, assured him that he understood the situation, because the desire to protect his family is completely natural. But he immediately reminded that he is, first and foremost, a businessman, and his actions are dictated solely by the desire to make a profit. After some thought, he offered Eugene a deal to return to the expansion group in exchange for healing his sister. According to the agreement, Eugene will rejoin the group, and Tim, in turn, will send a doctor to Ashley. Seeing no other way out, Eugene gritted his teeth and agreed to the terms of the deal in order to save his sister. Tim was already rubbing his hands, pleased with the outcome of the negotiations, and set a time for the group to depart. Meeting Eugene's gaze, Tim reminded him of the need to be on time without trying to deceive him. The meeting came to an end, and Tim ordered his men to disperse. One of the guys, upon hearing about Eugene's decision, could not believe that he had again agreed to take part in a dangerous expedition. His interlocutor reminded him that Eugene was risking his life for his sister, since joining the group meant almost certain death. He added that last time Eugene was lucky to return alive, but who can guarantee that luck will be on his side this time too? The second guy, interrupting his comrade's thoughts, assured him otherwise, because no one wishes Eugene death. Trying to justify himself, the guy told about the danger of the upcoming mission, because they have to go to a city teeming with dangerous zombies. Back home, Eugene tried to cheer Ashley up by promising that a doctor would be arriving soon to examine her. The guy blamed himself for not being able to provide his sister with normal food, which caused her illness. The girl, sobbing, begged her brother to stay, fearing for his life because the mission was too dangerous. Eugene, in an attempt to calm his sister, lied to her that his agreement only concerned the role of Mr. Tim's bodyguard. A sudden knock on the door made Eugene alert. He demanded that the uninvited guest leave. Having broken down the flimsy door, David entered the house, apologizing for the inconvenience caused and promising to fix everything. Pointing a club at the uninvited guests, Eugene asked who they were and whether they had come on Tim's orders. David assured Eugene that he had nothing to do with Tim, but had come to help with the medication. Janine saw a little girl in the bed and realized that she had a very high fever. Eugene listened to the guests with distrust, believing that their words were a blatant lie and that they wanted to harm Ashley. Fearing for his sister, he stood between Janine and his sister, demanding that she stay away from Ashley. He warned that he was not used to offending girls, but he would be forced to use force if they did not stop. An indignant Janine reproached the guy for being slow, because hesitation in such a situation could cost his sister's life. Janine's words made Eugene wonder if these people really came to help. David, seeing the guy's confusion, assured him of his good intentions, promising to first cure Ashley and then ask him for help. Eugene, sensing the sincerity of the guests, hesitated, not knowing whom to believe. Love for his sister forced Eugene to overcome his pride, and he fell to his knees, begging the guests to save Ashley. Touching the girl's forehead, Janine noted with alarm that the temperature was approaching 40 degrees. The girl turned to Eugene with reproach. How could he allow his sister to be in such a state? She couldn't believe that the guy was so careless that he didn't even try to reduce the fever. After asking David for an antipyretic, Janine turned to Eugene and demanded that he bring her a basin of water. Janine gave clear instructions to Eugene, demanding that he do everything necessary. After seeing the guy out, Janine began examining the patient, trying to stabilize her condition. 5 minutes later, the girl's temperature dropped, bringing relief to everyone present. Janine allowed David and Eugene to enter, assuring them that the danger had passed. David asked his friend how the girl was feeling and tried to understand whether Janine had been able to help her. Janine confirmed that she had provided her with all the necessary assistance and assured her that the girl would soon be back on her feet. Eugene was overjoyed to learn that his sister's fever had gone down. He was filled with gratitude for saving Ashley, the only person dear to him. This guy was convinced that from now on his life was in the hands of his saviors. David found this reaction a little strange, but he made it clear that their help was not accidental. Our hero suggested that Eugene first get to his feet and then continue the conversation. Eugene, not fully understanding what was wanted of him, assured that he was ready to do everything in his power. David said that they had been in the city for a long time and wanted to get information about the current situation, asking Eugene to tell everything in as much detail as possible. Eugene had thoughts that he would be asked to commit murder, help escape the city, or carry out a kidnapping. At this point, David introduced himself to the guy and also introduced Janine as a former police officer. Eugene assured that he would tell everything he knew and mentioned that his only relative left was his sister Ashley. David invited Eugene to sit down and handed him a bottle of Coke, let it be a small gift in honor of their first meeting. Eugene, not believing his eyes, asked again if it was real Coke, and if David was really giving it to poor Eugene. David asked him to keep his voice down, reminding him that even walls could have ears, because Eugene didn't want other people running in here, right? Eugene decided that his sister could drink cola when she woke up, since she used to love this drink. David noted to himself that Eugene, despite his outward rudeness, treated his sister with reverence and thought that there were very few people like him left in the world. Janine, showing interest in Eugene's past life, asked where he served before the apocalypse. She noted Eugene's agility and good physical condition, suggesting that he served in the special forces. Eugene confirmed Janine's guess, specifying that he was forced to resign after receiving an injury. David at this point understood why Eugene's team valued him so much and immediately asked if he got that scar on his face during his service. Eugene replied that the scar was received in the northern region during a fight with zombies after he joined the expansion group. David asked if the expansion team is involved in eliminating zombies in the north and gathering food. Eugene explained that there were about 2 million zombies in the north, making it nearly impossible to clear them out. He also added that Tim has enough food to even provide for his numerous minions. According to Eugene, Tim organized a group with the goal of finding gold bars in the city. He highlighted Tim's unhealthy obsession with gold bars, noting that he had always been like that. Janine said that Tim's team used to deal with luxury real estate, which is why he was nicknamed Golden Tim. The girl explained that Tim had been forcing clients to sign unfavorable agreements and had gathered hundreds of thugs around him even before the post-apocalypse began. She added that Tim is an ardent fan of gold and is obsessed with the idea of having it in unlimited quantities. Janine revealed that Tim not only collects gold, but most of the furniture in his house, including the toilet, is made of gold. It would take more than a whole evening to tell about all of Tim's crimes. There are so many of them. Janine paused in her story about Tim, suddenly remembering how she had arrested him and how he had threatened to kill her. Tim was confident that wealth and power would help him quickly find freedom. He promised unearthly pleasures to those who would help him during the time he was in prison. An angry David hurled insults at Tim, calling him an animal and promising to show him the bliss he deserves. Janine couldn't shake the thought that even while in prison, Tim retained his power and ruled the world even from behind bars. Before the apocalypse, Tim escaped from prison with the support of his former subordinates and continued his criminal career. She could not even imagine that he would appear in this city and begin to rule it like a feudal prince. Eugene asked David if he wanted to challenge Tim, clearly implying that there were good reasons for doing so. He pointed out Tim's impressive arsenal, which included food supplies, an impressive amount of weapons, and even a tank. David responded with a counter-question, asking Eugene why he himself had not joined Tim in his time and provided a comfortable life for his sister. Eugene responded by saying that he had learned what all the other inhabitants of the city ate, except Tim's people. David assumed it was meat soup, and then asked in horror if it was made from rats. Eugene admitted that he would not have refused rats, but unfortunately, something completely different was ending up in the boiler. He explained that in the city, food could only be obtained in exchange for Mr. Tim's currency, which could be earned through hard work throughout the day. As Eugene recounted, Tim sought to establish absolute power over the city, using no means to do so. According to him, Tim offered city residents to join the so-called expansion group, promising them a reward in the form of expired bread from the warehouse after participating in the cleanup operation. The disabled people had no choice but to fight the zombies. The situation only became clear last month, when Eugene himself was forced to join the ranks of the expansion group, unable to find another way to feed himself. It turned out that the purpose of disabled people was horrific but very important in Tim's eyes. It turned out that they served only as bait, the purpose of which was to attract the Zombie King. The Zombie King was a serious threat, so the disabled, huddled together and attracting his attention, gave the others the opportunity to go about their business. A stunned David asked what kind of monster this Zombie King was, and whether there really was a hierarchy among the living dead. Eugene explained that the Zombie King was far superior to normal zombies in both strength and speed, making him an incredibly dangerous opponent. As a former Special Forces soldier, Eugene had excellent physical fitness and a self-preservation instinct that was much more developed than that of an ordinary person. Realizing that he was merely serving as bait for the monster, Eugene naturally went berserk and tried to escape, happy that he had managed to escape from the Zombie King. However, the triumph was short-lived, and the next moment this huge monster appeared before him. In an instant, the Zombie King overtook Eugene, making him feel like an insignificant insect in the face of a huge predator. According to Eugene, the Zombie King is different from his fellow zombies, not only because he kills people, but also because he seems to enjoy it. It was this monster that left a terrible scar on Eugene's face, slashing it with its claw like a dull knife. Only after receiving the last scratch, Eugene, gathering his last strength, managed to escape from the monster pursuing him. Tim was absolutely sure that Eugene had managed to defeat the Zombie King and therefore tried in every way to get him to rejoin the expansion group. David was amazed that Eugene survived after meeting such a dangerous opponent. He immediately contacted the system with a request to get in touch, and it seemed that he was extremely unhappy with its silence. The system apologized and said that information about the Zombie King was not in its database, but might appear after the next update. An enraged David accused the system of lying and said that if he were in Eugene's place, he would already be dead. Janine turned reproachfully to David, reminding him that he had forgotten to tell the most important thing about Tim's activities. Eugene warned those present that what he was about to tell them would not bring them pleasure. He shocked them with the terrible news that the people killed by the Zombie King were also involved in the matter. The bodies of the dead were brought to the city, where they were boiled along with the bodies of zombies, turning them into a kind of soup for the locals. David was shocked by what he heard, calling what was happening sheer madness, and Tim, in his eyes, turned into an inhuman tyrant. Eugene honestly admitted that for a long time he had had illusions about working for Tim. He couldn't allow his own sister to eat human flesh, so he did everything he could to save her. Eugene was forced to make a living by catching rats in the city and collecting edible plants outside of it, which led to serious health problems for his sister. David was quick to reassure Eugene that he had done everything he could. David asked Janine to prepare liquid millet porridge with sugar for Eugene's sister as soon as the girl woke up. Eugene asked hopefully if David really had some millet. David reassured Eugene that they had enough millet and other supplies. He asked Janine not to spare the sugar for the porridge, wanting to make it even tastier. Surprised, Eugene couldn't believe they had sugar too and asked David where he got it from. David offered Eugene a deal he would provide his sister with normal food, and he, in turn, would help them deal with Tim. Without thinking twice, Eugene agreed. Today, David saved his sister, and now Eugene was ready to risk his life for David. David shared with him that in order to carry out the plan, they needed the help of a person they knew in the city. He decided not to rush things and first deal with current affairs so that he could then fully focus on the main goal. The first thing, as he himself noted, was to transport Eugene's sister to a safer place. David explained in detail to Eugene exactly what he needed to do, and our heroes set about implementing the plan. That same evening, one of the soldiers at the security post approached Eugene with the question of whether he would go out of town again in search of edible plants. Eugene asked the fighters to open the door, confirming the guard's words. The fighter noted that tomorrow Eugene's group would be sent to the city, from where they might not return, which meant that his little sister would go to Tim. Walking a little deeper into the territory, Eugene saw a dining room right in front of him. Suddenly, a stranger appeared from behind, threatening Eugene and his companion with a weapon and demanding that they introduce themselves and explain the purpose of their visit. Unexpectedly, having looked at David's clothes, Linda asked who they were and who exactly they were looking for. Trying to speak as calmly as possible, Eugene explained that David had sent them and had told them to show him the phone. Linda immediately confirmed that David had contacted her and given her the necessary instructions. She ordered Eugene to follow her and not to worry about anything, because Linda had already scouted the area well. Finally, they reached the assembly point. Next to them stood a large, comfortable car. Nancy was quick to reassure Eugene that they would take care of his sister. Touched to the depths of his soul, Eugene, barely containing his emotions, began to thank Nancy, noting her extraordinary kindness. Harms approached Linda with a question about the reliability of this guy, since he seemed to him to be somehow too simple-minded. Linda replied that in the note David had described Eugene as a very reliable person who could be trusted. Harms calmed down, deciding that in that case there was nothing to worry about. A short time later, returning back to the settlement, Eugene asked the soldiers to let him in. Finally, Eugene arrived at his destination. He was now safe. Linda at that very moment was beaming with joy in the arms of her lover. Meanwhile, Janine was surprised to notice that Eugene was let through without any unnecessary questions or a search. David, realizing that important matters needed to be resolved now, immediately suggested developing an action plan. Tim's apartment was located on the top floor of a high-rise building that housed an armory and ammunition depot. The building was under constant surveillance and outsiders were not allowed to get in. There were more than 20 people on duty at the entrance, not to mention the patrol cars driving around the building. Even if the building was penetrated, there were carefully guarded entrances to each floor. David asked Eugene if his knowledge of the building's plan was related to his time on the expansion team. He shared his thoughts on how he and Eugene would get inside the building tomorrow. Still not believing in the success of the enterprise, Eugene noted with doubt that the volunteers were being escorted into the city practically under guard. Inspired by Eugene's words, David instantly came up with a way to turn this circumstance to his advantage. Eugene cautiously reminded Tim of his armament, his numbers, and his equipment. David didn't seem to care at all. He just asked Eugene how easy it would be to win over people from the expansion group. He confidently stated that there is nothing simpler because these people have one motivation: food. David then showed Eugene several pistols, asking him if he could give a worthy rebuff to an opponent with such weapons. Eugene, dumbfounded, asked where the guy got all these guns, and in such quantity. Not without pride in his voice, David told where he got the weapon. According to David, they seized these weapons as trophies from major city gangs. David mentioned that they still have a lot of weapons in stock for future expansion party members. Delighted by the news of such a quantity of weapons, Eugene declared with confidence in his voice that now they would definitely cope with Tim. David cooled his ardor, advising him to exercise caution and act according to the situation. David was thinking out loud how risky it was to let Janine and Linda go, only hoping that they were safe now, and at that moment he saw them in front of him. The girls had already managed to change into the costumes they wanted to wear on this mission. The first thing Linda asked David about her new look was whether David liked her. David stared at the girls in their police uniforms, which looked completely different from the ones worn by police officers. David, startled, immediately ordered them to change their clothes, telling the girls that these clothes were needed for completely different purposes. "It is indecent to wear such provocative clothing, let alone fight, or even show up on the street." He gently hinted to the girls that the bottom of the suit was too tight and revealed every detail of their figures. Linda responded by saying that in this form, it would be much easier for them to penetrate the enemy's lair, especially if there were men standing at the entrance. The next day, Commander Charles introduced himself in a menacing tone as the leader of the expansion team, ordering everyone to remember it forever. He additionally reported that from that moment on, all those present would come under his direct command. As a warning, Charles promised to deal harshly with anyone who dared to disobey his orders or leave the squad without permission. Suddenly, he interrupted his speech and pounced on the soldier, noticing that he had fallen asleep during his address. Muttering quietly under his breath that fighting with such soldiers was simply a disgrace to one's name, Charles looked at his charges with disdain. The reaction of one of the soldiers was full of contempt. He considered the guy who couldn't even fight back to be weak. Eugene pointed out that many in the squad were not even getting enough food to restore their strength, and comparing them to the commander's endurance was simply not fair. Charles, irritated by Eugene's interference, replied that despite his respect for him, he would not tolerate any arguments from him. Eugene tried to smooth things over by noting that he had no intention of arguing, but was merely stating an obvious fact. In a rage, Charles muttered through his teeth that if Eugene was tired of living, then he could continue to provoke him into this conflict. David apologized for Eugene and was quick to remind them of the importance of sticking together in the face of adversity. Taking Eugene aside, David advised him to avoid conflict with Charles, assuring him that they could deal with him later once they had successfully left the city. Realizing his mistake, Eugene apologized for his reaction and suggested that they forget about the conversation. Charles, turning his attention to David, sharply asked why he was seeing him for the first time and whether he was a newcomer to their squad. Charles asked David, his voice suspicious, if it wasn't presumptuous for him as a newcomer to rush straight into the expansion group. Noticing the bag in David's hands, Charles couldn't help but ask a caustic question about whether he was trying to secretly appropriate the spoils of war, taking advantage of the moment. Pointing sharply at the bag, Charles rudely ordered David to take it off immediately and show all the contents. Eugene, seeing this scene, suddenly remembered that David's bag contained the weapon. After carefully examining the bag and finding nothing suspicious, Charles began cursing and threatening to kill David if he found out he had stolen anything. Having announced the imminent start of the operation, Charles ordered everyone to check their equipment and prepare to move out. When the commotion died down, Eugene quietly asked David where the contents of the bag he had seen that morning had gone. David, avoiding a direct answer, said that it was a secret that he would reveal at another, more appropriate moment. At this time, Tim decided to check with his accountant Kruger about the likelihood of a successful outcome of the operation with Charles this time. Kruger tried to calm Tim down, assuring him that the situation was very different now, since last time they simply didn't know about the Zombie King's existence in this area. He explained that a group of scapegoats would lure the Zombie King away from the vault, and Captain Charles and his men would take advantage of this and take the gold. Pleased with the plan, Tim rubbed his hands happily, anticipating the imminent realization of his long-time dream. Tim then confessed to Kruger that he wanted a golden statue of him to be erected in the city as a sign of his greatness after the successful completion of the case. He promised to reward Kruger and Charles generously for their participation, assuring them that they would never want for anything if the gold mining operation was successful. Kruger thanked Tim for his generosity and kindness, hoping to always be close to him. Tim, smoothly changing the subject of the conversation, asked Kruger about his desire to have a good time, hinting at the girls whose company he likes to enjoy. Without a moment's hesitation, Kruger assured Tim that everything would be organized to the highest standard. Just at this time, two charming girls on the street attracted the attention of all the guys. Admiring the beauty of the strangers, the guys couldn't take their eyes off them. The girls approached the very guy who was responsible for finding work in the settlement, and Janine asked him to tell them where they could find work. The administrator was struck by their beauty, and trying to be as gallant as possible, asked where they came from. At this time, David began to notice that the further they moved into the city, the more anxiety overcame him. Eugene, in response to his comrade's mood, explained that this area of the city had previously been considered the most densely populated and cheerful in the north. But at the beginning of the disaster, many residents simply did not have time to evacuate and turned into zombies, making this place uninhabitable. Eugene was eager to know when they would begin their mission. David explained that now was not the time for action, as Charles's men were behind them and would open fire at the slightest suspicion. David urged Eugene to be careful, reminding him that the success of the entire plan depended on their prudence. Suddenly, one of the soldiers from Charles's detachment approached them, warning the boys against rash actions. In addition to what was said, he warned that it was not even worth thinking about escaping, since there was no chance of getting away from them. The soldier, softening a little, promised not to tell Charles about their conversation, provided that they did nothing wrong. David hastened to reassure the soldier, assuring him that they were not going to run away and were in a friendly mood. The soldier did not believe their words, noting that he had a lot of experience dealing with such individuals who dreamed of escaping, and he saw right through them. He explained that this time the situation was completely different, and Mr. Tim promised a generous reward for loyalty. Eugene could not help asking whether it was not assistance in finding gold that was the very devotion that was so generously appreciated. Nodding, the soldier confirmed Eugene's guess and admitted that he himself had immediately signed up for the expansion group when he learned of the opportunity to get rich. He said that the central bank in the north holds an incredible amount of gold. The soldier explained that at the beginning of the apocalypse, gold was still valuable, so the rest of the city's banks moved their stocks to this secure vault. There is an incredible concentration of gold there now, but after the disaster it lost its value in the eyes of people concerned only with survival. According to the soldier, Tim, having solved his basic food problems, became fascinated with the idea of getting this gold and promised a huge reward to those who would help him. It occurred to David that the information about the city's gold could be quite useful, as it would allow him to update the system. At that moment, a menacing shout was heard. One of the guards was rushing David and Eugene, threatening reprisals for delay. David quickly apologized, and quickening his pace, promised not to lag behind the group. Once the danger had passed, David decided to find out from the soldier where he got the information about the gold and how reliable it was. The soldier explained that he had exchanged this information with one of Tim's confidants for half a loaf of bread, which was considered a high price to pay in times of famine. Continuing his question, David asked about the size of the reward Tim had promised. The soldier admitted that the reward was only food. Tim promised to give everyone 10 chicken legs, 5 chicken heads, and 1 breast to everyone who brought gold. Seeing the sincerity in the soldier's words, David promised him his share of the gold, realizing that he would not risk taking it anyway. Eugene, after hearing the soldier's story, began to doubt the success of the plan, recalling the zombie king living in the vicinity of the storage facility. David firmly stated that plans were changing, and now their main goal was to take the gold and leave, and they would deal with the zombie king later. Eugene did not argue with his friend, assuring him that he was ready to follow him and support any plan. After that, their group slowly moved towards the city under the leadership of Tim's people, observing a picture of desolation and destruction everywhere. Even though it was daytime, they kept encountering groups of zombies roaming the streets. David and Eugene had to use primitive weapons to hide their true level of martial arts skills. All the other participants in the expedition were scared to death and did not even dare touch weapons. Tim's men tried to stay away from the main group, most likely afraid of provoking the zombies with shots. In David's opinion, Tim's subordinates did not value the lives of the travelers and would not waste ammunition to protect them. After overcoming many obstacles, the group finally managed to reach the central bank, located in the northern part of the city. There was a huge number of zombies roaming around the bank. No one present had ever seen such a concentration of monsters in one place before. Addressing the tensely silent crowd, Charles announced that he would go on a reconnaissance mission to find out the situation. Returning sometime later, he tried to calm the worried people, saying that they only needed to find gold and quickly leave. David calmly said that he had no doubts about the plan and invited everyone to follow him and Eugene towards the bank. David did his best to instill at least a modicum of confidence in the people chosen to be used as zombie bait. Charles suddenly suggested that everyone wear bulletproof vests with reinforced steel plates, which he allegedly prepared especially for them. He expressed confidence that these body armors would help them survive even if they had to come face to face with very strong zombies. David had doubts about the sincerity of Charles's actions. He looked too much like a calculating manipulator pursuing personal goals. Turning to Eugene, Charles abruptly told him that he did not need to wear a bulletproof vest and ordered him to remain where he was, supposedly protecting him from danger. But Eugene, not wanting to part with his comrades, suggested that Charles take his vest and go to the storage facility with everyone else. Eugene's determination was unshakable. He firmly decided not to leave his comrades and to be with them until the end. Charles asked Eugene if he was really so stupid as to deliberately contradict his orders, knowing the possible consequences. Despite the threat, Eugene responded with dignity that he was an adult who made his own decisions and would not regret anything. Charles muttered under his breath that it was a shame he gave him a chance, because people like him should die first. David looked at Eugene approvingly, noting that he had done everything correctly, and if he had obeyed Charles's order, he would not have been able to go to the vault with everyone else. David was sure that Charles had some evil plan in mind, but he promised himself that he would deal with it later. At the same time in the settlement, Margaret loudly ordered the girls to quicken their pace, declaring that Mr. Tim did not like to be made to wait. Linda decided to take advantage of the moment and suggested that Janine find out the location of Tim's arsenal. Janine responded by reminding them that David had only given them the task of finding information about the location of the gold. Linda felt that her talent was being wasted on such trivial assignments. Margaret informed Tim that she had completed his assignment and brought the new girls ready to start work. Looking at the girls brought in, Margaret involuntarily admired their beauty. Even she, a woman, found it difficult to hide her admiration. Entering Tim's office and finding Kruger slumped in a chair, Margaret sharply asked what he was doing there and where Tim himself had disappeared to. Angered by Kruger's behavior, Margaret repeated her question about Tim's whereabouts, not wanting to leave it unanswered. Kruger casually dropped a line about Tim kindly allowing him to choose the girl first. Furious, Margaret called Kruger a liar, refusing to believe that Tim could give him such a right. Kruger, looking at the girls with undisguised interest, compared them to high-class goods, calling one better than the other. Kruger then dismissively called him a dwarf, laughing at his habit of always getting the best of everything. Suddenly he was attracted by one of the girls. She brought him into wild delight. Never before had he seen such unearthly beauty. Kruger released the other two, ordering the third to remain alone with him. Kruger's sympathy for Linda was not appropriate now, because their risky plan could collapse in an instant. Going to Tim's party without Linda seemed unthinkable to Janine. She couldn't leave her friend in trouble. In a decisive tone, Kruger made it clear to Janine that she could leave, but Linda must stay with him. Janine tried to object, convincing Kruger that she was able to take care of him herself. Enraged by the refusal, the man unleashed a stream of insults on Janine. He wanted to be with a young and innocent girl, and not with the masculine Janine. Pushed to her limits, Janine defiantly asked again who exactly he dared to call masculine. Linda, trying to calm her friend, begged her not to worry and, most importantly, to take care of herself. In the end, Janine asked Linda to be extremely careful around Kruger and to call for help if things didn't go according to plan. A pleased Kruger, calling Linda his baby, ordered her to immediately begin fulfilling his desires. But suddenly Linda walked past him and headed somewhere to the side, but what was she planning? He continued to watch Linda's embarrassment with a grin, taking it for ordinary girlish shyness. But suddenly Linda, trying to buy time, suggested that Kruger play an adult game, something he was definitely not ready for. Kruger's face changed dramatically as the real meaning of Linda's words about completely different games dawned on him. Now he would really have fun. At that time, David's group continued steadily on their way, overcoming the dangers they encountered along the way. David shared with Eugene his observation that the foul odor was getting worse as they moved forward. Eugene confirmed David's words that he also smelled a disgusting odor, reminiscent of a nauseating mixture of blood and excrement. After discovering a huge number of severed human hands, David assumed that they were in a zombie lair. One of the soldiers couldn't understand how zombies could have ended up here if Commander Charles had always assured them that they were completely safe. Suddenly noticing something at the end of the corridor that caught his attention, Eugene asked David to look there. He suggested that the last door on their way was a dead end. Full of determination, David suggested that they immediately break down the door and personally check what was hidden behind it. The soldier reminded David of Commander Charles's order to first report the situation and only then take any action. He then called on everyone to help David and open those doors together. At the same time, one of the soldiers reproached Commander Charles for having actually condemned Eugene to certain death. With obvious contempt in his voice, the commander called Eugene an ungrateful man, unable to distinguish good from evil. The soldier recalled the well-known rumors about Eugene's fight with the zombie king himself, but immediately stopped short and said that he did not believe in the veracity of these stories. Without hiding his dislike for Eugene, the commander called him a sly man who was up to no good. Charles noted that it was only thanks to his cunning plan that they managed to lure the zombie king out of his lair. Meanwhile, David happily informed the group of volunteers that they had finally managed to break down the door. Eugene, fearing that he would attract the attention of the zombies nearby, asked David to act more quietly. Noticing another door, Eugene called David, wanting to confer with him. With doubt in his voice, he asked David how they would open this massive door. The soldier believed that such a massive door would not give way even with the use of explosives. David, trying to instill confidence in his comrades, announced that he had a plan to open this door. Eugene asked David if they should call someone for help. Seeing the weapon in David's hands, Eugene asked in surprise where he got so many weapons. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't seen so many weapons for a long time, which were now worth their weight in gold. David merely replied that it was the least significant part of his arsenal. One of the volunteers asked if David would give them at least some of the weapons so that they could fight the zombies together if they attacked. David confidently declared that his power far exceeded all their imaginations and called on them to join his rebellion against Tim. David was ready to start an uprising against the tyranny of Tim, who had long since lost any right to power in their settlement. The guy, turning to David, admitted that he had always suspected him and Eugene of some kind of conspiracies, and now he had learned about their true goal of overthrowing Tim. David, trying to calm the people down, asked Eugene to tell them what he had seen with his own eyes earlier. Eugene asked people a simple question. Do they really believe that Tim's system is for the benefit of everyone? Having stated that reality was very different from their ideas, Eugene began his story. Suddenly, Eugene stopped short, as if doubting something, and decided that it was dangerous to continue his story now. One of the volunteers was furious when he learned the truth about what the food they had been given all this time really was. He called on everyone to take up arms and destroy Tim, taking revenge on him for all his atrocities. David responded by noting that although the truth may be cruel, it is the truth that can change the world for the better. He urged them to believe in him and assured them of a just life that would come after they reached the gold. The guy confidently assured David that if he kept his word, they would all follow him and kill Tim. David understood perfectly well that hunger and hard labor had sown hatred for Tim in the souls of these unfortunates. While planning their next move, David ordered everyone to move away from the door before the explosion. David warned everyone that a very powerful explosion was about to occur. The guy looked at the door, which didn't have a single scratch on it after the explosives were detonated, but it was simply impossible. Eugene saw it too and asked David how they were going to blow up that damn door. Eugene remarked that he now understood why all the banks in the city kept their wealth here. David suggested that the fools outside had already come running at the sound of the explosion. Noticing that the door began to open slowly but surely, Eugene asked David not to rush. Eugene happily informed everyone present that they had finally managed to open the door. The guy exclaimed that all their efforts were not in vain and they would be able to carry out their plan. The volunteer advised not to hesitate for a minute and immediately check how much gold was inside. Eugene, suddenly feeling that there was a suspicious silence around, suggested waiting a little. The soldier, seeing something terrifying, screamed in fear, warning everyone about the zombie running towards them. David, instantly assessing the situation and preparing for an attack, commanded to activate the flaming hand. Unexpectedly for everyone, a huge, hairy paw appeared from behind and grabbed the zombie, not allowing him to take a step. Eugene recognized with horror the hand of the Zombie King himself, the scourge of all living beings on Earth. David expected much more strength and speed from the Zombie King, although it was still enough to cause serious problems for the group. He remembered that the Zombie King only feeds on humans, but then why did he catch a zombie like himself? Apparently something happened to this Zombie King, and now he began to feed not only on human flesh, but also on his own kind. Eugene loudly asked David if they were going to fight the Zombie King. Panicked, David shouted at Eugene to run as fast as he could and not look back. Eugene followed David without further ado, for he could not remain here when all his comrades had fled. The situation became tense. Everyone held their breath, preparing for the inevitable fight with the monsters. Charles, trying to speak confidently, ordered his men not to let anyone out until the Zombie King showed up. The soldiers reported their complete readiness to carry out the commander's order without question. Seeing a window ahead of him and a real chance to escape, David's spirits perked up a little. Coming face to face with the Zombie King for the first time in his life, David was amazed by his appearance and incredible speed for such a monster. Realizing that they wouldn't be allowed to leave just like that, David decided to use this situation to his advantage. Seeing that the Zombie King was about to catch up with them, Eugene screamed in fear at David to run faster. Suddenly, David turned around and decided, what, actually, should they be afraid of this brainless carcass? David loudly declared that no one in this world could stop him from returning with the gold he had mined. But the very next second, David realized with horror that he had greatly underestimated the agility and dexterity of the Zombie King. Faced with such horror for the first time, David was unable to contain his emotions. At this time, one of the volunteers ran to his comrades and informed everyone that they had managed to escape. But suddenly, Commander Charles loudly commanded everyone to remain in their places and not move. Charles said in a menacing voice that he would shoot to kill anyone who dared to take even a step. The guy tried to explain to Charles that the Zombie King himself was chasing them and they needed to run away immediately. An angry Charles reminded the boy that he was the one in charge here and that he shouldn't disobey his orders. The boy wondered if Charles could not understand the seriousness of the situation. Enraged by the cowardly behavior of his subordinates, Charles considered them cowards and despicable traitors. One of the soldiers pointed out to the commander the weapons of the fugitives, which were significantly superior to their own. Charles responded by asking the soldiers why they didn't attack the fugitives with Molotov cocktails. But suddenly it seemed as if a light had come on him, and he suddenly realized that using Molotov cocktails now would be extremely unwise. The volunteer still held the pistol tightly in his hands and was ready to shoot at any second. But one of the guys reminded him that David was still inside and he couldn't shoot blindly. The soldier, staring towards the tunnel, asked again, "Wasn't that guy among those who ran out?" Suddenly, seeing the huge figure of the Zombie King in front of him, he screamed in fear at everyone to run away. Charles was glad that the Zombie King had finally left the building and could now be destroyed. The volunteer called on his brothers in arms to open fire and stay as close to each other as possible. A soldier from Charles's group gave the order to all volunteers to shoot at this giant monster. Suddenly, the volunteer begged for mercy for himself and his comrades. It seemed that his nerves could not stand the sight of the Zombie King. Another guy shouted that it was useless to use conventional weapons against such a formidable enemy. The next second, grabbed by the monster's monstrous paws, the boy desperately begged for salvation, but it was too late. This mutant already had him in his huge paws and was ready to break the poor fellow in half. One of the volunteers decided to leave this nightmare to save his life. Gathering his last strength, the volunteer ran away, forgetting that all his comrades needed him. Deciding to use all available means, the soldier prepared a Molotov cocktail to throw at the zombies. But instead of throwing it at the Zombie King, it hit one of his own, and the guy's bulletproof vest caught fire right on him. The sharp, pungent smell coming from the vest made the volunteer wonder what they had slipped into these vests. He continued to desperately call for help, but no one could get close to him because he was completely engulfed in flames. Charles gave the order to use Molotov cocktails against the mutant, even if his own men from the squad were hit. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Charles made the difficult decision to sacrifice his people to destroy the monster. The invisible force controlling the gameplay persistently urged the player to return to consciousness. Through the haze of sleep, David heard someone's voice, which made him come to his senses and come to his senses. The system informed the player that death in the game would mean the end of his real life as well. In response, David accused the system of deception, claiming that it had failed to fulfill its promises to help him. The system responded coldly to the player's accusations, stating that such functions were outside its software. At that moment, David realized that there was no help to be expected from anywhere, and if he did not help himself, he risked staying here and dying. Noticing Eugene lying unconscious in the distance, David turned to the system and asked if he was alive. The system responded by suggesting that Eugene was unconscious, but his vital signs were stable. She also warned our hero that if he did not immediately take care of his wound, he would die from blood loss. David realized that they had been used as pawns in someone else's game from the very beginning, doomed to die. From the very beginning, they were sent to certain death, but they pretended to accept them as the same soldiers as the rest of the main army. David, doubled over in pain, frantically considered his next steps, hoping to find a way out. Seeing that the player had taken a lighter out of his pocket for some reason, the system hastened to warn him against rash actions. Despite the pain and fear, David firmly stated that he was not as weak as he might seem at first glance. An episode surfaced in David's memory of how he generously shared cigarettes with comrade Harms. Harms admitted that he still had half a pack of cigarettes left, which he had simply forgotten in his pocket. David, wanting to calm his friend down, assured him that he had enough cigarettes, and therefore there was no need to refuse. Touched by his friend's concern, Harms sincerely thanked him for his support and such valuable gifts. David added that things would soon get better, and they would no longer have to value small joys so much, because supplies would be in abundance. Unexpectedly for David, Harms admitted that he also had something for his friend. The surprise was a lighter, a completely useless thing for David, who never smoked. But Harms hastened to assure him that he did not want to accustom him to smoking. It was about something completely different. According to Harms, this was his personal talisman, which brought him good luck more than once. David sincerely thanked his friend for such a valuable gift and promised to cherish it like the apple of his eye. It was now that David realized that he needed to stop the bleeding immediately, or he risked dying from blood loss. Looking around, David realized that there was nothing suitable for bandaging around, and he would have to resort to extreme measures. Gritting his teeth in anticipation of unbearable pain, David prepared to act, realizing that there was no other way out. The next second, he set fire to the wound to stop the bleeding and give himself a chance to survive this fight. Despite the horror he had experienced, David was glad for the gold bars he had found in the cache. As he moved through the dark corridors, David came across zombies who in life apparently worked as salesmen. Apparently possessed by the habits and desires of the past, the zombie was still trying to sell something to a passing guy. Seeing the suffering of the unfortunate zombies unable to become human again, David felt genuinely sorry for them. After a short time, David approached the system with a request to verify the quantity and authenticity of the gold found. The system informed the player that it needed to determine the amount of gold to update and requested permission to carry out the operation. Without a second thought, David agreed to the upgrade, looking forward to purchasing new skills and weapons. Having received the go-ahead from the user, the system began updating, promising to significantly expand its capabilities. After the update was completed, the system space increased significantly and the first-level store was opened. When David saw the range of products offered by the first-level store, he did not immediately understand why the store's products were hidden, and he could not see them. The system responded by noting that it did not understand the reasons for his dissatisfaction, since it was doing everything as it was programmed. She explained how the store works and promised even more amazing and useful things in the future. Still furious, David demanded that the system immediately provide him with a cheat item or function. But the system once again asked David to calm down, otherwise his wound would open and he would die. Having reminded the player of the mortal danger, the system once again suggested that he familiarize himself with the store's assortment. David considered purchasing 10 magic beans, because even if he managed to avoid a deadly fight with the Zombie King, there was always the danger of getting an infection from the wounds he received in battle. Knowing the strength of the Zombie King's skin, David thought with disappointment that even an impressive supply of ammunition would not guarantee victory in this fight. The random attributes book could certainly enhance his flame hand skill, but right now, he simply couldn't even get close to the Zombie King. Suddenly, David remembered another item that could instantly increase the skill level. David approached the system with a request to purchase the Miracle Beans and the Beginner Experience Pack. The system confirmed the purchase, reminding him of an upcoming update, after which David would be able to gain access to more advanced and powerful items. The effect of one Miracle Bean restored David's physical strength to 50%, giving him an additional chance of survival. The system informed David that his flame hand skill level had been successfully increased by 1 level. After consuming 50 beginner XP packs, the flame hand skill was upgraded, increasing David's chances of success. At this time, the zombie that David encountered persistently demanded that the guy get a card. The second zombie continued to pester David with his requests, begging him to buy him a bag, not paying attention to the fact that now was not the time for shopping. David, having waved away the annoying requests of the zombies, focused all his attention on the upcoming fight with the dangerous Zombie King. Commander Charles watched in horror as his subordinates were rapidly killed by the incredibly powerful mutant. Gathering the last of his courage, Commander Charles decided to fight the mutant, not losing hope of victory despite the losses. Charles understood that neither weapons nor grenades had any effect on the mutant and decided to take a desperate step. Charles gestured for the mutant to join the fight, urging him to fight, not hiding his excitement. In the heat of the attack, Charles exclaimed his determination to fight to the last breath without retreating a single step. Unfortunately, Charles's bold statement was cut short by a painful blow from the mutant right in his face. The mutant was already raising his hand for a second blow when suddenly something unknown prevented him from continuing the attack. The iron chain that bound the mutant's hand stopped his movement, and Charles wondered in bewilderment to whom he owed his salvation. Commander Charles was surprised to see his savior, exclaiming how he dared to return, risking his life. Eugene replied gloomily that it was too early for Charles to die. He had spared his life to avenge his suffering. Eugene angrily accused Charles and his men of being inhumane by using the survivors as bait for the Zombie King by forcing them to wear vests filled with gunpowder. Eugene vowed revenge on Charles, promising a merciless fight that would last until his last breath. Charles coldly remarked that he was not at all surprised by Eugene's choice, since not everyone decides to link their fate with Mr. Tim. The Zombie King's gaze, full of rage and murderous intent, was directed at Eugene and Charles. The two daredevils, forgetting their enmity, united in the face of a common danger and attacked the Zombie King from two sides. At the same time, the volunteer firmly decided to get to the gold reserves, realizing that this was his only chance to start a new life. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, he felt like a ghost, and this opportunity to start everything from scratch seemed like an incredible stroke of luck. He thought about it and realized that he had never completed anything in his life, missing out on every chance. After graduating from university, he used various stupidities as a cover to laze around and play computer games, wasting his youth and becoming a 40-year-old loser. He was sure that he could live his whole life like this, not expecting that the post-apocalypse would destroy his illusions and force him to fight for survival against monsters. The volunteer screamed in fear at the mutated old man who was approaching him. He begged the old man to let him live, desperately trying to escape the attack and save his own life. His mother, Dorothy, screamed at her son to run, realizing that she would not survive the zombie bite. Gathering her last strength, she ordered him to take care of himself, abandoning all hope of salvation. With bitterness, she realized that she could no longer protect her child, letting him go into the cruel world of the post-apocalypse. The son, full of grief and determination, vowed to his mother to survive this chaos no matter what. At that moment, David leaned over to his surviving comrade. He had already decided that he had died in this nightmare. The volunteer asked David if there was any gold in that bank that Mr. Tim needed. He was worried that his bread would go to waste and was eager to get confirmation that there was gold in the bank. David assured him that the bank contained more than 20 tons of gold and that this would definitely be enough for bread and everything else. The volunteer was relieved that the deal would be successful and mentally turned to his late mother to tell her of his achievement. He was glad to see a matter through to the end at least once in his life, even if it meant helping a cruel tyrant. David noted with bitterness that all the boys' thoughts were occupied with gold for Tim, a pathetic distributor of scraps. In pursuit of survival, they were forced to sacrifice their dignity and ideals, but in the end, they still died as cannon fodder. Not knowing their names, David promised himself to save them from Tim's tyranny, preventing further humiliation. Commander Charles screamed furiously that he was not afraid of the mutant and would tear him to pieces with his chainsaw. Eugene furiously ordered the vile zombie to die, attacking it from behind, wanting to end this nightmare as soon as possible. Gathering the last of his strength, he pierced the mutant's hand with a huge iron rod. Pain pierced the body of the mutant, who had not met worthy resistance for a long time. The huge zombie paw that suddenly appeared above Eugene's head was already too close to dodge. The paw closed around the boy's body, and he, with difficulty holding back a cry of pain, prepared to accept death. At that moment, David rushed to help his friend, ready to risk his life to save him. David angrily shouted at the mutant that he had returned to take revenge for the previous attempt to kill him. Activating his deadly flaming hand ability, David challenged the mutant to dodge the blow. The mutant was surprised to realize that the guy was not afraid of him at all and prepared to defend himself. David's attack was devastating, and after a strong blow, the mutant fell onto the road, crushing the asphalt beneath him. Victory had not come easy, but David was already carrying his wounded comrade away from danger. David anxiously asked Eugene how he was feeling, begging him not to die. Eugene weakly replied to David that he needed to leave because the Zombie King was still out there somewhere. Feeling his life force draining away, Eugene asked David to take care of his sister if she was left alone. David, trying to encourage Eugene, told him to hold on and not give up without a fight. David then handed him the healing fruit, assuring him that he would not let him die so easily. Within a couple of seconds, he noticed the immediate effect of the medicine and asked Eugene how he was feeling. Eugene was pleased to note that his breathing had returned to normal, his leg didn't hurt, and his wounds were no longer bleeding. Eugene turned to David with interest, trying to find out what he had given him. David avoided answering, asking Eugene to remain where he was and wait for his return. Eugene, wanting to help David in the fight with the Zombie King, offered his help. David, knowing that Eugene's wounds were still not healed, advised him to remain in cover, as he would only hinder him in the fight. He ordered Eugene to take care of himself and wait for his return, promising to return soon. Eugene said thoughtfully that he probably understood who David really was, and that he had every reason to believe his guesses. He thought to himself that David was a real wizard, capable of incredible things. Without hiding his anger, David promised to take revenge on the mutant by returning his blow with triple force. David decided to use the system to get information about the Zombie King and his weaknesses. However, the system reported that David's level was too low to access such hidden information. Without giving up, David calculated his strength, noting 450 points of internal strength and 30 seconds of maximum activity of the fast-running skill. In his mind, he set a goal to end this fight and use all his skills to the maximum in 30 seconds. Just in case, he asked the system again about the consequences of completely depleting one's internal strength during a battle. Having received an answer from the system about the critically small amount of time, David tensed up, realizing that delay was like death. The system, as always encouraging and motivating, assured David of its support whenever he needed help. The countdown has begun. The system counts down every second until the internal force is completely exhausted. She was rushing David, adding more nervousness to the already tense situation. David didn't waste a second, and activating the ability of the Flaming Palm, rushed to attack, trying to finish off the Zombie King as quickly as possible. The system's voice grew louder, reminding us of the diminishing time. David was jubilant when he saw that he had dealt serious damage to the Zombie King, and it seemed that victory was near. But it was too early to relax, because taking advantage of the moment, the Zombie King dealt David a blow that spoke otherwise. David flew far to the side. This damn mutant turned out to be really strong. Each blow was accompanied by hellish pain, and David felt as if his bones were about to turn to dust. The system, seeing David's deplorable state, advised him not to hesitate and to use the magic bean right during the fight. The magic bean has given David his strength and will to fight back, but the fight is not over yet. In an effort to calculate his actions, David asked the system about the remaining reserve of internal power. The voice of the system warned of a critically low reserve of internal strength, only 150 points. A quick calculation gave David a disappointing result, only 10 seconds to change the course of events. While analyzing the enemy, David noticed that the Zombie King's tough skin had one weak spot, namely his head. A way had to be found to securely restrain the Zombie King in order to deliver the finishing blow to the head. David realized that the blind thirst for killing made the Zombie King predictable. He completely devoted himself to the battle, forgetting about caution. It was time to demonstrate real martial arts. David was ready to take advantage of the chance that fate had given him. Grabbing a strong chain and throwing it around the mutant's neck, he shouted that he would never be able to break it. The countdown began. The system activated the fast-running skill, giving David one last chance. David was already anticipating the crushing blow that would end this fight. With a wild cry, he unleashed upon the monster all the rage that had accumulated in his heart for all the suffering it had caused. The chain couldn't hold the Zombie King forever, so he had to act quickly and decisively. But suddenly the cold voice of the system sounded in David's head, warning him about the depletion of his internal forces. The time of his super ability had expired. Hearing David's cry in the distance, Eugene sensed something was wrong. His intuition told him of trouble. The next second, he quickly ran up to David, hoping that he was okay. As he approached the scene of the battle, Eugene wondered what had happened here and was it really all over. The first thing he saw was the lifeless body of the Zombie King lying on the ground. Charles quietly said that this guy David killed the Zombie King himself. He saw such agility and strength for the first time. He turned to Eugene with admiration and asked who this David was, who was not only incredibly strong but also lightning fast. Charles added bitterly that during the fight, the Zombie King's brain matter got into David's eyes and now he is doomed. Upon hearing of the infection, Eugene rushed to David's side, wanting to get him to a doctor as quickly as possible. Charles tried to stop Eugene, shouting at him that he had gone crazy and was about to turn into a zombie himself. The system announced the introduction of a virus into the player's physiological structure and the possible consequences of infection. A system notification sounded. David successfully unlocked the hidden task, which he could accept or decline at his own discretion. David was confused. In all the time he had played computer games, he had never encountered hidden tasks. The system offered the first option, refusing to complete the task and receiving a blood serum that would give complete immunity to the zombie virus. The second option is to accept the task and receive a blood serum of a different type, which gives partial immunity, but makes the player half zombie. The system explained that accepting the quest would bring an increase in physical strength, but would also have side effects. David had to kill all the Zombie Kings in the world, and the more he destroyed, the more experience and rewards he would receive. David would only be able to complete the mission after killing 1,500 Zombie Kings, which seemed like a nearly impossible task to him. If you refuse to complete the task, David will never be able to use the zombies' unique abilities again. The virus began to act, and the system rushed David to make a choice that could radically change his life. David hesitated. Was he really destined to become one of these monsters he so desperately destroyed? But an inner voice told him that there was no other way out. In order to protect himself and others, he needed to become stronger. The cruel world of the post-apocalypse did not forgive weakness, and David had to admit that his old life was over. He had to put aside his doubts and make a choice. He gave himself his word that he would protect them all and find gold for salvation. In anger, he blamed the system for not warning him earlier about the consequences of the battle with the Zombie King. The system, in its defense, objected that David had not asked her about anything, and now all that was left for him to do was make a conscious choice. David decided that he could become human again, and therefore he needed to try to complete the task, no matter how strange it might sound. Gathering his courage, David announced his decision to accept the assignment. Charles noticed that he was right, and David began to turn into a zombie before his eyes. Eugene watched in horror as David called out to him and tried to calm him down. He tried to reach his friend's consciousness, reminding him of Linda and Janine, who were waiting for his return. Eugene noted with alarm the increasing number of zombies that suddenly appeared in the surrounding area. Charles tried to reason with Eugene again, shouting that they needed to leave before it was too late. Eugene firmly replied that he would never abandon his savior, showing his true loyalty and devotion. Charles was furious at such stubbornness and tried to forcefully take Eugene away from David, who was turning into a zombie. Eugene, without hesitation, shouted that he was ready to accept death, and his principles and feelings would not allow him to betray his comrade. Remembering that it was he who brought David here, Eugene was adamant in his decision to stay and protect him. His soul was heavy at the mere thought that he might have to kill David, who had turned into a monster, with his own hands. Charles simply waved him off, considering him a crazy fanatic seeking his own death. David's voice brought Eugene back to reality. It turned out that he was still conscious and heard their conversation. David was touched by the self-sacrifice of his friend, who, risking himself, stayed with him until the end, no matter what. He reassured Eugene that he was okay and that turning into a monster was canceled. At the same moment, a system message sounded. David unlocked a new mode, which significantly increased his strength and abilities. Intrigued, David rushed to learn about the new skills he had acquired from the zombie virus. The system warned that these skills cannot be influenced by the experience book and will grow depending on David's level and the number of zombies killed. Excited by the new possibilities, David was ready to battle Tim. Charles, seeing that David was okay, called for a hasty retreat, realizing that they needed to get out of this place. He shouted at them not to hesitate and to run as fast as they could before they were surrounded by hordes of zombies. At some point, it began to seem that there were more and more zombies, and there was practically no chance of salvation. But Eugene noticed that the zombies did not show any aggression towards them, which was very strange. He looked at the crowd of monsters in bewilderment. What were they afraid of, and why weren't they attacking? David explained to Eugene that the zombies were afraid of him because he had just killed their king. A new leader has emerged from the ashes, and now David has essentially taken the place of the slain zombie king for all these creatures. Eugene, hearing this statement, thought that the blow to the head had affected David's mental state after all. Feeling his friend's distrust, David decided to demonstrate his newly acquired abilities. He mentally activated the zombie brain's biotic skills and zombie mind reading, subjugating the will of the dead. Eugene pointed out to David in fear the two zombies approaching them. Gathering his courage, he told David to hold on. Together they could deal with these monsters. David, ignoring Eugene's warnings, commanded the zombies to kneel and do his bidding. Eugene watched in stunned silence as the zombies obediently carried out David's orders without a second's hesitation. He also tried to address the zombies, but they naturally did not pay any attention to him. Eugene couldn't believe his eyes. Was David really controlling these monsters with his mind? David commanded the zombies to remove the vests filled with gunpowder from all the bodies and put them in a pile. Eugene watched the dead soldiers work together in silence. It was like a bad dream. Commander Charles realized with horror that David had not only killed the zombie king, but had also enslaved the will of the others. David, ignoring Charles's questions, said that he didn't care who he thought he was. The main thing was that they would all face retribution. With anger in his voice, he lashed out at the scum who was even more disgusting than the zombie king himself, forcing people to work like cattle. Charles told David to his face that after these words, he would kill him in the blink of an eye as soon as he came close. With these words, Charles pulled the trigger and the bullet whistled towards David. Eugene recoiled, clutching his head. What had he done and why did he shoot? David reassured his frightened friend that he was okay and that the bullet had not caused him any harm. It turns out that the guy only slightly felt the blow. The viral shield worked as it should. David explained to Eugene that the virus instantly transformed his skin into strong armor, capable of repelling even a bullet. Charles looked at David in bewilderment. Was it possible that bullets couldn't take him, like the zombie king? Realizing the full horror of his situation, Charles screamed in despair that he would not die at the hands of this creature that had turned into a zombie. David replied that he would not let him die so easily. A much more sophisticated execution awaited him. Without wasting any more time on words, David threw Charles aside with one blow, like a feather. David coldly promised him a painful death, the same as he had prepared for innocent people. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Charles begged for mercy, assuring that he would not harm anyone again. Eugene approached David, claiming that he understood his desire to burn the corpses so that the zombies could not feed on them. But he didn't understand why David decided to get rid of the zombie king's body in the same way. David explained that by eating the flesh of their king, the other zombies would become stronger, and this was fraught with consequences. Secondly, thanks to his new abilities, David could see the zombie king's memories and feel his pain. It turned out that the Zombie King was also once a man and had his own story. David said that the Zombie King, while human, was the city's boxing champion and had many awards. He was a happy family man, a loving husband and father, an ordinary person with an ordinary life. But everything collapsed overnight when the post-apocalypse hit the world. He, like many others back then, risked himself to get provisions for his family he so wanted to please his wife that evening. But when he returned home joyfully, a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. Several zombies were gnawing at his wife's body. It turned his life upside down. He lost everything. Fear was replaced by rage, and the desire to live was replaced by a thirst for revenge. The story of the Zombie King touched Eugene, and he himself almost turned into a monster after the death of his parents. Charles, taking advantage of the moment, again tried to evoke sympathy, assuring that he realized his mistake. He flatteringly promised that Tim would reward them both generously for the work they had done. David looked at Charles with disdain. Does anyone still believe in the fairy tales about Tim's generosity? At that very moment, right in front of him, he saw two hungry zombies heading in his direction. In desperation, he begged for mercy, imploring the zombie to choose another victim and leave him alone. David calmly said that it was over and ordered Eugene to return to the city. On the way, Eugene asked David about their future plans. What should they do next? David briefly replied that they needed to act according to plan, but first they needed to check how things were going with Officer Janine and Linda. And only after that will it be possible to destroy Tim and his entire filthy little world. Around this time, the guard escorted the new girls inside, ordering them to take care of Mr. Tim. Janine frowned. There was an unhealthy hustle and bustle inside that was getting on her nerves. Tim laughed contentedly and promised one of the beauties a lot of interesting things, but later, when he was ready. Janine watched with disgust as these little people rejoiced, indulging in the basest pleasures, forgetting about honor and conscience. She smiled bitterly, because while some were risking their lives fighting zombies, he was living the high life and wallowing in luxury. Tim laughed smugly as he grabbed one of the girls, his lustful gaze not a good sign. Suddenly he noticed a group of newcomers, looking at the new arrivals with curiosity. One of the girls tried to attract the owner's attention by boasting about her talents, which made Janine's hair stand on end. The immorality and cynicism of what was happening made Janine clench her fists how she wanted to wipe this nest of debauchery off the face of the earth. Tim said with a grin that he wanted only natural beauty and ordered the girls to jump around a little. He announced that the one who jumped the highest would stay with him for a whole month and bathe in luxury. The girls began to jump with squeals, each of them trying to outdo their rivals and satisfy the fat man's lust. The anger at what was happening filled Janine's heart more and more. This scoundrel would still answer for everything. Janine's plan has matured. As soon as they overthrow Tim's power, the girl will cruelly get even with him. She will personally ensure that his punishment is long and painful. Meanwhile, Linda puts her own plan into action. She turned angrily to Kruger. Did he really bring her to the warehouse with guards on purpose? Kruger hastened to justify himself, assuring her that there was another entrance that led to the main weapons supply. Linda waved her hand, no longer surprised by anything how cowardly and pathetic he was in his lies. Entering the warehouse, Linda looked over the stock of weapons and ammunition with satisfaction. Kruger, seeing that Linda was impressed by the find, hinted that there were more interesting things. Linda's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. Was there really something else hidden in this warehouse? Kruger, pleased with the effect produced, agreed to show everything in exchange for an innocent kiss. Linda wasn't ready for this. She would only kiss David, and this slug shouldn't even dream of such an honor. Kruger readily agreed to even die at the hands of such a beauty. Linda, in order to get rid of an annoying admirer, promised him a kiss in exchange for showing him the most powerful weapon. Kruger rubbed his hands with satisfaction. He knew how to get everything he needed. At this time, Eugene's voice brought the guards out of their stupor. Those who arrived demanded that the gates be opened for them and that they be allowed into the guarded area. The operator turned to Eugene in bewilderment, asking why there were only 2 of them and where had the rest gone. David didn't reveal all his cards and came up with a plausible story about the attack of the Zombie King on the fly. The guard, hearing that Commander Charles and his men had died a heroic death defending the gold and the survivors, did not believe Charles's behavior. David, in order to convince the distrustful operator, offered him to look at the gold bars that he had brought with such difficulty. Without listening to David to the end, the operator ordered to let the guys inside. Gold solves everything, and even more. Eugene whispered to David to be careful and not to trust anyone in this lair. David nodded encouragingly and promised his friend that it would all be over soon. In the center of the room next to the pool, Tim, surrounded by half-naked girls, was playing with an expensive Rolex watch. He threw the watch into the pool, declaring that whoever retrieved it first would spend a month with him in luxury and prosperity. Janine watched what was happening, mentally cursing. Did this pervert really think about nothing but his base desires? Suddenly, she turned to the unfamiliar girl, surprised to notice her too close to her. The girl, with arrogance in her voice, introduced herself as Tim's lover, who would like to meet her. Janine, without showing it, began to pretend to be a simple girl in front of such an important person, changing her tone to a more obsequious one. The girl, meanwhile, continued her thought that Janine was not like the other cheap girls in their company. Janine tensed up. Had she given herself away in some way and this woman suspected something? Imagine her surprise when she heard praise from a stranger who considered her the most reliable of all. According to Tim's mistress, Janine was not acting for immediate gain, which means she can be used to her advantage. She needed a reliable person on her team because it is much easier to maintain power over a man with his concubines as allies. She offered Janine to become her right hand, promising a comfortable life and protection from the dangers of the post-apocalypse. And now, looking straight into her eyes, she wanted to get an answer as to whether Janine would agree to become her ally. Janine pretended to be embarrassed. She didn't want to scare this stupid chicken away prematurely. Meanwhile, the stranger clinked glasses with Janine, anticipating fruitful cooperation. She turned back to Janine, noting that she did not know her real name. Without a second's hesitation, Janine gave her name in order to get even closer to Fat Tim's mistress. Janine's plan started to work. Who else but the mistress possesses the most valuable information? Tim's secretary, seeing the guests, exclaimed that they had arrived at the wrong time and that Tim was busy with important matters. David, with a straight face, told her that he had brought gold bars, and Tim would be very happy with this news. Eugene tugged at David's sleeve. What was he doing? Was this their original plan? David continued to convince Margaret that her master loved gold more than anything else in the world, and they had plenty of it with them. Margaret laughed smugly. The two still didn't understand where they had ended up, since Tim had known about their arrival for a long time. It turns out that Tim had a well-developed network of agents, and he learned all the information about them as soon as they entered the city. On the very first day of our hero's arrival in the settlement, Tim looked intently at Janine, who had put him behind bars many years ago. He grinned maliciously. Now she would dance to his tune. David was disappointed. This short guy had to have such a phenomenal memory. Margaret triumphantly informed David that Tim already knew that it was he who had defeated the Wild Sharks gang. She added mockingly that now these two would not live, and soon their pathetic skins would decorate Tim's festive table. David tried to reason with the angry woman, assuring her that everything was not so. But a strong blow from the butt of a rifle in the back made him fall silent. It seemed that it was too late to retreat. Margaret proudly declared that they had acted according to Tim's plan, and that this was the real mind of this organization. David was in shock. All this time, Tim was playing with them like a cat with a mouse, and right now they would throw him into some cell and lock him up. After some time, David looked around carefully. It was strange that in such a place there was no security, except for the two who brought him here. One of the guards said something to his partner about the need to return the prisoner to the cell. His partner reassured him that Bay's sister was now with Tim, which meant everything was under control and he could relax. David decided to himself that they would regret having dared to treat him like that. Suddenly, two hooded figures appeared in the doorway, hiding their faces from prying eyes. David challenged those who had dragged him here and chained him to the wall. Did they really not have the courage to show themselves? But then came the familiar laughter of Tim, who loudly announced that the show was beginning. Tim suddenly began to tell a story that happened before the post-apocalypse, when he was an influential businessman and suffered from a petty thief. He explained to everyone that despite his appearance, he was actually very smart, and no one had ever gotten away with it after meeting him. After this, Tim, viciously striking the whip, ordered the prisoner to wake up. The show was beginning. The whip came down hard on David, but he only gritted his teeth. The damn shorty would regret this. David was glad that the virus had managed to provide his body with additional protection. Otherwise, he would definitely not have been able to bear this pain and would already be lying unconscious. Trying to buy time, David asked the tormentor why they had to arrange this whole masquerade. Maybe it would be better to agree on the ransom right away. Tim laughed again, pointing out to his men who David was to negotiate with. David said loudly that he was ready to give up all the gold without a single word of protest if only this torture would end. But Tim was not very interested in gold now. He was excited by the game itself. When else would he be able to mock a living person like this with impunity? Having played to his heart's content, Tim ordered his men to turn on the lights, anticipating the start of the main show. A figure-bound hand and foot appeared before David's eyes. Tim had dragged Janine here. Tim ignored David's words, calmly explaining that he had decided to have a little chat with Officer Janine, just like old times. The door swung open and two model-looking girls entered the room, dressed, by the way, very revealingly. In just a few seconds, the girls were left in their underwear in front of a shocked Janine. David shouted furiously at Tim, accusing him of cowardice and meanness. Tim, enjoying his own power and impunity, ordered the girls to show warmth and affection to Officer Janine. Tim laughed contentedly, pointing his finger at David and asking him how he felt looking at this. The most terrible thoughts flashed through David's head. Could this bastard really have something perverted planned for Janine? At this time, the guards who were accompanying Eugene shouted at him, forcing him to move faster. Eugene realized with bitterness that their plan had failed and they were trapped. Knowing Tim's character, he was sure that they would not be allowed to simply die. A long and painful execution awaited them. Thoughts were confused in his head. Eugene was not only for himself, but also for his sister, who would now have to survive alone. He couldn't understand why Tim had assigned 4 guards to him. The uncertainty made things even more scary. Eugene was ready to do anything just to find out his sister's fate. A sudden roar shook the building, something neither Eugene nor the guys accompanying him were expecting. Suddenly, Kruger, who was tied to the tank's gun, screamed like a madman, begging to be saved. Seeing that the guards were not responding to his calls for help, Kruger was furious. Would no one rush to save him? Some of the guards ran away. No one wanted to mess with this death machine. Kruger shouted after them that they would regret their cowardice and that Tim himself would deal with them personally, taking their lives. A familiar figure appeared from the tank's hatch, and Eugene realized that he saw Linda right in front of him. Eugene couldn't believe his eyes. Could it really be Linda driving a huge tank? She anxiously asked where David was and what had happened to him. Saving her lover was her main goal. Eugene briefly described the situation, that David was being held captive by Tim, and they needed to act as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Bay turned to Janine in a flirtatious manner, showing her a syringe with some liquid that she had prepared especially for her. David, who had been watching the whole time, shouted again at Tim to untie him and stop torturing Janine. David realized with bitterness that all his inner strength had gone into the battle with the Zombie King, and he was now powerless against these scoundrels. Tim moved closer to David, starting to tell about his past exploits. He complained about the injustice of his past life. When he had a lot of money, he had to limit himself in the simplest desires. Now Tim felt like a real king, because after the start of the post-apocalypse, he could do whatever he wanted. David listened to Tim's tirade with disgust. How could he really be so cruel and heartless? Tim told David with a smile that he had become the 18th toy in his collection and that they were starting a new game today. Of course, David didn't plan to die in this lair. He was trying to think of at least some way to get out of here. Tim watched with sadistic joy in his eyes as the serum was poured into the captive's neck. Bay proudly declared that this is a very rare medicine that awakens even the most ancient libido. She couldn't wait to see how this serum would work in practice and how Janine would behave. Janine shook her head desperately, begging them to stop and end this madness. One of the girls walked towards Janine, touching her body with gentle fingers at the very bottom. Janine tried with all her might to shout to David a little more and she would break. Suddenly, from the other end of the room, Tim's furious scream was heard as he struggled to bite David's ear. David attempted to activate the zombie's new anger management skill, but he was disappointed to find that the body-strengthening skill somehow didn't respond to his call, which made him very worried. Checking the anger scale, David noticed with bewilderment that only 80 points remained out of the 400 points available. The system explained that anger subsides in moments of calm and that it takes a certain amount of time to recover. David was perplexed. A little more, and he would lose the viral shield, and then they would be able to deal with him. The system, sensing his frustration, encouraged him again. The more hits he gets, the faster his strength will grow. David, trying to comprehend what was happening, came to the sad conclusion that although the body was protected from serious injuries, the pain from the blows would not go away. Tim, delighted with such a durable toy, rubbed his hands. You still have to try hard to find a person who can withstand so many blows. Bay smiled slyly. It seemed that the medicine had begun to work on Janine, and now the fun began. There was only one question on David's mind. What was this sadist planning to do with Janine? The girl pushed a lock of hair from her face and with sadistic pleasure commanded Janine to get ready for the game. A sharp blow from the whip cut through the air, landing on Janine's tender skin. Janine groaned in pain. A bloody mark from the blow was visible on her back, and David could only watch from the side. Bay, enjoying the suffering of the poor girl, promised her many more new, unknown sensations. An unbearable pain pierced David's heart when he saw the marks of beatings on Janine's body. The system alerted David to an increase in his anger level to 2 points, and the virus shield worked as intended. Tim was surprised. What a tough guy he had come across. No one could withstand his blows for half an hour without consequences. David's thoughts did not allow him to forget. The virus helped the body but could not completely neutralize the pain that made his eyes darken. He frantically searched for a way out of the situation, but now he could not find any solution. Meanwhile, an equally dramatic story was unfolding on the street. One of the guards pointed a gun at Eugene, shouting that he was too brave to steal a tank from Tim himself. Eugene raised his head proudly and replied that they had no choice but to fight for themselves and their dignity. He addressed the crowd of frightened city residents with a request to unite in the face of a common enemy together. They are stronger and can fight back. The guard ordered his subordinates to attack the tank with a grenade launcher. It was time to finish off these rebels once and for all. One of the guys warned that Kruger was on the tank and he didn't want him to get hurt by accident. The leader of the guards muttered that if these rebels accidentally killed the accountant Kruger, they would get a raise and better living conditions. Having listened carefully to these arguments, the leader ordered the boys to shoot and stop talking in formation. One of the soldiers smugly declared that he would now show those sons of bitches what Tim's army was capable of. The shot resounded throughout the area, but to everyone's surprise, the tank's shell was not damaged at all by the grenade impact. The commander of the security detachment shouted furiously at his subordinates, accusing them of treason. Eugene gave a triumphant speech. All the inhabitants were united around a common enemy, and Tim's tyranny would soon come to an end. However, not everyone shared his enthusiasm. One of the guys mumbled that fighting Tim was not worth the trouble and that it was unlikely to end in anything. He noticed that now they just wanted to pull their friend out of trouble and help save him, but they didn't have the strength or desire to fight Tim. Now they at least earn an honest piece of bread and get some provisions, and this is already much better than wandering outside the city. Eugene tried to get through to their minds. Did they really like chewing on a piece of flesh? Who knows who? To which the guy bitterly replied that it was better to die peacefully than to break his head in a futile struggle. Eugene's soul turned upside down. Maybe they were right, and there was sense in their words. Finally realizing his helplessness, Eugene left the group of guys alone with their thoughts, wishing them luck. Linda, jumping out of the tank hatch, asked if he was ready to move, because they needed to hurry. David would not be able to protect himself from Tim's tyranny forever. She said she would rip Tim's head off with her bare hands if he even touched David with a finger. At this time, Bay, examining the exhausted Janine, came to the conclusion that the effect of the medicine was successful. Now they don't have to hold back. Janine will enjoy every touch and ask for more instead of whining in pain. Bay, seeing the fear in Janine's eyes, decided to calm her down a little, assuring her that there was nothing scary in these games. With this phrase, she leaned towards Janine, starting to look at her closely, which made Janine's skin crawl. Janine tried her best to escape from her tormentors, but now everything was not going in her favor. Desperately, she quietly told David that she was about to break down and that she really needed his help. Tim looked at his captive in bewilderment. He had been beating him mercilessly for half an hour, but he had survived and had received practically no injuries. All that was left of David was rags and not a single scratch, and most importantly, not a single drop of blood was spilled. Who is this guy? The next second, he clenched his fist tightly to hit the poor guy with all his strength. But David surpassed all expectations and didn't even make a sound when Tim's fist landed right on his forehead. At this time, the system reported to David about successful progress on the path to increasing the level of protection. Now 200 attack strikes were needed to fully restore the virus shield. Gathering his strength, David shouted to his tormentor, was he done playing or had he thought of something else? Tim heard David's voice with undisguised horror. Was he still alive? David interrupted his hysteria, declaring that he had suffered enough and if the fat man fell into his hands, he would definitely not live. He warned them that they would soon find out what it was like to fight a live punching bag that could fight back. Hatred and a thirst for revenge filled his heart as he remembered the abuse of Janine. She was exactly the girl that the guy sincerely admired, and he was ready to take full revenge for her torment. David's words struck Janine in the heart, and she realized that David's relationship with her went beyond simple friendship. Tim rushed back in fear, afraid that David would kill him now because he was already ready to break the shackles and escape. Bay confidently assured the owner of her reliability not a single person had managed to break her belts. But at that moment our hero understood that calling him a man would no longer be entirely correct. Tim watched in despair as David stood up to his full height and was about to free himself completely. The girls also saw that something was happening to this guy, but they had no idea what they were about to experience. Janine watched what was happening in bewilderment. She also could not believe that David had such power. She felt an unfamiliar sensation take over her body. Her breathing quickened, her heartbeat became louder. The sensations in her lower body reminded her of something forbidden. Janine blushed with shame. What were these damned witches doing to her? Already giving in to the overwhelming weakness and unexpected sensations, she asked David to help her. Tim screamed like crazy, urging his bodyguards to kill this bastard immediately. David shouted that he would tear him to pieces himself, this vile little man with his disgusting hobbies. Taking a breath, David activated the viral shield and for a second saw the frightened faces of his opponents in front of him. The system quickly cooled the ardor of its player and said that he did not have enough strength, because the anger indicator was still too low to activate the defense. But suddenly, the level of anger suddenly increased. The attempt to hit David caused the viral shield to work and turn his body into a strong armor. The second girl, seeing the broken needle on her ring, could not understand how this was possible. Tim, with his tail between his legs, screamed in fear that they alone couldn't handle this monster. One of the girls decided to use her very last trump card, a killer blow, before which no man has ever stood his ground. David, remembering Janine's torment, cried out in despair, accusing these scoundrels of inhumanity and promising to do to them the same thing they did to Janine. He swore to destroy them, not giving them the slightest chance of salvation, because they had crossed all the boundaries of what was permitted. The girls, rushing into the attack, advised him to first assess his chances of winning. One of them, smirking, decided to teach David a lesson, promising to deprive him of the opportunity to be a full-fledged man. But David, roaring with rage, rushed towards them and with a strong blow of his knee hit Sister Bay right on the head. It didn't take more than a few seconds before both attackers were thrown to the floor, unable to rise. Beside herself with anger, the second girl nevertheless tried to get up, threatening David with a terrible death. But David, putting his hand forward with one deft movement, brushed aside her attack. And then, to complete this ridiculous circus, with one kick to her face, he put an end to their tyranny. David, seething with rage, decided to answer his tormentors in the same coin, forcing them to play a deadly game by his rules. The captive begged David for mercy, assuring him that she had done him and his friends no harm. David coldly ordered the girl to be silent and await her fate, reflecting on the actions she had committed. Meanwhile, David's remaining comrades at large found themselves caught in a desperate battle, coming under heavy enemy fire. Kruger desperately tried to stop the shooting, reminding them of his status and threatening reprisals from his powerful allies. Eugene urged Linda to take cover, realizing that they had no chance of resisting the superior enemy forces for long. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Eugene decided to stay and hold off the enemy to give Linda the opportunity to escape. Pointing to the fire escape, Eugene directed Linda toward Tim's apartment, promising to cover her retreat. Linda doubted that Eugene was capable of single-handedly dealing with an entire army of thugs armed to the teeth. Eugene honestly admitted that he could not guarantee her safety, but now the main thing was to save David from the clutches of ruthless tormentors. Linda, saying goodbye to Eugene, looked for the last time with gratitude into the eyes of her loyal friend, ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades. Eugene assured Linda that he would do everything he could to help her and David, and urged her to hurry while he still had the strength to hold back the enemy's onslaught. With each passing second, Kruger became increasingly aware of the approach of death, feeling his strength leaving him. The sudden silence that followed the fierce firefight alarmed the heroes, forcing them to think about their next steps. It is possible that the pursuers, frightened by the decisive resistance from Eugene, fled, preferring to hide in the building. Eugene prepared himself for death, wanting to meet it with dignity, as befits a true hero protecting his friends. He swore to stand until his last breath, not giving an inch to the enemy, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for them. Having overcome her fear, the girl reached almost the very top of the stairs, sincerely believing that the worst was already behind her. Suddenly, a squad of armed soldiers blocked the girl's path, accusing her of illegally entering their territory and opening fire. Surrounded by a dense ring of enemies, Linda frantically tried to come up with a plan of action to escape from the deadly trap. Linda prayed silently that David and Janine would be okay, trying not to panic. The girl swore to avenge the suffering caused, barely containing the anger and thirst for revenge that overwhelmed her. David, feeling no pity, wanted to make his tormentors feel all the pain they inflicted on their victims. Despite his anger, David realized that he might have gone too far in his emotions. The first thing David did was release Officer Janine, relieved to see that she was okay. Trying to calm the frightened girl, David carefully began to untie her hands, freeing them from the tight ropes. Having recovered from the horror she had experienced, Janine could not take her eyes off David, admiring his strength, determination, and courage. At that moment, one of Tim's girls rushed at David, trying to stop him. Tim, bursting with anger, grabbed his weapon, wanting to personally destroy David and take revenge for all his failures. In a hurry to show off his power, Tim decided to use his secret weapon, which was a golden machine gun. David, amazed by the sight of the weapon in Tim's hands, was once again convinced that the crazy villain would stop at nothing. Her partner egged her on, demanding immediate reprisals against David, destroying him once and for all. With a devilish laugh, Tim pulled the trigger, not doubting that the bullets would turn David into a sieve in a matter of seconds. Immediately after this, David, noticing the lifeless bodies of Tim's girls, fully realized what kind of creature he would have to deal with. Tim mocked David, considering the girls to be nothing more than puppets and tools to achieve his nefarious goals. David felt the rage from the shots aimed at him strengthen the viral shield and decided to use this advantage. He understood that if the situation did not change, he and Officer Janine would die at the hands of the ruthless Tim. In order to survive and save Janine, David activated his superpower of body strengthening, bringing his anger level to the limit. Speed was his only chance to get to Tim, so David activated his running skill and rushed at the enemy. Having overcome the machine gun's firing line, David shocked Tim, who had already begun to doubt his human nature. Tim screamed in panic for help as he saw an enraged David approaching him. David could not forgive Tim's betrayal and vowed that he would answer for his crimes. Tim, begging for mercy, was ready to give David whatever he wanted, just to save his own life. David felt no pity for Tim, reminding him of the people he had forced into slavery and condemned to death. He accused Tim of drugging Officer Janine with a vile drug and now trying to do the same to him. Tim, repenting of what he had done, begged David for mercy, promising to reform and never harm people again. Despite the anger filling his heart, David decided not to take Tim's life himself. He decided that Tim deserved a more sophisticated punishment, and decided to hand him over to be torn apart by those he had tormented for so long. Deprived of food and power, Tim, in David's opinion, will turn into an ordinary, despicable pig, incapable of causing harm to anyone. With a quick and decisive movement, David tore the rope that bound the defenseless Officer Janine. David blamed himself for the torment that Officer Janine had to endure and suggested that she immediately leave this damned place. Officer Janine was glad that her savior was David, whom she trusted completely. David, feeling that the virus was still affecting his mind, decided to put the conversation off until later, focusing on the main thing. Janine felt the effects of the drug reverberate through her body, fueling an unbearable desire. Janine begged David for help because she herself was no longer able to resist the burning wave of desire. She confessed to David that her heart was beating wildly and begged him not to hold back. The girl felt that her body was about to explode and begged David for help. David, realizing the danger of the situation, urged Officer Janine to be patient and at least try to resist the effect of the drug. Janine responded by suggesting that David give in to his desires in order to put an end to the unbearable torment. David admitted that he had been attracted to Janine for a long time, and in this situation he could no longer resist his feelings. David, succumbing to unbridled passion, lost control of himself, finding himself at the mercy of animal instincts. After this, David and Janine merged into a passionate kiss, forgetting about everything else in the world. Meanwhile, the bandits, having surrounded the building, called on Eugene to surrender, confident that he had run out of ammunition. Threatening with death, they demanded that Eugene come out to them, reminding them of the comrades who died at his hands. Kruger, tied to the tank, mockingly asked why they didn't enter the building themselves, since they were confident of their victory. The bullet, unexpected for Kruger, reached its target and hit the most sensitive part of his body. Eugene calmed the bandits down by saying that he still had some bullets left and that the last bullet was meant for their leader. Convinced that Eugene was bluffing, the bandits prepared to storm. Eugene, realizing that his strength was running out, passed the baton of the fight to David, hoping for his quick return. He realized with bitterness that he was no longer able to protect his sister and fulfill his brotherly duty. In the last seconds of his life, Eugene said goodbye to his parents, believing that he would soon be reunited with them in heaven. The jubilant bandits called on the defenders of the house to surrender without a fight, predicting a quick and painful death for them. Zach, determined, entered the fight, showing off his shooting skills learned during his training with David. Zach's confidence was bolstered by his mastery of weapons, which were capable of sowing panic among the enemy ranks. Sharon, fearing for her brother's life, tried to shout to Zach and warn him that there were many more enemies than them. Suddenly, Eugene happily noticed David's comrades approaching, and he began to have hope for a quick rescue. The leader of the bandits gave the order to open fire on the car to prevent it from approaching the building. Harms warned his fellow travelers about the upcoming shaking because the car came under heavy enemy fire. Kruger was enraged by the arrival of reinforcements and realized that this was why David had acted so brazenly. Surprised by the arrival of only Eugene, Harms inquired about the whereabouts of David and the others. Eugene explained that David and his companions had penetrated deep into the enemy camp, leaving him to guard the rear. Harms, seeking to find gold and reunite with David, suggested penetrating the enemy's lair. Unexpectedly for Eugene, his sister Ashley was among those who arrived, causing a storm of emotions in him. Eugene couldn't understand how his little sister ended up in this dangerous place, and what prompted her to take such a risk. Harms reassured Eugene, explaining that when they heard the explosion, they could not remain on the sidelines and, risking their own safety, rushed to help their comrades. At this point, Tim's soldiers, hiding in cover, prepared to attack the uninvited guests, raining bullets down on them. Despite the hail of fire, Zach continued to taunt his enemies, asking if they were tired of wasting their ammo. Sharon couldn't resist making a caustic remark, reminding Zach that his shooting had been useless against a dozen opponents anyway. Harms, having soberly assessed the situation, suggested temporarily retreating and waiting for a more convenient moment to attack. He assured Sharon that they didn't have to worry about ammunition, because they had never had any problems with ammunition since David arrived. For the girl Sharon, this whole shootout with the bandits was like an exciting zombie hunt. At least they were already used to it. Eugene was pleased with the courage of his comrades and his own good fortune from his alliance with David. He understood that his decision was correct. At that moment, Linda, having reached the top floor, was trying to find David and Officer Janine, whose voices could be heard in one of the rooms. Linda's path lay through corridors strewn with the bodies of bandits. The smell of corpses was everywhere. Hearing the painfully familiar voice of Officer Janine, Linda realized that she was very close. Plucking up the courage to save her friend, Linda rushed to help, confident that the danger was already over. Linda, having no doubt that Officer Janine's voice was coming from behind the door, braced herself for the unknown. Entering the room, Linda was horrified by the picture that opened before her. There were several lifeless bodies lying on the floor, including 2 dead girls. But who were they? After assessing the number of bullet casings next to one of the dead girls, Linda realized that a real massacre had taken place in this room. Among the dead bodies, Linda recognized Tim, who seemed lifeless. But then, after examining Tim more closely, Linda realized that he was still alive but simply unconscious. Suddenly, Linda came across a strange object that she had never seen before and tried to understand its purpose. Noticing strange stains on the object, Linda became even more surprised, trying to understand what they did to it. Meanwhile, already exhausted from fatigue, Janine asked David to stop their lovemaking. Linda, hearing a painfully familiar voice, realized that David and Officer Janine were in this room. The picture that opened up to Linda shocked her. Everything in the room sparkled with gold. Admiring the luxury of the room, Linda suddenly thought that the discovered gold would delight David when he found out about it. Janine begged David to stop because her body was already at its limits. At that moment, Linda, not understanding what was happening, saw David and Janine in that very pose that could not be confused. Officer Janine tried to explain the situation to Linda, assuring her that everything was not as she thought. Linda, angry, snapped that she saw everything perfectly well and no explanations were needed. Holding back tears and trying to get away, Linda pushed David, making it clear that it was over between them. In anger, she accused David of cheating, reminding him that the guy already had her, and why he needed to have an affair with 2 girls at once was unclear to her. Having come to terms with what had happened, Linda announced her decision to step back and not interfere with her and Janine's happiness. Feeling betrayed and disgraced, Linda decided to leave David for good. But David, deftly intercepting Linda at the exit, made it clear that he was not ready to let her go so easily. With a sardonic smile, David made it clear to Linda that she would never be able to leave him of her own free will. David's behavior shocked Linda so much that she doubted whether he was the man she knew and loved. Officer Janine, realizing the danger of the situation, begged Linda to escape before it was too late. She quietly whispered that David had changed beyond recognition, and it was unlikely that he would be able to return to his former self. David blocked the exit with an evil laugh, declaring that no one would leave until he satisfied his lust. The only hope left was that David would be able to overcome the virus and regain his sanity. The sounds of incessant shooting indicated the continuation of this bloody massacre of everyone against everyone. Harms realized that their enemy now had a numerical advantage, and this did not promise them the chance of getting out of here alive. Eugene, noticing that the enemies were showing incredible aggression, prepared for the worst. Taunting the defenders of the house, Tim's soldiers urged them to come outside and accept death with dignity. One of Tim's soldiers interrupted the shootout, ordering his partner to continue the fight and destroy the enemies. The soldier, outraged by the inaction of his own comrades, demanded that they either join the fight or get away. The guy, threatening with a weapon, ordered people to move away from the building, saying that a cleanup of rioters was taking place there. In response to the soldiers' threats, a crowd of outraged people, no longer willing to put up with the lawlessness, threatened violence. Surprised by the audacity of the hungry people, the soldier angrily demanded obedience, pointing out to them his power here. The crowd, led by the bravest of them, indignantly demanded food, which Tim had promised to give out that morning. Harms was surprised to hear the indignation coming from the crowd about the lack of food. The soldier, trying to calm the angry crowd, asked them to wait until the building was cleared of rioters and promised to give everyone food. One of the soldiers' attention was drawn to a bag lying at Zach's feet, which most likely contained the long-awaited rice. Zach, seeing the soldier's interest in the bag, loudly warned the crowd that these were the people who had appropriated their food supplies. He told everyone that he had learned that Tim and his minions had been hiding food from them and even planning to kill them. To prove his words, Zach showed everyone the rice and dried meat he had taken from the bandits. The outraged soldier accused Zach of lying, considering his words the insane ravings of a madman. Zach's words only increased the anger of the crowd, who were outraged by the injustice of how food supplies were being divided between soldiers and civilians. Zach, continuing to sow discord between the soldiers and the populace, pointed out that Tim had been deliberately starving them by feeding them moldy soup. At that moment, a stray bullet almost hit Zach, forcing him to run for cover again. The soldiers continued to deny the charges, claiming that they ate the same food as everyone else. The soldiers' words did not convince the crowd, which was ready to do anything to get justice and at least some fresh rice. Joining forces and filled with rage, the people rushed at Tim's soldiers with the aim of taking away food supplies. Zach noted the success of his plan and was very happy about the beginning of civil strife in the enemy camp. Harms, rubbing his hands with impatience, rejoiced the first stage of their cunning plan had gone perfectly, and active military operations could begin. After David finally came to his senses, he realized with bitterness that he had again lost control of himself due to the virus. David scolded himself for his weakness, realizing that with Linda he shouldn't have touched Officer Janine, giving in to a fleeting desire. He was tormented by regret and shame in front of Officer Janine, whom he most likely hurt, because for her this night with a guy was the first in her life. David's thoughts were occupied with what Janine would say when she woke up and found him next to her, what words he would find to explain to her his outrageous behavior. He blamed himself for everything that happened, justifying himself only by the fact that the virus suppressed his will and mind. The system hastened to calm David, reminding him that suppressing his desires is dangerous and can lead to tragic consequences. She warned that fighting desires and continuing to ignore the body's needs could make it the new zombie king. David asked in horror why the system hadn't warned him about this before. The system noticed that no one asked her, but having two beautiful companions is not so bad. She recommended that David find a partner in real life so that he could naturally reduce his anger levels if necessary. Angry at the system, David demanded that it finally reveal all its cards. The system, refusing to reveal all the secrets, hinted that David would have to figure it out himself, reminding him of the huge amount of gold waiting for him in this room. David, without wasting time on arguments, asked the system to calculate the total mass of gold. After a quick analysis, the system reported that the total mass of gold was exactly 42 kilograms. David instantly calculated the amount at which the treasure found was valued, coming to the conclusion that it could lead to the collapse of the entire financial system. He realized that such a quantity of gold could attract too much unnecessary attention from the authorities and the criminal world, so he had to think carefully about how to dispose of the wealth. The system suggested not to worry and just play the lottery, especially since with such capital David was guaranteed to be able to hit the jackpot. David did not hide his disappointment in the system, realizing that it had deceived him in this matter as well. Zach was the first to see David at the end of the corridor and happily hurried to meet him, wanting to tell him all the news. David asked Zach why he had abandoned his post, since the bandits were still a danger to them. Boy Zach hastened to calm David down, assuring him that they had already dealt with everyone outside. Eugene made no secret of his concern for Linda and Officer Janine, but David reassured him that they were alive and just sleeping. Wanting to get out of the dangerous place as quickly as possible, he reminded David that now was the best time to slip away unnoticed amid the noise of the chaos they had created. David agreed with Eugene, saying that they were taking the gold and leaving right now. Seeing David safe and sound, Harms was delighted and congratulated him wholeheartedly on his success. Looking at the tired faces of Linda and Janine, Harms noted with a sly smile that the battle had been hot. Unable to resist a joke, he added that everything was immediately clear from their sleepy faces. David, with a tight smile, agreed that it had indeed been a wild night. They could hear the sounds of fighting and the screams of people thirsting for the blood of Tim and his henchmen. Sharon was amazed that people were willing to do such desperate things for the sake of simple survival and ordinary rice. Harms noted with annoyance that they had not managed to capture the tanks because they had never learned how to operate them. This thought gave David an idea, and he asked the system if it was possible to transfer tanks into virtual space. Eugene, turning to his younger sister Ashley, smiled bitterly and apologized for the fact that they were forced to hide again. Ashley was quick to reassure her brother that she would always be there for him, as they were connected by more than just blood. She stressed that now, thanks to David, they are protected and can live peacefully without fear of hunger. Despite his sister's optimism, Eugene was alarmed and asked her if she was afraid of the constant danger. David, inspired by Ashley's words and admiring the bravery of the fragile girl, accepted them into his team. Eugene, flattered that David had accepted them as equals, swore allegiance to him, placing his fate in his hands. David didn't like that Eugene, who was older than him, called him brother, and he asked him not to do it. Eugene was confused and hastened to explain that he was actually only 18 years old. David was surprised because he was sure that getting into the special forces at such an age was simply unrealistic. Blushing with shame, Eugene admitted that he had embellished his biography a little by calling himself a special forces soldier. Eugene honestly admitted his lie and asked forgiveness from everyone gathered. Ashley decided to make fun of her brother, saying that it was obvious to everyone that he had never had a girlfriend before. At this time, the angry crowd demanded that Kruger immediately hand over Tim to them so that they could deal with him. Kruger volunteered to take them to Tim, knowing that he was no longer alive and had nothing to lose anyway. But Tim, coming to his senses, began to remember what had happened to him and how to now solve all the problems that had arisen. Looking around and not finding his captives, Tim was surprised, deciding that they had escaped, but soon realized that something was wrong here. Panicked, he rushed to the hiding place where his gold was kept, but found it empty. Tim realized that he had been robbed and now he had nothing left but empty promises to stupid people. Having looked around the room and made sure that the thieves had not left him a single gram of gold, he cursed everything in the world. What depressed Tim most was that he now vitally needed gold. The crowd burst into the room and, seeing the culprit of their troubles before them, prepared for reprisal. The leader accused Tim of violating the agreement and demanded an explanation as to why they had not yet been given the promised food. Tim, surprised by such impudence, went berserk and, forgetting about decency, shouted that it was he who gave them shelter and food. He threatened the crowd with starvation if they did not stop rioting. In a fit of anger, he asked if they were planning to take his place, and maybe that was why they had so suddenly rebelled. In anger, Tim unleashed a stream of curses and threats on the rebels because this bunch of people had previously obeyed him. To teach them a lesson, he announced a doubling of food prices. The crowd was outraged by this decision because now they would have to starve even more than before. Tim, tired of the arguments and wanting to start searching for gold as quickly as possible, ordered everyone to get out. Seeing that no one obeyed him, he threatened to kill if anyone dared to contradict him. Suddenly, Tim noticed a woman among those gathered, whose appearance made him very wary. The woman moaned in a trembling voice that her child was starving and they needed more food. Tim screamed in horror as he saw the woman turn into a zombie right before his eyes. Eyewitnesses suggested that the transformation into a zombie most likely occurred due to some special ingredient in the soup. At this point, Kruger admitted that on Tim's orders, he had been adding zombie flesh to the meat soup, thinking that it was not dangerous for healthy people. The crowd, realizing the enormity of Tim's deception, decided to punish him for it with particular cruelty. The angry people decided to find and destroy everyone who was involved in the preparation of the poisoned food. After that, they decided to leave them in the room with Tim so that the fat man would be punished by the same zombie that became like that because of him. Tim desperately cried out for help, feeling the zombie's teeth and rotting gums on him, but his fate was already sealed. A week has passed since David's team left Tim's base and went in search of a safe settlement. At the same time, the military detachment led by Commander Patricia continued its mission in the quarantine zone. 30-year-old Patricia was distinguished by her cool mind and courage, so the soldiers trusted her. A military driver warned of danger, and they discovered a cluster of zombies right on the road. Patricia ordered the fighters to prepare for battle, giving them weapons and ammunition. Realizing the scale of the threat and assessing the number of zombies, Patricia realized that they were trapped. One of the fighters, seeing that they could not cope, suggested retreating, covering the retreat. Proud Patricia rejected his offer, noting that in their unit it was not customary to abandon their own. While fighting the zombies, Patricia noticed that they had become much faster and stronger than before. They seemed to have gone mad and were much more aggressive than the usual undead they had encountered before. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared from the thick of the dead, and one of the soldiers, in a panic, mistaking it for the zombie king, warned the officer of the danger. On the officer's orders, the best shooters concentrated their fire on the target, trying to hit the monster. Patricia, monitoring the actions of her subordinates, adjusted her fire, trying to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. To their dismay, the bullets did not cause any harm to the giant. It seemed as if his skin was covered in armor. Patricia noticed that although the monster looked scary, it didn't look like the Zombie King. She urged the fighters not to be afraid and to attack, because she was sure that this was not an enemy to be feared. One of the soldiers, demonstrating dexterity and ingenuity, cut off the mutant's head with a well-aimed blow, killing him instantly. Ludwig noted with surprise that the zombies had become much weaker and much slower than before. Their pressure weakened sharply, and now Patricia's fighters easily dealt with the wild crowd of the dead. Patricia suggested that the monster somehow controlled all these zombies, and after its destruction, they turned into ordinary, mindless dead people. Inspired by the commander's words and having tasted victory, the soldiers went on the offensive. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, they attacked quickly and in a coordinated manner. However, danger lurked on all sides, and soon the fighters found themselves surrounded again. Meanwhile, a completely different atmosphere reigned at the base. The children were enjoying life and splashing carefree in the pool. Sharon was having a blast and invited Zach to join them. Harms decided to teach the boys how to shoot a rifle, patiently explaining to them the basics of military affairs. Zach asked David to fulfill his promise to him and teach him how to swim. David asked him to wait a little, explaining that he first needed to help Nancy with dinner to satisfy the hunger of his restless crew. David noticed with alarm that Linda and Officer Janine were spending all this time in their rooms and trying not to meet with him. He felt uncomfortable after that night because, due to the loss of control, he unwittingly dragged the girls into an awkward situation. The memories of that day seemed like a nightmare to him, which was impossible to forget. He understood that the girls were also worried now, and most likely remembering what happened. Linda tried desperately to break free from David's embrace, but he was too strong. At that moment, it seemed to her that she was seeing David for the first time, and that he was not the man she fell in love with. Linda lost her appetite and asked Nancy to take the food back. Janine, on the other hand, felt guilty and, gathering her courage, decided to talk to Linda. Linda looked at Officer Janine in surprise, sensing an unpleasant conversation was about to begin. Janine, after a little hesitation, nevertheless decided to discuss the situation that had happened between her and David. She believed that it was better to dot the I's than to avoid unpleasant topics. Linda cut her off abruptly, asking her not to explain anything and to just forget about what happened. Janine was quick to apologize and assure Linda that it had never been her intention to take David away from her. Linda tried to explain to Janine that she didn't blame her for what happened, but she was afraid that her relationship with David would never be the same. Janine, seeing how upset Linda was, suggested that they talk frankly and discuss everything that was bothering her. Meanwhile, everyone else was gathered around the table preparing for dinner and discussing the news of the past day. Nancy invited everyone to the table, not forgetting Harms, who was ready to eat all the provisions at once. David drank his beer with pleasure, glad that they now had the opportunity to eat properly and rest. Seeing David with a bottle of beer, Eugene couldn't resist asking to share. David smiled and handed him the beer, noting that for someone his age, this was a completely normal desire. Eugene, having tried beer for the first time in a long time, closed his eyes with pleasure, remembering its unforgettable taste. He noticed that these small joys of life contained all the charm of the freedom he had dreamed of for so long. At that moment, Eugene felt absolutely happy and decided that now his life would be filled only with bright emotions. Sharon smiled as she recalled the day they first tasted David's cooking, noting that they had had similar feelings then. Eugene suggested throwing a celebratory dinner to celebrate the new addition to their ranks and their meeting with David. Nancy, who always supported any ideas, asked Harms if he wanted more beer. Harms thanked her and immediately asked David if he needed to leave them again for 7 days. Eugene was surprised to hear Harms's words and asked David what he meant. David, after a slight hesitation, explained that he needed to leave for a week to take care of an important matter. Eugene nodded in understanding, adding that he trusted him completely and would definitely look after the others in his absence. David thanked Eugene for his dedication and responsibility, offering him wise advice. Harms, wanting to talk to David alone, suggested that he go outside and have a smoke. David gratefully accepted Harms' offer, feeling the support of his comrade. After taking a few heavy drags and starting to cough, David admitted to Harms that he didn't smoke. Harms patted David on the shoulder with a smile, noting that he had become too popular with women. Embarrassed by such directness, David asked Harms how he knew about this. Harms, smiling into his mustache, explained to David that everyone already knew about his adventures. He noticed that it was hard to deceive him, especially since he had long noticed that David was not indifferent to Janine. Harms tried to calm David, assuring him that love between young people is a natural phenomenon and even comparing him to himself in his youth. David, listening to Harms, caught himself thinking that he had almost blurted out to him about what had happened between him and Janine. Harms, unaware of David's thoughts, moved on to talking about Janine, whose guardian he was and treated like his own daughter. He said that Janine had always been a girl with a cold exterior who hid her vulnerable and sensitive soul, yearning for care. According to Harms, due to the fear of being vulnerable in front of loved ones and painful experiences in the family, Janine preferred to appear cruel, hiding her true feelings and avoiding love. David was very surprised by what he heard, because in his opinion, the beautiful Janine could not help but have admirers. Harms just laughed, claiming that the officer's icy image scared away all potential suitors. The conversation smoothly moved on to the relationship between David and Linda, which began to grow closer after they met. Harms admitted that he noticed Linda's feelings, who, in his opinion, was definitely in love with David. Surprised, David tried to change the subject and asked if it was true that Harms had spoken about him with Janine. Suddenly, he remembered that scene with Janine, who had been yearning for intimacy and had urged David not to hold back. Harms explained that his words about David and Janine were said as a distraction, since everyone already knew about his relationship with Linda. Confused, David tried to clarify what Harms meant by his success with women, and that he was concerned about the girl's attitude towards it. Harms assured David that he had invited him for a serious conversation, fully understanding what was troubling him. He encouraged David to cast aside old prejudices and take advantage of the opportunity to be with two girls at the same time. Taken aback by such a proposal, David reproached Harms for making inappropriate jokes and assured him that he would not behave like a fool. But Harms insisted on his own because the guy could hurt Linda's feelings by not reciprocating her love. Harms persistently tried to convince David that in a world where every day could be his last, it was worth throwing away the remnants of the past and seizing the moment. According to Harms, he just wanted to help Linda, who found a man after her heart, and that man turned out to be David. In conclusion, Harms advised David to think carefully about his proposal, assuring him that this was all he wanted to say. He encouraged David to follow his heart, expressing hope that he would not let him down. Meanwhile, David, tempted by the idea of a harem, wondered how Linda and Janine would react to this, unaware of their conversation. At this time, the girls had been talking for a long time about David and their feelings for him, discussing what had happened. Janine, convinced that David was drugged, defended his actions and urged Linda not to blame him. Linda, while agreeing that David had behaved disgustingly under the influence of drugs, continued to worry about what had happened. Janine reassured Linda, insisting that neither of them should blame David because he was out of control, and asked her not to push him away. Plucking up her courage, Linda decided to ask if Janine herself had feelings for David. Linda was quick to assure Janine that she was not asking the question out of fear that she would steal David away from her. She admitted that she was ready to share David with her if Janine liked him too. Denying such feelings, Janine reminded that she is not the kind of woman who is capable of falling in love, and especially not with David. Deciding to change the subject, Janine suggested that Linda forget about this conversation and leave everything in the past. She assured Linda that she never attached importance to feelings and that love did not occupy an important place in her life. Despite Janine's assurances, Linda still felt that the officer was not indifferent to David. Meanwhile, David decided it was time for him to leave, saying goodbye to all his friends. He turned to Eugene to take care of everything while he was away. Eugene readily agreed to fulfill David's request, assuring him that everything would be fine. David asked everyone not to worry and promised to return at the appointed time, and then suddenly disappeared from the room. Eugene, not understanding how David was able to leave the room so quickly, was surprised by his sudden disappearance. Zach, who was present, assured Eugene that this was not the first time David had left like this. He explained that although the mystery of David's disappearance remains a mystery to them, they do know that he always returns within 7 days. After putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, Eugene came to the conclusion that David had magical powers and promised to keep this secret. Meanwhile, David was transported to the real world where his friends were waiting for him, having already begun work on opening a jewelry store. After seeing the fruits of their labor, David praised his friends for choosing a busy shopping area and the speed of the renovation. Andrew explained that it had cost a considerable amount of money to rent a shop in such a good location. He assured David that the renovation was being carried out strictly to his specifications and that the store did not look too luxurious, which gave customers a sense of trust. David reassured his friends that all their previous expenses would be recouped 100-fold once they got the store up and running and established a good reputation. Kevin decided to remind David about Peter, with whom he had recently had a race, and said that he had invited them all to gather at Andrew's house. Kevin, having found out something about his new acquaintances, reported that they turned out to be not just rich kids, as was previously assumed. It turned out that Peter was a Harvard graduate and graduated with honors, possessing a brilliant mind. After graduating, Peter founded his own business in Silicon Valley and made millions developing innovative software. Kevin continued to share information, claiming that Jacob was even more powerful, came from an influential family, was gifted in everything, and graduated from a prestigious university. Like David, Jacob built a gemstone business and had his own army of mercenaries guarding mining sites in Africa. Given Jacob's resources, David considered the possibility of purchasing weapons and equipment from him. He remembered his first meeting with Jacob and Peter, which confirmed his suspicions that there was something more behind their apparent simplicity. Kevin explained that he became close with his new acquaintances when he asked Peter for help in developing a jewelry program. After considering Jacob's offer, David agreed to meet and chat more closely, since Jacob had invited them to visit. After some time, the friends went to the appointed meeting place, where the hospitable host was already waiting for them. When David met Jacob, he was amazed by the grandeur of his villa, which was in stark contrast to the tasteless luxury of the houses of other rich people. Looking at the villa, which looked like an impregnable fortress, David thought about acquiring the same one. Meanwhile, Jacob warmly greeted the guests, welcoming them cordially at the threshold of his monastery. He offered David a tour of the villa, since it was his first time visiting him. Observing Jacob's behavior, David noted that, despite his wealth and position, he did not at all give the impression of being an arrogant snob. Jacob, turning to the servants, gave orders to prepare the guest rooms and begin preparing the festive dinner. The girl meekly agreed, assuring that she would immediately begin to carry out Jacob's orders. Noticing David's unusual pallor, Jacob inquired about his well-being. David, trying to hide his condition, referred to a headache caused by fatigue and overwork. The girl, seeing David's condition, offered him her help and said that there was a personal doctor in the house. David was quick to refuse help, assuring that he only needed to drink some water and rest a little for everything to go away. Jacob, concerned about his guest's well-being, insisted on a visit to the doctor and migraine pills. Andrew, knowing the real reason for David's ailment, sarcastically remarked that the migraine was probably caused by his stormy personal life. David mentally asked the system to contact him immediately and clarify the situation. The system, as usual, reminded him that David's desires would only get stronger each time and advised him to find a way to combat this. In desperation, David asked the system if there was another way to control his libido other than satisfying his desire. The system mercilessly declared that there was no other way, and all he could do was find himself a girl to meet with on a regular basis. At this point, the girls introduced by Jacob reminded that they were always ready to fulfill any wish of their masters. Assessing the situation, David realized with horror that there were a huge number of attractive girls around him. Realizing he couldn't contain himself, David looked away, hoping the girls wouldn't notice his state. Looking around the richly furnished villa, David admitted to himself that only now did he understand what true luxury was. He estimated that the money invested in the villa would be enough to build several five-star hotels. During the tour, Jacob proudly showed off his art collection, which included an expensive vase and a famous sculpture. David was particularly impressed by Jacob's collection of vintage cars. In addition to cars, the collection also included many types of weapons, from antique bladed weapons to modern pistols and rifles that many collectors could only dream of. Andrew and Kevin, who did not share Jacob's passion, looked at the new program that Peter was developing with much greater interest. After this, Jacob decided that David would be much more interested in seeing his personal collection. He handed David a perfectly preserved weapon that was centuries old. Not being an expert on antiques, David was unable to appreciate the gift and admitted that he had no understanding of such things. Instead, David showed an interest in modern weapons. Does Jacob have anything similar in his collection? Surprised, Jacob, who had not expected his friend to have such hobbies, confirmed that he had something worthwhile. Before showing off the collection, Jacob asked David if he could keep it a secret. After this, the facial recognition system opened a secret door to a secret room. Inviting David in, Jacob promised to show him his personal armory. Opening the door, Jacob proudly showed David his collection of weapons, calling it his personal toy room for big boys. Looking at the perfectly assembled collection, David couldn't help but admire Jacob's scope, forcing himself to be more careful so as not to arouse suspicion. Inviting David to try out the weapons, Jacob handed him one of the rifles he liked. Admiring the condition of the weapons, David thought with regret that all these rifles served only as decoration, without finding any use. Hearing this, Jacob objected that he did not allow things to gather dust without being used. He explained that he cannot take the weapon outside the villa, but there is a shooting range inside where he occasionally practices. David was surprised to learn that the house had its own shooting range. Jacob remarked that he had built it for his own pleasure and suggested to David that they have a shooting competition. David readily agreed, intrigued by Jacob's proposal. Jacob offered to make a bet if David wins, he will get his Ferrari, otherwise he will fulfill any of his requests. Remembering all the requests Jacob had made to other people, David came to the conclusion that there was no way he could lose. David immediately agreed, but warned that he would not tolerate breaking the rules or cheating. Jacob chuckled and asked if David was really that confident in his strength and shooting skills. Watching Jacob warm up, David realized that he was a marksman. David mentally connected with the system and acquired 20 experience books, spending all the gold he had on it. The system confirmed the purchase and immediately used all the experience books, significantly increasing our hero's shooting skill. Increasing the level brought noticeable results. The hit rate, range, and rate of fire increased. Despite the obvious improvements, David complained that the result could have been better if he had trained more often. Jacob, however, noted that this was enough for David to experience the excitement of their rivalry. David was just a little short of repeating his previous shooting result, as he had not practiced for a long time. But according to Jacob, it should still be enough to feel the tension of the competition. Things were really starting to get heated, and David had to pull himself together and start taking things seriously. Jacob laughed because David was indeed good, but he was still far from Jacob's skill, and his Ferrari was almost the property of the winner. David hit the target and let out a cry of triumph. Raising his weapon, he felt his body automatically take the perfect shooting position. The field of vision became unusually clear. Every detail seemed to acquire special clarity. David felt incredible confidence in his abilities, as if the target was attracting the bullet. Anticipating new success, David decided not to delay and start acting. Jacob, watching David's impeccable posture and movements, tried to figure out what technique he was using. With each shot David fired, Jacob's admiration grew. He understood that he was dealing with a truly strong opponent. David finished shooting and asked Jacob if he had won. Jacob did not hide his amazement and admitted defeat, but he could not understand how David had managed to achieve such a result. David's accuracy seemed incredible. Jacob was sure that he had witnessed real magic. Jacob did not hold back in expressing his admiration for David's talent and admitted that his modesty at the beginning of the competition had confused him. David realized that he might have gotten too carried away, and that if he continued in the same spirit, he would arouse Jacob's suspicions. Jacob, having accepted his defeat, acknowledged David's superiority with dignity and confirmed his readiness to part with his Ferrari. Throwing the car keys to David, Jacob congratulated him on his victory and expressed hope for further friendship. Jacob genuinely liked David, was glad to meet him, and considered himself very lucky to have met such a person. David reciprocated and offered to help Jacob in any matter, because he considered him his friend. Jacob, hesitating, noted that the matter was rather delicate, and he did not know whether David was really ready to help him. David asked Jacob not to keep him in suspense and to tell him everything as it was, so that he could see if he could be of any use to him. Jacob admitted that he wanted to take revenge on the family of that scoundrel Charles, and he needed David's help in this matter. Hearing the name of the enemy, David thought about it and asked if it was really the same family he thought of. David was very surprised that Charles's family turned out to be Jacob's enemies and suggested that perhaps this was the wrong Charles. Jacob clarified that his feud was not with the old man's youngest son, but with his brother. The younger son was merely the result of an extramarital affair between the head of their family and had no influence or power, so he could not be Jacob's enemy. The real leaders of the Jinbi gang, which was involved not only in legal but also shadow business in the city, were the father and brother of young Charles. Even though Jacob had the strength to resist them, it could cost him too much. David, analyzing Jacob's words, realized that he had guessed from the very beginning who he really was. Jacob noted that the reason for their confrontation was not some long-standing feud, but a woman. She was the only daughter in her family whom Jacob loved very much. They were happy together and planned to live side by side for the rest of their lives. But their happiness was not destined to come true, because at one of the parties they met Thomas, the future head of the Jinbi group. At that time, they could not even imagine that their new acquaintance would change their lives, because the Jinbi gang was only just gaining strength. Initially, Thomas had one goal: to destroy the family of Louise, Jacob's beloved. It was as if fate deliberately brought them together, and they ended up becoming friends, which Thomas took advantage of to bring his insidious plan to life. Under the pretext of a friendly meeting, Thomas slipped something into Jacob's drink and arranged for Louise to catch him with another girl. Noticing Louise at the door, the lady told Jacob about it, informing him of the guest's arrival. Having seen everything with her own eyes, Louise did not believe Jacob's explanations and broke off the relationship. Taking advantage of the situation, Thomas began to act even more actively. He flattered Louise's family, helped them solve financial problems, winning their favor. Despite all of Jacob's attempts to stop him, Thomas continued to court Louise. Jacob was shocked that Louise, out of spite, agreed to Thomas's advances, which led to their marriage. Fury overwhelmed Jacob. He created a scandal right at the wedding, thereby closing the doors to high society once and for all. After some time, passion subsided. Jacob decided to go to Africa and start a new life. David, after listening to Jacob's story, inquired about Louise's fate and her current situation. Jacob admitted that he would have been much less worried if he had been sure of Thomas's sincerity. But from the very beginning, he noticed the falseness in Thomas's behavior and realized that the goal of the father and son was to take over all the business in the city. The group's chairman dies, seemingly by accident, in a car accident under very strange circumstances. One by one, members of Louise's family begin to die in various accidents. Jacob could not calmly watch what was happening and wanted to immediately avenge his beloved and her family, even at the cost of his own life. But his own family opposed his plans and forbade him to interfere. His relatives threatened to withhold support and deport him if he got involved in a war with Thomas's family to avenge the woman. This is why Jacob had no choice but to turn to David for help. Jacob truly believed in David's talents and hoped that he would not refuse to help him. At this point, Andrew asked Peter what was going on and why loud voices were coming from the room. Meanwhile, Jacob, turning to David, tried to justify his behavior to his brother, who forbade him to start a feud with Thomas's family. To prove the seriousness of his intentions and faith in his abilities, Jacob admitted that after meeting David, he began to collect information about him. Jacob said he was amazed by the story of how David single-handedly took on 2 leaders of the Black Tiger gang and quickly became rich, noting that he had never met anyone like him in the city. At the end of his speech, Jacob promised David full financial and moral support in exchange for help in implementing the plan of revenge and a generous reward. David realized that before he would not have interfered in the squabbles between the 2 families, but now something was pushing him to take risks. David's inner voice told him that the riskier the business, the more he would gain, but so far he could not understand what he really wanted. Jacob, wanting to get David as an ally, promised to fulfill any of his wishes in exchange for help. David liked the idea of leading his own group and decided to take the chance. A spark of excitement lit up David's eyes, and he suddenly imagined himself as the sole ruler of the city. Jacob, trying to understand David's intentions, asked again if he was really asking for help in capturing the Jinbi group. David saw no point in waiting for an attack from Charles's family. He was ready to strike first. David was filled with anger and was determined to wipe Charles's family off the face of the earth. Jacob, watching the changes happening to David, noted with surprise how powerful his aura had become. Jacob couldn't believe that just recently David seemed like a simple and harmless guy to him, and now his whole being radiated threat and strength. Jacob promised to provide David with all his support and help him destroy Charles's family. David and Jacob came to a goal that united them both, thus cementing the alliance of two young leaders. Jacob asked David to take care of everything and expressed hope for a fruitful cooperation. Now he firmly believed that their cooperation would be mutually beneficial. Sometime later, relaxing in the hot spring at Jacob's mansion, David reflected on the joys of wealth and the benefits of having his own spring. Kevin came out of the pool and invited David to have a drink to warm up. Andrew, in turn, invited his friends to join him for a massage. Kevin was pleasantly surprised that Andrew had arranged such wellness treatments for them. David did not support his friends. He did not want to interrupt his rest and leave this luxurious room. The hot spring brought him peace and relaxation, especially since he was not used to such entertainment. Suddenly, David was surprised to see Andrew back in the bathhouse, even though he had just left for a massage. But suddenly, a beautiful stranger named Monica appeared before him. She explained her appearance by Jacob's desire to brighten up his loneliness. David confusedly reminded Monica that they were in the men's bathing area and asked her to leave. David panicked a little and asked the girl to leave immediately, not wanting to be responsible for the consequences. Monica reassured David by explaining that this was a public bathing area, not a men's bathing area as he had previously thought. Referring to Jacob's words, she reminded David that he had openly looked at her and did not understand why he was pretending now. Monica admitted that she was ordered to please David and he could do whatever he wanted with her. David hastened to cool Monica's ardor, considering such behavior of the servant unacceptable. Monica explained that the servants in their house receive high salaries, so they are obliged to unquestioningly carry out any orders from their owners. One of the servants' duties, according to Monica, was to take care of Jacob's guests. Monica's gentle touches caused a storm of emotions in David that he found difficult to resist. Sensing David's excitement, Monica suggested that he become even more frank. David, gathering his strength, gently pushed the girl away, explaining that he did not need her care in such a way. David decided to leave, leaving Monica alone and allowing her to act as she saw fit. But at that moment, Monica, in a panic, rushed after David, begging him to stay. The girl was afraid that Jacob, having learned about David's imminent departure, would decide that she was not coping well with her duties. And so Monica begged David not to ruin her career and to stay at least for a while. The girl suggested that David sit together for a while, and later she would explain everything to Jacob herself. And after another gentle touch of a beautiful girl, the remnants of self-control left David. He could no longer restrain himself and his body. With an evil glint in his eyes, David changed and went wild in a second. Now Monica will definitely know what it means to play with him like an adult. The girl, taken by surprise, panicked and tried to stop the impending violence, but David no longer listened to her. He suddenly began to revel in his power over the helpless girl, and the only thing he offered her was escape, if she succeeded. As dawn approached, a new guest unexpectedly entered Monica's bedroom, anticipating a piquant spectacle. It was obvious from the girl that she had had a wild night, although she tried not to show her excitement. Without hiding his purpose, Jacob began to interrogate her about the whereabouts of his missing partner and the reason why he found him in her arms. Trying to keep a straight face, Monica tried to get away with some vague explanation about David's night visit and his unexpected early departure. Jacob's suspicions grew stronger with every second had his friend gotten cold feet at the last moment and decided to abandon his plan of revenge. At that moment, the phone rang. David sent a message announcing his 2-day absence and imminent return. Jacob was jubilant. The plan of revenge against Thomas's family was set in motion, and none of them would escape retribution. Meanwhile, people passing by looked admiringly at the luxurious sports car, dreaming of capturing themselves against its backdrop. David, trying not to attract unnecessary attention, politely apologized for being late and asked the master how long he had been waiting for him. The teacher greeted his careless student with undisguised irony, noting the carelessness of modern youth. As a first test, the master threw a cup of tea towards David, testing his reaction. David, not wanting to appear incompetent, confidently declared that he could easily catch the flying cup, not doubting his abilities. He was ready to catch the hot cup when he suddenly noticed that it began to change its trajectory. Suddenly, the cup hit David right on the forehead and, like a hot iron, left a painful mark on the skin. The master gestured for David to prepare to test the skills he had developed during his absence. Despite the searing pain from the cup that had hit him, David was determined not to fall for the teacher's trick again. The teacher blocked David's attack with astonishing ease, demonstrating the superiority of skill over mindless force. The sudden seizure was so painful that David begged for mercy, acknowledging the justice of today's lesson. Shaking his head, the master only acknowledged the deplorable state of his protege, who clearly lacked persistent training. Feeling remorse for being too harsh, the master mentally blamed his own carelessness, which had caused David's illness. David felt so sick that he had to apologize, citing an urgent desire to get rid of the contents of his stomach. With the wise air of a mentor, the master explained that uncontrolled brute force had become a burden for David, which had become a source of new suffering. As a sign of reconciliation, the master handed his student a cup of aromatic tea, offering to continue the conversation after David came to his senses. With morbid curiosity, the master began to question David about the people he had met during his 2-day absence. Feeling the negative energy emanating from the student, he noted with horror its striking difference from the pure male energy that was characteristic of David just a couple of days ago. Trying to conceal the true cause of his illness, David pretended to have caught a slight cold. The master grew gloomier with each passing minute. This kind of energy had nothing in common with a banal illness. In the ensuing silence, the master's words were heard that the source of negative energy reminded him of the energy of a corpse. The master's suspicions grew stronger, and he directly asked David if he had secretly practiced a forbidden, devilish technique. Showering the teacher with gratitude for the trust he had placed in him, David swore his loyalty and steadfastness. The master did not oppose the student's desire to study other techniques, but he forbade him to touch the forbidden ones, which could destroy the soul. To rid the student of the destructive energy of the corpse, the master suggested that David take off his clothes and prepare for the purification ritual. The master's patience ran out, and he hurried David to undress so that he could begin the exorcism as quickly as possible. David's thoughts were feverishly racing in search of a way out of the current situation. Would the wisdom of the teacher be able to find a cure for the virus penetrating into the very heart of his being? In a calm voice, the master instructed the student to cast aside fruitless doubts and fears so as not to lose touch with reality. The master began the ritual of purification, directing streams of his energy towards the dark, alien entity within David, thereby causing him to suffer. With each passing minute, the situation became more and more strange and unpredictable. The negative energy was not a random guest, but a long-rooted part of David. In order not to harm David, the master had to abandon the original plan and resort to an alternative solution that was fraught with uncertainty. The master gathered all his strength and sent a powerful impulse of life energy into David's body, hoping to change the course of events. David felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his numb, constrained body filled with an unprecedented lightness and freedom. David could not understand whether he had imagined this miraculous action of the master's pure energy, when suddenly relief came quickly. A new wave of gentle but at the same time unusually powerful energy flows penetrated deeper into David's body, displacing pain and suffering. Imagine David's surprise when he realized that alien energy does not disappear without a trace, but only changes its nature. David felt with horror how the darkness did not leave him, but merged with him, forming a menacing, frightening symbiosis. At that moment, the system's voice was heard, announcing the successful acquisition of a new skill. Still not having recovered from the shock he had experienced, David could not believe his good fortune and unknown force had become his own without any effort on his part. Concerned about his mentor's condition, David hastened to find out what price the master paid for his healing. The master, smiling tiredly, reassured David that the transferred portion of energy was negligible and could not cause harm to his health. The master described in detail how he managed to neutralize the chaotic, destructive energy inside David, enclosing it in a strong cocoon of life force. Thanks to the ritual, David received not only protection from the virus, but also access to a powerful source of the master's inner strength, discovering an unknown potential in himself. Feeling a twinge of conscience for the unintentional theft, David offered to return the stolen power to the master. David was ready to accept any pain, just to get rid of the virus and make amends to his mentor. The master stopped David's impulses, smiling at his naivety even with a third of his strength. David was still far from true mastery. Reminding him of his duty as a mentor and heir to his knowledge, the master tried to dispel David's fears. Much more than the lost energy, the master was concerned about the mental state of the student who had embarked on a dangerous path. With undisguised concern in his voice, Master Lee urged David not to stray from the righteous path and to work hard to improve his spirit. David was touched by the teacher's genuine concern and vowed to live up to his expectations. David promised never to repeat the deadly mistake of the past and to follow the master's instructions. From now on, all his thoughts were directed towards learning the secrets of martial arts together with his teacher. Inspired by his students' determination, Master Lee predicted a great future for them and the heights of mastery, achievable through hard work and fortitude. David, brimming with enthusiasm and gratitude, vowed never to disappoint his mentor. The master stopped mid-sentence, glancing at their unenviable situation for starters. They should leave this public training ground and take care of their clothes. Passers-by, noticing two half-naked men, whispered in surprise, suspecting something was wrong. Smiling awkwardly, David timidly asked the master about his plans for today's training. The master did not want to continue the lesson in front of prying eyes and suggested that they go to his home. Once at the teacher's house, David realized that he was dealing with a very influential man who led a solitary life. Antique furniture, expensive interior items, a cozy garden with a pond and a gazebo, all this spoke of the significant wealth of the owner of the house. David listened to the master tell about his life, full of dramatic turns and incredible trials that left an indelible mark on his memory. Having sold part of his property and preferring a modest life, the master lived alone in a huge house, because after the death of his wife, the children moved away in all directions. As soon as Master Lee stepped into the house, he began teaching David without wasting a minute. During his training, David's thoughts wandered between two worlds. There was much more time in the post-apocalyptic world than in reality. A new plan has matured in David's head. He can use the time in the bunker to train and practice the skills he has acquired in order to amaze those around him with his successes. The master broke the deathly silence, shaming the student for his absent-mindedness and endless daydreaming. David blushed and sheepishly assured that he was listening carefully to every word the teacher said. The master continued the lesson, emphasizing the importance of concentration and inner harmony on the path to mastering martial arts. David, trying to pull himself together and earn his mentor's approval, assured that he was ready to continue the lesson. An unexpected call from Jacob interrupted their training and brought David back to earthly affairs and problems. Jacob reported the successful delivery of the package containing the things that David had asked him to prepare. After unpacking the parcel, David looked doubtfully at the thin, almost weightless material of the clothes. He was tormented by doubts. Would this fabric protect not only from the claws and teeth of predators, but also from bullets? Jacob hastened to reassure him laboratory tests and combat use confirmed the high strength of the fabric. Despite the safety guarantees, the sensation of being hit by a bullet promised to be unpleasant, but the risk of a fatal outcome was minimal. Proud of the work he had done and his connections, Jacob urged David to keep their deal a secret. David remembered another request he had made to Jacob earlier and was surprised not to hear an answer. At the gates of the house, there was not just an armored car, but a real combat vehicle, which did not suit David. Jacob tried to allay David's fears by convincing him that in the current situation there was nothing more reliable than a military armored vehicle. Having said goodbye to Jacob and promised to see him soon, David went about his business, dreaming of revenge on his enemies. Before returning to the bunker, David decided to have a snack, because after meeting the virus, his appetite was not giving him peace. He constantly felt a brutal hunger, as if there was a black abyss inside him that could not be filled with food. What scared David most was his changed attitude towards food. He was drawn to raw meat and had a hard time suppressing these barbaric instincts. Hoping to deceive the awakening beast, David ate only light dietary dishes, which unfortunately could not satisfy his hunger. He desperately clung to the remnants of his human form, delaying the moment of transformation into a mindless animal. Finally, David found himself back in the dark, dangerous world of the post-apocalypse. But for some reason there was silence throughout the house, which seriously alarmed David. The absence of friends gave him a bad feeling, which was confirmed with every passing second. David noticed a note left for him on the table, which contained an explanation. Judging by the handwriting, the author of the message was Linda, but what did she want to tell him? In the letter, Linda said that their group was forced to go south with a military detachment tasked with evacuating survivors. David remembered his search for this very gathering place. Had they really come into their hands? Linda wrote about an unexpected meeting with the squad and an offer to join them. Janine flatly refused to leave the house, waiting for David to return, which angered the detachment's command. The soldiers made it clear that it was too dangerous to stay, as the zombies had recently become much stronger and more aggressive. They had no choice, and in order not to reveal their armed force, the entire group joined the military. Mentally thanking fate for the armored car sent to him, David immediately set off on his journey. Images of his beloved girls and friends whom he had to find and protect flashed through his head. The roar of the engine attracted zombies from everywhere, but they did not dare to come closer. Apparently, the power of the Zombie King instilled in them an animal terror. David was jubilant. Now he would finally perfect his fighting skills, destroying countless hordes of the dead. He noted with annoyance that ordinary zombies no longer posed a threat or interest to him as opponents. He was able to deal with them too easily, and it became boring to shoot them. While David was indulging in bloodthirsty dreams, a completely different life was in full swing at the base he was so eager to get to. The tired young man in charge of distributing food asked the refugees to stand in line and not push each other. Nancy, urging Elizabeth to eat more carefully, stroked her head and smiled, admiring the baby. Harms recalled the past, comparing the abundant table with the meager rations with which they now had to be content. Zach, on the contrary, was yearning for meat, forgetting how recently they had to go hungry. He remembered how easily David got food and what wonderful feasts they had then. Harms shamed Zach for his careless words, afraid of being heard and suspecting the military of dishonesty. Linda tried to shame the impatient Zach by reminding him of the importance of secrecy in the company of strangers. The boy guiltily fell silent, not wanting to cause trouble to his loved ones, and obediently finished his porridge. Suddenly he noticed in Ashley's hands a treasured thing that he had not tried for a long time. Ashley explained that she had received the ham sausage from David, who chose to give it to her, and now she could share the delicacy with Zach. Embarrassed by such generosity, Zach refused to take the sausage, not considering himself worthy of such a sacrifice. He decided it would be fair to give the treat to Elizabeth, as the youngest in their company. While calming his conscience by saying that David's student could not show his weakness, Zach still refused the tasty food. Nancy nodded approvingly and asked Elizabeth to thank her older brother for such a deed. Harms looked at the guy with pride, noting his strength of spirit and true masculine qualities. Despite the difficult situation they all found themselves in, the soldiers were attentive to the needs of ordinary people and tried to help them in any way they could. The girl remembered the night incident with the zombie attack and the robbery of one of the food trucks. Janine sadly noted that the losses among the soldiers were high. Several people died. Harms came up with an idea that, in his opinion, could improve the situation, and he offered to share the remaining supplies with the soldiers. Janine and Linda took a bag of rice and went to look for the commander to express their gratitude and support. Meanwhile, Patricia, tired and exhausted, once again recounted the losses in her detachment over the past day. Ludwig took pity on the tired commander and brought her a cup of hot porridge, begging her to at least have a little refreshment. He was afraid that overwork would cause Patricia serious health problems. Taking the cup gratefully and apologizing for her weakness, Patricia promised to find an opportunity to rest in the near future. But the horrific lists of dead soldiers haunted her, and she simply could not give herself any slack. The commander was perplexed as to where such inhuman aggression and strength came from in ordinary zombies, whom they had previously dealt with without difficulty. Ludwig agreed that deaths were inevitable in war, but the lack of reliable information about the enemy made their task impossible. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Linda and Janine, who approached them with an unusual request. As a sign of respect and gratitude, they decided to hand over some of their supplies because they could not calmly watch the defenders of order go hungry. Seeing the bag of rice, even the imperturbable Ludwig expressed his admiration for the gift, but the commander was speechless. Janine carefully explained that she understood the difficulty of the food situation and that we needed to help each other in difficult situations. She asked to accept their modest gift not as a handout, but as a sign of solidarity and support. Patricia thanked him for his good intentions and sincere desire to help, but firmly refused the provisions. Not understanding the reason for the refusal, Janine stopped in confusion, afraid of offending the military with her persistence. The commander calmly explained to them that she could not take food from civilians, whose safety was the top priority for every soldier. She proudly emphasized that protecting the people is their main duty and will not allow themselves to take a crumb, even at the cost of their own well-being. Ludwig supported Patricia, convincing the girls that they had no reason to doubt the honesty of the military. Janine again referred to the commonality of their professions, which, in her opinion, made them allies in this unequal struggle for life. At this moment, the conversation was interrupted by an indignant cry from one of the refugees, who became an accidental witness to the scene. The boss, having won a dubious victory in a card game, rubbed his hands in anticipation of winning, confident in his luck. The two friends laughed arrogantly at the losers, reveling in their sense of superiority. Paul, one of the members of their gang, approached the boss with fear and began to whisper something in his ear. The guy, barely containing the excitement and greed in his voice, told about what he had just seen with his own eyes. The boss couldn't believe his ears. The soldiers who ate only porridge had hidden supplies. Janine continued the conversation, not paying attention to what was happening, saying that she had also served in the police in the past and knew the value of military duty. Patricia, wanting to end this senseless conversation as soon as possible, again assured the girls of her sincerity and fidelity to duty. Not wanting to continue the argument and showing everyone her normal human behavior, she allowed the bag of rice to be left and distributed among the refugees. Ludwig received orders from his commander to take rice and distribute it to those in need. He saluted quickly and rushed to carry out his commander's order. Paul's words were confirmed. The military really did have rice hidden away, and in significant quantities. A malicious glint flashed in the boss's eyes. He was already anticipating how he would expose the liars and take the supplies for himself. Everyone suddenly became quiet, listening to the guy's accusations, which exposed the shameless soldiers, as it seemed to him. Ludwig indignantly refuted his false words, telling about the exploits of his comrades. Panic began all around. The voices became louder, and the quarrel grew more intense with every second. The impudent tone of the leader of the crowd of refugees angered Ludwig, and he asked what right he had to speak to him like that. Does he think that he alone has the right to manage common reserves without taking into account the opinion of the military? Supporting the leader, someone from the crowd shouted that the military was unreliable and could abandon them at any moment. Janine noted that the situation was getting tense, and if they did not stop the provocation, the consequences could be unpredictable. Linda's patience snapped, and she angrily shouted that she would not allow anyone to insult her friends or threaten their lives. Taking a pistol from her belt, she threatened to shoot anyone who dared to contradict her. There was a lot of noise and hubbub at the base. The fragile girl, who seemed so harmless, had a weapon. The boss was just waiting for this. He loudly ordered his accomplices to grab their weapons and attack. Paul chuckled sarcastically, noting that Linda wouldn't be able to fight off his friends with just a pistol. He made a cruel joke, suggesting that she shoot them all and then explain her barbaric behavior to her superiors. An enraged Linda took aim at Paul and was about to pull the trigger. Patricia's commanding voice rang out as she quietly appeared nearby and ordered the girl to put away her weapon. She called on everyone to remain calm and assured that she would sort out the situation herself. Having recognized the instigator of the scandal as the leader of a local gang, Patricia tried to find an approach to his shaken pride. The commander remembered how ardently he had boasted of his strength and courage and asked if he had the courage to take responsibility for the safety of the food supplies. The boss was taken aback by the unexpected proposal, mumbling vague excuses. Paul quickly agreed with his friend, fearing exposure and anger from the commander. Ludwig snorted contemptuously, noting that the bravery of these braggarts was worthless. Linda was indignant as she watched how brazenly this coward and liar behaved. The soldiers gathered around watched the developments with interest, anticipating an interesting spectacle. Noticing the commotion and hearing loud voices, other inhabitants of the camp began to emerge from their shelters, trying not to miss the fun. The commander offered the boss a simple and clear solution to their dispute. Whoever wins in a fair fight will be the one who gets to control the remaining provisions. The boss immediately declared that he would not fight with a woman because he did not want to be considered a coward and a scoundrel. Patricia coldly noted that today he would be her opponent regardless of gender and suggested that they do without weapons and dirty tricks. The winner will be determined very simply. Whoever ends up on the ground first loses. Paul quickly encouraged the frightened boss, whispering that he had no chance of losing and that very soon they would be feasting. He got so excited that he almost shouted in his boss's face about his incredible strength, which would be enough to scatter all the military here. Finally, the boss made an effort and agreed to the duel. With a haughty smile on his face, he promised Patricia to be gentle with her. None of those present could have guessed how this fight, in which the boss was going to show off his strength, would end. Before the audience could blink, they saw the bully's body fly through the air and crash to the ground with a loud thud. Patricia performed a lightning-fast grab, leaving the boss helpless in her arms, and with a slight movement sent him into a knockdown. The boss could only croak out a curse, clutching his broken arm. The crowd fell silent, not believing their eyes. Could this woman really be stronger than the gang leader? Only Linda did not hold back her emotions, admiring Patricia's agility and speed of reaction. Ludwig, proud of his commander, smiled contentedly as he listened to the laudatory odes addressed to her. Patricia, not paying attention to the commotion, addressed the crowd with a speech. She tried to convey to them the importance of trust and mutual assistance, without which they would not be able to survive in this struggle. The commander spoke about the heavy burden of responsibility that lies on the shoulders of each soldier and that unfair accusations only make the situation worse. Once again, she reaffirmed her steadfast determination to protect civilians and escort them to safety. An admiring Linda showered Patricia with compliments, asking her to take her on as a student and teach her how to deal with enemies just as quickly. Janine stopped her friend's ardor, explaining that the commander needed rest and that she should not be distracted with empty talk. Patricia, seeing Linda's interest, asked if she had any fighting skills. Having learned that both girls had undergone combat training, she was delighted with the unexpected gift of fate, considering their appearance a good sign. Smiling, she introduced herself and invited her new acquaintances to communicate less formally. While the base was in a deceptive, festive atmosphere, a new threat, about which they knew nothing, was approaching their temporary campsite. In the darkness of the night, under one of the bridges, something huge, resembling a giant green toad, was slowly moving. It didn't notice the cluster of zombies at its feet, as if they were nothing more than insects to it. The next moment, one of the zombies was grabbed by a long, flexible appendage that was bursting out of the monster's mouth. Something resembling a small monster jumped out of the same process, and having bitten into the victim's neck, instantly penetrated inside. A moment later, the captured zombie began to move, but now it was no longer the virus that controlled it, but the parasite that had taken over its consciousness. Yes, this giant toad had the same strength as if it was the new zombie king. The toad continued on its way, leaving behind more and more zombie puppets. Unaware of the impending danger, the guards at the base diligently carried out their duties. One of the soldiers complained of fatigue and expressed a desire to go to bed as soon as possible. Another guard dreamed of rest, happily recalling the times when no one bothered him while he enjoyed a cigarette and a cup of coffee. His comrades supported him and noted that before they did not appreciate what they had, complaining about an uninteresting life. Suddenly he noticed a moving figure in the distance, and raising his weapon, he narrowed his eyes warily. He asked his partner if he saw any potential danger, receiving an affirmative nod. A well-aimed shot stopped the lone zombie, but something about the incident alerted the experienced soldiers. The comrade, who was watching his actions, shook his head in confusion, not believing his eyes. A few moments later, he raised the alarm, calling for reinforcements. A huge horde of zombies led by a giant toad was approaching the base. Sleep vanished as if by magic. Where could there be so many zombies here, especially at night? Without wasting a second, Patricia began coordinating the defense, trying to determine the scale of the disaster. Ludwig, breathless with excitement, reported that they noticed the enemy too late, and now the monsters were storming their first line of defense. Trying to assess the danger, Patricia asked about the enemy's numbers. Ludwig estimated that there were at least 1,000 of them, and that their number was growing with every minute. Patricia ordered Ludwig to lead the evacuation of refugees, while she and her squad remained to hold off the attack of the monsters. Ludwig, who had not yet regained his ability to think logically due to fear, timidly reminded them of the evacuation plan. Patricia realized that in a difficult situation her deputy had turned into a stupid amoeba, and again commanded him to leave here quickly. Commander Ludwig, having assessed the situation, gave the order to the soldiers to retreat immediately, keeping up with the main detachment. The young woman, clutching her child tightly to her, watched with alarm the scene unfolding before her. Eugene couldn't shake the feeling of hopelessness at the thought of how many more lives these merciless monsters would take. The soldiers of the military detachment seemed accustomed to constant movement and risk, calmly carrying out the orders of the commander. Harms believed that it was better to be exposed to constant danger on the road than to remain subordinate to a tyrant like Tim. Eugene thought with alarm about his comrades who were left in danger and did not understand why they did not evacuate with everyone else. Uncle explained to Eugene that Linda and Janine had made the decision on their own initiative to stay and help the military contain the zombie onslaught. The young man was filled with the desire to immediately return and join his friends who were risking their lives to save others. The soldiers received clear orders to open fire only if there was a real threat of zombies breaking through the barrier. Each soldier had to use ammunition sparingly, accurately hitting targets and carrying out the commander's orders. Patricia urged everyone to remain calm and focus on the task at hand, trusting that reinforcements would arrive soon. The appearance of mutated zombies brought even more chaos and panic to the ranks of the retreating soldiers. The monster that broke through the barricade became the primary target for the soldiers, who used all kinds of weapons. Horror gripped the soldiers when they realized that regular bullets could not harm this powerful monster. Patricia, having information about the mutants' weaknesses, ordered the fighters to continue the fight without losing their fighting spirit. She quickly explained to the fighters that they should aim not at the monster's head, but at the huge sarcoma on its body. Seeing a new wave of zombies attacking from the flank, the soldier turned to the commander for instructions. Patricia calmly ordered the fighters not to give up their positions and continue firing, aiming exclusively at the mutants' sarcomas. Noticing the extraordinary agility and speed of the mutated monsters, she hastened to warn the fighters about it. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar vehicle heading into the very epicenter of the battle attracted the attention of those present. The huge machine braked sharply and knocked one of the monsters off his feet with a powerful blow. Patricia recognized the driver as the missing Linda and, concerned for her safety, ordered her to leave immediately. Linda categorically refused to leave the battlefield, reminding Patricia of her earlier promise to help in difficult times. Patricia looked hopefully at the unusual weapon in Linda's hands, hoping for its effectiveness in battle. Coming out of hiding, Janine proudly demonstrated his affiliation with the police ranks, ready to protect people. Patricia expressed concern about the expendable ammunition, reminding Janine of its strictly limited resources. Janine shouted loudly to Patricia that she still had enough ammunition to fight for a long time. Realizing the impossibility of holding the line in the open field, Patricia ordered her soldiers to retreat. Patricia noted with confusion that it wasn't just the mutated specimens that posed a real threat. The appearance of unfamiliar heavy equipment and the powerful explosion of a shell that covered the enemy detachment caused panic in the ranks of the soldiers. The monstrous force of the explosion tore the zombies' bodies to shreds, leaving behind a huge crater in the center of the battlefield. Linda, not hiding her joy, reported the appearance of David, whose skill had been responsible for the successful shot. Noticing the monsters surrounding the girls, David became furious and prepared to defend his comrades. Without wasting a second, he drove his armored vehicle towards the cluster of monsters, planning to crush them. Having assessed the scale of the threat and the number of mutants, David came to the conclusion that these were special zombies that he had never fought before. Assessing the situation, he decided to use his gift to try to subjugate the mutants to his will. Taking a closer look, he noticed on the mutants' bodies traces of the influence of a parasite, which apparently was controlled by a zombie frog. He realized with horror that the mutants were beyond his control, which made his task much more difficult. Suddenly, an idea came to David's head to try to subjugate not the monsters themselves, but the very parasites living in them. Focusing all his attention on the biorhythms of mutants, David activated his super abilities to the maximum. Linda watched with alarm as Janine, without waiting for orders, rushed into the midst of the monsters. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Janine watched as the zombies' behavior changed unpredictably. Not even a minute had passed when the monsters, who had been rushing to attack just a second ago, suddenly stopped, ceasing their pursuit. At that moment, David's loud voice was heard, giving orders to the zombies to attack each other. The soldiers, seeing the bloodshed unfolding before them, looked at each other with disbelief, not believing their eyes. Taking advantage of the temporary lull, the commander ordered the soldiers to open fire on the weakened enemy before it was too late. Seeing Janine in the middle of the battlefield, David invited him to take a seat in his armored car to shoot zombies. While talking to Janine, David noted to himself that the officer still could not forgive him. Comforting himself with the thought that he was doing a good deed, David joyfully greeted the officer in his car. Judging by Janine's cold tone, it is not so easy for her to forget what happened earlier, and she is clearly in the mood for a serious conversation. Getting into the armored car, Janine snapped that he had agreed only out of necessity and would definitely return to this conversation later. David found himself thinking that, being in close quarters with Janine, he was involuntarily distracted by her feminine charms. Seeing his men fail, the commander exclaimed in despair that they did not have the power to win. Patricia, hoping for a boost, asked the fighters if anyone had access to a more destructive weapon. At that moment, she realized that only large military bases could provide the necessary firepower for salvation. Seeing the death of their leader, the remaining zombies, succumbing to panic, scattered in all directions, saving their rotten bodies. Patricia, examining the battlefield, came to the conclusion that all these monsters were just pawns in the hands of the deceased mutant. The unusual behavior of the zombies, who began to destroy each other, interested her, and she decided to report it to the command. Linda, breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of David, rushed towards him, glad that he had managed to find them. The girl whispered that she had no doubt that he would arrive soon, and believed that he would have time to save them. Taking advantage of the moment, David began to explain to Linda his strange behavior in the past, associated with the effects of Tim's drug. After listening carefully to David, Linda stopped him, making it clear that she already knew everything from Janine and that she had forgiven him long ago. The girl noted that she understands how vulnerable David was at that moment and that he was just a victim of circumstances. David looked at Linda with gratitude, realizing how sweet and generous she really was. And yet he could not get rid of the feeling of guilt for the misdeeds he had committed and the bad thoughts creeping into his head. With a sigh, Linda explained to David that she held no grudge against him and that they would be happy together no matter what. A confused David began to make excuses, citing the fact that he did not deserve such treatment after everything he had done. Confused by the question of whether he had feelings for Janine, David was speechless. This question sounded so unexpected that he couldn't even immediately find what to answer, fearing to offend Linda. The girl hastened to calm him down, admitting that she saw how sincerely Janine treated him, and that she would not interfere with her. David listened to his beloved's monologue in surprise and could not believe his ears when he heard her answer. His imagination immediately painted a picture of their future life, where he lives with two beautiful girls. Trying not to show his excitement and to put his thoughts in order, he tried to breathe evenly and pretend that nothing had happened. At that moment, Patricia approached them and, apologizing for the interference, introduced herself as a fighter from the detachment from the security zone. Trying to keep his composure, David immediately adopted a businesslike tone and introduced himself in response, not forgetting to be polite. Having assessed the height and physical fitness of the stranger, he concluded that he was safe. After thanking the guys for their invaluable help, Patricia suggested that David step aside and talk in private. David, feeling that this was very important, immediately agreed, and apologizing to Linda and Janine, followed Patricia. He looked warily at the retreating figure of the military man, trying to guess what she wanted to tell him. In a cozy spot not far from there, Patricia once again thanked David, Linda, and Janine for saving her. Janine, answering for everyone, modestly noted that protecting civilians is her professional duty. Looking at them, she added that it was a great honor for the military to work side by side with such heroes. Concerned about how soon they would arrive, Linda asked hesitantly about their location. Patricia clarified the route and announced that there were still approximately 400 kilometers left to the safety zone. After that, David, just in case, checked with her how things were going at their destination. Patricia assured him that the safe zone they were heading to was one of the most secure and well-appointed. According to Patricia, all necessary safety measures were observed there, and the risk of a zombie attack was reduced to a minimum. After thinking for a moment, David asked Patricia which of these zones they were currently closest to. Without a second's hesitation, the girl replied that the nearest zone was in the city of Fuzhou. After hearing her answer, Janine asked Patricia what her mission was. Patricia explained that a vehicle had already been sent for them, which would arrive in 6 months and take no more than 30,000 refugees. Hearing her words, David calmed down a little because it was quite possible to get to Fuzhou in this time. Noticing his concern, Patricia hastened to assure him of the safety of the place they were heading to. According to Patricia, it looked like an impregnable fortress, surrounded by a high fence and guarded by armed fighters. In addition, vegetables were grown there, and the inhabitants of this fortified settlement did not suffer from hunger. Patricia added to her story that there were already more than 100,000 survivors living within this safety zone. Looking David straight in the eye, Patricia suggested that they join forces to get to the place safely. Seeing no other way out, David immediately agreed, realizing that they would not be able to cope with the difficulties otherwise. He watched Patricia leave with a smile and only then allowed himself to relax. Patricia had her own reasons to fear David's extraordinary abilities and continued to secretly observe him. David, feeling happy about the meeting, decided to give Patricia a gift as a sign of acquaintance. The gift was nothing more than an ordinary bottle of cola that David had found while searching for provisions. Patricia, being a commander, had no right to accept gifts from civilians, which explained her refusal. In an attempt to circumvent the ban, David offered Patricia the cola as a friend rather than as a gift to the officer. Despite David's attempts, Patricia remained adamant and refused to take cola from him. She advised him to save the drink for later exchange for more valuable things, because in the post-apocalyptic conditions, everything mattered. David was surprised by Patricia's reaction, because she remained indifferent to such a rare drink as cola in these difficult times. Janine, watching what was happening, became even more imbued with respect for Patricia's resilience and sense of duty. As darkness fell, the settlement fell asleep, except for the watchful military personnel who guarded its peace on duty. The soldiers' eyes were fixed on the armored vehicle found by David, which inspired admiration for its power. The beauty and inaccessibility of this armored monster instilled confidence and a feeling of complete security in the soldiers. Commander Ludwig, inspired by what he saw, admitted that he would gladly take a ride on this miracle of technology without fear of even meeting a horde of zombies. Introducing David to the squad, Commander Ludwig emphasized that he was a newcomer to their ranks. Shocked by the discovery, Ludwig hurried to find out from David where exactly he managed to find such equipment. David calmly replied that he had discovered this seemingly working armored vehicle on the territory of an abandoned industrial facility. Wanting to get the same machine for himself, Commander Ludwig persistently asked David to indicate the exact location of the plant. The soldiers, observing the commander's enthusiasm, hastened to calm him down, suggesting that David would hardly remember the way there. Citing his waiting comrades, David decided to leave, giving the military the opportunity to continue the conversation. Ludwig's intuition told him that David was hiding something, and that it wasn't just about the armored car. The commander was also wary of how the newcomer managed to discover such a rare example of foreign-made military equipment in our time. Despite David's odd behavior, Patricia was almost certain that he posed no threat, unlike the zombies. She understood that the squad had suffered greatly after recent losses, and that meeting a new wave of infected could result in complete destruction. In this regard, Patricia saw in David a chance for a successful completion of the operation and a safe route to the collection point. Exhausted by a sleepless night and a long journey, Harms dreamed of satisfying his hunger as soon as possible. Linda hastened to reassure him, informing him that little Nancy and Sharon had already started preparing porridge to feed all the tired travelers. Carms, tired of monotonous food, dreamed of meat because, according to him, you can't get enough from porridge alone. Suddenly he asked his comrades where David was, noticing his absence from the camp. At that very moment, David appeared, which caused genuine joy in Zach, who was missing his friend. The boy rushed towards David, screaming, telling him how much he missed him and how long he had been waiting for his return. Eugene, who noticed his friend first, hastened to please the others with the news of his return. He admitted that he feared the worst, thinking that David had fallen behind them and would be forced to catch up with the squad alone. David thanked everyone for the work they had done and noted their efforts in overcoming the difficulties of the journey. At this point, David began to think that the flow of time in the normal world and the post-apocalyptic reality could differ, and this could lead to unexpected consequences. He caught himself thinking that Linda and Janine, despite the possible age difference in the future, would still be the ones he liked most in the world. The feeling of someone's gaze behind him made David become wary and turn around. He told his friends that he had something nice in store for them, deciding to please them after the difficult journey. Offering his comrades to go into the tent, where no one would disturb them, David was going to show them the gifts he had brought. Noticing Janine about to leave, he asked where she was going because he had a surprise for her. Janine politely declined the treat and explained that she wanted to help prepare Nancy and Sharon's dinner. David was puzzled by Janine's coldness and began to think that she still had not forgiven him for his past mistakes. At this time, joy was already reigning in the tent among David's comrades. Zach opened the container he had brought and found ice cream there. Without hiding his delight, he demanded that they give him a portion because the delicacy could melt, and he had dreamed of this for so long. David urged his friends to remain calm, reminding them that they shouldn't share the find with others, otherwise they might not have enough of the treat. Linda decided to call Nancy and Sharon so the girls could also enjoy the cool air in this stuffy weather. Eugene, watching what was happening, could not help but ask where David got the ice cream from under such conditions. Linda just waved him off, hinting at David's unusual abilities and advising him not to think about the origin of the treats. David assured his comrades that the ice cream container was equipped with a special cooling system and that it would not melt until the night. At this time, Paul decided to ask his boss about what was going on in David and his friend's tent. The boss, showing no interest, simply waved him off, claiming that they were not doing anything special. Nancy, meanwhile, was carrying hot porridge from her shelter, warning everyone to be careful and not to burn themselves. David was relieved to finally be able to rest a little after all the stress of the past few days. Remembering his fight with the monster, he became increasingly convinced that it was not just a zombie, but the zombie king, who controlled the rest. He was alarmed by the unknown because he still didn't understand what other abilities this monster had, besides controlling parasites. David remembered that the system had given him the task of finding and destroying this creature, but he just had no idea where to look for it. His thoughts were interrupted by Janine approaching him, wanting to talk face to face. David immediately climbed out of the armored car, thinking that it would be more correct to communicate this way. But Janine stopped him and said that she preferred to have the conversation inside the car, away from prying eyes. The silence that reigned in the car began to weigh on David, and he decided to break it with the first phrase that came to mind. After collecting his thoughts a little, David asked Janine directly what she wanted to tell him. But the awkwardness between them only increased because he started the conversation with a less-than-ideal phrase, only making the situation worse. Janine suddenly asked the guy if he was really going to spend the night right in the car. David explained to her that he would be uncomfortable in the tent, which was already cramped, so he decided to settle in the armored car. Janine, concerned about his health, warned him about catching a cold and advised him to move in with the others. Unexpectedly for both of them, the atmosphere in the car became tense, and they merged into a passionate kiss. Janine abruptly pulled away from David, believing that they had crossed a line and that this was unacceptable. Not understanding the reason for her changeability, David reminded Janine that she was not indifferent to him either. Janine objected that sympathy is not a reason to violate principles and behave inappropriately. Janine was determined she wanted to clarify their relationship here and now. David didn't see the point in words. He believed that their actions spoke for themselves. Janine asked directly how David felt about her, whether their relationship was more than just friendship. To which David replied that Janine meant much more to him than just a friend, because he valued her precisely as a girl. Janine, in a thoughtful mood, shared her vision of an ideal future that now seems impossible to achieve. In her anger, she blamed David for everything that happened, believing that he had destroyed her hopes for a happy family life. Seeing her state, David tried to calm Janine down and urged her to listen to him. He agreed that he was the reason for Janine's ruined plans, but he doesn't think it can't be fixed. David swore to her that he would do everything in his power to make her the happiest in this world. In a fit of emotion, he confessed his love to Janine, convincing her of the sincerity of his feelings. Despite his touching words, Janine continued to doubt him until he revealed his past to her. Confused, David mentally turned to the system and asked whether he should tell Janine the truth about himself. The system warned him against hasty actions, as this could have a disastrous effect on the further development of events. David could not hide the truth from Janine, considering her a close person who deserved to know everything. The system, seeing his hesitation, advised him to think it over again carefully before making a final decision. Having collected his thoughts, David began his story. He admitted to Janine that he was not who she thought he was. Janine, after listening to him, did not clarify what he meant, showing understanding and sympathy. She made it clear to David that there was no need to rush into revelations, as her feelings for him would not change because of this. Touched by her words, David hastened to reassure her and once again vowed to take care of her. There was a hint of resentment in Janine's voice when she reminded him that they had been close for a long time. She asked why David still addressed her so formally, since there were no barriers between them anymore. After a moment's hesitation, David asked her what he could call her that would please her. At this moment, David's thoughts were busy analyzing the situation. He felt that being near Janine, his body stopped responding to the dark energy of the virus. David, emboldened, asked Janine if, given their new close relationship, he could allow himself a little liberty. A little embarrassed, David asked permission to kiss Janine again, as he had done a minute ago. Smiling, Janine quietly replied that she would allow him to kiss her again. But before David could get close to her, Janine stopped him, wanting to clarify one point. She asked him directly if he was comfortable with the fact that their intimacy could happen right here, in the cramped cabin of an armored car. David confirmed her suspicions, adding that if she was not happy with something, he would not force her and would wait. To which Janine assured him that it was not the location that was bothering her, but something else. With some embarrassment, she asked him to treat her more reverently and carefully this time than he had on their first night. Janine made him understand that it was not only his words and confessions that were important to her, but also his caring attitude towards her. David listened carefully to her request and promised that he would now behave differently, excluding past mistakes. David, overcome with desire, decided to immediately undress Janine, who was standing next to him. Janine, fully sharing David's desire, prepared herself for him to take off her clothes. Linda suddenly appeared and loudly asked David if he was alone in the car. Thinking that David was lonely, Linda smiled and said that she had come to keep him company. Noticing Janine in the car, Linda apologized and hurried away, suggesting that they continue without her. David assured Linda that she had arrived just in time and cheerfully invited her to join him. A hesitant Linda asked if he really didn't mind her joining them. David enthusiastically repeated his offer and invited Linda into the car for a threesome. Commander Ludwig, who had been watching them from afar, hurried to report to his commander that Linda and Officer Janine had boarded David's armored vehicle. Seeing David's car swaying suspiciously, Commander Ludwig assumed they were doing something fishy there. But Patricia strictly ordered Commander Ludwig to mind his own business and return to his post. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, the main forces of the detachment set off on their way to their destination. Despite the heat outside, everyone was in high spirits, anticipating a quick meeting with their families. Suddenly, Linda exclaimed in annoyance that ice cream melting in the heat was dripping on her. Janine, who was watching Linda, playfully remarked that she was eating ice cream in a very sexy way. Elizabeth, who was sitting next to her, offered Linda to try her cherry-flavored ice cream, assuring her that it was very sweet and that she would definitely like it. Linda liked Elizabeth's offer and happily accepted it in order to try ice cream with an unusual flavor. Linda licked the ice cream with pleasure, declaring that she wanted to try the cherry ice cream too. Noticing a child watching them, Janine advised him not to look at them. An offended Zach didn't understand what the problem was because he just wanted ice cream. David reprimanded Linda for her overly relaxed posture while eating ice cream. Surprised, Linda didn't understand the complaints because she always eats it like that. What's wrong with that? Eugene, who ran up to David at that moment, loudly announced that he had important information. But first of all, David decided to check with Eugene how much longer they had to get to the meeting point. Eugene, referring to the words of his friend, said that very soon they would reach the bridge, and right behind it was their destination. A delighted David was eager to see their location. Fearing a possible encounter with the Zombie King, David decided to keep a low profile so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Commander Ludwig said that they only had a little time left, and very soon they would finally be able to rest. Patricia gently reminded everyone to remain vigilant even though they were almost there. Tired, Patricia could hardly move her legs and dreamed of going to bed as soon as possible and gaining strength. The sudden rain alarmed Patricia, as it would now be much more difficult for them to move towards their goal. The anxious people tried to cheer each other up by repeating the words they had heard from the military about their imminent arrival at the assembly point. Rude Paul called the woman trudging along in front of him old and slow and ordered her to get out of the way. An irritated Paul added sarcastically that the old woman should not go to the meeting place, because she would die anyway. Overhearing Paul's conversation with the old woman, Patricia asked the woman if everything was okay and if she could continue on her own. Patricia loudly warned everyone that the road had become very slippery due to the rain and that they had to be extremely careful not to fall. Having offered to help the woman, Patricia pointed her to their car, into which she invited her to get in and continue their journey in warmth and comfort. The grateful woman refused Patricia's offer because she felt like a burden, taking up the protective role in the car. David smiled at the old woman and said that she should not be embarrassed by their help and refuse it. Concerned that the rain was not stopping, David pointed out to the woman that by lagging behind the group, she could become easy prey for the zombies. Patricia asked David to help her and walk the stubborn old woman to their truck, since it was the closest one. David happily agreed to fulfill Patricia's request and accompany the old woman, but at that moment, Eugene's figure appeared in the distance. Realizing that they would not be able to persuade the old woman, Patricia asked Eugene to put the woman on his back and carry her to their car himself. Eugene gallantly turned to the woman and, politely asking her to hold on tight, dragged her on his back to the car. Watching them go, David mentally noted that their commander Patricia was a real cold beauty, because she even said words of gratitude with icy calm on her face. Patricia suddenly felt that she had twisted her ankle, but immediately decided not to pay attention to this trifle, hoping to cope with the small problem. David worriedly inquired about Patricia's well-being and offered his help. Hiding her growing pain, Patricia tiredly told David that everything was fine. She had just let herself go and not gotten enough sleep. David offered Patricia to lean on him as she walked. David, touching Patricia, felt the heat coming from her and decided that she must have a temperature. Noticing how red Patricia's face had become, David couldn't help but ask her how she was feeling, assuming that she was ill. Patricia, overcoming herself, told David not to worry and to move on, assuring him that she was feeling a little unwell, but it would not last long and she would soon be fine. Patricia sternly told him to leave her alone and not draw attention to her. David understood Patricia's behavior, who was afraid of appearing weak in the eyes of her comrades, especially in the current situation. At the same time, David could not help but note that, despite all the strength of spirit and steadfastness of Commander Patricia, she would not last long in this state, and she urgently needed rest. One of the soldiers joyfully shouted that he saw the silhouette of a bridge ahead, which meant they were almost there. The second soldier confirmed his comrade's words, shouting with enthusiasm in his voice that they had finally arrived. Anticipating a quick meeting with his family, he rushed forward, saying that they would be there very soon and called everyone to follow him. Exhausted and tired people encouraged each other, repeating with hope in their voices that their salvation was already near. Looking into the distance, Commander Ludwig thought he saw a detachment of their comrades sent to help them. David moved his legs with difficulty due to fatigue and the growing anxiety inside him. The young man's thoughts, unlike his body, rushed forward, painting rosy pictures of long-awaited rest, safety, and delicious food. Little Ashley whispered confidently to her brother that this time everything would definitely work out for them and they would finally be able to live normally in a safe and secure place. David was alarmed and frightened by the ensuing lull. He suddenly felt that they had gotten there too easily. David decided to ignore his emotions and use his skill to assess the level of danger at the moment. What met his gaze made his blood run cold. In front of him were not his comrades at all, but skillfully made straw dummies. Continuing to explore the area, David noticed a pile of old rusty cars that reliably blocked further passage. David realized that this time he was not facing stupid zombies, but an intelligent opponent, because only intelligent beings are capable of such a thing. David now understood the whole insidious plan of the enemy, who had driven them into a real trap, choosing as it a bridge with no possibility of retreat. And then, as if confirming his worst fears, they noticed two strong zombies behind them. One of the soldiers said with horror in his voice that they were trapped and that this was the end. The soldier, his voice distorted with horror, hurried to report a zombie attack to their left. Before Commander Ludwig could recover from this news, a message immediately arrived that they were being surrounded from 3 sides at once. Commander Ludwig realized with horror that this time they were not facing simple opponents, but a huge cluster of mutated zombies. The soldier, suffocating from the mutant's death grip, tried to call for help because he himself could no longer do anything. Patricia gave orders calmly, commanding the first squad to stand with her in defense of the rear, and the other 2 to deal with the enemy to the right and left of them. Commander Ludwig called everyone to order, reminding them of the need to strictly follow orders. Patricia noticed strange behavior of the zombies, who instead of killing and eating people on the spot, grabbed them and dragged them somewhere. At that moment, mutants were chasing 2 guys from the local gang at full speed and had almost caught up with them. Paul, who was caught by the mutant, fearfully called out to his friend, begging him not to leave him to die. The boss, unlike Paul, thought only about how to save his own skin, even if it meant sacrificing him. While running away, the cowardly boss assured himself that he had chosen the only right path and that he would definitely survive. At that moment, the woman was anxiously shouting at the fleeing boss, asking why he took her daughter. Noticing the mutant catching up with him, the guy threw the baby to him, saying that he would give him the child, but asked him not to touch him. Seeing this, the enraged Patricia immediately rushed to save the child from the clutches of the hungry monster. Pointing the baby to the side, Patricia told the child to run to his mother without looking back. At that moment, Patricia realized that her strength was running out, and she simply would not be able to complete this mission. David suddenly appeared next to her and tried to bring her to her senses. Patricia saw David and asked how he got there, since just recently he was at the very beginning of the column. Noticing a huge zombie right in front of them, David rushed to attack. With one deft blow, he destroyed the very parasite on the zombie's body that had been controlling him all this time. Patricia could hardly believe her eyes as she saw David tearing apart zombies one by one with his bare hands. Having dealt with the enemy, David turned to Patricia with concern and asked if she was okay and could continue on her own. A grateful Patricia told David that she was fine and would find the strength to continue on her way. Realizing that a little more and Patricia would simply collapse from fatigue right before his eyes, David offered her to lean on him. David noticed a deep bleeding wound on her back. Had that monster managed to touch her with its claws? Worried that the zombie virus might have entered his body through the wound, David mentally asked the system to check how serious it was. Having studied Patricia's condition, the system reported that there was no virus in her body, but overwork had led to an increase in temperature to 40 degrees. David didn't consider such a temperature a trifle, and in this situation it only worsens their difficult situation. Patricia weakly asked David to leave her and run to save the others, citing her guilt before them. Patricia blamed herself for putting her comrades in danger and only hoped that they would manage to reach the meeting point. David tried to calm a distressed Patricia, assuring her that other soldiers were helping people and that they would all be safe together soon. Gathering her remaining strength, Patricia whispered that she was very concerned about the fate of the captured people and expressed hope that David would be able to help them. Patricia saw a zombie sneaking up behind her and screamed in fear, warning David of the danger. Instantly reacting to Patricia's warning, David focused and launched his inner vision skill, trying to figure out who was standing behind the zombie puppet. David realized that the mutant was being controlled from afar and became curious about who was so powerful that they could control so many remotely. And then he saw him, a huge, disgusting toad who, like a puppeteer, controlled all the zombies on the bridge. David thought he even heard the toad's hungry voice demanding that he bring her some fresh human meat. Toad continued to give orders to her subordinates, telling them to capture all the surviving people on the bridge. Seized by animal hunger, the toad began to squeal shrilly, asking for every single one of them to be brought to her. At that moment, David realized that all the troubles came from the zombie king. Coming to her senses, Patricia quietly told David that she had long noticed his strange behavior and the way he looked at zombies. Burning with curiosity, Patricia demanded to know what the hell was going on. David, looking at Patricia with honest eyes, told her not to worry because he was on their side and promised to tell her the truth later when the situation became calmer. Seeing David's tension and the fact that he was not even hiding his strength, Patricia resigned herself and quietly said that she trusted him. One of the soldiers whistled in shock as he saw the piles of scrap metal in front of them. How were they going to get through all of this? Commander Ludwig ordered to find explosives, citing the need to act quickly as their comrades were continuing to fight. The soldiers threw up their hands and responded that they had nothing to help with, since they had used up their last charge in the previous battle. Seeing no other way out and seething with impotence, Commander Ludwig ordered his brothers in arms to clear the rubble with their bare hands. At that moment, a breathless Eugene ran up to him, shouting that they had a heavy weapon that would help solve this problem. Commander Ludwig angrily rushed to Eugene, asking why he hadn't told him about the weapon yet. Linda asked to stop the useless squabble and get down to business without wasting a minute. Commander Ludwig nodded to Linda and once again encouraged the soldiers, assuring them that they would arrive very soon. The next moment he realized that the soldiers were already ready and, warning about the explosion, loudly commanded everyone to retreat to a safe distance. People held their breath as they watched the fragments of cars flying in all directions from the missile's impact. There were joyful shouts from the crowd that the hit had been accurate and the barrier had been destroyed. Linda, with a slight smile on her lips, said that now it was her turn to show off her class, and with undisguised pride started the engine of her brainchild. Having assessed the seriousness of her approach to the problem, the soldiers could not help but exclaim in one voice. At this time, Eugene had already given the command that they could begin moving. Having made sure that the passage was clear, Commander Ludwig gave the order to continue moving and follow him. Noticing Linda's return, one of the soldiers asked the reason why she left the battlefield. Linda, throwing out some casual phrases, explained that she could not leave David and was obliged to help him. She noted David's skill and professionalism in exterminating zombies, noting that he was also a human being and his resources were not endless. Watching from the sidelines, she noted David's incredible charisma and enjoyed watching the spectacular execution. David warned the people around him of the danger, ordering them to get away immediately. Filled with rage, he turned to the stupid zombie, ordering him to let the people go immediately. Seeing the zombie's desire to hide from David's wrath, he furiously promised to catch up with him and wring his neck. Patricia gave orders, trying to act quickly and clearly. Little Zach, confidently declaring that he knew the shortcut better than anyone, led the crowd after him. One of the soldiers decided to make sure that the young warriors actually knew how to handle weapons. Offended by such distrust towards him, Zach loudly responded that they should not worry about it. Having received an affirmative answer, the experienced fighter ordered everyone to open fire to kill. David noted with regret that only a few of them managed to escape from the afterlife, and most of the people remained in the clutches of the monsters. Patricia honestly admitted to the guy that without him, they would have definitely all died there. Nodding to Patricia, David agreed with the need for a quick retreat in order to save at least himself and those who remained alive. Commander Patricia ordered the soldiers to retreat, not forgetting about the wounded and those in need of help. David, having given Linda instructions, took responsibility for further pursuit and promised to destroy the bridge. Patricia watched closely as David took out kilograms of explosives from what at first glance seemed like an ordinary bag. With a slight grin, David responded that it was a magic bag and that anything could be found in it. As he set the final charge, David ordered everyone to get off the bridge immediately because there were only seconds left before the explosion. Shouting for everyone to run without looking back, David rushed after the retreating ones. Once at a safe distance, David thought that they definitely couldn't escape from this amount of dynamite. Before he had time to think about it, the Zombie King suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. Without saying a word, the Zombie King extended his paw and, like a match, extinguished the fire. David was furious at this turn of events, but he had to admit that this creature was still intelligent. At this time, the Zombie King ordered his walking puppets to destroy every single one of them. David heard the system's words that there was a source of parasites nearby that was blocking his powers. In a panic, David turned to the system and asked it what they should do now. At this time, Linda was already running towards him, giving orders to the soldiers to open fire and pointed her weapon straight at the mountain of planted dynamite. Patricia, overcoming the pain, calmly ordered the fighters to continue their retreat, not forgetting to help the weaker ones. The dynamite was next to the giant toad, and the bullet was almost at its target. There was a deafening explosion that made everyone's ears pop, and flames of fire enveloped the huge mutant. Loud cheers could be heard from the crowd, because now they had hope for salvation. Boy Zach, having come to his senses, reported that he almost shot one of his people. David noted that now, with such a team of excellent shooters, they are not in any danger. David commanded Patricia to move forward and leave this damned place as quickly as possible. Gathering all her strength into a fist, Patricia nodded and shouted in a hoarse voice to her comrades to wait for her a little. Suddenly, a huge green tentacle appeared right from under the ground and, wrapping itself around Patricia, dragged her into the water. David rushed forward, hoping to catch the mutant before he managed to take Patricia with him. Commander Ludwig ordered David not to hesitate for a second because no one but him could help her. Linda was surprised by the tenacity of these monsters and could not understand how he managed to survive after the explosion. Patricia loudly asked David to leave because everything had already been decided for her and asked him not to sacrifice himself for her. But David was not used to giving up and, interrupting Patricia, answered in a firm voice that he would definitely save her. Repeating his promise, David headed towards the cliff. He was ready to do anything to save her. Patricia, not expecting this from him, tried to stop him, saying that he was wasting his time. David, without thinking twice, jumped down from the bridge after the girl, not afraid of the strong current of the river. The soldier above shouted that all was lost and their savior seemed to be already dead. Feeling the panic approaching, the soldier reported the incident and warned that it was impossible to save him in such a turbulent flow. Commander Ludwig did not know what to do now and how to save both young men. Distraught with grief, Linda decided to go on the search with everyone else. Janine reminded everyone that David was not an ordinary person and that he would definitely be able to get out because he had repeatedly surprised them with his strength and resourcefulness. Harms, wanting to encourage those present, fully supported her words, adding that they needed to hold on and not lose their composure. Harms decided to take the initiative into his own hands and began giving orders. Having come to his senses a little, Commander Ludwig admitted to Harms his weakness because he had never found himself in such a difficult situation before. Janine ordered everyone to retreat to their deployment site and tried to calm the grief-stricken Linda. At that very moment, emerging to the surface of the water, David gasped for air. Looking around and not finding Patricia next to him, he hopefully turned to the system for help. After listening to David's request, the system gave him the option to choose a method for searching for the missing person. Soberly assessing the situation, David noted that going against the current was simply unrealistic and would take too much time, which they did not have anyway. Suddenly, the system interrupted his thoughts with its own suggestion about how he should act in this situation. David decided to take the chance and hopefully agreed to another experiment. The system confirmed its readiness to launch the lottery and wished him luck, although the system's voice exuded coldness and indifference. David, who didn't believe in luck, was ready to do anything to save Patricia, even trust some kind of lottery. At this time, Patricia, slowly sinking to the bottom, suffocating from lack of oxygen, thought that their enemy was a huge and incredibly strong zombie king. Face to face with death, she remembered her past battles with these creatures and regretfully noted to herself that this was their first meeting underwater. Patricia resigned herself to her fate, realizing that she would hardly get out of this mess alive. Facing imminent death, memories came flooding back to her, forcing her to relive all the most vivid events in her life. It seemed like only recently in her life there were her parents and a beloved man, for whom she was ready to sacrifice everything. And now she is suffocating and dying. The battle they had fought to protect the fleeing and frightened people flashed before their eyes. Alfred, as her lover was called, gathered the rest of his strength and tried to fight the monster approaching him, but most likely it was already too late. Finding a bleeding wound on Alfred's arm, Patricia asked in horror if he had been bitten by one of the infected. Alfred himself couldn't say for sure whether he had been bitten or not, but the terrifying possibility of turning into a mindless monster chilled his soul. Trying not to panic, Patricia insisted that they urgently needed to get to the hospital, which was probably somewhere nearby. Alfred, seeing how much blood was flowing from the wound, understood that there was no salvation and prepared for the worst. He reminded Patricia that they had seen more than once how their comrades, having been bitten by a zombie, turned into monsters. Patricia, however, did not give up, convincing Alfred that their gathering place had everything necessary to cleanse the blood of the virus. With despair in her voice and tears in her eyes, Patricia begged Alfred to fight for his life and return with her to the base. She had just lost her parents in that fight with the zombies, and the thought that Alfred might die too was unbearable. Alfred, realizing that turning into a monster was inevitable, wanted to die with dignity, preserving the honor of a soldier. The firmness and determination with which Patricia spoke, her unwillingness to abandon her beloved, touched Alfred, and he reluctantly agreed to go with her. The thought that she would have to go through this path alone, that the person who had always been her support and protection would no longer be by her side, terrified Patricia. Alfred, feeling responsible for the girl's fate, seeing her boundless love and devotion, decided to make one last attempt. They turned back, clinging to the fragile hope that they would be able to find help at the meeting place. Patricia, believing in Alfred's strength of spirit, in his ability to resist even a deadly virus, stubbornly maintained hope in him. Without wasting a minute, realizing that time was working against them, they hurried to the base. Knowing full well that Alfred's superiors might mistake him for an infected person, Patricia promised to take all the blame on herself. Feeling that death was inevitable, Alfred decided to tell Patricia something important to him. Saying goodbye to his beloved, he asked her not to blame herself and to continue living her life to the fullest. Alfred, assuring the girl of her own safety, urged her not to worry about his fate. The next moment, a shot rang out and Alfred's lifeless body fell limp on the ground. Patricia's world collapsed. She was left completely alone, and the only way out seemed to her to follow her beloved to the next world. Suddenly, something strong grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the water, preventing her from drowning. David promised that as long as he was near, she had nothing to fear, and dragged her to the surface at great speed. Coming to her senses, Patricia took her savior for a hallucination. He was too unreal in this terrifying reality. The next moment, there was a furious roar. David turned sharply, anger splashing in his eyes. He sternly ordered the terrible monster with webbed paws to immediately release the girl. With a lightning-fast movement, without thinking, he cut off the disgusting, sticky tentacles that were entangled around Patricia's body. Now she was free from the clutches of the Zombie King, but time was still working against them. Ignoring the fleeing monster, the boy focused entirely on helping Patricia. He managed to attach a tracking bug to the monster's body so there won't be any problems with the search. David, with pinpoint precision, launched the dart into the most vulnerable spot, hoping that the sensor would be securely attached to the monster's body. Pleased with his accuracy, the guy grinned. Now every move of this guy will be controlled. Then he picked up Patricia's limp body in his arms and hurried to the surface, continuing to encourage the girl. Carefully, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll, David carried Patricia out of the water at great speed. Laying her down on the grass, he shook her shoulders, urging her to open her eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. David was afraid that the girl was dying right before his eyes and did not know what to do next. Suddenly, the boy remembered the magic beans he had bought, hoping that they would be able to bring her back to life. He knew that these magic beans could bring even mortally wounded soldiers back to life. After David placed the bean between Patricia's lips, he again commanded her to wake up. Time seemed to stand still. There was no answer, and despair gripped David. Was he too late, and were the miracle beans useless? He threw his head back to the sky in horror and screamed, blaming himself for not having made it in time. At that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly brought him back to reality and ordered him to open the girl's mouth. Not understanding what the system wanted from him, David continued to look at Patricia. Suddenly, he realized that the magic bean was still lying on her tongue, and he was glad to realize his mistake. A feeling of relief came over him. There was still a chance to fix everything. The girl was unconscious and unable to swallow the bean, so he had to push it down her throat himself. He mentally apologized to Patricia for having to pass the bean from his mouth to hers, but he convinced himself that he was acting solely to save her. David tried not to think about what it looked like from the outside because only the result mattered. Embarrassment washed over him as David imagined the reaction of his mocking friends if they found out what he was doing here. Patricia slowly began to return to reality, as if she had emerged from deep water. Seeing her eyes open, David smiled with relief. He managed to snatch her from the clutches of death. Trying to concentrate and gather her thoughts, the girl looked around and asked if they had managed to deal with the monster. David replied that the monster was immobilized and they would be able to return to base and report their success. Trying to recall the last minutes, Patricia blushed, remembering how awkwardly she had been saved. Even more embarrassed by her words, David began to haltingly assure her that he had not pursued any selfish goals, but only wanted to save her. Having finally come to her senses, the girl blushed and politely asked him to remove his hand from her chest. He, completely at a loss and mumbling an awkward apology, immediately fulfilled her request, explaining it as a habit. Feeling indebted to her savior, Patricia tried to express her sincere gratitude for her miraculous rescue. She was tormented by her conscience that David had to disobey orders and risk himself because of her. He hastened to reassure her, stating that she was not guilty of anything. That was just how the circumstances worked out. After confirming that Patricia was feeling better, David suggested that they follow the monster's trail to strike back. Without a moment's doubt that Patricia would not refuse to go on this dangerous journey, he stepped forward decisively. He wanted to believe that they would be able to save all the captives and return home safe and sound. The longer they walked side by side, the more Patricia became convinced that David was very reliable and calculating. Having trusted him completely, the girl decided not to break the agreement and not to ask him about the past, but simply to accept it as it is. After remaining silent for a few minutes, the girl carefully asked him for a small but very important favor for her. The guy readily agreed, but asked to first hear what exactly was required of him before making a promise. There was a deadly weariness in her voice as she uttered her request to kill her if she turned into a monster. Patricia insistently asked him not to hesitate, because being a monster was worse than death for her. What seemed like a monstrous crime to him was a harsh necessity for her, a soldier who had been through fire, water, and copper pipes. Patricia stressed that a soldier must always be prepared to die in order to fulfill his duty and to save the lives of civilians. Horrified at the thought of being turned into a mindless monster and tearing people apart, Patricia began to persuade David to promise her this. He reluctantly agreed, trying to make his voice sound firm and confident. Patricia, taking a deep breath, promised to do everything in her power to ensure that this promise remained unfulfilled. She sincerely thanked David, adding that she considered him a true friend and a very kind person. Seeing the radiant smile on the girl's face, David faltered and incoherently declared that she was much more beautiful with a smile. Catching him trying to compliment her, Patricia smiled coldly and snapped that he shouldn't use forbidden techniques. As they approached their goal, David suggested that they first find and neutralize the monster so that it would no longer pose a danger to them. Suddenly, the device on his hand vibrated, indicating they were moving in the right direction. Judging by the map, the monster was moving at incredible speed towards their base. Seeing the bewilderment in the girl's eyes, David smiled reassuringly. With the help of his accelerator, it would not be difficult for them to catch up with the fugitive. Having examined the unusual object more closely, Patricia guessed that it was this that helped David save her so quickly and immediately demanded that he give her the same one. Smiling at her enthusiasm, the guy explained that these things weren't sold in stores, and he had gotten them with great difficulty. Having learned that there was no other option, she unashamedly suggested that he hug her tighter and fly together, since the device was designed for one person. And it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but her appearance was very distracting to the young guy. Patricia looked carefully at her clothes and, not finding anything strange, asked David, puzzled, what was the matter. He muttered quietly in response that he needed to concentrate on driving and no unnecessary details, like her beautiful feminine forms, should distract him. A few minutes later, having changed into a dry uniform, the girl proudly straightened up and commanded David to set off. She looked at herself in surprise. The clothes fit her like a glove and didn't even restrict her movement. Smiling in response to her words, the guy noted that the bulletproof vest looked very impressive on her. Meanwhile, the zombie king had already reached his shelter and was growling with satisfaction, inhaling the smell of fresh meat. People, scared half to death, hid wherever they could and silently begged for help, realizing that there was no salvation to be expected from anywhere. The young girl imagined with horror how vile monsters were tearing her mother's body apart, and she begged the heavens to prevent this from happening. The nasty, creaking voice of the giant toad interrupted her prayer, giving the order to quickly take some of the prisoners to the one who had been waiting for them for so long and was already dying of hunger. Meanwhile, Janine looked doubtfully at the mangled scrap of fabric. Was this really all that remained of Commander Patricia's uniform? Linda stopped her friend with a gesture and pointed to the drops of blood, which meant they had been there quite recently. Ludwig looked at the scraps of uniform and bloodstains with horror, but neither David nor Patricia were nearby. Harms, clenching his jaws and trying to control the anxiety that had overcome him, put forward what he considered to be the only reasonable proposal. If this search also did not yield any results, they decided, then they would have to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, looking closely at the navigator screen, David discovered that the signal led to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Deciding not to waste time arguing, David confidently headed down to personally verify the source of the smell. Once downstairs, Patricia caught a sharp metallic smell that could only mean one thing: blood had been spilled somewhere. The smell grew stronger as they approached the pit that gaped at the end of the barracks, and David gestured to his comrade to look inside. The foul stench coming from the pit almost made David lose his composure. It was so nauseating. The stale air was thick with the smell of decay, reminding David of rotting meat left out in the sun. This is exactly what it smelled like in the lair of the previous zombie king that David had to fight. David's intuition told him that they were in the lair of the new zombie king, and he was right. Realizing that time was short, David ordered Patricia to go in search of survivors, and he prepared for battle. Patricia and David rushed away from the blow of the huge mutant. They managed to dodge at the last second. Patricia was tormented by doubts about whether David would be able to cope with the horde of monsters that had filled the lair alone if she went in search of the captives. Out of nowhere, a huge number of zombies appeared in front of David, ready to tear him to pieces. Realizing that it would not be an easy walk, David prepared himself for a long and grueling battle. He thought about his relationship with Captain Patricia and what they would become to each other after this whole nightmare was over. Patricia, without a second's hesitation, declared that after the nightmare they had experienced, they could only become loyal comrades in arms. If David had not been so devoted to his girlfriend, he would have definitely tried to win the heart of such a brave and determined woman as Patricia. After giving Patricia one last pep talk and wishing her luck, David rushed into the thick of the fight. At this time, the nerves of one young guy, tired of the endless journey, were at their limit, and he expressed his dissatisfaction with the slow pace of movement. Unable to bear it any longer, the boy rudely turned to the nearest soldier, demanding an explanation as to why they were scurrying around like sleepy flies. Hearing an ever-increasing noise coming from the end of the column, the young girl anxiously asked what was going on. A murmur of indignation went through the crowd, and people began to suspect that the slowdown was due to older people who were unable to keep up with everyone else. Tired of the attacks, the soldier barked that they were waiting for a commander who might survive. Not accustomed to such treatment, the boy responded to the soldier insolently, adding a barb directed at the military. The guy, trying to appear brave, defiantly reminded the soldier that he had no right to raise his hand against a civilian. Without letting up, the guy tried to attract the attention of the entire column by shouting accusations at the soldier as if he was going to beat him up. He suddenly loudly declared that they were going to beat him up for a simple, harmless question about the delay. Dave, sharing the discontent of many, decided to support the guy and loudly asked why they had to slow down. As the conflict escalated, it resulted in open accusations against the military. People decided that their lives meant nothing to the soldiers. Zach, watching the unfolding drama, mentally cursed those who had started this scandal. Having got into a rage, the guy threatened the soldier with violence, saying that after arriving at a safe place, he would write a complaint and get him to court. The guy, feeling that everything was permissive, began to make threats, promising to tell everyone how cruelly the soldiers treated them, not valuing their lives. Suddenly, an elderly woman intervened in the conversation, ordering the guy to shut up and not to cause a panic. The old woman called everyone to order and reminded them how selflessly the soldiers protected people throughout the entire journey. The old woman, turning to the instigator, reminded him that they remained alive only thanks to the courage and sacrifice of the soldiers who risked their lives to save them. She advised those who were unhappy with the slow pace of movement to go faster on their own, but without the help and protection of the military. The old woman fixed her piercing gaze on the screamer and sarcastically asked if he was afraid of death since he was rushing forward so much. The woman calmly admitted that she stopped only because she wanted to wait for her commander, Patricia, who might also have survived. The woman's words became the last straw for the guy, and he, losing all control over himself, swung at the old woman in a rage. At this point, Ludwig intervened in the conflict, instantly grabbing the guy by the hand and not allowing him to make a mistake. Ludwig's voice shook with anger as he addressed the boy, threatening him with violence for trying to hit a defenseless woman. Feeling the steel grip and seeing the serious anger in Ludwig's eyes, the boy began to shake with fear and began to beg to let him go. Ludwig, realizing that he had overreacted, publicly supported the old woman, declaring that he would also wait for his commander, Patricia. Sharon was relieved to note that most people had not lost their sense of compassion. Letting go of the guy's hand, Ludwig turned sharply and took a step back, and he was left writhing in pain because the officer had grabbed his hand tightly. Ludwig called the guy a coward who was only capable of insulting the weak and trembling before the strong. Trying to quickly resolve the conflict and forget about the unpleasant incident, the soldier invited the elderly woman to go to the car. Before returning to his duties, Ludwig sincerely thanked the woman for standing up for the soldiers. Standing to the side, the guy thought with annoyance that he had managed to disgrace himself in front of the entire crowd because of his lack of restraint. The soldier, noticeably calmer after the old woman's words, noted that he had not heard words of support from civilians for a long time. Self-pity instantly gave way to anger, and the cocky guy cursed everyone and everything, promising himself to take revenge for the humiliation. Zach watched the column move away, thinking about his brother and his comrades, hoping that they were okay. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a sharp sound, leaving no doubt that a shot had been fired somewhere very close. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the soldier screamed, clutching his neck, into which a bullet had just pierced. Realizing that the jokes were over, the guy tried to reason with the shooter and make him lower his weapon. Seeing that the commander was out of action, the guy decided to take control of the situation. Despite the piercing pain, the soldier, gathering his remaining strength, promised the scoundrel a cruel reprisal. Suddenly, the guy, using the girl as a human shield, yelled, ordering everyone to stand still. The soldier muttered curses with difficulty at the bastard who could use a child as a human shield. Addressing the commander, who was losing consciousness, the soldier asked him to hold on, assuring him that they would soon reach a safe place. The soldier's voice grew weaker and weaker, but he continued to persuade the commander to fight for his life and not close his eyes. Panic broke out among the crowd. People looked at the bloody soldier with horror, not knowing how to help him. The soldier cursed the murderer with all his might, calling him a scumbag and a madman who had doomed everyone to death. Mad with fear, the guy began to shout that he was tired of this life and endless orders. Sharon, trying to reach the distraught guy, firmly ordered him to put the gun down. The boy's gaze fell on little Sharon, who looked at him with undisguised contempt, which only increased his anger. Just as the boy was swinging at Sharon, the boy Zach suddenly brought his gun right to the boy's head. The guy decided that he was trying to scare him with a toy gun, but quickly realized his mistake. Although it was already too late because the next second the boy pulled the trigger and blew his brains out. One of the fighters mentally noted that this boy was not one to be timid. In the first seconds, Sharon remained motionless, not believing what was happening. Was Zach really capable of such an act? Zach nodded calmly and added that he didn't care who was in front of him. Even the Emperor didn't deserve leniency if he threatened his sister. Looking at Zack with wide eyes, Sharon whispered that she finally saw a real man in front of her, strong and determined. Meanwhile, the wounded commander was living out the last minutes of his life. Trying to calm the elderly woman, who blamed only herself for everything, the soldier said that she was not guilty and asked her not to torment herself in vain. Zack sighed heavily, realizing that the squad had now lost both of its leaders and hoped for the speedy return of David and Patricia. Meanwhile, David, sparing no effort in battle, continued to destroy zombies one after another, like a tireless killing machine. Patricia barely recognized her partner in the bloody warrior, looking around the battlefield strewn with the bodies of monsters in amazement. She couldn't understand how David had managed to deal with so many zombies on his own without even getting a scratch. Suddenly, David tensed, catching a barely perceptible but unfamiliar movement in the depths of the cave. Another meeting awaited them. Telling Patricia to get a weapon from her backpack, David commanded her to go to the people and not hesitate. He himself will deal with the zombies. Realizing that they couldn't cope together, David chose to act alone because every minute counted. Seeing the mutated toad in front of him, David grinned and addressed it mockingly. There was no time to waste, and David urged Patricia on, ordering her to run and not look back. Giving Patricia time to get to a safe distance, David shouted after her that he would definitely return as soon as he dealt with the mutant. Patricia stood there hesitantly for a few more seconds, then nodded and rushed forward, following her comrade's order. David focused all his fury into one blow, directing it straight into the enemy's heart. But suddenly David grunted in pain as he felt several bites on his legs. Feeling a burning pain, David jumped up on the spot, promising the monster a painful death for his insolence. The mutant's voice was calm and confident. He told the boy that he was already infected and would soon become one of his slaves. David was amazed. He had never met a rational zombie king, capable of not only thinking but also speaking. Shaking off his stupor, David attacked with renewed vigor, confident that this freak would not be able to defeat him. Looking at his opponent, the zombie king couldn't understand. Was this guy really the same mutant as himself? Confirming the monster's words, David grinned and replied that he was also the king of zombies. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, David demanded that the mutant continue the battle and show him his full power. David was eager to finish him off and go find Patricia and any captured survivors. But the zombie king didn't want to give up either and prepared another little surprise for David. Instead of the expected attack, the zombie king suddenly began to twitch strangely, making gurgling sounds and seeming to shrink in size. Chuckling mockingly, the mutant invited David to enjoy the spectacle and added that he would regret his arrogance. David was overcome with animalistic horror as he watched the mutant's body explode into dozens of tiny copies, all trying to attack him. Stunned by what was happening, David did not have time to dodge the attack, feeling a burn on his neck, as if from a drop of acid. Realizing with horror how much danger he had underestimated, David felt the acid eating away at his skin. It was still too early to relax. These strange frogs did not seem at all harmless. The mutant menacingly promised David a quick death, adding that he would take his lifeless body for his collection. Right before David's eyes, the vile mutant suddenly fell apart right before his eyes. The vile liquid that spurted from the exploded frog hit David, and its nauseating smell spread throughout the factory. David's body seemed to be paralyzed, depriving him of the ability to move or resist. The sinister mutant smugly announced that it was he who paralyzed David with his poison, and now, finally, he would kill him. The appearance of more and more monsters plunged David into despair. It seemed there would be no end to it. David did not lose heart, and was ready to deal another blow to the zombie that was trying to catch up with him from behind. He grabbed the zombie and prepared to finish it off with one blow, but this time he would use the full power of his abilities. David, gathering all his will into a fist, decided to use his secret ability of the flaming palm to destroy the monster. Imagine David's surprise when he saw this zombie had not one but two tongues. In an instant, the zombie's sticky tongues wrapped tightly around David's neck, squeezing his throat even more tightly. Taking advantage of David's confusion, the insidious mutant decided to attack his defenseless partner. The boy realized with horror the frog's cunning plan. He intended to detain him and deal with Commander Patricia. David had to do everything he could to prevent the monster's dastardly plan from coming to fruition. Despite the fatigue and pain, David began to feel his growing strength, and this gave him confidence. Gathering his strength, David shouted at the fleeing frog that he would not let it leave without finishing what it started. David remembered the lessons of Master Li, who taught him special techniques for fighting such monsters. Breathing heavily, the mutant croaked that he was not going to give up without a fight and intended to kill David. The battle continued, and David noticed with horror that the mutant was growing new tentacles, which made him even more dangerous. David's patience finally snapped. He decided to finish off the vile mutant once and for all. Enraged, David rushed at the mutant and deftly grabbed him by the tongue so that this time he could not escape anywhere. The next second, he pulled the tongue towards himself with a strong movement and tore it out. David was eager to see all the mutant's moves, confident that he could withstand any threat. The guy turned out to be much stronger than the mutant expected, because David, despite his wounds, continued to fight. David had a hard time dodging the attacks of the frog, which was much more dangerous than the previous zombie king. Suddenly, David felt a sharp pang of hunger. He knew that this feeling could make him lose his mind. With a strong will, David struggled to control his relentless hunger before it was too late. He remembered the instructions of the master, who taught that one can defeat a strong enemy with cunning, and began to come up with a plan. The giant monster was approaching David at breakneck speed, ready to crush him into a pancake. David decided to use the monster's approach to his advantage and deal it a crushing blow. As the toad crashed into David, he used his body-hardening ability and met it like a living shield. The monster was taken aback. It seemed to him that David's body had momentarily turned into a spring. Before the monster had time to come to his senses, David's deafening blow threw him a huge distance away. Having broken through the thick concrete ceiling, the monster flew out into the street like a rag doll. The mutant broke through the roof of the plant and flew in an unknown direction, disappearing from sight. Harm suggested that the missing David was most likely somewhere on the plant's territory. Hearing noise coming from the building, Linda thought it might be David. David had managed to gain the upper hand over his agonizing hunger for a while, and now he hoped to hold out as long as possible. Seeing the mutant return, David turned to look at him. Did he really want more? David repeated to the mutant that he was no match for him and did not allow him to attack him again. The angry monster growled that he would show David his true strength and power. At this time, Patricia noticed people in a cage who screamed with all their might, begging to be saved. Seeing Patricia, the hostages recognized her and began to beg her to let them out of the cage. Trying to calm the hostages, Patricia shouted to them that help was on the way and that everyone would soon be freed. Patricia looked around, trying to find a way to open the cage with the prisoners. Patricia ordered the hostages to retreat into the cage and smash the lock with a few shots. The cage door swung open and the freed captives rushed out. Pointing the way to the exit, Patricia shouted at them to be careful and run as fast as they could. Patricia explained to the hostages in detail how to get to the main forces, where they were already waiting for them. One of the soldiers told Patricia that people had also been found in another room of the plant. Without wasting a minute, Patricia gave the order to the squad to follow her and rescue the remaining hostages. David saw right through the mutant and realized that he wouldn't get away with it this time. The mutant whispered wearily that he was not afraid of death because he had been dead inside for a long time. Thinking out loud, the mutant noted that he would become a scapegoat even if he survived this massacre. David mockingly asked the mutant if he was going to use his long tongue in battle again. Then David caught his tongue right in front of his face in one quick motion. He was no longer afraid of anything. After that, he threw the mutant aside with a strong movement, not letting go of his long tongue. David prepared to use his trump card, which was his super ability, the Flaming Hand. With a wave of his hand, David delivered a crushing blow straight to the forehead of this monster, leaving it no chance. After that, he beat the weakened monster to death with several powerful blows, never to return to it again. He defeated another zombie king, and this damn frog will definitely not be able to wake up. The system's voice rang out in David's head, and defeating the zombie king brought him closer to completing the task. Killing a strong zombie was not in vain. The system generously rewarded David with an increase in several important skills. The system reported another piece of good news from now on. David had access to the new ability of the slain zombie king. David's delight knew no bounds, as his new abilities opened up incredible possibilities for him in battle. Having acquired new abilities, David felt like a real superhero. Meanwhile, the system reminded him of one important detail in order to use these skills. He needed to fuel himself with anger. David tried to remember how much of his gold he had already spent. but his thoughts were interrupted by the shock of the earthquake. Feeling the ground shake, Patricia screamed, calling on everyone to immediately leave the collapsing building. Patricia thought anxiously about David, hoping that he was okay. Suddenly, from a deep hole formed by the earthquake, David heard a child's voice calling for help. Having recovered a little from the blow, David encouraged the child, loudly promising to save him. At that moment, a giant hand of an unknown creature appeared from the darkness, causing David to flinch in surprise. David looked at the stranger with horror. It was a giant creature resembling a small child. A huge hand swung at David, intending to crush him with one blow. Before David could dodge, he found himself crushed by the monster's heavy paw. Suddenly, the giant noticed the body of the dead monster that David had fought earlier. As it turned out later, this monster killed by David was the father of a giant baby and was bringing him food. Recognizing his father in the slain monster, the giant baby picked him up in his arms and cried bitterly. David tried to recover from the crushing blow of this monster, his body aching unbearably. David looked at the giant and realized that this huge child was the son of the very same mutant frog with whom he had fought recently. So this frog has been catching people all this time in order to feed its giant baby. It was necessary to find out as much information about this monster as possible, so David turned to the system. Unfortunately, the system was unable to provide any information about this type of zombie, only noting that it was very strong. Needing to recover quickly after the fight, David decided to eat the magic bean that was in his pocket. David began frantically rummaging through his things, hoping to find at least one treasured bean. Noticing the movement, the giant monster leapt towards David, wanting to crush him with its weight. A powerful paw grabbed David in a death grip and began to squeeze harder and harder. David turned to the system in desperation, asking if he had any anger left in him. The system reported the news that the supply of anger was almost exhausted, and David had better flee. Not willing to give up without a fight, David continued to search for the magic beans that could restore his strength. The huge mutant approached David, and right in his palm, a toothy mouth suddenly began to open. At that moment, David resigned himself to his fate, realizing that he would soon become this monster's lunch. In the last moments of his life, the faces of his loved ones flashed before his eyes. But suddenly the soldiers, not wanting to give up on David, opened fire on the monster, trying to destroy it. However, the monster continued to hold David in its paw, as if its thick skin made it invulnerable. Seeing that the bullets were not producing any results, Patricia decided to take a risky step. Patricia rushed straight at the mutant's head with a lightsaber in her hands. To her delight, luck was on her side. The sword hit the giant mutant right in the crown. Patricia understood that the pain of this huge creature was terrible, but he brought this nightmare upon himself. She was determined to protect David until her last breath, even if she had to die to do so. With a swift blow, reminiscent of a furious cat's lunge, Patricia severed the monster's vile limb that still clutched David. The severed hand, with David still clutched in it, flew down, and Patricia rushed after it. Patricia ran to David to assess his condition after the horror he had experienced. The extraordinary power of the lightsaber once entrusted to her by David allowed Patricia to deliver such a devastating blow. The monster froze for a moment as if stunned by the unexpected loss, and an ominous silence fell. But horror was reflected on the fighters' faces when new tissue began to rapidly form at the site of the wound. The monster had a frightening regeneration, and before the eyes of the stunned group, the monster's severed arm was completely restored. At this moment, one of the soldiers noticed that now the mutant wanted to kill Patricia too. Realizing the danger, he screamed desperately, begging her to run before it was too late. Patricia dodged at the last moment, narrowly avoiding being grabbed by the monster's giant paw. A sudden roar tore through the air as reinforcements arrived and fired a heavy projectile straight into the monster's body. Ludwig, the man in charge of the shot, breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the projectile hit its target accurately. All this time he was beside himself with worry for Patricia's fate, and now he rejoiced to see her safe and sound. Despite the joy of having reinforcements, Patricia reminded everyone about David, who needed immediate help. Linda leaned over her wounded comrade, trying to bring him to his senses and stop the bleeding. Janine watched David's pale face in horror, fearing that the wounds might be fatal. After what seemed like an eternity, David opened his eyes, still not fully understanding what had happened to him. Janine, Linda, and Patricia, risking their own lives, distracted the monster's attention, covering the retreat of their friends. Eugene understood that in this situation it was necessary to gain time and gave the order to shoot at the monster without stopping. The soldiers rushed to carry out the order, and soon the air was filled with the roar of gunfire and grenade explosions. The monster roared with rage but seemed invulnerable, and soon the soldiers began to run out of ammunition. At that moment, Linda made the decision to return. She knew that her medical skills would be useful in this fight. David was hampered by his heavy shoes and asked someone to take them off his feet to make it easier to walk. Linda eagerly volunteered to help, and soon the trainers were thrown away so as not to interfere with David's mobility. With difficulty catching his breath, David begged Linda to help him get back to where they had fought the monster. He remembered his cube, which contained the magic beans, but Linda did not see it. Linda frowned, trying to understand what he was talking about and why he was so determined to go back there. Suddenly, David remembered that the cube was invisible to Linda, and he would have to get to it himself. Overcoming the pain, David begged Linda to help him get to the place where his only salvation was located. He knew his words sounded crazy, but he desperately tried to convince Linda that otherwise they were doomed. A heart-rending scream was heard as the monster's huge foot fell on a group of soldiers who were unable to dodge. The bones broke like dry branches. The fighter screamed from unbearable pain, but did not lose consciousness. Harms, without thinking, rushed to help, promising that he would pull his comrade out from under the rubble. The soldier loudly asked Patricia what her next orders would be for her subordinates. Realizing the folly of further confrontation, Patricia ordered an immediate retreat. They rushed through the destroyed corridors, not daring to look back, driven by fear and despair. Janine screamed that the monster had gone completely mad and was now destroying everything in its path. She was afraid that the monster had inhuman speed and would soon catch up with them. Patricia, noticing the danger at the last moment, managed to push Janine away from the falling debris. She ordered everyone to leave the plant immediately, realizing that in another minute it might be too late. Janine turned around and, seeing that Patricia was okay, loudly thanked her for saving her. Harms called to his comrades who had already reached the exit, urging them on, sensing an imminent collapse. Patricia screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to warn Linda of the danger hanging right overhead. The monster's huge foot crashed to the ground and a cloud of dust hid everything around. Harms, holding back the growing panic, ordered everyone to remain in place until the dust cleared. Deep down, he believed that David was alive and had managed to protect himself and Linda from a fatal blow. Seeing what had happened, David roared with rage. The monster dared to attack the most precious thing he had in his life. Taking the monster's leg with as much force as he could muster, he lifted it up. David then sent a wave of pure energy at him, which became the final weapon in this desperate battle. Patricia took advantage of the moment to lead the fighters away from the dangerous place before the monster came to its senses. Despite the persuasion of his comrades, David firmly decided to stay and fight with him to the end, no matter what the cost. Janine, realizing that the forces were unequal, tried to convince everyone of the futility of further resistance. Patricia was confident that the rescue operation was over, since all the survivors had been saved and there was no need to take any more risks. David, overcome with anger, decided to ask the system about the amount of rage remaining, which gave him incredible strength. The system warned that using the rage force had significantly reduced David's rage reserves. David, nervously counting the remaining anger, understood that 80 points was not much, but he believed that activating the protective shield would give him a chance to win. Despite the danger, David felt the need to stay, and although he could not explain his reasons, his intentions were unwavering. With full determination, David called on Patricia and the others to leave the dangerous place immediately, relying entirely on him. Patricia couldn't believe her ears and eyes. David was going to be left alone with the monster, and her heart sank with fear for him. Patricia's voice rose to a scream. She couldn't understand what had made David make such a crazy decision. Patricia cast a desperate glance at Janine, because David's girlfriend should have brought him to his senses and not allowed him to sacrifice himself. To Patricia's surprise, Janine remained unperturbed, explaining this by her deep respect for her loved one's choice. Janine knew that David didn't throw words to the wind if he decided on something. He would stand his ground until the end. Patricia understood the danger of the situation. David's chances of surviving a fight with the monster were negligible. Janine, seeing that it was useless to argue, decided not to waste time and ordered Patricia to retreat immediately with her. As she left, Patricia shouted out to David a promise that upon their return to base, she would personally invite him to join their ranks. Patricia saw incredible potential in David and dreamed of fighting side by side with him, so she promised to make him her partner. David just chuckled in response, joking that they first needed to return alive and then talk about plans for the future. Turning to Janine, Patricia admitted that she was right in calling David an unusual person. As soon as the last silhouettes of the rescue team disappeared from sight, David turned to the monster, feeling the familiar feeling of battle excitement flowing through his veins. Looking defiantly at the giant monster, David wanted to make sure that the beast was ready for the fight. David's words, full of contempt and rage, were meant to provoke the monster to attack. Looking at the gaping mouth of the monster, David decided to use a risky plan, which was to penetrate inside its throat. With bated breath, David realized that the outcome of this crazy adventure would be decided in the next few seconds. Up close, the monster seemed even more gigantic and disgusting. In an instant, the monster's jaws snapped shut, leaving David in complete darkness, and now he could only guess where he was. David was immediately hit by a wave of unbearable stench that took his breath away. Having seen many small holes on the walls of the stomach, David realized with horror that these were glands that secrete gastric juice, and he was overcome with panic. The caustic acid had already begun to eat away at his clothes, and David looked hopefully at the virus shield indicator, which was rapidly losing its charge. Without wasting a second, David gave a mental command to the system to activate all the explosive devices that were stored in his virtual inventory. The system tried to dissuade David from this risky undertaking, warning that such a quantity of explosives could kill not only the monster, but himself as well. Without a moment's hesitation, David gave the final order, ordering the system to increase the virus shield's defenses to maximum. A moment later, the monster shuddered from a deafening explosion that thundered inside its huge body. The monster had no idea that the prisoner in its stomach was capable of such a desperate attack. Watching the huge plant shake from the explosion, Janine was beside herself with excitement. David's fate remained unknown. Thick gray smoke completely obscured the sight of the explosion, making it impossible to see anything through the haze. Taking his first breath of fresh air, David was relieved to realize that the viral shield had passed the test and he was now safe. A sharp pain pierced his entire body. His skin burned as if it had been scorched alive. His hearing was gone, and blackness still flickered before his eyes. Despite the fact that David survived this adventure, the system told him disappointing news. His eardrums burst, his eyes went blind, and his body was attacked by an unknown virus. David didn't panic because he still had the life-saving miracle bean, which could heal any wound. Feeling the healing energy embalming the wounds, David realized with bewilderment that his vision had not fully returned. He saw everything as if through a veil of fog. The system reassured David, explaining that the miracle bean would take time to work, as his injuries were too serious. David grumbled with annoyance that the beans should have immediately restored his healthy appearance. Coming to his senses, David had difficulty focusing his vision and, seeing the silhouettes of people in front of him, decided that his friends had arrived. Trying to call out to his comrades, David could not understand why they were not afraid of such a powerful explosion and had already managed to get to him. Suddenly it dawned on David, looking at the faces. He recognized the man he had encountered earlier. Yes, there was no doubt standing in front of him was the same man who had taken a desperate step to save his son. The man's face was lit up by a shadow of guilt and grief, and turning to his son, he asked him for forgiveness for the act that circumstances had forced him to commit. Having turned into a mindless monster, the man still protected his son, not allowing anyone to harm him. Even though the man's mind was clouded, his paternal instinct remained unchanged, and he whispered words of comfort to his son, promising never to abandon him. The virus gradually took over, erasing the human form and turning the loving father into a ruthless monster. David had no doubt that this man was the Zombie King. Filled with guilt, David apologized, as he had no idea that the Zombie King was just a grief-stricken father and not a mindless monster. With a fading voice, The man thanked David for freeing them from the suffering that had haunted them in the world of the living. The suffering finally left the man's face, and he now found the peace he had long awaited. Coming to his senses, David realized that the image of the soul was just a hallucination caused by the virus and the insidious system. David was indignant. The system was playing with his feelings, making him suffer, and he no longer wanted to be a pawn in its cruel games. As if not hearing him, the system cheerfully announced that for defeating the zombie king, David would receive a new useful skill. After examining his new stats, David noted that he not only gained self-healing, but also significantly improved his other skills. Finally, the ordeal was over and David rushed to find his friends, worried about how they had survived the devastating explosion. As David went through his inventory, he got rid of unnecessary things with a light heart, realizing that now he didn't need to cling to all sorts of junk. Linda's heart was breaking with anxiety, and dropping everything, she rushed to find David, praying that he was alive. Hearing a painfully familiar voice, Linda froze, not believing her luck. Was David really alive? David happily rushed towards Linda and Janine, assuring them that he was okay and that he was back with them. Linda immediately called out to Patricia to share the good news with her. David had survived. As soon as Linda saw David safe and sound, her eyes filled with tears of joy, and her heart sank with emotion. David hugged Linda reassuringly, assuring her that the worst was behind them and that they could finally relax. Feeling David's heartbeat, Linda finally found peace, letting go of the fear that had been gripping her soul. Looking tenderly at the worried faces of his beloved girls, David admitted that even if he had to crawl to them, he would still come back. Looking at David, Linda noticed that his hair had become shorter and jokingly asked if a monster had given him such a stylish haircut. Watching the touching scene, Harms noted with irony that it is always painful for bachelors to watch the happiness of lovers. David, inspired by the victory and meeting with friends, ordered a retreat. Their mission was accomplished, and it was time to return to base. Fatigue was taking its toll, but the survivors moved forward with enthusiasm, knowing that the worst was behind them. During the team's absence from the base, a conflict occurred that escalated into shooting, resulting in several deaths. As the gathering place became closer, strength and faith in the best returned to the exhausted travelers. Finally, after so many days of wandering, the team reached their cherished goal. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, the survivors could not wait to reach safety. Patricia glanced around the familiar area and smiled as she noticed that nothing had changed since their last visit. The size of the 7th zone of the gathering place left a lasting impression on Zach. David was also impressed by the size of the gathering place. It turned out to be much larger than he had imagined. The high walls and fortifications gave a feeling of calm and security. Now one could relax and no longer be afraid of attacks from monsters. Despite the friendly atmosphere, stern soldiers vigilantly guarded the entrance, checking new arrivals. The crowd was indignant, not understanding the reasons for such a strict inspection. To reassure those gathered, Ludwig explained that this was standard procedure and that they would be checked and allowed inside very soon. Patricia, wanting to speed up the process, ordered the new arrivals to line up for inspection. David liked the order and discipline that was established here, which gave him confidence that he was safe here. Harms thought with relief that they would finally have a roof over their heads and would be able to get some rest. Linda didn't care where she went. The main thing was that her loved one was nearby. Suddenly, one of the soldiers cried out in delight when he noticed an armored vehicle in the crowd. The soldiers looked with undisguised interest at the unusual car, which they saw for the first time. David was a little amused by this increased attention because it was an ordinary, unremarkable model of car. Intrigued by the history of the car, the soldiers approached David with questions. When asked by the soldiers, David calmly replied that he had found the armored vehicle at an abandoned factory that they had been lucky enough to discover during their wanderings. The soldier looked at David with disbelief. He did not believe that such valuable transport could be found just like that. Believing that David was hiding the truth, the soldiers decided to confiscate the armored car for their own use. Feeling their power, the soldiers haughtily told David that the car now belonged to them, and it was better not to argue with it. One of the soldiers in a gas mask pointed a gun at David, reminding him that they were risking their lives to protect ordinary people. Seeing the gun pointed at David, Linda instantly decided to stand up for her lover. Not expecting such pressure, the frightened soldier tried to fight off the enraged Linda, which attracted Patricia's gaze. Linda's voice trembled with anger, and she made it clear that she would not tolerate disrespect towards her loved one. Feeling the support of their comrades, the armed soldiers pointed their guns at Linda, threatening to kill her if she did not retreat immediately. Seeing the aggressive behavior of the soldiers, reinforcements immediately arrived. Aiming at the offenders, the soldiers ordered them to immediately lower their weapons and calm down. The soldier pointed his weapon in bewilderment and angrily asked where the strangers got it from and what they were planning. Taking a closer look, the soldier realized that these were not ordinary civilians, but someone more dangerous, and he hurried to call for reinforcements. Zach, full of determination, declared that he didn't care how many enemies were against him. He was not afraid to fight. Eugene, sharing his little partner's determination, declared that they would not let themselves be offended. At this point, Officer Brad, trying to calm the conflict, asked everyone to calm down and not escalate the situation. He reminded that owning a weapon in a post-apocalyptic world is a common occurrence and not worth the fuss. Janine noticed an important detail among those who arrived was a man who looked like a high-ranking officer. Brad stressed that the weapons were issued to soldiers to prevent emergencies, not to attack civilians. Abruptly ending the conversation, Brad demanded that such incidents not be repeated. Then, changing the tone of the conversation, Brad happily greeted Patricia, whom he had not seen for a long time. Patricia, not understanding what had happened, curiously inquired about the reason for the conflict. Brad, while praising the young men for their bravery, reminded them of the need to behave more restrainedly. David thanked Brad for his wise advice and for helping them avoid trouble. Brad modestly noted that he was simply trying to keep the peace and that the soldiers would not stand on ceremony with them in the event of a conflict. Linda, demonstrating her fighting spirit, threatened the soldiers with violence if they attacked them again. Brad smiled and commended Linda's courage, noting that in today's times without courage, it's easy to become a victim. Patricia, wanting to smooth over the impression of the conflict, told Brad that the young people helped her and her squad avoid complete destruction. In introducing Janine, Patricia noted her experience as a police officer before the apocalypse and her outstanding marksmanship skills and agility. Next, David was introduced as a true master of shooting and martial arts, possessing rare talents. Patricia proudly announced that, thanks to the help of David and his comrades, they were able to destroy 2 zombie kings. She added that all the soldiers in her unit were immensely grateful to David for saving them. David, listening to the praise addressed to him, modestly kept silent about the fact that he single-handedly dealt with the zombie kings because his real goal is gold. Brad respectfully noted that facing 2 zombie kings and surviving was no easy task. Patricia, despite successfully completing the mission, could not forgive herself for the loss of her comrades, blaming herself for everything. Brad, trying to console Patricia, assured her that the very fact of successfully completing such a difficult task was already a huge achievement. Addressing David, Brad remarked that it was the first time he had seen Patricia speak so highly of anyone and invited him to join the army. Brad assured that with his talents he would immediately receive the position of platoon commander. David, trying to dodge the offer, mumbled uncertainly that he was not cut out for the army. Continuing to play the role, he sheepishly added that Patricia was probably exaggerating his abilities and that he would become a burden to the army. In fact, David was worried about a completely different problem. How could he search for gold while locked in a military base? Brad, seeing David's indecision, reassured him that it was just a proposal and asked Patricia to arrange a 3-room apartment for them. Patricia, containing her sudden irritation, meekly agreed to carry out Brad's order. Janine shared her doubts with David. It seemed to her that Patricia was unhappy about something. Brad, saying goodbye to David, expressed hope for a quick meeting, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. Patricia, citing urgent matters, hastily left, not hiding her disappointment. David felt guilty for refusing to join the army since he had promised Patricia to fight shoulder to shoulder. Soon the commander escorted David and his friends to the place where they began to settle in. The army's assembly area was securely hidden behind a mountain, and at first glance seemed unremarkable and lifeless. However, inside it was a well-fortified base, surrounded by high mountains that served as a natural defense against invasion. At the top of each mountain there was a watchtower equipped with powerful weapons, capable of repelling even the most numerous horde of zombies. The three-room apartment provided to them by the army, although not luxurious, was clean, comfortable, and even had electricity. One of David's greatest joys was the shower room with hot water, which was supplied for 1 hour every evening. Even though they could no longer freely dispose of their spoils at the base, everyone was glad to have a safe haven after long months of wandering. Linda, not hiding her feelings for David, asked how they would be divided into rooms and hinted at her desire to live with him. Harms, with his characteristic resourcefulness, suggested that the three of us take a room with a bathroom for ourselves, Eugene and Zach. David gratefully accepted Harm's offer, pleased with this arrangement. Ludwig joked with envy about the wonderful nights that awaited David in the company of two beauties. Wanting to stretch his legs after a long journey, David asked Commander Ludwig if there was a training area at the base. Ludwig was surprised by his eagerness to begin training immediately upon his arrival and asked if he was going to challenge anyone to a duel. Instead of answering, David suddenly offered to teach Eugene martial arts. Eugene, who had always dreamed of mastering fighting techniques, enthusiastically agreed. Ludwig, seeing the enthusiasm of the young people, quickly gathered a group of soldiers who wanted to watch the training. Janine, anticipating an exciting spectacle, settled comfortably among the spectators. David, noticing the crowd that had gathered, felt uncomfortable. Losing in front of so many people would be a real shame for him. Ignoring David's excitement, Ludwig loudly announced to everyone present that this guy had dealt with the Zombie King with his bare hands. One of the soldiers, outraged by Ludwig's words, began to object heatedly, denying the possibility of such an outcome of the fight. The other soldiers also expressed doubt about the veracity of Ludwig's story, starting to loudly discuss David's physical characteristics. David, tired of the ridicule and gossip, decided to put an end to it and prove his strength in action. He invited Eugene to start training, promising that this time he would not hold back. Eugene, in a serious mood, asked David not to spare him during sparring. From the very first seconds of the fight, David realized that Eugene's speed left much to be desired. Eugene, trying his best, tried to get David, but he easily dodged all his attacks. The soldiers watching the battle, contrary to expectations, were impressed by Eugene's technique and dexterity. David, pleased with his student's diligence, praised him for his good physical condition. Linda, who was watching the training with undisguised admiration, noted that Eugene was almost as skilled as David. Even the cold-minded soldiers, who initially doubted Eugene's abilities, were forced to acknowledge his strength. David, feeling the excitement, decided to give Eugene a chance to prove himself and repelled the next attack not so deftly. Realizing that he had underestimated his opponent, David focused and decided not to give Eugene any more slack. One of the soldiers watching the sparring was very surprised by David's unexpected move. Janine saw that David was using a soft Tai Chi technique that allowed him to neutralize a stronger opponent. Ludwig smiled and praised David for his mastery of martial arts. The victory was quick and unconditional, but David was afraid that he might have harmed Eugene. Eugene, rising to his feet, enthusiastically spoke about the sensations he had experienced and begged him to reveal the secret of such an effective technique. David laughingly admitted that he had long wanted to teach Eugene the basics of Tai Chi Chuan, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. Despite David's obvious superiority in battle, there were those who refused to acknowledge his strength. The soldiers continued to insist that the duel was just a setup and that it was impossible in real life. Linda, outraged by the unfair accusations against David, was ready to stand up for him. Ludwig, angry at his subordinates for disrespecting the guest and doubting his abilities, demanded that they apologize to David. The soldiers continued to persist in their opinions and refused to take David seriously. Moreover, they openly stated their unwillingness to serve with David and his comrades in the same unit. Ludwig, outraged by the insolence of his subordinates, threatened them with serious punishment for showing disrespect to their superiors. David hastened to calm the angry commander, noting that the soldiers' doubts were entirely understandable. He suggested a simple and effective way to resolve the dispute: we need to hold an exhibition fight. Two of the more zealous guys enthusiastically agreed to teach David a lesson, confident of their easy victory. When one of the soldiers was about to attack David, he suddenly stopped him. The soldier immediately decided after this that David had finally lost his nerve and would refuse the fight. However, to everyone's surprise, He only asked if there were any others who wanted to test themselves in battle with him. One by one, several more soldiers, touched to the quick by his words, stepped forward. Soon, an impressive crowd of 10 strong and experienced fighters lined up in front of David. Eugene, worried about this turn of events, tried to warn David against taking a dangerous step. Linda was also worried about the outcome of the fight. It seemed incredible to her that David would be able to defeat so many opponents. At the same time, her faith in David's strength and agility was so great that she did not allow doubts to overcome her. The soldiers, thirsty for blood and confident in their superiority, surrounded David with jeers and threats. He, wanting to end this farce as quickly as possible, suggested that everyone attack him at the same time. The soldiers, outraged by his insolence, did not hesitate to rush into battle. Ludwig, watching from the sidelines, waited with interest for the fight to begin, wanting to see David's real abilities in action. At that very moment, a multi-voiced roar was heard on the training ground, and a dozen soldiers fell on David like an avalanche. At the same time, in another part of the base, Commissioner Daniel was examining some piece of clothing with a magnifying glass. The officer standing next to the commissioner, not understanding what he was trying to discern in the seemingly ordinary fabric, asked the reasons for his interest. Daniel explained that he was impressed by the quality of the material and, turning to Patricia, asked about the origin of such an unusual thing. Daniel concluded that Patricia's new comrade was clearly not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Ludwig tried to convince Daniel of the extraordinary strength of David, who not only possessed impressive fighting technique, but also fought the zombie king with his bare hands. Daniel noted reservedly that if Ludwig's words were true, then David really was a rare talent. The officer enthusiastically declared that with the arrival of David, their army would become twice as strong, and they would be able to overcome any obstacles. He looked at Daniel hopefully and suggested finding a way to get David to join them. Daniel responded with some hesitation that he was not yet ready to fully trust David, although he did not deny that he saw potential in him. The officer, smiling slyly, remarked that he knew Daniel inside and out and understood his secret desires. He turned decisively to Ludwig and instructed him to find an opportunity to arrange a competition for David to assess his real capabilities. Salute. The officer admitted that he himself was eager to see the power of the mysterious David. After some time, there were already fighters lying around David, whom he had easily dealt with during sparring. David, determined to prove his strength, challenged all doubters to start a duel. Eugene, amazed by David's skill, exclaimed that he now saw him as his mentor. Linda, looking at David with admiration, asked him to teach her his fighting art. David modestly replied that his strength should not be exaggerated too much, since he had only used a small part of his potential. Ludwig asked David not to frighten them with his words, because his strength was already obvious. One of the soldiers looked with envy at David, surrounded by two beauties, and did not understand how he deserved such luck. David grinned and suggested that he not envy him, hinting that he himself had a chance to achieve the same. Patricia looked at Daniel triumphantly, reminding him that she had warned him about David's unique abilities. Daniel, convinced of David's strength, declared that he had before him a truly exceptional talent, whom he must win over to his side at any cost. According to the latest intelligence, zombies have become much more aggressive, which means people like David are needed to protect civilians. Patricia said with annoyance that the commander had already offered David to join them, but he had refused, and they had no right to force him. Daniel mused that perhaps David would agree if he were offered a generous reward. He turned to Patricia and, knowing that she knew David well, instructed her to convince the guy, promising to fulfill any of his wishes. Patricia said she felt like David didn't need anything because he even treated her to a Coke. The officer raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if David really had such a rarity as cola, since in the post-apocalyptic conditions this makes him a real rich man. Patricia, with a sly smile, suggested that they think for themselves what could interest such an extraordinary person as David. David, entering the room where they were supposed to spend the night, noted that there was a suspicious silence there, as if everyone was already asleep. Linda quietly confirmed his guess, explaining that everyone was tired after training and had been dreaming for a long time. David, turning to Janine, who was already heading to the bedroom, asked her not to hurry because they had not yet had time to discuss plans for the evening. With hope in his voice, he suggested that the girls go to bed together, hinting at a romantic continuation of the evening. Janine, smiling slyly, noted that he still had no idea how things really were. With a mocking voice, she said that she and Linda would sleep on the bed, but he would have to make do with a place on the floor. David made a surprised face and complained that it was very cold on the floor and he was afraid of catching a cold. Janine reminded him that he had dealt with the Zombie King with his bare hands, and now he was afraid of some kind of draft, and added that she did not intend to fall for his excuses. Linda did not immediately agree with her friend, and nevertheless suggested letting the guy into their room. Janine responded by asking if she was afraid that if she let David into bed, next time he would bring a new girl with him. With suspicion in her voice, she noticed that David was looking at Commander Patricia in a special way, and who knows, perhaps he had liked her for a long time. David indignantly declared that there could be no talk of any obscenity, since both he and Patricia's commander were decent people. Linda winked at her sister and added that she herself had seen him lecherously looking at Commander Patricia, which meant that he would do well to receive punishment. Janine, trying to quickly change the subject, told Linda that she had asked Nancy to bring them some hot water for a bath and suggested that she go into the bath first while she unpacked. David muttered with annoyance that he didn't want to sleep on the floor and could be very offended by such treatment. Linda, entering the bathroom, quietly announced that there was very little hot water left, and perhaps there wouldn't be enough for 3 of them. She suggested that Janine wash together so as not to waste water. Janine, with a sly smile, picked up Linda's idea and said loudly that since there was not enough water, they would have to wash together. David replied with a satisfied grin that he wouldn't mind such company in the bathroom. Janine understood the guy's hint and threatened to kill him if he dared to enter. David asked with an offended voice why they were treating him so cruelly. The next morning, when everyone was ready for training, David and Janine met face-to-face on the training ground. Janine, determined to teach David a lesson, shouted defiantly at him to attack and not expect leniency. David, looking seriously at Janine, replied that he would not give in either, despite the fact that she was his girlfriend. Linda encouraged Janine, urging her to teach David a lesson and show him that girls are not to be trifled with. David smiled and assured Linda not to worry because he would give it his all and challenged Janine to attack him. After the first minute of the fight, David, dodging Janine's blows, admitted that she was in excellent physical shape. However, he noticed that she acted rather slowly and had many weak points. The next moment, David cried out in surprise because he did not expect at all that Janine could be so fast and agile. David's next attack was very quickly noticed by the girl, and she was even able to stand on a bridge to dodge it. Before he could react, Janine delivered a crushing kick to his chin. Linda, rejoicing at her sister's success, shouted to her that she was doing a great job. David, trying to recover from the blow, admitted that he had underestimated Janine and that she had caught him off guard. With a reproachful voice, he asked why she was so cruel to him, since he was her boyfriend. Janine, looking proudly at David, replied that it was his own fault because you can't underestimate your opponent, especially if it's a girl. David, rising from the floor, thoughtfully said that fighting like this was boring and they needed to come up with something more interesting. Janine, interested, asked what he was offering instead of the usual sparring. David, with a sly grin, suggested that Janine play a wish game. The terms of the bet were that if Janine could hit David, he lost, and if David could touch Janine 3 times, she would be his that night. Janine, blushing with indignation, called David a pervert, saying that he constantly thought only about such things. Linda, wanting to teach David a lesson, persuaded her sister to agree, because if she won, David would no longer dare even look at other girls. Janine, yielding to Linda's pressure, agreed to the bet, reminding David that he had to be able to lose. David confidently declared that he would never lose and that she would belong to him tonight. However, Janine very quickly realized that she had fallen into the cunning David's trap. David laughed contentedly, and already attacking the girl, told her to get ready for the night, because he had already won. Janine, trying to break free from his grip, screamed at him not to rejoice prematurely, and that it was still unknown who would win. The next moment, David asked Janine where she was looking, since he was standing behind her. Suddenly, he deftly slapped her on the butt, and she couldn't even dodge it. Janine, blushing with shame, asked how he had managed to outwit her so cleverly and end up behind her. Linda screamed that it was unfair and that Janine would definitely take revenge on him. David continued to tease Janine, saying that she was too slow. Janine, gathering all her will into a fist, replied that now he had no chance to dodge her attack. However, David, undeterred, stated that he had no intention of evading. The next moment he grabbed her hand and before she could understand anything, pulled her towards him. Gently wrapping his arms around Janine's waist, David pressed his lips to hers in a passionate kiss. Janine, tearing herself away from him, was once again amazed by his dexterity and intelligence. She realized with annoyance that David had completely fooled her. However, she was not going to give up so easily, and with a sharp movement she hit David in the stomach. David did not expect such a sharp attack and did not immediately understand whether she really wanted to kill him. Janine replied that he deserved it for daring to make such a cruel joke with her. She swung her leg, aiming for his head, but he intercepted her leg at the last moment. With a triumphant grin, David announced that she had lost and was now obliged to fulfill the terms of the bet. Janine, realizing that she was in his power, admitted her defeat, because she always keeps her word. At that moment, Linda rushed into the fray, declaring that it was now her turn to teach David a lesson. At that moment, Daniel came out onto the training ground, accompanied by Patricia. Seeing an unfamiliar bald man, David asked Janine who it was. Patricia introduced David to Daniel, explaining that he was the man she had told him about. David, in turn, greeted Daniel politely and introduced him to Linda and Janine. Daniel praised David for his skill and admitted that he watched his fight with Janine. David, as always, was modest and replied that he still had a lot to learn. Daniel, smiling slyly, noticed that Patricia had already managed to tell everything about him. David looked reproachfully at Patricia and asked why she had told him all his secrets. He pretended to pout and accused her of not keeping her word. Patricia, trying to calm him down, assured him that she had only told him the most harmless things. Commissioner Daniel, expressing deep gratitude, noted that the hero's courageous actions helped prevent heavy losses among the soldiers. He stressed that at present, such qualities as courage, willingness to help and risk oneself for the sake of others are especially important. The commissioner added that the hero's friends also demonstrated unprecedented courage and dedication during the joint operation. With sincere words of gratitude for his invaluable contribution to the common cause, the commissioner firmly shook the young man's hand. David modestly responded that mutual assistance is the natural duty of everyone, especially in such difficult times for everyone. The commissioner, without hiding his smile, noted that he really liked the fact that David shared the same values to which the entire army was devoted. He reported that a detailed report on the feat of David and his comrades had already been sent to the highest authorities for his reward. Turning to his assistant, the commissioner asked her to bring a beautiful box in which special awards for heroes were kept. He then announced with great ceremony that David, Janine, and Linda were being awarded medals of honor for their bravery. Slightly embarrassed, Janine asked hesitantly if their actions really deserved such a high reward. Patricia responded with confidence that their decisive actions were certainly worthy of such an honor, and that the medals were absolutely deserved. The commissioner once again emphasized that awards are given to all heroes for their contribution to the common cause. David tried to refuse, believing that they were merely doing their duty, but the commissioner was adamant. He reminded them that medals were not just decorations, but symbols of courage and appreciation for their decisive actions. Patricia added that these awards will serve as a reminder of the important contribution they have made to the fight for a better future. She asked David and his friends to accept the medals as a token of gratitude from everyone who would be able to live in peace thanks to their courage. David eventually agreed to accept the high award on behalf of his entire team, understanding its significance. After apologizing for having to leave, Patricia noted that she had a lot to do with her work. David, not hiding his sadness, said that after Patricia's return they were less and less able to get together as before. The commissioner supported him, noting that they really should find time to relax together. It turned out that Patricia was being transferred to another camp as an instructor, where there was a catastrophic shortage of experienced fighters. Linda could not contain her disappointment and exclaimed that Patricia had only just returned and was already leaving again. Patricia explained that the situation in that camp was very difficult at the moment and that she simply had to help by training new recruits. The commissioner added with annoyance that he himself would not like to let Patricia go, but the situation obliged him and the order had already been received. He explained that if they had at least one more experienced fighter willing to become an instructor, Patricia could stay. Linda unexpectedly suggested David, noting that he would do an excellent job as an instructor, teaching newcomers. Janine immediately supported her friend, adding that if David took Patricia's place, she would not have to go anywhere. With a sly smile, she added that many would be happy if Patricia stayed at the camp, because she was an excellent instructor. Encouraged by this idea, the commissioner immediately declared that if David accepted this proposal, the army would become even stronger. David, after listening to them, thought about it because the role of an instructor is not only a great honor, but also a huge responsibility. He understood that if he agreed, he would be able to learn a lot of new information about the Army's actions and its plans for the future. After weighing the pros and cons, David firmly declared to the commissioner that he was ready to become an instructor. The delighted commissar extended his hand to him and said that David was now part of their large and friendly military family. Patricia asked with some doubt whether the idea of becoming an instructor had been there for a long time, or whether it was just now that the idea came up. David replied that he would be happy to become an instructor and train new recruits, but under certain conditions. In the evening, after all these events, David decided to give his young student an unusual gift. Zach indignantly exclaimed that the award belonged to David himself, since it was he who accomplished the feat. David responded that we shouldn't forget about Zach's well-aimed shot on the bridge, which helped destroy the crowd of zombies. An embarrassed Zach repeated once again that he could not accept the award, but David had already made his decision and insisted on his own. Zach eventually came to terms with the fact that he was the recipient of a high award, personally presented to him by David himself. Harms proudly repeated that who would have thought that after many years of service he would also receive such an award. A little later, David took Eugene aside and told him that he had asked the commissioner to take him into the army. Linda, complimenting David, reported that he was now officially the squad leader thanks to David's request. Eugene said, confused, that he was not a military man and did not know why David decided this, and that the work could suffer. Hearing this, Harms looked at Eugene in surprise and asked if he was the Special Forces soldier he had talked about so much. Eugene was quick to explain that he was not against the service as such, but he had to be with David. He added that if his service prevented him from working for David and being part of his team, he would immediately refuse. David reassured him that Eugene's service in the army was actually part of the plan and for the benefit of them all. He admitted that he himself is now an instructor and teaches recruits the basics of shooting and hand-to-hand combat. However, once a week David has to leave for a few days and he would like Eugene to take his place. Linda nodded, confirming David's words, and reminded Eugene that he was heading out again this week. Harms encouraged Eugene, saying that the knowledge that David had managed to teach him was quite sufficient for the first training sessions. Linda, sighing sadly, asked if he was really going to disappear all the time and if he could take her and Janine with him. David said honestly that he himself was not thrilled about having to go and leave them alone. However, he reminded that he had already given one person his word to return within a certain time frame, and he must definitely keep it. Janine supported him, telling Linda that there was no point in holding David back, because he did everything for a reason. She confidently stated that she and Linda were quite independent and would be able to take care of themselves while he was not around. David, smiling, noted that Janine was becoming too bold and independent because he himself missed them. That same evening, David received the long-promised prize for his brilliant victory in a recent fight. Enjoying the pleasant warmth, he lay with pleasure in the bath with fragrant water. Without waiting, David called out to the girls, asking why they were taking so long to join him. Linda, laughing, replied that they were already ready and were on their way to him. David smiled impatiently, reminding him of his promise to keep him company in the bathroom. Looking at the beauties with pleasure, he whispered that he didn't know who to start with. Linda blushed and quietly said that she would rather start eating ice cream and do it right there. David replied that, of course, he didn't mind, because everything had already been done for a long time, and he could start eating this ice cream. Turning to Janine, he asked her to stop being shy and join him in the bathroom. Janine looked at Linda, who was already eating David's ice cream, in confusion. She whispered to her friend that the ice cream was about to melt, to which Linda, without turning around, replied that she would eat it faster than that happened. She added that she would simply eat it a little faster so as not to miss a single second of pleasure. Satisfied with Janine's answer, David asked if she had finally decided to join him. Noticing the sparkle in his eyes, Janine quietly asked what exactly he wanted her to do. David whispered in her ear that he wanted to touch her soft skin and see the beauty of her body. Janine, embarrassed by his words, asked hesitantly if he wanted to do it right now. Without wasting time on words, our heroes plunged into a world of passion and pleasure. A little later, Linda loudly announced to Janine that the game was over and it was time for them to get back to real business. Janine supported her and said that they really needed to return home quickly because they were waiting there. Suddenly, they heard a suspicious noise, and Janine whispered in fear that it was an enemy and he was approaching them. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard, jubilantly proclaiming that he had finally caught the two best warriors. Janine recognized the voice immediately and quietly told Linda that it was him, David. Linda, clenching her fists, hissed that before them was David himself, the strongest warrior in the entire empire. With a sinister chuckle, David proclaimed that he was going to give them a real test, one they would remember for a long time. He promised them unforgettable pleasure, of course, not meaning anything good for the poor warriors. Janine quickly got her bearings and, whispering the plan to her friend, rushed at David to distract his attention. Grinning, David easily dodged her attack and warned that no one would be able to escape from him. To make things more difficult for them and add some spice to the game, David activated the manual trigger of his secret and gently pressed his finger on the dangerous spot. Feeling the incredible power of the energy that hit her, Linda could hardly stay on her feet. Realizing that she couldn't hold out for long, Linda decided to get rid of the extra clothes in order to cool down a little. Noticing this, Janine encouraged her and shouted at her to hold on and not give up without a fight. Gathering her last strength, Linda used all her energy and, moving the lever to maximum power, rushed forward. She proudly shouted to David that she was not going to lose to him and would do everything possible to win. Smiling confidently, David replied that no one had ever managed to escape his falcon hand. He grabbed Linda, incapacitating her, and told her that she would become his vanquished opponent, like many before her. An exhausted Linda whispered to Janine that she could no longer fight, and that now everything depended only on her. Emboldened by his advantage, David turned his attention to Janine, telling her that she had nowhere to run. Looking at him confidently, Janine replied that she was not going to run anywhere because she was ready for the decisive battle. She challenged David, promising that he would regret his arrogance and underestimation of his opponent. David, intrigued by her boldness, laughed and happily accepted her challenge. Janine shouted at him not to hold back and to attack her with all his might. Gathering all her rage and energy, she rushed at him, screaming, urging David to show all that he was capable of. David, enjoying the fight with a strong opponent, was preparing to deliver a crushing blow that seemed capable of burning any girl to ashes. He summoned all his strength, concentrating the energy of fire into a single point, preparing to unleash a barrage of unprecedented power. David was shocked to see that his opponent was not trying to dodge the attack, but instead was accepting the challenge by standing his ground. Janine, determined to fight to the end, cast aside all fear, knowing that running away was not the way out of this situation. She prepared to repel the attack, ready to keep her promise to herself and prove her strength in the decisive duel. David was both frightened and amazed by the courage of both his rivals. For the first time, he met someone who did not give in to his power. In the heat of battle, David suddenly realized that he had become engrossed in a fantasy world, as if participating in an exciting role-playing game. After some time, Elizabeth watched with alarm as Janine and Linda moved with difficulty around the room, leaning against the walls. Linda, trying to calm the girl down, assured her that she was not feeling unwell and that the weakness in her legs was only caused by an intense night workout. Janine confirmed her sister's words, adding that the fatigue from the grueling workout was so great that it was better to put off the conversation and have a hearty breakfast. The next morning, already in the real world, David, without wasting time, went to his new villa to relax after a busy day. Andrew, finding his friend at the table, was amazed by his appetite, joking that he seemed to have returned from exhausting work in a coal mine. Before David had time to empty several plates, Andrew, eager to feed his friend, offered him even more food. Finally full, David leaned back in his chair, enjoying the long-awaited rest. Recalling yesterday's events, David shared with Andrew that he had been in a much more terrible place than that brick factory. Peter, having waited until David had satisfied his hunger, decided to move on to the main topic of their meeting, reminding him of an important matter. He informed David that, following his instructions, he had collected all the necessary data on the business plan of the Jinbi group of companies. David, with undisguised interest, asked Peter to show him the file, wanting to find out what this Charles family was like. He was looking forward to the moment when he would be able to study information about his competitors in detail, having long wanted to reveal their secrets. David shared his observations that the Jinbi group has been actively preparing for trades lately, and Thomas has been making frequent public appearances. Peter, having hacked into Jinbi's security system, obtained information that Thomas had prepared a number of properties for rent or sale. He concluded that given Jinbi's current reputation in the city, the business's value would rise to $200 billion after trading on the stock exchange. Andrew was shocked by this figure, realizing that with such financial power, it would be incredibly difficult for them to resist the Jinbi company. Peter noted that Thomas had sufficient resources to conduct trades after the takeover of the company. It turned out that the business of the rival family was acquired by a mysterious financial company called Peace Dynasty shortly after the deal with Jinbi. Remembering Jacob's words about Jinbi's rapid growth being linked to his ex-girlfriend's family, Peter suggested that there might be someone else behind the deal. Kevin, unexpectedly breaking into the conversation, mentioned that he was familiar with the Peace Dynasty and that many of his friends had taken online loans from them. Despite his best efforts, Peter was able to find very little information about the Peace Dynasty, confirming only that they were quite well known in financial circles. The only thing he managed to find out was that the owner of the company is the head of the mafia, a certain Mrs. Lin, before whom even the members of the Black Tigers gang tremble. David was amazed that the Black Tigers, known for their audacity and cruelty, respected Mrs. Lin so much. Feeling the intrigue growing, David asked Peter if he had any information about Thomas's upcoming actions. Peter, having secretly penetrated the Jinbi information system, discovered that Thomas was planning to purchase land from a certain important person. He explained that he was talking about those plots of land, the sale of which the city authorities had announced the day before, and one plot had attracted increased interest from large developers. Peter was confident that the acquisition of this site would allow Thomas to attract significant capital and accelerate Jinbi's advancement in the market. He said that Jacob, having learned about Thomas's plans, immediately contacted several real estate agencies in order to buy the land plot at auction and disrupt the competitor's deal. Anticipating a tense standoff, David asked how much time was left before the auction began. Peter glanced at his watch and replied that the auction would begin in about 2 hours. David, not wanting to miss the opportunity to take part in the auction, approached Peter with a request. Peter assured his friend that there would be no problems. He would easily make him a representative of his real estate agency. Participants had already gathered in the lobby of the building where the auction was to take place, and the organizers announced that it would begin in 15 minutes. Jacob, wanting to clarify plans for the evening, dialed David's number to make sure in person that everything was going according to plan. David briefly informed his friend that he had settled all his affairs and was going to the auction. Jacob was surprised. He didn't understand why David needed to go to the auction, especially since he was planning to make an important deal today. David asked Jacob to keep a low profile and pretend that they did not know each other, but to watch the auction closely. Thomas, seeing Jacob among the auction participants, whom he had not seen for 6 months, hastened to say hello. Recalling their long-standing acquaintance, he joyfully greeted his former friend. Full of confidence in his victory, he invited Jacob to a celebratory banquet to celebrate the successful completion of the deal. There was a hint of irony in Jacob's voice when he mentioned the triumphal banquet, letting Thomas know that he had no doubt in his desire to obtain the coveted plot of land. Thomas, with a sly smile, noted that Jacob had been wrong to invite representatives of all the city's most influential developers to the auction. He said meaningfully that today's auction promises to be very interesting. Jacob coldly replied that he intended to make every effort to ensure that the coveted plot of land would go to him. Thomas reminded Jacob of their long-standing friendship, hinting that he should have approached him directly if he was so interested in buying the property. He pretended to offer a deal, reminding them of the benefits they could both gain. The man urged Jacob to leave them behind and focus on building a business together, that would bring them both great profits. Charles, rudely interrupting his brother, reminded Jacob of his former fiancée, hinting that he still could not forget her beauty. Enraged by Charles's tactlessness, Jacob rudely ordered him to shut up. He shouted in a rage that he would not allow anyone to mention the name of his former lover. Remembering old grievances, Jacob promised to take revenge on Charles for his bullying. Charles continued to taunt Jacob, knowing he was getting under his skin. Thomas feigned admiration for Jacob's loyalty to his feelings even many years after the tragedy. However, grabbing his hand, he warned him against rash actions because the forces were not in his favor now. Jacob firmly stated that his ex-girlfriend will always remain the only one for him, and he will not allow anyone to tarnish her memory. Overwhelmed by the bitterness of memories, Jacob continued speaking as if he had not heard those around him. Thomas said with a smile on his face that the guy himself was to blame for her death, because he knew in advance how it would all end. Jacob was furious and was about to attack Thomas, unable to contain his anger. But the assistant tried to calm Jacob, urging him not to waste time on empty bickering with Thomas. He reminded Jacob that business is the same as war, and that real victory must be won on the business field. Jacob, trying to come to his senses, turned to Thomas, promising that he would not allow him to get the desired piece of land. He just laughed, not taking Jacob's words seriously, and reassured his brother, promising that the plot would go to him. He contemptuously called Jacob a homeless dog who was unable to compete with them. Thomas drew his brother's attention to a nearby trash can. Not understanding why he was doing this, Charles confirmed that he saw a trash can, but what should he do with it? Thomas suddenly ordered Charles to hit him on the head with this tank because his high status does not allow him to do this. Charles hesitantly agreed with his brother, believing that this ploy would allow them to take Jacob out of the game before the auction even began. Thomas said he would not get his hands dirty or put himself in danger by entrusting such dirty work to his subordinates. But at the last moment, Charles said that it was unworthy to stoop to such low receptions, and he refused to fulfill his brother's request. The next second, Thomas grabbed his little brother and reminded him of his true place. Thomas threatened Charles with violence if he did not follow his instructions. Charles, realizing that it was useless to argue, meekly agreed to carry out his brother's order. Jacob, trying to concentrate on the upcoming auction, gave instructions to his assistants. Suddenly, Charles's scream was heard from behind, and Jacob, before he could come to his senses, almost got hit on the head. David, seeing what was happening, rushed to Jacob, protecting him from the enraged Charles. Recognizing the attacker as Charles, David noted with irony that he still preferred to act from around the corner rather than face-to-face. Charles was shocked to see David and did not understand what the poor student he had always known was doing here. Jacob's assistant, assessing the seriousness of the situation, loudly called for security. One of the Black Tiger's gang members who was guarding Thomas was horrified to recognize David as the same guy who had beaten up their men twice. Thomas realized that he was facing a dangerous opponent and that he most likely had something more in common with Jacob than just a simple acquaintance. David calmly explained his appearance by his desire to observe the progress of the auction. He noted ironically that he did not expect to meet two of his enemies here at once, but he was not against such a turn of events. Jacob was puzzled by David's behavior and could not understand what game he was playing. David looked at Jacob defiantly, urging him to take decisive action and not forget about their plan. He teased Jacob, hinting that he was still afraid to enter into open confrontation with him. Jacob looked at David at this point, not understanding what he was getting at. Thomas quickly turned to Jacob, hinting to him about the hidden danger emanating from David. Not wanting to get involved in this fight, Thomas hurried to hide inside the building. The thought flashed through his mind, could David really have managed to deceive even such a cunning and insightful man as Jacob? Finally, the host solemnly announced the beginning of the auction, greeting the guests present. She asked the participants to pay attention to the number plates that their assistants were holding. Thomas ordered his men to find out as quickly as possible what kind of relationship David and Jacob had. He was worried. David seemed too dangerous an opponent to him, capable not only of fighting back the Black Tigers, but also of challenging him. The host loudly announced the first lot, land parcel number 1, setting the starting bid at $12,000. There was silence in the hall, and the presenter, not hearing the expected excitement, thought that this area was not of particular interest to those present. David, watching what was happening, decided to wait until Jacob took part in the auction to take advantage of the moment and sow real chaos. Suddenly, the host's voice was heard, which meant the end of the bidding for the first lot. The presenter, smiling radiantly, congratulated the winner of the auction and asked him to go behind the stage to sign the documents. Moving on to the next lot, the presenter solemnly announced that this was the last plot of land at today's auction. Jacob, tensely gripping the arms of his chair, whispered to his assistant to act, adding that he would not allow anyone to interfere with his plans. The presenter announced the starting price of the last plot at $16,000, emphasizing that the minimum step to increase the bid is $500. The host's words had barely died down when some young lady in the audience made the first bet, offering $18,000. Before the host had time to repeat the bet, a man from across the room raised the price to $18,500. The man sitting next to that competitor muttered that as long as the amount did not exceed $28,000, they could still participate in the bidding. Suddenly, Thomas's calm but confident voice was heard offering $25,000 for the last lot. Surprised by such a high bet, the presenter repeated the amount loudly, wondering if anyone could beat it. A girl sitting nearby noticed that Thomas's corporation was determined to get this tasty piece of land, showing off its wealth to everyone. Her companion, realizing that they could not compete with him, decided that the remaining money would be better spent on something else. Thomas, looking around the room, asked if there was anyone brave enough to offer more than $25,000. In the silence that followed, Jacob's voice rang out, unhesitatingly raising the stakes to $30,000, challenging Thomas. Everyone in the room gasped because such a sum seemed incredible. Many decided that this Jacob was simply crazy, who would suffer huge losses. An employee of a competing company, who was observing the bidding, immediately decided that the bid of $30,000 had already exceeded all their calculations. In response to the surprised looks, Jacob said that it was not yet known how everything would turn out, and now was not the time for premature conclusions. Thomas, looking defiantly at Jacob, replied that he was ready to accept his game and see who would outplay whom in this fight. Thomas's assistant, visibly nervous, tried to stop his boss, reminding him that the bid was already too high and it was unwise to take such a risk at the auction. Jacob, oblivious to what was happening around him, concentrated on calculating possible scenarios to understand what maximum price he could afford. The girl who was watching the auction suggested that if the amount exceeded $40,000, Jacob's company would start to incur losses. She added that if the rate were to rise to that level, the board's reaction would be unpredictable, hinting at potential problems. Jacob paid no attention to the possible losses and was determined to get this piece of land at any cost. In a loud voice, he offered $40,000 for the plot of land. Jacob's assistant reminded him that the amount offered had already significantly exceeded their original plan, hinting that they should stop. Thomas, in turn, decided to seek help from the influential Mrs. Lin. The auction host, having announced the sum of $40,000, glanced at those present. The young girl, watching the fight between the two businessmen, thought that such assertiveness was characteristic only of very strong men. The auctioneer, in anticipation of new bids, repeated the amount announced by Jacob. Suddenly, Thomas broke the long pause by raising the bet to $42,000. Jacob was surprised that his opponent still had so much money in reserve. At this moment, an assistant approached Thomas with the news that Mrs. Lin had agreed to provide them with the necessary loan. The assistant said that the price for the loan was high, and Ms. Lin demanded 5% of their daily income. Thomas, hearing the news about the loan, mentally scolded the old woman for wanting to profit from other people's problems. At the same time, Thomas understood perfectly well that by taking possession of this site, he would not only wipe the nose of his competitors, but would also find himself in the center of attention of the entire business world of the city. While Jacob was deciding what to do, the auctioneer continued to bid, asking the same question. The presenter noted that the president of the corporation was a man, although not a shining beauty, but possessing a good physique and incredible energy. Carried away by looking at Thomas, the presenter forgot about her direct responsibilities, which caused a stormy reaction in the audience. Jacob's assistant, noticing the presenter's confusion, shouted angrily at the girl in glasses, asking why she was wasting time. He looked at the young woman suspiciously, asking if she was working for one of those present. The embarrassed auctioneer apologized and hastily announced the bid at $42,000. Jacob, having decided to go for broke, calmly announced a new amount of $45,000. There was silence in the hall. Everyone was waiting tensely for Thomas's response to such a bold step. Thomas's assistant, observing the competitor's reaction, realized that Jacob would not back down and was ready to fight for this area to the last. Jacob, watching his competitor's reaction, whispered to Thomas that it was time to find out who would emerge victorious from this fight today. At that moment, Thomas's assistant ran up to him with the alarming news that the company's president was calling him, and he was clearly not in a good mood. The girl added that the boss seemed to be aware of their presence at the auction. Jacob was not surprised. He knew perfectly well that the president had eyes and ears everywhere. The company's president, without wasting time on greetings, immediately accused Jacob of madness and inappropriate behavior. He shouted angrily into the phone, accusing Jacob of spending the company's assets on land they had no plans to buy. Jacob, trying to calm his angry father, assured him that this piece of land was a profitable investment. The enraged father shouted in his heart that he knew everything about his son's motives, realizing that this whole story was started only for the sake of that girl. The president said that the board of directors, taking into account his behavior, decided to remove him from the company's affairs and deprive him of the right to use its funds. Thomas's assistant, still nearby, did not understand what they should do now, given the current situation. At that moment, Jacob realized the meaning of his father's words. Even if he could win this auction, he would still have nothing to pay with. The assistant, who was present during the conversation between Jacob and his father, felt confused. Had their plan really failed? The girl sitting next to Thomas whispered in his ear that without the support of the board of directors, Jacob had no way to buy the property. Suddenly, a new player appeared at the auction. David confidently offered $50,000 for the plot. Surprised, Jacob, hearing a familiar voice, could not understand what was happening here. Thomas was also incredibly surprised by the appearance of a stranger who so abruptly intervened in their game. Jacob was grateful to David for the unexpected rescue, but he did not understand at all what game his friend was playing. The auctioneer, having announced the bid at $50,000, looked expectantly into the hall. The guy who was accompanying the girl who had previously made a bet of $18,000 thought with annoyance that he should have acted more decisively. At that moment, Thomas's quiet voice reached them, ordering them to create chaos and act according to the plan agreed upon earlier. Jacob's assistant, who was watching what was happening, was surprised by the presenter's slowness, suspecting some kind of trick. Hearing the signal from his boss, the guy prepared for action. He looked the presenter over critically, and suspecting something was wrong, began loudly accusing the girl of being slow and wanting to profit from them. With a mocking voice, he asked the presenter whose mistress she was and how much she received for delaying the bidding. The auction host, not understanding why all this noise had suddenly started, tried to calm the enraged man. Jacob's assistant, observing the reaction of those present, realized that the competitors had resorted to trickery, trying to disrupt the auction. David, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, wondered if these people were working for Thomas. He couldn't understand why Thomas himself hadn't raised the bid yet if he wanted this piece of land so badly. The enraged man, urging the auctioneer on, continued to shout, accusing her of cheating and urging her to hit the hammer without wasting any time. The auction host, trying to collect her thoughts, began to announce the winner. Before she could finish her sentence, Thomas suddenly announced a new sum of $51,000. The auctioneer, doubting whether she had heard correctly, tried to make the right decision whether to continue the bidding or not. David realized that Thomas had most likely calculated all possible scenarios and staged this performance on purpose. Jacob accused Thomas of foul play because he announced the amount after the gavel had already struck. Thomas denied the charges and insisted that he had managed to announce the bet before the gavel fell. He said that he suspected something was wrong and that there was likely fraud in the auction. Looking at the auction host, he confidently stated that someone present had paid her to disrupt the bidding. Insulted by such words, the presenter began to justify herself, assuring everyone that the bet was made after the hammer was struck. Thomas, confident that he was right, reminded them that there was video surveillance in the hall and offered to watch the recording. David, replaying the events of the last few minutes in his head, realized how thoughtfully and deviously Thomas was acting. Finally, the auctioneer announced the final bid of $51,000, and after the hammer fell, congratulated the winner. After watching the footage several times, Thomas's assistants agreed that the presenter had indeed made a mistake. Thomas himself did not believe in coincidences and was sure that someone was deliberately trying to annoy him. He found it strange that the land he wanted to buy was being sold at such an inflated price. He looked angrily around the room, trying to figure out who among those present dared to put a spoke in his wheel. Jacob, in turn, accused Thomas of having set up this whole situation. He recalled how Thomas's men made noise in an attempt to confuse the presenter. Thomas's assistant was outraged by Jacob's words, not understanding why so much dirt was being poured on them. He assured those present that he was simply expressing his opinion and that they had nothing to do with it. The guy who was the loudest in his outrage at the presenter's work suddenly declared that there was something fishy about this story and suggested contacting the police. At that moment, they heard the angry voice of the company's president, who, addressing his son, expressed his dissatisfaction with what was happening. David, seeing that the situation had gone too far, decided to intervene. He proposed holding a repeat auction, since there were violations in the previous one. David seemed not to have heard the auctioneer's announcement about the sale of land, and calmly continued to insist on a new auction. After all, when Thomas offered $51,000, David instantly added another $1,000 during the bidding. Thomas, outraged by such frivolity, sharply intervened in this interpretation and did not want to agree with it. He demanded that the police be called immediately to clarify the situation and that the land be removed from the auction and put up for sale next time. Jacob looked at Thomas suspiciously. Was he trying to stall for time on purpose? Thomas was adamant, insisting that the deal was invalid and demanding the presence of the police. The frightened auctioneer, with a trembling voice, begged not to resort to extreme measures. The woman admitted with tears in her eyes that calling the police would put an end to her career as an auctioneer. David, noticing the girl's despair, decided to intervene and gently addressed her with words of comfort. He confidently assured the auctioneer that everything would be fine and that she had nothing to worry about. The auctioneer looked at David with gratitude and undisguised admiration. He seemed to her to be an incredibly kind person. David, seeing her tears, smiled encouragingly and said that tears would not help grief she needed to find a way out. He turned to Thomas as if trying to make small talk, but in reality he was putting his plan into action. David came up with a plan and suggested that Thomas step aside to discuss everything calmly without unnecessary witnesses. Thomas, always open to dialogue, agreed, because if there is a peaceful solution, it is worth considering. Jacob watched the proceedings in confusion. Was this really how one could act at an auction? He angrily reminded David and Thomas that they were not the only bidders and had no right to secret negotiations. David calmly reminded Jacob that he was the one who bought the land at this auction. Turning to Thomas, he mockingly remarked that the talkative Jacob would hardly be able to afford this purchase. Jacob didn't understand what David was planning, feeling anger and irritation growing inside him. Thomas looked at Jacob haughtily and said coldly that this matter concerned only him and David, and that Jacob would do well not to interfere. David turned to the auctioneer and politely asked the audience to leave so that he and Thomas could sort things out in peace. Thomas, taking advantage of the moment, loudly called on everyone to come out and not interfere with them, clarifying this issue. Before leaving with the others, Jacob looked at David with concern, as if reminding him of the importance of the situation. When everyone had left, Thomas, with irony in his voice, asked David how he was going to settle this unfortunate incident. David took his time answering, casually reaching out for his cigarettes, noticing that this nervous auction had even made him want to smoke. Thomas's assistant took out a beautiful case of expensive cigars and offered David a try. David chuckled and replied that he was too young to indulge in such things. Thomas's assistant, standing nearby, quickly interjected that this was not just any cigar, but the best Cuban cigar. David didn't even bat an eyelid as he pulled out a piece of gum from his pocket and noted that he had American preferences. After this, David unwrapped the gum wrapper and, showing it to Thomas, declared that this gum was special and could help to outwit anyone. Thomas laughed and said that he liked this kind of dummy much better than cigars and invited David to chew to his heart's content. Suddenly, David, pretending that the warm-up was over, looked seriously at Thomas and reminded him that he and his brother had a long-standing feud. Thomas coolly acknowledged that he knew about their disagreement, but stated that his brother's affairs did not concern him at all. However, he honestly admitted that he did not expect his brother to quarrel with such an influential person. David snapped that this young guy was the one who started their conflict, and now it was too late to stop him. Thomas decided not to press the issue and, knowing his history with Charles, assumed that it was too painful a conversation for David. David, by the way, noted that he initially counted on cooperation with Jacob and their joint monopoly on the real estate market. Thomas always believed that Jacob was an ordinary fool whose weakness for women had clouded his mind, and it was impossible to do business with such a person. David sighed, making it clear that he was disappointed in his former partner and did not want to have anything to do with him anymore. Thomas, taking advantage of the moment, offered David a more profitable partnership with his Jinbi Corporation, a reliable and promising company. He gently hinted that although his corporation is not yet a monopoly on the real estate market, this will soon change. Thomas was confident that in 3 years Jinbi would take the leading position and it was only a matter of time. Judging by the way Thomas fought for every piece of land, he clearly didn't have enough spare funds. Thomas was not at a loss, and said that Jinbi's rapid growth and diversification of industries promise rapid success for their group. Seeing David's interest, he assured him that the financial side of the issue was not acute and that he had enough money. Thomas challenged him to ask if David could really help him, or if he was just throwing words to the wind. David, confident of the success of his plan, recalled Jinbi's plans to go public and the need to acquire land for successful advertising. He stated that the land already actually belonged to him and was ready to cede it to Jinbi for only $30,000. Thomas pretended to be shocked by this proposal because David was effectively losing a fortune. David waved his hand, making it clear that such money was a mere trifle for him. Thomas smiled and sarcastically remarked that although it might be a small thing for David, he was used to appreciating every cent. David reminded Thomas with a smile on his face that generous gifts were usually worth good money. The idea behind his plan was to gain a controlling stake in Jinbi after it went public. Thomas, finally understanding what David was getting at, realized that his initial assessment of his young interlocutor had been wrong. He looked closely at David and asked him directly if he was afraid of being made a fool. Thomas immediately reassured David, saying that he never doubted his honesty and integrity for a second. He explained his reaction by saying that the offer seemed too good and he needed time to think it over. David patiently agreed to wait 2 days and suggested returning to the land issue. Thomas clarified that he was not just dragging out time, he was planning to collect the necessary amount for the purchase during this period. He looked at the assistant and said that they would be happy to give the land to David as a sign of trust and mutually beneficial cooperation. Jacob, who was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, was extremely surprised by this turn of events and silently cursed Thomas and David, whose game remained a mystery to him. As soon as Thomas and David left, Jacob rushed to his man and ordered him to keep an eye on them. He could not understand what these two had actually agreed on and what game was being played under his nose. David, meanwhile, announced to everyone that he and Mr. Thomas had a complete mutual understanding and the land would remain his. Jacob was furious and decided that there was no plan at all, and it was just Thomas's cunning plan. Thomas, looking down on Jacob, said irritably that he was as stupid as always and did not understand anything about serious matters. David supported Thomas, adding that Jacob was not up to their level and should keep a low profile. Jacob said with bitterness in his voice that they had conspired against him and that it was unfair. He asked the auction director to call the police and sort out the situation. The director smiled and said that in this situation he did not see the need for law enforcement to intervene. He invited Mr. David to return tomorrow morning to formally sign the documents and confirm the deal. Thomas's assistant helpfully offered his services and promised to take care of all the formalities, including writing the letter of guarantee. David reassured his friend Jacob, telling him not to embarrass himself in front of people, and then he would explain everything to him. Thomas chuckled, adding that Jacob always behaved like that. Unable to lose gracefully, he began to argue and cause a scandal. Walking down the corridor towards the exit, he curiously asked David about the reason for his feud with his brother. At this time, Jacob's assistant sadly told him that this time they seemed to have lost, and there was no chance of winning. Jacob, with excitement in his eyes, whispered to her that the real battle was just beginning. He believed that while Thomas was unaware and still in the euphoria of his supposed victory, they had time to develop a plan of action. Thomas offered David a ride to discuss their future collaboration along the way. David politely declined, citing important matters, and suggested meeting and talking later. At this time, his driver pulled up the car and opened the door for him. Thomas was surprised to recognize David's car as the same model that Jacob had recently purchased. David turned to the driver and angrily shouted at him that he was late and, as usual, had brought the car at the wrong time. Turning to David, Thomas noticed that Jacob had the exact same Ferrari and asked if it was just a coincidence. As David's car pulled away, Thomas noted with envy that even for him this model was too expensive. David smiled to himself and thought that Jacob's Ferrari looked rather pale compared to his own car. At that moment, he saw a familiar car approaching them with the auction host at the wheel. David looked at the girl in surprise, trying to understand what she needed. The presenter shyly admitted that she wanted to invite David to dinner as a token of gratitude for his help at the auction. David, not used to refusing beautiful girls, agreed with a smile to keep her company. He threw the keys to his car to Thomas without explaining the reasons for his actions. Thomas caught the keys in bewilderment and couldn't understand what it meant. Was the guy really ready to just give him an expensive car? David smiled mysteriously and explained to him that it was a gift in honor of their meeting. He reminded Thomas that he had 2 days to think about it and wished him luck. Thomas's assistant immediately became tense and asked his boss if he should send someone to follow them. Thomas ordered him to keep an eye on David and gather all the information he could. In the car, the auction host hesitantly asked David what kind of cuisine and food he preferred. David smiled and told her to order whatever she liked, since he wasn't a picky eater. The girl was touched by such attention and whispered that he was incredibly gallant and that she would organize everything herself. At that moment, David remembered that he urgently needed to exchange some of the gold for cash, otherwise he would run out of money completely. He decided not to delay the matter, but thought that he needed to find out the current rate first so that he would not be deceived. Suddenly, David noticed that they were being followed behind him. The same car had been following them for quite some time. He realized that these were most likely Thomas's people and decided to test his guesses. Having changed the route slightly, he was convinced that his intuition had not failed him, and the car continued to keep its distance. David realized that he had to somehow get rid of the pursuit, otherwise the meeting with Jacob and the others could be in jeopardy. Seeing that David was looking around restlessly, the girl asked him what was the matter and if he wanted to go somewhere. And then David had a brilliant idea, as it seemed to him, to break away from the pursuit. With a sly smile, he informed his companion that he had lost his appetite and suggested that they move straight to dessert. The car jerked forward, causing David to grab the door handle. The girl laughed coquettishly and remarked that she had no idea that Mr. David was so impatient. She continued to flirt with David, hinting that they should not waste time on unnecessary ceremonies. David, realizing the mistake he had made, decided to simply play her game and maintain the tone she had suggested. At the same time, Andrew went to visit David's relatives on his behalf. Sarah looked out the window and drew her father's attention to the approaching car. Andrew entered the house and greeted Harms respectfully, reminding him of their previous meeting. He said that he had come on David's behalf to escort them to the city for an important conversation. Meanwhile, Jacob was still indignant about why David was acting without his knowledge and not informing him of his plans. He was worried that Peter's premature appearance might arouse Thomas's suspicions and ruin all their agreements. Peter tried to calm Jacob down, assuring him that David had proven to be a reliable and very intelligent man. He said he had originally planned to send David to the auction under the guise of a subsidiary, but then decided to proceed more cautiously. Jacob agreed that secrecy in their case was important, but expressed concern that Thomas might have uncovered information about David's past dealings. Peter recounted the words of David, who was not afraid that Thomas would find dirt on him, but the main thing was to capture his attention. Jacob, after listening to everything, thought with respect about David, who had foreseen all possible options and carefully prepared for the operation. Soon after, David and his companion reached the city center and stopped near the hotel that David himself had chosen. The friendly girl at the entrance asked them to show their documents, assuring them that this was standard procedure. David's thoughts were far from what was happening. He was nervously thinking about Thomas's men, who were following him closely. He was looking forward to the moment when he could hide from surveillance in his room and catch his breath. Without waiting for his reaction, the girl said that the room was already booked and, smiling, headed towards the elevator. Thomas's men, trying not to arouse suspicion, followed David and his companion to find out the room number. As he entered his hotel room, David reflected on how his past relationships with women had always been reserved and even cold. But the girl next to him was friendly and openly demonstrated her interest. David felt a struggle within him between reason and the desire that was already beginning to awaken within him. He understood that the situation was getting out of control, and now he wanted to know how it would all end. But suddenly David came to his senses and immediately tried to correct his mistake. Suddenly there would be an emergency exit for evacuation. Once in the room, he breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered a window leading to the fire escape. The girl, surprised by his silence, asked if everything was okay with him, not noticing his worries and already ready for an intimate meeting. She turned around abruptly, and David saw that the girl had not only managed to change into a light dress, but also prepared everything for a romantic evening. David felt uneasy at the thought that the girl had misinterpreted his intentions and was expecting completely different behavior from him. She reminded him of the suggestion to skip dinner and go straight to dessert. The girl came very close and breathlessly asked why he was acting so tense. David muttered in confusion that he needed a little time to come to his senses. In response, she tried to relax David, hinting that he shouldn't be shy about his desires. At that moment, David had an idea of how to get out of this situation, and playing along with the girl, he suggested that they start their adult game. David boldly stepped closer, ready to accept the challenge and see what his opponent was capable of in this unusual duel. The young, passionate woman with a sly smile invited David to make the first move, assuring him that his attempts were not scary to her. There was excitement in her opponent's eyes. She was eager to test her strength and was confident of a quick victory. With a deft movement, the lady delivered the first blow, like a lightning-fast lunge of a snake, provoking David to respond. Dodging the blow, the opponent chuckled at David's slowness. David did not feel the blow and ironically noted the weakness of his opponent, ready to continue the fight. Laughing, the opponent was not at all upset by the miss, but on the contrary, was happy about the new turn of events. David was surprised to find his hands tied and tried to understand the reason for such a treacherous act. The stranger explained that the victory would be uninteresting if David could not put up a worthy resistance. The woman was hungry for a moral victory, dreaming of seeing David admit his defeat. David declared with dignity that he was ready to accept death, but not humiliation, and offered to end the duel immediately. But the girl refused to stop there. She was determined and had something interesting in mind. A cruel smile appeared on her rival's face. She was anticipating how she would enjoy torturing the helpless David, sitting on top of him. The stranger enjoyed her power over David, comparing him to a helpless child unable to fight back. David gritted his teeth, committing every moment of his humiliation to memory. Deep down, David vowed to himself to become stronger, to take revenge and never again experience such weakness in front of women. Suddenly, the rival felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from David. It burned her like a flame. The girl was surprised to see how David's body was changing, becoming stronger and increasing in size. David raised his head, his eyes blazing with determination as he gathered all his will and strength, preparing to strike back. The heat became unbearable. It penetrated the skin and melted it from the inside like hot metal. David looked at the fearful woman with disdain, reminding her of the danger she had awakened. Panic-stricken, the rival tried to gather her thoughts and fight back against the unexpected force. With the confidence of a winner, David parried all of her attacks, demonstrating his clear advantage. Putting all his fury into the next blow, David showed his opponent real masculine strength. A stunned David compared his opponent's energy to the unstoppable power of a herd of wild buffalo. For the first time, a woman encountered such strength, recognizing David's exceptionalism. Exhausted by the incessant struggle, she realized that she could not win and decided to stop this madness. After a long and grueling fight, David was out of breath but felt light throughout his body. He had finished victorious. Seizing the moment while the girl fell asleep, David hurried to leave this place. The agents spotted David leaving his hotel room and prepared for a long pursuit. David realized that it was not so easy to hide from them and began to come up with an escape plan. As the agents watched David head to the top floor, they were surprised by his unexpected behavior. Realizing that they were losing David, the agents rushed after him. Having climbed up to the top floor, the guys did not find David and could not believe their eyes. After searching the entire area, they found no trace of David, as if he had vanished into thin air. Thomas's furious assistant came on the line and couldn't believe that the agents had failed the mission. It turns out that Thomas's men failed to keep up with their surveillance and lost sight of David, incurring the wrath of their boss. The assistant suggested that David might be connected to Jacob and that losing track of him would mean losing important information. However, Thomas remained calm, believing that an experienced adversary knew how to cover his tracks and ordered the investigation of David's finances to continue. At this time, the guard was already informing Eaton about Thomas's visit, inviting him to enter the apartment. Old Eaton greeted his dear son cordially, but there was a look of worry on his face. The experienced businessman immediately realized that something serious had brought Thomas to him, since he looked so upset. Seeing Eaton Gilbert in the house, Thomas frowned, not understanding what was going on. His surprise was increased when he saw Gilbert's wife, Eva, sitting next to him, and the situation became even stranger. Gilbert, having gathered his courage, approached Thomas with a request for a delay in payment. Citing the unbearable interest rates, he asked to give him a little more time to collect the required amount. In response, Thomas reminded Gilbert of the importance of honesty in business because they had lent the money for a reason. He was adamant and refused to grant a deferment, considering it disrespectful to himself and to the rules of the business world. Eaton, intervening in the conversation, asked Thomas to be more lenient, since Gilbert had enough problems as it was. He easily admitted his guilt, because it was he who brought Gilbert to the gambling establishment where he lost all his money. It turned out that Gilbert had become addicted to gambling and had lost a huge amount of money in a short period of time, shocking even the seasoned Etonian. Gilbert, trying to justify himself, vowed to return every penny if they gave him a little more time. Eaton admonished that everything should be done in moderation, hinting that Gilbert had failed to control his desires. Eva, realizing the seriousness of the situation, reproached herself for the greed that had led them to trouble. But old man Eaton did not give up. He always saw a way out, even from the most difficult situations. His offer stunned Gilbert. Eaton was ready to buy out his company, solving all his financial problems in one fell swoop. Moreover, Eaton promised to pay generously for the company, providing Gilbert with a significant sum. Eaton thought this was the best way to solve the problem, but Gilbert did not share his optimism. Gilbert begged them to wait a bit, as he had invested many years of his life and energy into his company. Eaton, however, considered this reaction a sign of weakness, reproaching Gilbert for losing his dignity. Thomas, looking mockingly at Eaton, noticed that he had not changed and was still hunting other people's wives. Having been refused the sale of the company, Eaton turned to Eva, offering her very dubious help for her husband. Eaton's innuendos became increasingly lewd, and Eva felt the situation was getting out of control. Gilbert tried to reassure Eaton by promising to find him more suitable company. However, with an ironic smile, Eaton made it clear that he was not ready to consider just any girl. He suddenly announced his peculiar tastes, making Gilbert and Eve nervous. It turned out that Eaton enjoyed taking things that belonged to others, and now he intended to do the same. Eva realized that the situation was becoming dangerous because they wanted to keep her as collateral. Gilbert rushed to his wife's defense, begging Eaton to stop and promising to repay the debt at any cost. Eaton rudely ordered Gilbert to shut up, enjoying his superiority and power over the situation. He gave Gilbert one last chance to retain some shred of dignity by offering a deal that was hard to refuse. The choice was stark. Either he would save his company or save his wife's honor, which is how Eaton presented his help. Eva, fearing the consequences, asked her husband to leave this house and forget about the debts. But Gilbert knew that without company, their lives would be ruined, and he would end up at the bottom. Eaton, enjoying Gilbert's embarrassment, pressed him for an answer, wanting to hear his decision. In desperation, Gilbert asked if Eva could spend just one night with Eaton. With a cynical grin, Eaton announced that Gilbert would only get his wife back along with the debt. Trying to calm his wife down, Gilbert promised to take her away as soon as he found a way out of the difficult situation. He begged Eaton to extend the deadline by at least a few days so that he could get the required amount. Ava watched in horror as her husband abandoned her for money and begged him not to leave her alone. Eaton jubilantly promised Eva a rich life full of dubious pleasures. Finding himself alone with the poor girl, Eaton loudly ordered the children to enter the room. The fun was just beginning. The children in the next room could barely contain their laughter as they watched what was happening, and they all ran into the old man's office in a crowd. Eaton, with a big smile, invited his little friends into the room to show off something special. Seeing a girl of incredible beauty, the crowd of children enthusiastically began to praise the old man for such a living toy. They looked at Eva greedily and discussed who would be the first to start tearing her clothes off. Eva, with difficulty holding back her tears, begged them not to touch her and to let her go, because she was not guilty of anything. Eaton winked at his son and invited him to join in the fun and not waste time. But Thomas abruptly refused and hurried out of the room, feeling extremely awkward. Eaton seemed to notice his son's confusion, but did not attach much importance to it, associating this mood with the recent difficult negotiations. He offered Thomas his help if he needed his fatherly support. Thomas waved off his father's offer and repeated again that he had things to do and was able to cope with all the problems. At this time, Eaton's little friends were delighted with the new toy, admiring its beauty. Ava begged for mercy in a trembling voice, trying to fight off the lustful hands. At the same time, Jacob attacked David in a rage when he learned that he had given Thomas the car that he himself had given him. David calmly replied that he did it not because of sympathy for Thomas, but to achieve his goal. Peter noted that if Thomas did not take the bait, they would suffer serious losses. Andrew said that he sent Harms and his aunt to the dwelling prepared by David, even though they resisted. David thanked his friend and apologized for such a strange request, explaining that he needed to secure his rear. Jacob, having made sure that everyone was assembled, demanded that David outline his plan. He insisted that David tell them every detail so that they could prepare for any eventuality. David began his story by assuring everyone that the plan was very simple, and then outlined his plan in detail to his friends. That evening, David bought supplies and set out on a dangerous journey through the post-apocalyptic world. After some time, he returned and solemnly invited everyone to see what he had brought them. Eugene, seeing David return, greeted him joyfully and informed him that he had arrived just in time for dinner. David asked anxiously what had happened to Eugene's hand and why he was injured. Ashley frowned and explained that her brother had been injured at a competition a few days ago. David tried to figure out what kind of competition could take place in this post-apocalyptic world. Linda began the story and asked David if he remembered that same cleanup squad. David, recalling the unpleasant encounter, asked whether this was the same squad that wanted to take his armored vehicle away from him. Linda explained that after David left, Eugene, as the most experienced, was in charge of training the new recruits. At first, everyone was happy until an unpleasant incident occurred 2 days ago. The commander of the cleansing squad, together with his subordinates, began to openly provoke Eugene. Eugene tried to ignore them, but they did not stop, ridiculing him and calling David a coward who was unable to protect his people. Unable to bear the insults directed at his friend, Eugene, in a rage, challenged the cleanup squad to a duel. Unfortunately, the warriors of the squad turned out to be much stronger than Eugene expected, and he was defeated. In the heat of the fight, the commander of the cleanup squad kicked Eugene and stomped on his hand with all his might. 10, as the boy was called after him to tell his master David about this incident and about challenging him to a duel. He challenged David to a fistfight, telling him to give him his name and was confident that he would defeat David. Upon learning of 10's impudence, David exclaimed in rage that he was digging his own grave. Eugene, feeling guilty, began to apologize to David for the way he might have provoked those guys. Boy Zach, clenching his fists, declared that it was necessary to find the offenders and take revenge on them. Janine cooled Zach's ardor by reminding him of Commander Patricia, who was responsible for their squad. David, with hope in his voice, asked Janine if Commander Patricia knew about what had happened and what she thought about it. Janine replied that Patricia had forbidden any conflict with the cleanup squad and had promised to report the incident to her superiors. She explained that the cleanup squad was not under the command of the army, but was a branch of a private company. According to the agreement, the company supplies the army with food and medical supplies. In exchange, the army provides them with security during expeditions to collect samples of mutated zombies. According to Janine, the collected material is used to create a vaccine against the virus. Scientists have made some progress in their research and believe that a vaccine against the virus will be created in a few years. David said thoughtfully that in that case there was no point in him carrying out the Zombie King's task. The system advised him not to give up what he had started, hinting that the situation could soon change dramatically. David noted that if the vaccine is really created, the post-apocalypse will end, and their world will return to normal life. The system responded that the zombie virus was incompatible with human cells, and if it was destroyed, the carrier would also die. Janine sighed and confirmed the system's words, noting that at the moment it was highly undesirable to enter into conflict with the cleanup squad. Eugene apologized again for his outburst and promised that he would control himself in the future. David turned to Ashley and said with understanding that he knew how much she was upset on behalf of her brother. He assured the girl that he was not the kind of person who would leave the insult to his family unpunished. Ashley looked at David hopefully, waiting for further instructions. Linda, fearing the consequences, tried to reason with David and reminded him that in the event of a conflict with the cleanup squad, they would be in serious trouble. David firmly stated that he would not allow anyone to insult and humiliate his people, even if it entailed unpleasant consequences. He reassured Linda by saying that he was not going to attack the cleanup squad with his fists, because there were simpler methods for solving problems. Linda didn't immediately understand her boyfriend's hints and asked him to explain what exactly he had in mind. David replied that they need not worry. He would act cautiously and not act rashly. He explained his plan by saying that he would simply challenge 10 to a fair fight. Meanwhile, a strange exhibit was delivered to the scientific center of the cleanup squad, which was carefully studied by a group of doctors. The young doctor looked at his senior colleague with undisguised surprise and asked if the sample really contained the zombie virus. Dr. Christopher confirmed that the limb, severed from the mutant's body, does indeed contain traces of the zombie virus. 10 looked at the strange exhibit with interest and noted that the limb looked more like the paw of a spider or a crab than a human arm or leg. Dr. Christopher agreed with 10, noting that judging by the size of the paw, the creature was not small at all. He suggested that it could have been a mutated zombie, which, however, cannot be called anything unusual. The doctor explained that ordinary zombies constantly mutate, adapting to environmental conditions. And the higher the level of the zombie, the more it mutates, acquiring new, sometimes very unexpected forms and abilities. However, scientists cannot yet understand what exactly influences the mutation process, and further research is needed to understand this issue. 10 asked the doctor thoughtfully if it was really that important to get new samples. He suggested that the doctor send several fighters to the high-risk zone to obtain the necessary material for him. At this point, his sister Olivia, the second in command of the cleanup squad, intervened in the conversation and greeted Dr. Christopher. The doctor, hearing a female voice, raised his eyebrows in surprise because he was sure that there was a man under the mask. 10 informed the doctor that Olivia was no less capable than the other members of their squad, even though she was a woman. He proudly added that Olivia was one of the best fighters in the squad, second only to himself in agility and accuracy. Dr. Christopher again expressed his surprise to learn that 10 and Olivia were related and also worked together. He joked that the company treated him well, since it sent such talented and capable assistants. Olivia, turning to the doctor, reported that the limb they had found belonged to a creature living 300 miles from here. She added that no zombie concentrations had been found in the area, but that they were prepared to return to the area and conduct further investigation if necessary. Dr. Christopher explained that the areas where the Zombie King lives tend to have few regular zombies, making an expedition into the area quite dangerous. 10 interrupted the doctor and confidently said that he had nothing to fear, because that was their job to confront danger and risk themselves. Dr. Christopher nodded with a smile, saying that in that case he would pass on the excellent news to the scientific leadership. He said that he would go to his colleagues so that they could prepare everything necessary to conduct the investigation. Olivia looked at her brother with pride and praised him, saying that he did a great job. She thanked 10 again for his help and said she was proud of her brother. 10 smiled and reminded his sister that she should be more persistent and demanding, and in conclusion, he wished her good luck on the expedition. Olivia, in response, assured Ten that she would not let him down. At that moment, an agitated assistant burst into the scientific center and addressed the commander. He reported that a certain David, with whom they had recently had a conflict, had given the commander a letter and strictly ordered him to deliver it personally. Ten took the letter in surprise and asked his assistant if anyone still wrote letters these days. He unfolded the letter and, seeing that it was empty, decided that he was being mocked. Olivia suddenly looked at her brother and advised him to turn the paper over. Ten, without thinking twice, turned the sheet over and saw that it was a challenge to a duel. He immediately stated that he had already taught one of David's friends a lesson, and if he decided to take revenge, then he was all for it. The assistant reminded Ten that David had thrown a real tantrum the day he arrived at the camp, for which his friend had paid. Olivia would be interested to see the fight, because she has heard a lot about David's tough character and fighting skills. Ten cut his sister off, saying that she wouldn't see anything because she had to go on a mission, and ordered her to immediately assemble a team. He himself went to meet David to personally verify his strength and agility. Meanwhile, Linda worriedly asked Janine if she was familiar with Ten's fighting style, since she herself was knowledgeable in martial arts. Janine explained that Ten is a master of the iron palm style and combines experience and strength. Linda anxiously asked David if his Tai Chi would be able to withstand Ten's iron palm. David confidently answered that in Kung Fu there are no strong or weak styles. Everything depends on the skill and abilities of the fighter. He added that he would never disgrace the name of his teacher for anything in the world, and would represent the Tai Chi Chuan style with dignity in combat. After the news of the upcoming fight between David and Ten spread throughout the camp, a real excitement began. The commander and Commissioner Daniel prepared a special area where the duel was to take place and invited all the inhabitants of the camp and the cleanup squad to watch this exciting spectacle. David realized that the commander and the commissar were pursuing their own goals, wanting not only to moderate the ardor of the cleansing squad, but also to test it in action. The clearing squad members gathered around the area were arguing loudly among themselves about how long David could last in the fight against Ten. Those who were rooting for David were eagerly awaiting his appearance and hoping that he would be able to defeat Ten and teach him a lesson for his arrogance and impudence. When Ten appeared on the court, the crowd greeted him with enthusiastic shouts and cheers. Everyone shouted as one and wished him luck in battle, calling on him to show the entire army the strength and power of the cleansing squad. Ten greeted the commander and Commissar Daniel with dignity. The officer smiled happily and greeted Ten, expressing the hope that he would see his famous iron palm in battle. Ten modestly replied that he was just an amateur and did not consider himself a real master. However, it was clear from his eyes that he was flattered by the attention and was ready to show everything he was capable of. He added that he was well prepared for the battle, and today everyone would see the real strength of the cleansing squad. Ten explained to viewers that he used a special frying pan heated to red hot for training, and that after 20 years of constant training, his hands turned into a formidable weapon, capable of penetrating any armor. Ten, smiling ominously, promised to smash David to smithereens in this duel. At this time, Daniel was looking impatiently at his watch and asking those around him why David had not yet appeared. Finally, the crowd began to buzz excitedly, and someone shouted joyfully that he saw David. Ten turned sharply in the direction from which the scream came, preparing to meet the enemy. David calmly approached the site, apologizing for being late and explaining that he had fallen asleep after the night shift. The officer happily greeted David, who was late but still arrived for the fight. David returned the greeting with a smile and apologized to those present for keeping them waiting for so long. The officer introduced the soldiers to each other, stating the name and rank of each. Both opponents were ready for battle, and each of them had no doubt about their victory. Ten looked at his opponent and noted with annoyance that David was not at all what he had imagined. David responded by saying that he too had heard a lot about Ten, and saw that the rumors did not exaggerate his strength and power. Ten grinned and suggested to David that they not waste time on empty curtsies and start the fight as soon as possible. David, taking Ten by the hand, felt his inhuman strength and realized that Ten not only wanted to show his superiority, but was also trying to intimidate him. David knew that thanks to the flame palm skill, his hand was reliably protected. Otherwise, Ten would have broken all his bones long ago. Ten was surprised to see that David had withstood his iron grip without any apparent effort. He strained his strength, but David's face remained exactly the same, and Ten realized that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. The officer, seeing that the fighters were being overly ceremonious, gave the order to begin the duel. Ten pulled his hand back and looked defiantly at David, although he still didn't understand how he had been able to withstand his grip. However, he was so confident of his victory that he expected to put David down with one blow. Daniel, wanting to prevent tragedy, reminded the fighters that it was just a friendly fight, and he hoped that the fight would take place within the bounds of decency, that none of the participants would receive serious injuries, and that everything would end peacefully. Linda whispered her support for David, urging him to smash the arrogant upstart to smithereens. Eugene thought that it would be difficult for David to defeat an opponent with such physical superiority. Janine quietly turned to Linda and, nodding towards the platform, asked her to pay attention to Ten's palms. David also noted that his opponent was not just a mountain of muscle, but an experienced fighter who had excellent control over his body. The calluses on his palms, the result of many years of training and hard work, also spoke of this. Linda, looking at the court with doubt, turned to Janine and asked if David had any chance of winning. Janine, without doubting her friend for a second, firmly replied that David's strength was many times greater than Ten's, and she even felt a little sorry for this arrogant conceit. David dodged the first blow, realizing that he was dealing with a true martial arts master. Ten was sure that he had to emerge victorious from the fight at all costs and not allow the honor of the detachment to be disgraced. David, seeing that his enemy was hesitating and still could not make up his mind to make a serious attack, impatiently shouted at him to stop wasting time and attack first. Then the two forces directed at each other united at one point like fire and water. Ten suddenly attacked David, but not a muscle moved on the young man's face. Fans of both opponents loudly cheered for their favorite, hoping for his victory. They chanted the names of the fighters, keeping up the fighting spirit of their idols. Linda noted to herself that the audience here was much more emotional than they themselves. Daniel watched the battle with admiration and thought with annoyance that Ten was serving in the wrong unit. The officer was surprised to notice that Ten's technique was inferior to David's. Ten was furious that David had dodged his blow and challenged him to ask if he was a coward for using his legs in combat. He mockingly shouted at David not to act like a master and to prepare for defeat. David felt the force with which Ten was hitting him and realized that it would not be easy to resist him. Seeing David's guard momentarily drop, Ten prepared to deliver the finishing blow. He swung with all his might, hoping that this time David wouldn't be able to dodge. To his horror, David realized that he was too late to block and was about to receive the full force of the blow. Linda was already beginning to be afraid that today she would see a picture of Ten killing David. The officer looked at the platform with disbelief and turned to Daniel with a question, whether Ten was really so strong that he could defeat David with one blow. Ten's fans roared wildly with delight, celebrating his victory. However, David's supporters countered that they were wrong and David blocked the opponent's strike. Watching the fight, David's fans enthusiastically commented on his every move. Ten, surprised and a little confused, couldn't believe that David had dodged his blow so easily. David was internally triumphant, feeling that he had managed to penetrate his opponent's defense and could now achieve victory. He urged Ten to continue the fight and attack him with renewed vigor. Ten's supporters appealed to their idol with hope, urging him to gather his strength and not lose face in front of the army men. They watched the events on the site with alarm, not understanding why their invincible commander was so weak in resisting David. David acknowledged his opponent's strength and agility and added that if it weren't for the recent conflict with the cleanup squad, they might even have become friends. Ten nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging David's skill, which he had never seen before in his life. However, he did not hide his dislike for David, stating that he did not approve of his character and considered him unworthy of the title of warrior. David was outraged by the big guy's words and reminded him that Ten himself was the one who started the conflict by brutally beating his friend. Ten replied contemptuously that he was tired of arguing over empty words. He looked defiantly at David and challenged him to continue the argument in combat. David accepted his opponent's challenge and, taking a fighting stance, prepared for the decisive fight. Ten suddenly changed his fighting style and decided to attack David with renewed vigor. David noted with apprehension that the enemy had concentrated all his power and was ready to deliver a crushing blow. He felt a wave of heat spread across the area, emanating from Ten's red-hot palms. David understood that the next blow could be decisive and carefully watched the enemy's movements, trying to grasp the direction of his attack. Ten rushed forward with a menacing cry, splitting the concrete surface of the platform. Daniel watched the fight with apprehension, fearing that the fighters would not be able to control their fighting spirit and one of them would be seriously injured. Janine worriedly asked her friend how David was going to resist such a strong opponent, capable of crushing stones with one blow. David ran through possible options for defense and attack in his head, realizing that in this situation he needed to act wisely and not rely only on brute force. Ten, meanwhile, continued his offensive, confident that he would be able to easily defeat David. He stated that in the face of his absolute power, David was just a pathetic amateur who didn't stand a chance. David acknowledged Ten's strength and agility, but he was not about to back down and admit defeat. He noticed, however, that Ten still did not understand one important thing about Taijiquan, and this would definitely be a fatal mistake for him. Taking advantage of Ten's weakness, David launched a series of lightning-fast blocks and strikes, reflecting Ten's energy back at him. Ten realized with horror that his own cruelty and arrogance had turned against him. David, wanting to stop his opponent, released a wave of diamond palm energy straight into the stunned Ten's chest. The force of the blow threw Ten back several meters. He broke through the brick wall of the building and fell to the ground with a crash. Eugene laughed happily, saying that it was worth coming to watch this fight. Linda, smiling contentedly, shouted words of praise to David, proud of her brave friend. Daniel applauded David in delight, calling his fight a true work of art. The young fighters proclaimed him their idol and promised to follow his example in everything. They dreamed that David would teach them his secret techniques if he had time to do so. David looked at his defeated opponent a little tiredly and calmly said that he had expected this outcome of the fight. The fighters of the cleanup squad rushed to their wounded commander and lifted him from the floor. Ten, overcoming the pain, wiped the blood from his lips and quietly said that he admitted his defeat. Among those gathered, there were those who hastened to express their disdain for Ten and the cleanup squad as a whole. Others, on the contrary, stood up for them, reminding those gathered that Commander Ten had never been cruel to them and had always carried out his duty honestly and with dignity. Ten explained to everyone that he lost to David not because of cowardice or weakness, but because of his own stupidity and arrogance. David suddenly stopped Ten to say a few last words to him. But one of the soldiers who was carrying Ten interrupted David and asked what he was planning and why he was still pursuing his fallen enemy. David sharply responded to the fighter that he could go free since he still had an unfinished conversation with Ten. He approached the commander of the cleanup squad and asked why he decided that David was a bad person with a bad character. Ten said that he had disliked David since the very first day they met, considering him a cruel and arrogant person. Linda, indignant, pounced on Ten and began to prove that David was much better than many people here. Of course, David was not pleased to hear all sorts of stories about himself that had not actually been noticed about him. Ten simply asked if he really thought he was so stupid and short-sighted that he blindly believed all sorts of gossip and rumors. The officer, who was still standing next to them, could not stand it and intervened in their conversation. He cut Ten off abruptly and advised him to first think carefully and sort himself out, and only then accuse others of unworthy behavior. The officer reminded Ten and the others present that they were all brothers in arms and that they should support each other, not humiliate each other. Ten fell silent in confusion, not knowing what to say to the officer. He looked at David again and said that he would not hide behind the backs of his subordinates and was ready to answer for his actions. David decided to put an end to their dispute and called his friend Eugene, who had been seriously injured by Ten. Eugene, after a little hesitation, answered David that he held no grudge against his offender. He, however, could not remain silent and abruptly interrupted Ten, saying that if he dared to insult his friend or himself even once more, the matter could end much more disastrously. One of the fighters from the cleanup squad, seeing that Ten still could not recover from his defeat, approached him and offered to take him to the medical center. Linda watched the retreating cleanup party with indignation and grumbled that Ten was acting like a cowardly and narrow-minded person who couldn't tell the difference between a lie and the truth. David thanked his friend for standing up for him so bravely and helping him sort out the situation with Ten and his squad. After that, David shared with everyone his impressions of today's dispute with Ten. The officer praised him for keeping his cool in this difficult situation and assured him that the army was in dire need of such reasonable and courageous warriors as David. He praised his valor and self-control, saying that such actions restore people's faith in humanity, order, and law. David quickly noted that he had done nothing heroic and had entered into conflict with the cleanup squad only in order to protect the honor and dignity of his friend. Daniel responded by noting that true warriors must not only protect the honor and dignity of their neighbors, but also bring long-awaited peace and tranquility to the entire world. David decided to take advantage of this opportunity and offered the officer and Daniel his services in training new recruits. Meanwhile, events in another part of the city were gaining momentum. Olivia contacted her superiors by radio and reported the situation on the road. Having received permission from higher command, Olivia ordered her squad to abandon their vehicles and continue on foot. She reminded the fighters to take ammunition and food with them before they left the vehicles. While moving through the deserted streets of the city, one of the detachment's fighters noticed some movement at an intersection and listened to strange sounds. A stray cat that suddenly jumped out from around the corner scared the young fighter to death. Having calmed down, he reported to his boss that there were no more obstacles in their path except for stray cats. Olivia breathed a sigh of relief and commanded them to continue moving. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the country cottage, Kruger was teaching girls the art of seducing men. Kruger called Linda to him to examine him and give her opinion because he began to feel slightly unwell. Linda, trying to maintain the image of a caring and attentive nurse, approached the patient and asked him to clarify where exactly he felt unwell. The girl smiled awkwardly, hiding the thermometer, which had broken for some unknown reason in her pocket, as was intended in the plot of their intimate game. Kruger looked at Linda and asked how she was going to measure his temperature now. Without losing her composure, the girl suggested an unconventional way to check the temperature with her own body. Kruger laid his head on the girl's chest and said that his body temperature had indeed risen. Janine, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly said that for the patient's safety, he needed to be given an injection immediately to bring down his high body temperature. Kruger, frowning in surprise, interrupted her and reminded her that all participants in this event must strictly follow their roles. Janine stammered uncertainly that she had never worked as a health worker before and had no idea how to behave in such a situation. Kruger snorted in irritation because Linda had never been a nurse before either, but she was doing a great job of playing the role. Janine suddenly replied that if she were in the role of a police officer, she would easily cope with this task. Kruger smiled as he pictured a seductive policewoman and immediately liked the idea. Janine decided to bring the man back down to earth and suggested continuing the hospital seduction that had begun. However, Kruger was no longer as interested in the game as before and asked Janine to at least try out the new scenario that she herself had suggested. But the girl, blushing with embarrassment, refused, explaining that she felt extremely awkward playing the role of a police officer. Kruger barely had time to finish his sentence when there was an insistent knock on the door. Muttering something irritably under his breath about Eugene, Kruger asked the newcomer in a displeased tone what he wanted. Eugene, looking downcast, reported that Commander Patricia had come to see Kruger and was waiting for him outside. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, trying to understand the purpose for which Commander Patricia had come to him. At this time, Commander Patricia and David were discussing what happened near Kruger's house. The woman repeated to David what she had just told him. The commander told David that a group of soldiers were ambushed by zombies and only one of them managed to survive. She also added that it was still unknown whether the soldiers had met the zombie king or not, since the surviving soldier was in a state of shock and could not answer this question coherently. Patricia, introducing herself in uniform to the soldiers, told them that the commander had ordered her to deliver David to headquarters. One of the soldiers standing next to Patricia turned to David and asked him if he was really that David. The soldier in the gas mask was amazed that he met David in person because the guy was very popular among the servicemen. Patricia looked at the soldier reproachfully and sternly reminded him that she was aware of the conflict between David and the cleanup squad and asked if he was up to something bad again. But the soldier immediately rushed to calm her down, assuring her that no one was going to conflict with David and that they were aware of his victory over their commander. After which he added that David is a real idol and role model for them. After these words, he shyly handed David a pen and a piece of paper asking for an autograph. Patricia reminded David that they should not forget the main purpose of their visit, and it was time to hit the road. After some time, the young people reached their destination and, entering the building, appeared before the commander. The officer greeted David and Patricia and invited them into the office. David and Patricia greeted the commander and the commissar, already prepared for an important conversation, after which they asked those present to tell them about what had happened and to explain what exactly his help consisted of. The officer told David the story of a soldier who was the only survivor of a zombie attack. He also added that despite numerous attempts to find out the reason for the incident, the soldier remained silent and did not make contact. David, after listening to the officer, suggested that the young man needed to be given a couple of days' rest before beginning the interrogation. But Ten interrupted him, objecting that there was no time to wait and that the survivor needed to be questioned immediately. Ten continued his speech and noted with bitterness that they had already lost 10 people due to the accident. David looked at Ten and calmly told him that he would not give any guarantees that he could help. At this time, Patricia leaned over to David and quietly told him that Ten's own sister was also in that very detachment. David, understanding the reason for Ten's nervousness, agreed that such news could indeed be unsettling. Then he turned to Ten and said that he understood his feelings, but believed that even his presence would not change anything, and he would hardly be able to learn anything new. After which he advised to seek help from a more experienced person or to send a small team again to conduct research. Ten, jumping up from his seat, insistently said that David would not go anywhere until he helped them sort out this situation. He continued to insist on his own, explaining that David was the only one of them who understood zombies so well, which meant he would be able to get to the truth. Daniel supported Ten, reminding David that they needed to stick together and that the cleanup squad was ready to help them do that. But David was in no hurry to agree with them and calmly replied that he was just an ordinary trainer in the army and had nothing to do with the squad or this situation. Moreover, David emphasized that he does not intend to interfere in the affairs of the cleanup squad and wants to stay as far away from them as possible. Ten responded by explaining to David the reason for his strange behavior. After a recent battle with zombies, he checked the information about David, and it turned out that his subordinates had slandered him. Cutting off the sentence mid-sentence, Ten told David that he was to blame for what happened and was ready to do anything to make amends. David stopped him with a gesture and asked him to stop. There was no need to create such scenes at headquarters. He added that after all, he is not Japanese, and in order to apologize, he does not have to kneel before him and bow. Ten, trying to calm down, told him that his own sister was also in that squad, so he just couldn't sit back and do nothing. David thought Ten was a good guy deep down and said he was worrying too much and that he would help him. Ten thanked David with joy in his voice for his help and for agreeing to put their previous differences aside. Daniel suggested that Ten tell David all the details about the situation so that he would understand where they needed to start. David nodded in agreement and told Ten that he wanted to know all the details about his sister and the situation in general. Ten told David about his sister Olivia, who before leaving on a mission, discovered a place where apparently the Zombie King had recently been. A couple of hours later, David went to the same surviving fighter to try to find out from him the details of what happened. David introduced himself to the young man and asked him about the very day when their squad was attacked by zombies. Hearing David, the fighter screamed in fear and began to repeat that he was not going anywhere and that everyone had left him alone. David came closer and began to calm the guy down, assuring him that no one was going to harm him and that he was safe now. After which he repeated his question about why he returned alone and what happened to their deputy commander. The young man suddenly began to repeat in horror that they had not been able to escape and that it was impossible. David tried to encourage the fighter and noted that, unlike other fighters, he was able to maintain his presence of mind in a difficult situation. Suddenly, the guy desperately screamed in David's face that he would not get out of here and that everyone had abandoned him. The officer told the others with regret in his voice that it seemed the boy was under a lot of stress and therefore they would hardly be able to find out anything from him. But David did not stop trying to calm the frightened guy and said that there was nothing scary here and they had no one else to be afraid of. David told him with a smile that he shouldn't be afraid of zombies because he himself had recently had to face the Zombie King one-on-one. The guy stopped crying out of surprise and, opening his eyes in surprise, asked David if he really had seen the Zombie King and even fought with him. But he immediately repeated in fear that he had seen something more frightening than the previous Zombie King. Patricia asked in surprise if he meant a huge number of strong zombies. The fighter suddenly whispered that there were a huge number of them, more than he had ever seen before, like a tsunami wave that could cover their squad in a matter of minutes. He pointed ahead with a trembling hand and added that it felt as if there were millions of them and that they could destroy all living things in their path. He then said that he saw the zombies' faces begin to move and say something, and after that he lost consciousness. And he also saw how thousands of faces began to talk about food, and after that everyone else from their squad was literally torn to pieces. The fighter added with tears in his eyes that after what had happened, there were very few of them left, and Olivia, covering their retreat, ordered them to run to the camp without looking back. After which he told about how all the remaining zombies began to chase them. A couple of minutes later, the guy came to his senses and, clutching his head, began to repeat that Olivia had saved him at the cost of her own life. After which he repeated the phrase that he saw the rest of the group members die before his eyes, every single one of them. Ten listened to this guy's words in horror and could not understand if Olivia was still alive. The officer loudly ordered David to leave the room because, according to him, the guy was turning into a zombie. Screaming in fear throughout the camp, he tried to push David out the door before he could infect anyone. David responded by commanding him to call someone for help and for no one to enter the room until he gave such a command. A second later, the surviving soldier's head was blown to pieces right before David's eyes. The officers watching from the sidelines could not believe their eyes. David tried to figure out what kind of monster it could belong to and what kind of creatures he was now dealing with. A few seconds later, looking around the room, David noticed that the guy's body was terribly reminiscent of the body of the spider that he had seen just recently. The guy has already completely lost his human appearance and has now become a spider with a human head. Patricia screamed in fear at him to be careful and not let this monster bite him. David tried to get a better look at the creature and understand its weak points. Sure, this mutant looked scary, but after defeating the Zombie King, David was hard to scare. In a confident and calm voice, David ordered the creature to stop growling and behave calmly. And then he focused on the spider and tried to see its memories and understand what really happened here. The memory cuts to a group of soldiers running from a monster with 6 eyes that shoots webs at them. Suddenly they saw a huge spider, and one of the fighters, having lost all hope of salvation, turned to Olivia with a request to come up with a plan of action. Olivia stopped dead in her tracks, then came to her senses and ordered everyone to run with all their might towards the camp. The image before his eyes disappeared and David returned to reality, at which time Patricia asked if everything was okay with him. David responded by ordering the army to be immediately mobilized and prepared for defense. 10 looked at David with alarm and asked why they were mobilizing an entire army. At this time, Daniel was already sending reports to headquarters about what had happened. He added that if the words of the dead soldier are to be believed, then a whole army of zombies is now approaching them. 10 asked Dr. Christopher for permission to go on a reconnaissance mission on his own. But the doctor refused him, citing the fact that now, without an order from the command, no one has the right to make any decisions independently. Christopher sighed and emphasized that this time we were talking about a truly dangerous enemy, and he would not risk people's lives. He confidently announced that he was willing to consider 10's candidacy as the head of the search team only after a personal conversation with the CEO of their company. But 10 shouted with anger in his voice that he was not going to sit back and wait calmly because his sister's life was at stake. But Christopher remained adamant in his decision. He was a very calculating man. Turning to face 10, he again emphasized that such decisions must be made calmly and judiciously, otherwise they could lead to disaster. He continued his attempts to explain to everyone present that the main thing now was to remain calm. 5 minutes later, tired of unsuccessfully proving his case to him, the doctor turned to 10 and calmly asked him to calm down. 10 blurted out that he was giving up his powers and was going to personally go look for Olivia. Continuing his thought, Ten added that after the start of the apocalypse, he lost everything, and Olivia is the only person dear to him. The doctor again began to threaten him with dismissal, citing violations of labor discipline. But Daniel intervened in their argument and tried to calm down the angry Christopher. He himself was secretly glad that he would finally be able to get rid of that bully Ten. At this time, David, tired of listening to the senseless arguments of the company's management, decided to take the initiative into his own hands and called them to his place. Turning to Daniel and Christopher, David reminded them that they needed to focus on the more important issue at hand. The officer agreed with him and asked David to tell them everything he knew about these strange mutant zombies. David briefly told them everything he knew from his own experience about the zombie kings and their puppets. Having finished his story about a chance encounter with one of the representatives of this species of creatures, he emphasized that they always live in a pack, and there are a lot of them. But Ten didn't care anymore whether they were dangerous or not. The main thing for him now was to find his sister alive or dead. He turned around abruptly and said as a parting word that he intended to return with Olivia no matter what. Christopher was furious because his young subordinate refused to follow his orders. He shouted after Ten that he would deprive him of any help if he really dared to do this. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief and tried to defuse the situation by suggesting that everyone calm down and continue the meeting. With a grin, he added sarcastically that there was no point in causing unnecessary emotions out of thin air. Patricia decided to clarify what kind of danger these monsters posed to their safe place. David could not answer this question unambiguously because he did not have complete information about these creatures. Then the officer suggested sending a reconnaissance squad to that unit to gather information about the zombies. But David wasn't entirely sure if this was a good idea and decided to think it over carefully before agreeing. At this point, the system intervened and asked why David was hesitating. In response, David said that he did not want to put his friends in danger, even if the zombie king was there and he could complete the task. Then the system offered him another option, to go on reconnaissance alone, as he had done before. Without thinking twice, David turned to the commander and offered him his candidacy. To the surprised looks of his comrades, David explained that he would be more comfortable and safer alone. Daniel jumped up in shock at this statement and replied that it was unthinkable and he would not allow such a stupid act. David calmed him down, explaining that he was only going on reconnaissance and that a large group was not needed for such a mission and was even dangerous. Patricia intervened in the dispute, siding with David, which caused a wave of anger in Daniel. Continuing her thought, Patricia confidently stated that David's strength was quite sufficient to complete this task. She understood him perfectly, like no one else, and David was grateful to her for her support, and maybe even more than just as a friend. He smiled slyly as he noticed Patricia blush at his words. Eventually, the officer gave in and allowed David to go alone, warning him that he could take any equipment from the warehouse with him. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside, and David was quickly packing his things in the house. At that moment, Harms came to him and asked him with curiosity what he had in mind. David explained to his friends that he did not want to risk the lives of his comrades and that it would indeed be more convenient for him to carry out this task alone. Linda looked at David and said with sadness in her voice that he had just returned and now he was leaving them again. David felt guilty, hugged Linda, and apologized for not being able to keep his part of the promise. He reminded everyone once again that this intelligence was very important and only he was now able to help them. Harm supported him, assuring him that they were completely safe and wished him good luck. Janine sadly asked when he would return this time. Would it really be in a week again? David assured that he would not stay longer than 3 days and would definitely return unharmed. Linda, wishing David a safe journey, looked after him with hope. Meanwhile, Joshua, having finished sorting through the food he had found, said with annoyance that almost all of the food had expired. All he could think about was how much longer they could go without proper food. Olivia understood that if they continued to eat like this, they would die not from the clutches of monsters, but from food poisoning. Bobby shouted that it would be better to die of indigestion than to be eaten alive. Joshua suddenly said that their company had probably already sent a rescue team for them. Olivia didn't fully believe this version, but still tried to maintain hope for salvation. The girl continued bitterly that the company would not waste time and resources on them. Joshua nodded sullenly, agreeing with her and adding that their base had probably already been captured by the Zombie King, and there was practically no chance of salvation. Bobby didn't give a damn about the company and their rescue teams. According to him, they had already done everything in their power. Olivia sighed and added that they were true to their duty to the end and fought desperately for the people. Bobby asked if they had a chance of salvation, because he certainly wouldn't want to die in this hole at the hands of these disgusting creatures. And in general, is there any hope left for all of humanity to survive in this deadly battle with hordes of zombies? At this very time, David was sleeping peacefully in his room, gathering strength before leaving. Suddenly, he began to have a nightmare that David would remember more than once. He found himself in some unfamiliar, completely dark place and realized with horror that he could not understand where he was. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a monster wrapped him in a sticky web and pulled him towards itself. David looked closely at the monster and, seeing 6 red eyes, thought with horror that he would now be eaten by it. The monster roared, wafting its foul breath at him, and threateningly asked what the hell he was doing there. Taking a quick look at David, the monster asked why he, as a human, was protecting these zombies. For a second, David even forgot how to speak. Could these monsters really speak the language of people? A giant spider monster threatened to devour him and gain even more power. The monster revealed that he had found David by tracking the memories of a spider-infected boy. Initially, the monster only planned to use the boy's body to reproduce and find shelter for its army of spiders. Suddenly, the monster encountered such an amazing and powerful organism as David's, and his plans changed. The monster boasted that he had already devoured countless people, and his massive army of spiders was ready to take over David's hideout. Having eaten David, the monster was confident that it would become invincible and be able to subjugate the entire post-apocalyptic world. David fought back desperately in his dream, claiming that his destiny was to destroy monsters like this one. The monster mockingly noted that if David died, then the other surviving people would also be doomed, because they did not yet know about the terrible threat. David angrily declared that he was a man, not an animal, and would never feed on his own kind. In response, the monster laughed and declared that eating people was the key to evolution and unlimited power. David realized with horror that zombies were becoming stronger by devouring living people. The monster described with sadistic pleasure the pleasure of devouring people and gaining incredible power. David learned the terrible truth: zombies suck the life force out of their victims, becoming stronger and more dangerous each time. The monster proudly told how humanity after the apocalypse desperately tried to fight the zombies, but it was all in vain. In just a few years, the world has changed beyond recognition. Hordes of zombies have filled the cities, and now there are many more of them than surviving people. David cheekily replied that he had not been around before, but now everything would change. With anger and determination, he promised to destroy all monsters and save humanity from certain death. The monster laughed mockingly, glad that the reckless David was going into his clutches. The monster looked forward to slowly torturing and killing David, enjoying his suffering. Horrified, David asked if the monster was really going to eat him. The monster confirmed his worst fears as it prepared to feast on the new delicacy. David panicked and tried to escape the monster's clutches, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, David woke up, realizing that it was just a nightmare. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the nightmare was over and he had not died a terrible death. Even though it was a dream, the horror of what he had experienced did not leave David. It seemed too real. Suddenly, David noticed that his hands were handcuffed, which caused a new wave of panic. David tried to remember how he got there and demanded to be released immediately. Suddenly, Janine appeared next to him in the role of a policewoman, who reminded him of the interrogation. David sarcastically suggested that he was in an adult film where women in uniform were trying to seduce him. Janine rebuked him sternly, noting that the choice of strange outfits was Linda's fault. Linda approached David, reminding him that they would work hard with him tonight before he set off on his dangerous journey. Janine confirmed her words and added that they had big plans for that night. David had already begun to imagine himself as the hero of a romantic adventure, rewarded with the attention of 2 beauties. Unable to restrain himself, he playfully approached the girls, anticipating a passionate night. Janine cut him off coldly, bringing him back to harsh reality. She sternly explained to David that he was under arrest and had no right to throw a tantrum during this interrogation. Janine demanded that David confess to the crime, threatening physical violence. Linda supported her, adding that she would personally take charge of punishing the stubborn man. Linda demanded that David open his mouth and start talking immediately and tell the whole truth. Janine realized with annoyance that this bad boy stubbornly refused to cooperate. David confidently told Janine that she was wasting her time and that it was impossible to get a confession out of him. He proudly stated that he was not going to testify or tell them anything about his actions. Linda smiled slyly and promised David a quick and painless end to the interrogation if he himself told everything without concealment. Janine coquettishly asked if he was ready to open up to two beautiful girls, manipulating his possible weaknesses. David laughed at the naivety of the police who thought they could crack him so easily. David smugly announced that the interrogation was over, and now it was his turn to dictate his rules. With obvious pleasure, he declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time and would now enjoy his power over the situation. A frightened Linda stepped back and asked David to calm down and not do anything stupid. David smiled mysteriously and asked the girls to just trust him. He laughed triumphantly and declared that they had realized his intentions too late. David spent the whole night enjoying the company of Linda and Janine, and only in the morning did they allow themselves to take a little rest from lovemaking. David carefully covered the tired girls, allowing them to sleep off their wild night. He promised the beauties that he would return soon and quietly left the room, heading off to meet the commander. Having met with Patricia, David assured that he did not need the squad's help and that he could handle the task alone. Patricia looked at David with concern and asked if he was really sure he didn't need support in such a dangerous place. David, after thinking for a moment, smiled slyly and admitted that he had one small request for the commander. David boldly asked Patricia to cheer him up before the dangerous mission with a passionate kiss full of love and tenderness. In response, Patricia, without changing her expression, pointed at the gun aimed at David and in an icy tone reminded him of the consequences of frivolous behavior. An embarrassed David quickly laughed it off and assured Patricia that he had not seriously counted on a kiss, adding that he would cope with the task perfectly well on his own. Despite the outward severity, Patricia's heart wavered and she could not resist David's charm, agreeing to fulfill his request. To David's surprise, Patricia moved closer to him and kissed him tenderly on the cheek. Slightly embarrassed, Patricia wished David good luck and, promising to wait for his return, went to join the rest of the fighters. Before Patricia could move away, David stopped her, saying that he had something important to tell her. Patricia stopped and, looking intently at David, replied that she would listen to him after he returned from the mission. David, after a slight hesitation, fervently promised Patricia that he would return alive and well for her and the others. Mentally addressing the system, David summoned a motorcycle from his mobile space to reach the enemy's lair. David sprinted on his motorcycle and set off on a journey to destroy all the zombie kings and save the hostages. David went to a huge abandoned plant, which had become a refuge for hordes of zombies and monstrous mutants. In the very heart of the enemy's lair, the strongest and smartest zombies have gathered, surpassing their relatives in power. A young man, entangled in a sticky web, tried to free himself from the cocoon with disgust. The people captured by the mutants looked around in horror, trying to understand where they had been taken and what awaited them. One of the hostages pointed in fear at the giant monster that had appeared from the darkness and was speechless with horror. The hostages looked at the huge spider with horror, amazed at its size and wondering how such a creature could have appeared. Unable to bear the tension, several hostages began to run, hoping to escape what they thought was inevitable death. One of the mutants blocked the fugitives' path, ordering them to return and threateningly snapping his claws. The young man, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, bitterly regretted that he had become a victim of monstrous creatures. Suddenly, the zombie queen appeared and ordered her subordinates to treat the hostages politely. She reminded the mutants that it had taken them a lot of effort to get the humans to their lair and that they shouldn't scare them. Upon seeing the zombie queen, the hostages were surprised to notice that the spiders obeyed her. Deciding that they were facing the leader of these monsters, the hostages turned to her with a question. One of the hostages, clinging to his last hope, asked the queen if she had come to save them. The zombie queen confirmed that they belonged to her and that she came specifically for people. In an ominous tone, she promised the hostages to send them to a blissful world where there was no place for suffering and pain. She spoke about a wonderful world where there is joy and pleasure from being together. Mesmerized by her words, one of the men immediately volunteered to go to that corner of paradise with her. Satisfied, the zombie queen selected another man and ordered him to follow them. The young girl, realizing that something was wrong, tried to reason with the chosen men. But the man seemed not to hear her. He pressed himself against the zombie queen's chest, feeling the pleasant warmth emanating from her. The girl watched in horror as the zombies took the men away and begged them to stop and not leave her alone. While calming the girl, the zombie queen explained that she only feeds on strong men and does not touch women. The frightened girl recoiled from her, driving away the terrible creatures and begging them not to touch her. It seems the queen only wanted men, and she left the poor girl to be torn apart by her spiders. Meanwhile, David noted with annoyance that the journey took longer than he had expected, but he was glad he had decided to take the motorcycle. Suddenly, David heard the sound of gunshots and realized that someone was fighting off zombies in the small town he was passing. In the distance, he saw 10, having fired his last magazine, desperately trying to resist the horde of zombies. He rushed at them with his bare hands, preparing to die in battle, but continuing to destroy the zombies one by one. However, the number of enemies grew, and 10's strength began to leave him. He realized that he could not defeat them. Seeing David below, 10 couldn't believe his eyes and asked how he managed to get here so quickly. David, as if he were a superhero from a movie, was already flying towards him. David noted with irony that 10 was lucky to meet him, otherwise he would have become prey for the zombies long ago. 10 looked around the battlefield in confusion and was surprised to see that the zombies had stopped moving, as if frozen in place. He turned to David, asking if he was crazy, reacting so calmly to what was happening. Without holding back a smile, David suggested that 10 take a closer look at the zombie to make sure he was safe. 10 asked David a disturbing question: how did he manage to stop a horde of zombies with just his presence? David assured 10 that he was completely safe, trying to calm him down after his encounter with the zombies. 10, still not having recovered and having difficulty finding words, asked how David managed to deal with the monsters. 10's curiosity grew, and he asked David about the reason why the zombies obeyed him. David hastened to reassure 10, promising that he would explain everything soon. At that moment, the system's voice was heard, reproaching the player for an excessive display of force and carelessness. David cursed mentally, realizing that the system did not approve of his actions, and now he needed to somehow get out of it. While the cooking water was boiling, David tried to come up with a convincing explanation. Taking advantage of the moment, 10 again asked about the reason why the zombies were afraid of David. David said that the zombies are afraid of him because he once killed the zombie king. According to David, he still has the aura of the king's power on him, instilling fear in all other zombies. 10 was skeptical of David's words and demanded proof, not believing in such a simple solution. David, in turn, decided to take advantage of the situation and ask 10 an important question. He asked if 10 was really going to go looking for his sister by bike, given the distance and dangers along the way. Despite all the dangers, 10 was determined to go all the way, considering it the only possible option. The guy said that he left the cleanup squad and Dr. Christopher refused to help him. David was surprised to learn that 10 had a gun and asked where he got it from. It turned out that 10 found it during one of his forays with the squad and decided to save it just in case. David noted with alarm that 2 weapons were not enough to combat the cleanup squad and expressed his doubts about 10's success. 10 admitted that he had good reasons to fight because their company had effectively become his family. He said he dreamed of becoming key employees of the company with his sister and getting a chance to live in safety. 10 bitterly admitted that he had already fulfilled the conditions of the transfer, but his sister was a little short, so he decided to take advantage of the chance. Smiling, David noted that 10 and Eugene were similar in their caring attitude towards their sisters. 10 was genuinely surprised because he didn't know that Eugene had a sister. David confirmed that Eugene does indeed have a sister with whom he has a very close relationship. David concluded that in the post-apocalyptic world, people began to value their loved ones more and stick to their families. 10 disagreed with David's opinion, arguing that the opposite was actually true. In his opinion, the world after the disaster became like a magic mirror, reflecting the true faces of people. Ten began his story from his early childhood, when his parents divorced and his father raised him and his sister alone. Before the chaos, his father owned a bicycle repair shop, but his vision problems meant the family struggled to make ends meet. When the apocalypse began, they, like many others, had to leave their homelands. The father tried his best, going out every day to look for food, but no one wanted to help a man with poor eyesight. After long days of hunger, one day my father unexpectedly brought home a roast chicken. An excited Ten happily called his sister, telling her that his father had found food. The father, looking tired and exhausted, smiled kindly and offered the children something to eat. The sister happily agreed, and taking the chicken, offered her brother one of the legs. To Ten's surprise, his father cut him off abruptly, declaring that the chicken legs belonged only to his little sister. Upset, Ten apologized to his father, refused his portion, and offered his sister to eat it all. Taking a bottle of juice from his bosom, the father handed it to his daughter, not paying attention to his son. The girl screamed joyfully because she had not drunk juice for a very long time. At that time, Ten did not attach any importance to this act, believing that his father simply loved his sister more. Ten woke up from strange sounds and, looking out from under the blanket, saw with horror how his father was taking his sister away somewhere. Rubbing his eyes in fear, Ten called out to his father, asking where he was going with his little sister. Without turning around, the father rudely interrupted the boy, ordering him to stay where he was and mind his own business. Despite his young age, Ten intuitively felt that his father was up to something bad. The woman looked at Ten's little sister with delight, noting her cute appearance and plump cheeks. As if she had gone mad, the woman began to lament that God had heard her prayers and had returned their lost child to them. Without waiting for an answer, the woman said that she was taking the girl for herself. The man standing next to her agreed with her, because the most important thing was that his wife liked the girl. Unable to contain himself, Ten jumped out of his hiding place, reproachfully asking his father why he was selling his little sister. The surprised man turned to Ten's father, wondering what they were talking about. Instead of answering, the father handed the girl to the stranger and demanded his reward in the form of a bag of food. Ten rushed to his sister, trying to tear her from the stranger's hands and begging them not to give her up. The father rudely pushed his son away, forbidding him to interfere in the adult's conversation. The irritated man, holding a crying child in his arms, rushed Ten's father to make a decision, threatening to leave. The father, without taking his eyes off the coveted bag of food, coolly muttered for the strangers to go away and never come back. The noise attracted the attention of other people living in the neighborhood, who began to peer curiously out of their tents. After exchanging indifferent glances, the neighbors quickly lost interest in what was happening, deciding that someone was selling children for food again. Ten fell to the ground, feeling tears streaming down his cheeks and his heart breaking with pain and resentment. Enjoying his small victory, the father shamelessly told his son that he had acted for their good, otherwise his sister would have died of hunger. Throwing a bag of provisions to Ten, he ordered him to immediately return to his tent. Ten threw the bag away with hatred, refusing to eat the food that his sister had been sold for. The neighbors, not hiding their envious glances, stared greedily at the bag of provisions lying on the ground. Without mincing words, one of the men said dreamily that he had not eaten dried meat for a long time, anticipating a hearty dinner. The father growled menacingly, dispersing the onlookers and ordering them to return to his place before he got angry. Ten, unable to contain his emotions, swore to himself that he would find his sister and bring her home. The young man ran until he was exhausted after the kidnappers' retreating car, praying that he would have enough strength to catch up with them. He didn't have enough strength, and the exhausted Ten fell unconscious in the middle of the road and only woke up the next morning, still unable to save his sister. Coming to his senses, Ten thought with horror that he was lucky not to run into the zombies wandering around the area. David, touched by Ten's story, asked with bated breath what had happened to him and his father. Ten sadly said that he never saw his father alive because that night he was found stabbed to death in a tent. Most likely someone found out about the food received for the girl and decided to profit at someone else's expense. Ten thought bitterly that his father's cruelty and greed had deprived him of his family in one night. Left an orphan, Ten wandered the ruined world until he met a group of mercenaries hunting zombies. Having assessed the boy's physical strength and endurance, they invited Ten to join the squad, where he learned the art of the iron palm. Several years later, Ten's squad joined the company's ranks, becoming an elite unit to fight the infected, but he did not give up hope of finding his sister. One day during a raid, Ten heard a woman's desperate pleas for help. The exhausted woman, clutching a little girl to herself, begged to give them at least a little food so as not to die of hunger. The man standing next to Ten snorted in disdain as he noticed the deathly smell coming from the woman. Looking at the child's emaciated face, Ten thought that his sister would look the same now. The officer noticed Ten's indecision and sternly asked him about his next steps. Ten timidly expressed his desire to share food with a family in need. The officer irritably reminded that the rations had been delivered at the cost of risking the lives of the detachment's fighters and would not last long. He calmly advised Ten to save provisions for his sister, whom he was so looking forward to meeting. Realizing that the officer was right, Ten nodded sadly in response and was about to move on. The officer added sarcastically that he would have liked to have some fun in the red light district with that money. The woman, addressing the girl, blamed herself for not being able to protect her from hunger and suffering. In a weakening voice, she begged her daughter to hold on and not give in to death so that she could one day meet her loved ones. Unable to hold back her tears, she asked her daughter for forgiveness for not being able to be a good mother to her. Having collected his thoughts, Ten turned to the woman, carefully noting that it seemed to him as if the girl was not her real daughter. Ten asked the woman directly if she had traded her daughter for food. He told the woman how his own father had traded his sister for a bag of food many years ago. Looking at the girl's face, Ten noticed some resemblance to his sister as a child. Hearing the stranger's words, the woman fearfully hugged her daughter, ordering Ten not to bother her. Trying to speak calmly, Ten tried to calm the woman, assuring her that he meant them no harm, while the outraged officer urged him not to do anything stupid. Trying to curb his subordinate's emotions, the officer reminded him that strong arguments were needed to prove kinship. Ten took an old photograph of his sister out of his pocket with trembling hands. Handing the woman the photo, Ten asked her to take a closer look at the image. Comparing the photograph with the girl's face, he pointed out the similarities between them. The woman, taking the photograph, said hesitantly that she really did see a resemblance to the child. Having come to her senses a little, she asked Ten about the place where he lost his sister. Ten described the location of the abduction in detail, mentioning that it happened on the People's West Road. The woman sighed heavily, admitting that Ten was most likely right and that this really was his sister. The officer, after hearing Ten's story, ordered him to be taken to the company headquarters to establish his relationship officially. Rejoicing that her daughter's fate was no longer of indifference to people, the woman was happy with this outcome. Feeling that the weight of responsibility for the child's life no longer pressed on her shoulders, the woman allowed herself to relax a little. Suddenly, Ten noticed with horror that the woman was not breathing and rushed to her, trying to bring her to her senses. After examining the woman's body, Ten realized that she had died of starvation without receiving help. Realizing that if he had gone a little further, he would not have been able to save his sister, Ten thought seriously about that fateful moment. He mentally thanked the woman for being able to replace motherly affection for his little sister in a difficult moment. After listening to Ten's story to the end, David noted that fate had prepared difficult trials for them. Ten said with regret that he had no idea how cruel the world would be after the apocalypse. Ten said that when he found his sister, she was so weak and emaciated that she barely recognized him. Every day he took care of her, and gradually the girl began to come to her senses, restoring her lost strength. Ten, fearing for his sister's safety, taught her all the skills to survive in the post-apocalyptic conditions. Seeing her success, Ten decided to take his sister into the cleanup squad so that she would always be under the company's protection. He sincerely thanked fate for returning to him the most precious person in the world. With firmness in his voice, Ten swore that he would protect his sister at the cost of his own life. David reassured Ten, assuring him that from now on they would overcome all difficulties together. Looking at David with different eyes, Ten respectfully admitted that he had never met such noble and selfless people. David waved his words away, a little embarrassed by such a laudatory speech. He understood that he needed to go and search for this missing girl as soon as possible. While they were talking, the water boiled and David ordered Ten to cook dinner. David apologized for the modest treat and promised that when they found his sister, he would throw a real feast with mountains of food. Ten watched the unpacking of the products with undisguised admiration, not believing his eyes. David thought bitterly that instant noodles had become a luxury item after the disaster. Meanwhile, he continued to take food out of his backpack, surprising Ten with his supply. Without hiding his shock, Ten noted that such a treat would fetch an entire plane on the black market. Realizing that he had made an inappropriate remark, David tried to correct the situation by saying that he was used to living differently. He smiled and added that it wasn't every day that you got the chance to befriend a strong fighter like Ten, so they needed to treat him to something special. Touched to the depths of his soul, Ten thanked David for his kindness and generosity. He suggested replacing the alcohol with noodles and eating it together as a sign of their strong friendship. Smiling, David decided to compliment his dinner by taking a couple of ham sausages out of his backpack. Shocked by David's generosity, Ten remembered with bitterness how rudely he had treated him at the very beginning of their acquaintance. David proudly noted that noodles and ham are a perfect combination that is impossible to resist. Adding the finishing touches to the dish, David ceremoniously declared the meal open. Inhaling the aroma of the food, David was preparing to eat this delicious dish with anticipation. Handing Ten the chopsticks, he wished him bon appetit and told him to eat before the hot noodles got cold. Ten, not hiding his admiration for the delicious noodles, thanked David for the treat and continued his meal. From the very first sip of the broth, Ten realized that he hadn't eaten anything tastier in a long time. Unable to contain his emotions, he apologized to David for what he considered to be excessive aggression towards the guy. The tears he had been holding back for so long began to flow from his eyes. David tried to calm the guy down, but couldn't resist making a comment about the broken chopsticks. While Ten and David enjoyed a hearty dinner, the situation at the base grew tense. It's been a few days since the spider zombies attacked Olivia's squad. Unable to bear the tension, Joshua timidly suggested moving to the meeting place and not standing in one place any longer. Olivia shook her head, suggesting they wait a couple more days, as she had a bad feeling about this. At that moment, a groan was heard, and Olivia irritably asked Bobby how he was feeling. Did he really have diarrhea again? Olivia reproachfully reminded him of the dangers of expired products and warned him of the unpleasant consequences. Bobby winced in pain and muttered that it would be better to die of indigestion than to become a zombie's dinner. Not wanting to argue any further, he leaned against the boxes and closed his eyes. Joshua was outraged by Bobby's behavior and reminded him that Olivia was the deputy commander of the squad. Bobby remarked dismissively that now was not the time for formalities, since they were on the verge of death anyway. Joshua was about to object, but Olivia stopped him, calling for calm. With sadness in her voice, she noted that only 3 of the entire squad remained, and the chances of salvation were negligible. Joshua hastened to encourage his fellow sufferers, suggesting that they wait for the right moment to escape. A couple of hours later, he noticed a child on the street and shouted to Olivia, informing her about it. Surprised, Olivia asked for binoculars to get a better look at the stranger. Pressing her eyes to the lenses, she confirmed that she saw a little girl looking for something on the ground. Bobby couldn't believe his ears and asked if anyone had managed to survive this hell. Olivia assumed that the child was trying to find at least some food and admired his will to live. Despite the risk, Olivia was determined to save the baby and do at least something to save him. Having informed the guys of her intentions, she quickly headed towards the exit. A terrified Bobby warned that they would all die if Olivia attracted the spider's attention. Olivia responded sharply that her death was her personal problem, which she shouldn't interfere with, and immediately ran out into the street. An enraged Bobby rushed towards Joshua, accusing him and Olivia of being reckless. Joshua pushed Bobby away and screamed that he was not going to hide like a coward and leave the child to die. He looked at Bobby with contempt, accusing him of the cowardice he had had all his life. Bobby cried out in despair that he was thinking about them and trying to save them from doing something thoughtless. A little girl, gasping with horror, called for help as she ran away from a horde of mutated spiders. Olivia, having assessed the situation, ordered the child to immediately get away from the dangerous place, promising to deal with the monsters. Having emptied the pistol's magazine, Olivia realized with annoyance that the ammunition had run out at the most inopportune moment. At that moment, a huge spider-like creature appeared from around the corner of the building, surpassing in size anything Olivia had encountered before. Joshua rushed towards the monsters, throwing small spiders aside. Olivia, having trusted Joshua to fight the monster, asked him to cover her while she examined the girl for bites. Olivia carefully approached the girl, wondering if anything had managed to harm her and if spiders had bitten her. Instead of answering, the girl suddenly hid and asked Olivia to guess what she had hidden there. Suddenly opening her mouth, the mutant girl triumphantly declared that she had trapped Olivia. Joshua, noticing the danger, tried to warn Olivia that the girl had launched a parasite at her, aiming right at her face. Bobby, watching the events unfold from afar, cursed, blaming everyone for disobeying orders and the trap they had fallen into. Out of breath after the fight, Joshua asked Olivia how she was feeling and said that the zombie was already dead. Olivia, coming to her senses, realized with horror that she had encountered intelligent beings who were using her kindness against her. Although Olivia was not hurt, she still had a nagging feeling of foreboding, so she ordered everyone to leave immediately. At that moment, Joshua realized with horror that the zombie spider had grabbed hold of him tightly. Bobby, seeing the number of monsters multiplying around them, concluded that they had been lured into a trap and deliberately dragged out. It became increasingly clear that the creatures were acting in concert, obeying a higher intelligence, pulling the strings in this deadly game. Joshua, feeling the poison paralyze his body, reported with horror that the mutant spider had managed to bite him on the neck. Without a second thought, Olivia plunged the knife into the mutant spider's body, saving Joshua from a painful death. Realizing that it was no longer possible to stay where they were, Olivia ordered everyone to retreat and seek shelter as quickly as possible. Joshua, having gathered his last strength, decided to cover the retreat of his comrades at the cost of his own life. He understood that the poison had already penetrated his blood, and there was no chance of salvation, so he selflessly ordered the others not to waste time and leave without him. Olivia, shocked by this turn of events, tried to object and said that they would all be able to escape together. Trying to reason with the guy, Olivia asked him to come back, but he was adamant in his decision. Joshua, feeling death approaching, asked to tell Ten that his death was not in vain. Joshua's last thoughts were that at least he was dying with dignity, saving his teammates. Olivia, holding back her tears, looked at her friend with bitterness and promised never to forget him. In his dying hour, Joshua thought with regret that he never had time to confess his feelings to her. Olivia, running away from the horde of monsters, made a promise to herself to survive at any cost so that his sacrifice would not be in vain. A sudden pain shot through her leg as Olivia accidentally stepped on a nail sticking out of the ground. Despite the pain, she gritted her teeth and kept running, knowing that her life now depended on speed and endurance. Olivia firmly decided for herself that she would not die here and her will to live was not broken. David, continuing to move deeper into the infected zone, noticed that the number of spiders increased with every kilometer passed. He concluded that they were moving in the right direction, as they encountered more and more mutants along the way. David, warning his partner, said that it would only get more dangerous and they needed to be extremely careful. Ten, who was moving slightly behind, anxiously asked what was going on because a huge creature appeared on the horizon. Seeing the previously unseen size of the monster, Ten panicked and asked if they were all that huge now. At this moment, David activated his superpower, which allowed him to read the minds of zombies and control their actions. David's goal was to find out from the Zombie King the location of the missing people. Addressing the creature, David mentally asked if it controlled its pets using telepathy. The Zombie Queen explained that telepathy is too simple a name for what is really happening. She sees and thinks at the same time as her children. Addressing David with a threat, she asked how he dared to come here and whether he was afraid of becoming her dinner. David coldly replied that if he had been afraid, he would not have come here and that he needed to discuss an important matter with the Queen. He reported that his squad had entered the Queen's territory, and David wanted to know if his people were alive. The Queen asked ironically if David was laying claim to her loot, referring to the missing squad of people. David offered the Queen a deal. He was ready to exchange himself for the lives of his people. The Queen found the deal worthy of attention, although it was a little strange to hear such an offer from a guy. David's act of being ready to sacrifice himself to save people inspired her with respect. However, the deal did not take place because, according to the Queen, the people had already been eaten, and nothing was left of them. Shocked by the news, David asked with hope in his voice if she had eaten the girl too. In response, the queen sarcastically asked if he had really come here to save his beloved girl. 10, watching as David froze in front of the huge spider, wondered what was going on. When asked by the queen, David calmly replied that he had long since come to terms with the idea that the girl he was looking for was dead. The queen, laughing contentedly, corrected David that he was probably not yet ready to be someone's dinner. Lost in her dreams, she promised to eat him slowly and with pleasure. David replied dismissively that she would not succeed and could forget about it right away. 10 watched in amazement as the monster seemed to obey David and carry out his will. The next moment, the incredible happened. The monster let out a shrill roar and sank its claws into its head. David reacted calmly to the monster's death and ordered 10 to move on, reminding him that they still had a long way to go. Shocked by what he saw, 10 asked David if he didn't realize how crazy what he had just witnessed was. David explained that he reminded the zombie king of his dead sister, thereby driving him crazy. Urging 10 not to dwell on trifles, he reminded him that they had no time to waste and needed to save the boy's sister. 10, surprised by David's abilities, asked if he was a superhero and what other abilities he had. David, as if he had not heard 10's words, mentally addressed the system with a request to sell him explosives. 10, hastily hoping to find out the secret, asked to wait and promised to ask about everything on the way. Meanwhile, the sun set behind the horizon, and Olivia was left alone in the middle of the city, surrounded by dangers. Feeling very dizzy and tired, Olivia realized that she could not walk any further. She had no strength left at all, so she collapsed to the ground, unable to contain the despair that was creeping up on her. Thinking that her end was near, Olivia sadly wondered if her brother would grieve very much. Her last wish was to see her brother before she died. And then she heard a familiar voice, and her brother's face was looking at her. But Olivia couldn't understand whether it was reality or a hallucination. Bobby ran up to the girl and, helping her up, could not believe in her salvation. Olivia, trying to concentrate, wondered if it wasn't her brother, then who? Bobby looked around worriedly, reminding them that they were in spider-infested territory. Olivia answered honestly that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing the girl's helpless state, Bobby grinned evilly and declared that she deserved it for her self-confidence and disobedience. In his opinion, a pest like her deserved to die in this God-forsaken place. Olivia, begging Bobby for mercy, asked him not to leave her here to die alone. Trying to evoke pity from the man, she even promised that she would fulfill any of his wishes if he saved her. With false concern in his voice, he said that her words had given him an idea. Even if they couldn't return to camp, she could still count on him. He confessed to the girl that he had never kissed a girl or had intimacy, and he considered it unacceptable to die without knowing a woman's affection, so Olivia must be gentle with him in exchange for her salvation. With a disgusting grin, he announced that he had found a great place for entertainment. Olivia, in horror, begged Bobby to come to his senses and leave her alone, trying to reach the remnants of his conscience. Bobby cut her off abruptly, reminding her that now was not the time to be capricious, since she was in his power. Bending over to the girl lying on the couch, he declared that the place was ideal for his plans. Olivia tried unsuccessfully to push him away, begging him to show mercy and let her go. An enraged Bobby shouted at the girl, ordering her to take her hands off him and not resist. In desperation, Olivia cried out to the last of his humanity, begging him not to turn into an animal. Bobby didn't listen to her. He was consumed by animal instincts, noticing with admiration that she smelled incredible, even despite the sweat. Deciding not to waste a minute, he began to undress, preparing for violence. At that moment, it seemed to him that the girl was trying to escape, and he angrily stopped her attempts. He accused her of having a close relationship with her brother, and this made him angry. Bobby, choking with anger, remembered how Olivia's brother constantly bullied and humiliated him, and he declared that he would take revenge on her for all the insults and ridicule by mocking her in the most perverted way. The next second, he took off her pants and threw them far away from the poor girl. In a last attempt to protect herself, Olivia begged him to come to his senses, but Bobby was deaf to her pleas. He, no longer hiding his cruelty, grabbed her by the wounded leg so that she would not dare to run far. Enjoying the suffering of the helpless girl, Bobby felt like he was the master of the situation. Suddenly, he stopped, and several huge mutant spiders appeared right on the ceiling, blocking his path. One of the spiders shot a sticky web into Bobby's face, blinding him. In a panic, he opened the door and ran outside, trying to figure out where these monsters came from. At that moment, the silhouette of a giant monster with 6 huge eyes appeared before Bobby's eyes. He tried to call for help as he ran inside the building, but would anyone be able to help him? Before he could do anything, Bobby found himself pierced by the monster's sharp claw. Feeling the end approaching, he realized that they had been discovered, and these were his last moments of life. The giant monster grabbed Bobby with its tentacles and, without thinking, sent him straight into its mouth. Having dealt with Bobby, it moved on to its next victim, Olivia. The girl tried to escape from the strong web, but it was all in vain. The monster had already grabbed her. Having wrapped the girl in a cocoon, he easily lifted her above the ground and dragged her along with him. When she got outside, Olivia saw the zombie king in front of her and was surprised to notice that it was a girl. The queen, examining her captive, asked her if she was David's girl. The zombie queen looked the girl over appraisingly and noticed that she really was very cute. Olivia had difficulty following the queen's thoughts, trying to understand what was happening and who she was calling David. Turning to her servants, she warned them that Olivia must not be touched because she was their guest. She gave the order to take the captive to the lair and prepare everything for the meeting of another important guest. Olivia, seeing no glimmer of hope for salvation, mentally said goodbye to life. Meanwhile, David continued to move towards the zombie king's lair, and there was very little left to reach his goal. He encouraged his partner, saying that fear did not suit him. 10 timidly objected that it was his first time riding a motorcycle, and that was why he was so afraid. It was quite natural. He noted that he did not believe that David was not afraid at all when he first got behind the wheel of a motorcycle. David mockingly asked 10 if he was really afraid that he was riding with the squad leader. At that very moment, their path was blocked by a giant spider, which had been tracking our heroes for a long time. The zombie queen who controlled him calmed the boys down, saying that everything was fine and there was no need to be so nervous. David quietly told 10 that this giant monster had come to the meeting and wanted to talk. The queen delighted David by telling him that she had good news for him. David assumed that she had decided not to resist any longer and was waiting for her end, since she had opened up to him so easily. Offended by David, the queen asked why he was so eager for her death and what bad thing she had done to him. The zombie queen then continued by saying that she had found a survivor from his squad, which is what he had asked her for in their previous conversation. And she added that she was not sure whether this was the girl David was looking for, but she is ready to exchange the captive for his own life if he values this girl so much. David couldn't answer for sure because he had never seen 10's sister and wouldn't be able to recognize her. 10 impatiently demanded that a decision be made and that the plan of action be finally explained to him. David asked the queen not to harm the captive, promising to come soon. Besides, he was already tired of empty chatter and asked the queen to take them to the lair. Pleased with this turn of events, the queen agreed, since this was precisely the goal she had been pursuing. Addressing his companion, David announced that they were going to save his sister right into the zombie lair. 10 doubted, hoping only that the monster was not deceiving them and would not eat them somewhere along the way. Meanwhile, the zombie queen mentally rejoiced, anticipating the long-awaited victory. She was going to deal with David and then go to a crowded place to satisfy her hunger. While giving orders, the queen called for the help of the strongest warriors to accompany the important guests. She commanded them to follow her and obtain new resources to replenish the zombie army. At this very time, in a safe place, the remaining survivors were diligently practicing their shooting skills. Linda praised Sharon, noting that she had made great progress in her shooting. The girl, pleased with the praise, said that David strictly ordered everyone to train hard, and they try not to be lazy. Linda, in a good mood, promised to ask David to reward them with an extra portion of food. Upon hearing about the reward, the rest of the squad members ran up to Linda and began to ask one after another when it would be their turn to demonstrate their skills. The boys also wanted to be praised and receive an award from David himself. Linda warned the boys that they would be punished if they did not improve and continued to be lazy. Meanwhile, Eugene ordered an increase in training for new recruits. The officer asked Ludwig about the progress of training new recruits. He reported excellent results, but immediately warned that he intended to increase the time for training. He reported that under his leadership, the recruits had become much stronger and more resilient, but there was still room for improvement. Eugene, although he could not boast the same strength and agility as David, nevertheless turned out to be an excellent mentor. The officer, pleased with what he heard, noted that these guys would soon be able to join the detachment and enter the battle. Ludwig was a little surprised by the officer's words and reminded him that they had not received any assignments recently. Janine approached the commander with a question about why he had not sent reinforcements yet. The officer assured that a collective decision had been made not to send reinforcements to David. However, he added that if he did not return within 3 days, he would send a detachment of fighters after him. Ludwig tried to calm Janine down, assuring her that David was in no danger and that he knew him too well. Janine waved him off and muttered under her breath that there were these eternal excuses starting again. At that moment, Ten noticed that David sneezed loudly and jokingly noted that someone remembered him with a kind word. David responded by saying that this was nothing more than a stupid superstition from the past, and that one should not believe in these signs. They continued moving in silence for some time when suddenly Ten asked where this monster was taking them. David noticed that this was most likely the lair of the zombie king. It was impossible not to notice the sharp smell of blood coming from the cave. The system warned David of the danger, saying that defeating this zombie king would not be easy. David asked the system to provide him with all the available data about this creature. The system apologized to David, saying that there was no data but that it was ready to conduct an analysis. According to the system, the Child King's combat power surpasses that of the monster that David killed with his bare hands recently. The system noted that although the zombie frog's physical strength was inferior to the previous king, his abilities in telepathy and controlling other zombies were much stronger. She added that the zombie frog could subjugate other zombies and order them to give him the food they had obtained, thereby increasing his strength and power. Most likely, the system concluded, it was the constant consumption of human flesh that led to the child gaining inhuman strength. Based on the analysis, the system concluded that the more human lives the zombie king absorbs, the stronger and more powerful he becomes. Convinced that his fears were correct, David noticed that the zombie king was stronger than he could have imagined. The thick smell of blood was felt even here, so David thought that the queen had eaten every single person in this city. The system confirmed David's guess and added that the city looked like the apocalypse had hit it. For the first time in all this time, the system recommended that he flee as the only correct way out of the current situation. David was used to hearing the system advise him to flee at the slightest danger, so he just listened to the information in silence. Ten suddenly froze in place and, pointing forward with his hand, announced that the monster had stopped and they were already there. David nodded and, urging his companion to be careful, suggested that he come in and see for himself. As soon as he stepped into the lair, Ten winced at the foul smell of decay and blood hanging in the air. Looking around and observing the hordes of spiders swarming around them, Ten realized with horror where exactly they had ended up. Noticing that the spiders surrounding them were slowly starting to approach them, Ten warned David in horror of the danger. David, remaining calm, commanded his companion to remain silent and continue moving, promising that everything would be fine. To his surprise, the spiders, as if on command, parted, freeing them a passage deeper into the cave. The next moment, a loud female voice was heard addressing David by name. Ten, shocked by what he had heard, forced out a question as to whether he had really just heard what he had imagined. Looking ahead, David nodded and confirmed that she had been waiting for their arrival all this time. Addressing the huge spider, David calmly asked where the man they were looking for was. Feeling his patience at its limit, David warned the monster that he would not be afraid to use force if he was deceived. The zombie queen, pleased that she had managed to lure David into a trap, laughed in his face. Raising her voice, she asked how he dared to address her in such a tone, standing in front of her in her own lair. Reminding David of her power, she promised to set all her servants on him if he did not behave quietly. The zombie queen demanded that she immediately admit her defeat and ask for mercy. Undeterred, David decided to put her in her place, noticing that it was she who had misjudged the situation. He reminded her that he had already managed to deal with 3 zombie kings, and asked why she decided that he couldn't handle another one, even if it was more powerful. Ten, not believing his eyes and ears, watched this strange scene with bated breath. The zombie queen was not at all scared by David's words, and speaking on behalf of the giant spider, said that she likes brave guys. Suddenly, she commanded her servants to present the captive for inspection. Addressing 10, David offered to make sure for himself that his sister was still alive. The guy with trembling hands approached the huge cocoon in which the girl's body was wrapped and tore the sticky threads of the web. Recognizing his sister in the emaciated, pale girl, he sighed with relief and immediately tried to free her. 10 tried to bring her to her senses and shouted that her brother had finally found her and now everything would be fine. David, having examined the girl, sternly asked the zombie queen what she had done to her and why she was wounded. She calmly replied that it was not her fault and that she had found her in that state. David believed her, because the wound on his leg looked advanced and required urgent medical attention. Realizing that no one would help them here, 10 decided to leave for a safe place as quickly as possible. David, seeing his condition, calmed the guy down and said that first he needed to give the girl some medicine and only then leave. Taking a small green bean out of his pocket, he put it in the girl's mouth and said that this one magic bean would be enough to make her get better. Without hiding his surprise, 10 asked David about such a magical potion, which he had never heard of before. A few seconds later, after giving his sister the medicine, he happily noticed that she began to look much better. Seeing the surprise on his face, David explained that it was a very rare and valuable medicine that he always carried with him. Saying that he needed to speak with the zombie queen alone, he told 10 to take his sister and follow him at a safe distance. Before leaving, he handed 10 his backpack, saying that there he would find a gun and food to get to the base. 10 refused to leave him, saying that they came here together and would leave together. David was a little surprised by his naivety and decided to explain the situation to him again, but in more detail. Having said that the spider was clearly not going to let them go just like that, and that he would have to fight anyway, he assured them that 10 would only get in their way here. Seeing his uncertainty, David again urged him to leave while there was still a chance to save at least one life. Raising his head, David spoke loudly to the queen, informing her that he had fulfilled the terms of their agreement and that she must now let them go. Pleased with this turn of events, she nodded in agreement, as this was their first agreement. Having said that the conversation was over, he turned to 10 and ordered him to leave immediately, promising to return soon. 10, realizing that there was no other way out, once again wished him luck and told him to return alive. Nodding goodbye, David ordered him to leave quickly and warned him of the danger. As 10 closed the cave entrance, David turned to the spider and asked if she was happy with how things had turned out. Slowly approaching him, the queen noted that they needed to discuss a few more details before deciding his fate. David chuckled in response and said that he saw little point in negotiations and preferred to resolve issues by force. Slightly offended by the rudeness, the queen suggested that David show prudence and try to find a benefit for both of them. Having said this, she invited David to go to the most unexpected place, to her stomach, where no one would disturb them. David noted with irony that her hospitality left much to be desired. Losing patience, the queen reminded David more sharply that he was in her power and had no choice. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, David decided to play along with the spider and see what would come of it. A moment later, David was surprised to find that the monster's giant tongue had lifted him high above the ground. Now he had to continue his journey inside this monster, but David did not lose his presence of mind and was ready for anything. Taking a deep breath, he asked the queen why she had brought him here. The queen reassured him, saying that she meant him no harm and that he could feel safe. Pointing to a small area inside her stomach, she invited him to sit down next to her. David refused to approach, deciding to keep a safe distance from the predator. Looking at the piles of bones around him, he quietly noted that the queen was not joking when she spoke of the people being eaten. David's patience was running out, so he asked the queen the same question again. Sighing, the queen realized that there was no point in delaying any longer, and that she would have to reveal her cards to David. Confident that their goals coincided, she suggested to David that they join forces and fight shoulder to shoulder. David, without hiding his contempt, reminded her of the obvious because he was a man and she was a monster who ate people alive. The queen did not deny the obvious and noted that he was not being entirely honest with himself because he had already begun to turn into one of them. David refused to admit that he was one of them, recalling that he never touched living people and only killed zombies. Wanting to shame her and clarify his position, David suddenly reminded her of a well-known story from Chinese mythology. He remembered the story of the Monkey King Sun Wukong, who, being a demon, spent his entire life protecting a monk from evil forces. David added that he himself, despite his unusual abilities and strength, is on the side of good and protects people from monsters like her. After listening to his long monologue, the queen smiled and praised him for his beautiful comparison. However, she immediately noticed that even in this story there are some inaccuracies that change everything. The zombie queen screamed that the monk David was protecting wasn't worth a dime, just like all the pathetic scum hiding behind his back. David wondered why the queen treated people with such contempt and felt nothing but hatred for them. Staggering from the approaching zombie queen, David demanded that she stay away from him, fearing her evil intentions. As the queen approached, David felt an oppressive aura envelop him, piercing him with a chilling dread. David reminded the queen in surprise that becoming a zombie did not make her stop being human, hinting at her past. Thinking out loud, David asked if she despised her old self too, to feel such hatred for humanity in general. The queen replied that she was very different from other zombies because she became like that by her own will and not by a tragic coincidence. Confused by the queen's words, David asked in surprise whether she had really infected herself with the virus. The queen mentioned a mysterious organization she once worked for as a human. Continuing her story, the queen explained that before becoming a zombie, she worked as a chief scientist in the research department of a large company. David was shocked to hear about the queen's high position in the company and did not understand why she decided to become a zombie. After studying zombies for a long time, the queen came to the conclusion that they are the most powerful creatures on Earth. Using her position in the company, the queen began researching ways to become a zombie queen, which eventually led her to her current state. David, who had always thought the company was developing a vaccine, suggested that the organization might be deliberately creating viruses. The queen laughed at David's naivety, explaining that developing a vaccine was just a cover-up as there was no way to kill the virus. The queen said that she had always conducted experiments on living organisms, but all attempts to control or destroy the virus inevitably ended in failure. The queen explained that the virus is capable of rapidly changing human genes immediately after entering biological tissue, turning people into mindless monsters. According to the queen's research, it is impossible to kill the virus. The only way out is to destroy its carrier. After many unsuccessful experiments, the company's management decided to change tactics. Since it was impossible to kill the virus, it was necessary to study it thoroughly in order to learn how to control the zombies, turning their power to their advantage. The responsibility for the new task fell on the shoulders of the queen, as the company's chief scientist, possessing valuable knowledge. The queen conducted countless studies, gathering information about zombies and carefully studying their bodies in search of an answer to the question of how to subdue the virus. The only food that interested the zombies was always people, which, according to the queen, indicated a connection between the virus and human genetics. The queen discovered that there was only one organism in nature that, when combined with the virus, mutated into something much stronger. Research has shown that spider genes were able to significantly alter the virus, giving zombies new deadly properties. Over the course of many years of experiments, the company's scientists managed to create a completely new type of zombie, a zombie spider, with enhanced attack capabilities. To test the capabilities of the new virus, the queen collected samples of the zombie spider virus and used them to conduct experiments on a living organism. As a result of the tests, it was discovered that the new form of the virus not only increased physical strength, but also suppressed the side effects of the virus that caused people to go crazy. Thanks to the queen's research, they managed to create a drug that could give a person the power of a zombie for a short period of time. An important discovery was the absence of any side effects from the new drug. The body's cells remained undamaged, and the mind remained clear. Confident that she was right, the queen believed that the new discovery could become a real breakthrough for humanity. Excited by the potential of the new drug, the queen immediately reported the results of her work to the company's management. To the queen's dismay, the management decided to suspend further development of the drug, fearing irreversible consequences. The company's management was convinced that such a drug would turn people into uncontrollable monsters, no different from zombies. The queen could not accept the fact that the fruits of her many years of labor would be destroyed in vain. After this, she decided to sacrifice her humanity for the sake of evolution, confident that only she knew how to save humanity from destruction. The queen has taken possession of a sample of the most powerful zombie spider virus ever created in the company's labs. Without waiting for the company to destroy the results of her research, the queen got ahead of them, deciding on a desperate step. The girl injected the drug into her body to test its effects herself and prove to everyone that her work has a right to exist. At that very moment, she felt an incredible transformation. Her body began to change, turning into something more powerful. The appearance of the zombie queen did not go unnoticed. The vigilant soldier ordered her to raise her hands, accusing her of illegally entering the protected area. The soldier warned the girl that if she did not obey orders, she would be immediately destroyed. Noticing the transformation of the employee, the soldier panicked and ordered to open fire before she turned into a giant spider. David couldn't believe his eyes, because by becoming a monster that devoured people, the queen had completely renounced her humanity. Considering herself a superior being, the queen reminded David of the laws of natural selection, according to which the fittest survive. In a post-apocalyptic world, people cannot survive, and only she accepted her fate, becoming the new queen. Despite her recent transformation, the queen felt an inexplicable attraction to David, showing interest in his inhuman strength. Instead of attacking David, the queen suggested that they join forces, sensing his enormous potential. She saw David as the key to further evolution, believing that together they could become the strongest beings on Earth. A strange feeling came over David, and he felt as if he was beginning to understand the queen's motives. Convinced of their compatibility, the queen proposed to David that they become parents to a child who could inherit their strength and endurance. In her opinion, their child will become the strongest being in the post-apocalyptic world, capable of establishing a new world order. David was confused by the queen's words, doubting that they would even be able to conceive a child, being so different. The queen nodded, confirming the possibility of their common child being born, as she had been researching this issue for a long time. Suddenly, the system's voice came into David's head, demanding that he immediately wake up from hypnosis. The system reminded David of how many lives the zombie queen had taken, urging him to come to his senses and not trust the monster. Realizing the full horror of what was happening, David pushed the queen away, reminding her of how many innocent lives she had ruined. David had a hard time getting rid of the queen, realizing how close he had come to succumbing to her charms. The queen was furious. She could not believe that David was able to resist her charms and did not submit to her will. Struck by the queen's words, David only now realized that she had the ability to seduce and subjugate the will of others. The queen believed their genes were the perfect combination to create a new species, wondering why David was so stubborn. David categorically rejected the queen's idea, stating that he would never become the father of her children. The queen did not understand what exactly David was unhappy with, assuming that her appearance was repulsive to him. To seduce David, the queen decided to use her transformation abilities, turning into a beautiful girl. Intrigued, David asked what she was thinking as he watched the queen's transformation. Appearing before David as a charming beauty, the queen asked if he was now satisfied with her new appearance. The queen assured David that she could take any form he wished, as long as he reciprocated her feelings. Stunned by the beauty of the queen, David realized that if he were an ordinary person, he would not have been able to resist. Despite his outward attractiveness, David remained adamant. He was determined not to get involved with the queen. Realizing that David could not be seduced by beauty, the queen decided not to waste any more time on persuasion. The queen, enraged, decided that David would become her dinner since he was rejecting her. David began to stall for time, hoping that his comrades would have time to leave the city before the monster returned. Realizing that he would not be able to detain the queen for long, David decided to kill her as soon as possible. Suddenly, David felt a noose around his neck, realizing that the queen had attacked him using a web attack. After that, David was bound by web shots like ropes and was pulled down with all his might. With a mocking reminder of her strength, the queen made it clear to David that her patience was at its limit. David asked what she was going to do to him. Did she really want to drown him in his own stomach acid? Enraged by David's refusal, the queen decided to kill him, and it was clear that she did not intend to talk anymore. The queen had already prepared her razor-sharp thorns to plunge into David's body and enjoy his suffering. Not wanting to die, David begged for mercy, promising to fulfill any of her wishes just to stay alive. The queen laughed evilly and replied that it was too late. The queen enjoyed her victory over David, believing it to be a just punishment for disobedience. But suddenly she noticed with surprise that there was not a single scratch on David's body. David thanked the viral shield for saving him, thanks to which he was able to repel the mutant's attack. Enraged by David's immortality, the queen decided to swallow him alive. David recoiled from the horrifying sight of the monster that the once beautiful, intelligent woman had become. Gathering all his remaining strength, David activated his body-strengthening ability to free himself from the queen's clutches. Fortunately, he managed to escape from the monster's grip, and his physical strength increased significantly. Seeing the open mouth in front of him, David made his next attempt. Activating one of the most powerful abilities of the Flaming Hands, David attacked the queen. Only now did the queen realize that she had greatly underestimated David's strength. The memory of the queen trying to seduce him sent a wave of rage through David. David decided to unleash all his might on the queen, combining his flaming palms with his fist of death. David hoped that the combination of two deadly attacks would put an end to this nightmare. The next second, the queen's body turned into a puddle of green liquid, covering everything around. Surprised by the destructive power of the death fist, David wondered what else it could destroy. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, as if a global earthquake had begun. David realized with horror that a giant tsunami of green liquid was heading towards him. Realizing he had to flee, David ran away from the advancing wave. The caustic liquid burned David's skin as it touched him, causing him to feel unbearable pain. Trying to grab onto something, David felt a monstrous force that was pulling him deeper into the tsunami. Bound hand and foot by a wave of caustic liquid, David was powerless to do anything. The queen's sinister laughter was heard. She was enjoying her victory and David's suffering. The queen wanted to show David the full power of her gastric juice, the temperature of which exceeded 100 degrees. Surprised that his body had not yet boiled, David tried to understand how he managed to survive in such hell. The system's voice reminded David of his ability to adapt his body, which he had recently acquired. Remembering the ability, David realized that he had nothing to fear as long as the ability still worked. The queen was amazed at David's vitality, not understanding how he managed to survive in her gastric juice. David ironically informed the queen that she had made a big mistake in underestimating his abilities. The queen admitted that in her entire history she had never met a zombie like David. At that moment, David clearly heard the egoism of this monster, who until now considered herself the crown of creation. The queen urged David to surrender and accept his fate, since his strength would not be enough to win their duel anyway. But in response, David shouted at her that he had a better idea than just dying in her stomach. Not understanding what David was planning, the queen tensed in anticipation. Horror gripped the queen as she felt David create a powerful whirlpool in her own stomach. Feeling like she was about to burst from the inside, the queen screamed in pain and horror. There was a deafening explosion and a stream of green gastric juice burst from the mutant's body. The roar of an explosion reached 10, and he clearly understood that the sound came from that very lair of monsters. Concerned about the lack of news, 10 mentally turned to David, wishing for him to return safe and sound. At that moment, having emerged from the remains of the slain monster, David felt a disgusting smell. A sharp and unpleasant smell haunted David, forcing him to think only about how to quickly wash this nastiness off himself. The system's voice interrupted David's thoughts, warning him of danger because the zombie queen was still alive. David was ready for a new meeting with the queen, realizing that this time it would not be easy for him. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the queen was heard. She was not going to give up without a fight. The queen angrily stated that she simply wanted children, not understanding the reason why her plans were not destined to come true. David didn't want to waste any more time talking to this mutant, deciding not to waste it on meaningless dialogue. The queen threatened David that if he had not refused her, he would not have to go through these trials and defend himself from her deadly attacks right now. Realizing that the conversation had reached a dead end again, David decided to stop arguing and take action, firmly grabbing her tentacles in his hands. Using a new powerful tornado technique, David decided to disable the queen by causing her body to spin at high speed. The queen screamed, asking David to stop the torture and not to use forbidden techniques. Deciding he'd had enough of the games, David stopped the whirlpool and threw it aside with great force. The queen was furious, but she quickly came to her senses and prepared to continue the battle. Not finding David, the queen turned around, trying to figure out where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, the zombie queen smelled gunpowder in the air. Was David planning to blow everything up here? Looking up, the queen saw a huge pile of dynamite. Her guess was correct, and the guy decided to finish their duel. The queen realized that David's plan was extremely cruel towards her, and it was too late to do anything. The next second, a deafening explosion thundered, illuminating the sky with a bright flash of fire. Confident of his victory, David ran as fast as he could away from the place where the explosion had occurred. David counted the cost of the explosives with annoyance and realized that he had spent a lot of gold, hoping that it was not in vain. Ten saw his friend right in front of him. He was glad to see him alive and asked if David managed to destroy the zombies. David confidently replied that there could not have been a trace left of the queen after such an explosion. Despite the death of the queen, there were still many mutant spiders in the area, so David decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. While David was fighting the queen, Janine and Patricia waited for him in their room and after a while went to bed. Every shadow and sound made them shudder, reminding them of the danger that lurked around every corner. Worried about the lack of news, Janine woke up and couldn't sleep for a long time, thinking about her boyfriend. Patricia, at that moment, while going about her official business, was also thinking about how things were going with David. Meanwhile, two soldiers serving their time at the checkpoint were carefree and chatting. One of the soldiers admired a photograph of a beautiful girl, which he did not let go of for a minute. Noticing the confusion on his comrade's face, the second soldier asked in a curious voice who he was looking at. Blushing with embarrassment, the soldier explained that the photo depicted a girl his family wanted to meet. After carefully examining the photograph, the second soldier whistled in admiration, noting the incredible beauty of the stranger. Smiling arrogantly, the first soldier remarked that such a brave and strong guy as he was, God himself ordered to marry the first beauty. Laughing at his friend, the second soldier suggested that his imminent return home was one of the reasons why they had already rushed to introduce him to his bride. Confirming his friend's words, the first soldier explained that his parents dreamed of him finally getting married as soon as peace came. Looking at the photo with a smile, the second soldier wished his friend to take care of himself so that the bride would not go to someone else. Offended, the first soldier nudged his comrade in the side, indignant at such advice. Realizing that he had touched a nerve with his friend, the second soldier tried to rectify the situation with a joke, saying that he simply wanted to defuse the situation. The soldier stopped arguing for a moment and felt a vibration and noticed strange tremors. The soldiers decided that an earthquake was happening and became wary, not understanding what they should prepare for. Having assessed the situation, the first soldier decided to sound the alarm so that people could take shelter before the earthquake began. Nodding, the second soldier rushed to wake up the sleeping people and evacuate the civilian population to a safe place. Continuing to run towards the building, the second soldier noticed with horror a crack that was creeping along the asphalt at incredible speed. A couple of seconds later, a huge monster body appeared from under the ground, larger than any apartment building. The soldier was dumbfounded with horror when he saw a huge red body slowly crawling out of the rift and furiously rushing at his comrade. Realizing that he could no longer be saved, the poor fellow screamed with all his might, feeling like a bug caught in the mouth of a giant spider. Janine rubbed her eyes to make sure the monstrous beast before her was not a figment of her imagination. Linda confirmed her friend's words with horror. It was a giant centipede that was approaching the city. An alarm sounded throughout the camp, alerting civilians to the need for immediate evacuation to the nearest shelters. Patricia gave orders over the radio, calling on all soldiers to attack the enemy, protecting the lives of civilians. Ludwig insisted on going to the scene of the incident immediately, without wasting a minute. Annoyed by the general's absence, Patricia asked where the platoon commander and Commissioner Daniel were now. Ludwig said they immediately went to the scene as soon as they heard the alarm. Looking at the monster, Ludwig had difficulty finding the words to describe his shock at what he saw. An irritated Daniel pushed Ludwig aside, demanding that he not block his view. Fearing for the life of the commander, the soldiers suggested that he evacuate together with the commissar and the civilians. Commander Charles proudly refused to leave the battlefield, not wanting to abandon his men to their fate. Commissioner Daniel, supporting Charles's decision, noted that it was no longer time for him to shirk responsibility. Tired of arguing, Daniel advised Charles not to be a hero and to focus on the safety of the civilian population. Ignoring the persuasion, Charles snatched the rifle from the soldier, intending to engage in battle. While giving orders, Charles assigned one soldier to organize the safe evacuation of civilians to the nearest shelter. Before he rushed into the thick of things, Charles put him in charge of camp security. Realizing that it would be impossible to convince Charles, Daniel only wished good luck to his departing friend. Smiling as he watched Charles leave, Daniel reminded him that there would be a bottle of good wine waiting for them immediately after the mission was completed. Charles, laughing, promised Daniel not to dilute his alcohol with water again after his return. The commander gave the order to begin the attack, aiming straight at the monster's head. Concentrating fire on the centipede's head, the soldiers tried not to be distracted and to follow the orders of their command precisely. The tank gunner was instructed to aim at the monster's vulnerable spot, located slightly to the left of the center. The tank crew understood that they had only one chance to hit the enemy. A deafening shot rang out and the tank fired an armor-piercing shell aimed straight at the centipede's head. Without stopping for a second, the tankers continued to fire at the monster. To the horror of those present, the centipede did not even flinch from the injuries it had received. Noticing the monster approaching them, the soldiers screamed in horror and scattered. The centipede's huge tentacles crashed down onto the ground, tearing the soldiers to pieces. Seeing the enemy's strength, the soldiers began to retreat towards the building, desperately trying to hit it with grenade launchers. There was another powerful explosion after that. The grenade hit its target exactly. Realizing that they were losing, the soldiers rushed to the shelter to have time to regroup there. Linda at this point gave orders to her little friends, instructing Sharon and her brother to protect the refugees at any cost. Zach reassured Linda, promising that they would handle everything and not let her down. Janine handed the bag of food to Elizabeth, warning her not to show it to strangers. Elizabeth promised to be obedient and wait for Janine's return. Janine looked lovingly at little Elizabeth one last time and hurried after the others. Ashley, at that very moment, looked anxiously at her brother as he walked away, fearing that this was the last time she was seeing him. Eugene tried to calm his sister down and promised to come back as soon as everything was over. Janine shouted decisively to the squad, calling on all the army fighters to engage in battle with the mutant. Harms, raising his rifle, smiled in anticipation of a real hot battle. Commander Charles noticed that the centipede was heading towards the shelter where civilians were being evacuated and ordered that its path be blocked. The soldier's face as he addressed his commander expressed horror and hopelessness. Choking with excitement, the soldier reported that dozens of giant spiders were crawling out from under the ground dug by the monster. The soldier understood that they did not have enough strength and resources to resist such a number of mutants. Shocked by the news, Charles could not believe what was happening. Where did so many zombies come from? Charles instantly made the decision to not let the centipede reach the shelter. This is their main task, for which they all risk their lives. In a loud voice so that everyone could hear, Charles asked if there were at least 10 brave men willing to go with him to certain death. The soldiers understood perfectly well that many of them would die in this bloody battle. The commander explained that firearms would not harm the monster and that they had only one chance left to attack in close combat with explosives in hand. The soldiers held their breath as they listened to their commander's desperate plan. Despite his fear, one of the soldiers stepped forward, ready to give his life to save his loved ones. The other soldiers, inspired by the courage of their comrade, followed his example. Pleased with this answer, Charles ordered the fighters to prepare for the attack and to be all together, like one fist. Driven by a sense of duty, the soldiers rushed to meet the giant enemy. Encouraging each other, the soldiers attacked the monster, disregarding the danger and their own lives. One of the soldiers was unlucky when a huge tentacle of the monster caught him one step away from the target. Seeing that the enemy was not giving up their positions, the soldiers began to retreat under the cover of their comrades. Ludwig screamed in despair, not understanding where so many monsters had appeared in just a few minutes. While defending the passage to the gathering place from the huge spiders, the soldiers were already losing faith. Their strength was at its limit. At some point, they saw a bright flash ahead of them, similar to the explosion of a large shell. The soldier could not understand where this unexpected fire support was coming from. The fighter squinted and pointed at the huge bulldozer that appeared from the forest. At this time, Linda looked out of the hatch, calling on the soldiers to retreat immediately. Looking at the mountains of weapons and ammunition loaded into the bulldozer, the soldier suddenly realized that they had a chance. Harms gripped his weapon tightly in his hands, preparing to unleash all his fury on the monsters. Linda, without wasting time on words, opened fire on the enemy still in the bulldozer. Noticing the danger, Linda loudly commanded Eugene to dodge the giant centipede's attack. The giant creature was ready to fall to the ground, unable to stay on its feet, which Eugene immediately took advantage of. Seeing an opportunity to attack, the soldiers opened heavy fire on the huge centipede. Harms was eager to fight, hoping to personally deal with at least one creature. At some point, he suddenly noticed the giant spider's vulnerable spot, which turned out to be their heads. Harms told the others that only a hit to the head could neutralize the enemy, and that this is where they needed to shoot. Meanwhile, Janine listened to the report that the soldiers were shooting back at the eight-legged creatures with all their might, but the ammunition was melting before their eyes. And these mutants did not end, as if they were born again and again in their lair somewhere nearby. To somehow fix the situation, Janine ordered to find nearby cars, furniture, and any other large objects, and fill the cave from which the spiders were crawling with them. Realizing the value of every second, Janine urged the fighters, demanding maximum activity and coordination in their actions. Once the fighters had completed the task, Janine ordered them to immediately take cover in a safe place so that they would not be affected by the blast wave. Pointing towards the path to the shelter blocked by the monster, Janine commanded to hit there. One of the fighters, turning to Charles, quickly asked what the next steps would be. Having collected his thoughts, Charles ordered the nearest building to be blown up along with the explosives planted in it. Having received an affirmative order from the commander, the sapper activated the detonator. Having confirmed that the explosives intended to slow the enemy had worked successfully, Ludwig ordered the attack. Charles grabbed the radio and ordered all sections of the army to attack. Having received the long-awaited order, the soldiers rushed into battle, ready to cut the giant creatures into pieces. While pouring lead on the enemy, they continuously shouted battle cries, confident that their grandchildren would be proud of their feat. All available grenades and explosives flew at the mutant's head, but to no avail. The mutant's screams, although loud, did not foretell his imminent death, otherwise he would have been dead long ago. And only long, continuous fire on the monster began to bear fruit, instilling hope for a quick victory in the hearts of the soldiers. The orders of the zombie queen were very clear. She wanted to wipe out every single human being from the face of the earth. The monster's terrifying transformation forced the soldiers to retreat as it changed its form, becoming even more dangerous. A chilling premonition ran through the soldier as the monster's transformation was coming to an end, opening up access to its hidden power. It was impossible to believe that the huge centipede into which the monster transformed could disintegrate into several living parts. The horrific sight of the moving parts of the dismembered monster inspired a chilling horror even in a seasoned officer. The exhausted soldiers looked at the army of monsters in confusion, not knowing how to deal with them. The thirst for revenge for all human sins burned the zombie queen, fueling her desire to destroy all living things. Having miraculously escaped the monster's sharp teeth, one of the soldiers began to run for his life. Another soldier, watching the ignominious flight of his comrade, vainly begged him to return and continue the fight. The young man, with fury in his voice, pulled the running soldier back, calling him to reason and a sense of duty to the others. The terrified soldier tried to convey to his comrades that if they retreated, the civilians in the shelter would die. The girl declared with determination that running away meant certain death for everyone and staying and fighting was their only chance. The soldiers' gazes turned to the suddenly appearing monster, whose terrifying appearance left no doubt as to its bloodthirsty intentions. A man determined to protect those dear to him prepared for the final battle, realizing the inevitability of his death. It was the man's last heroic effort, grenade in hand, as he jumped into the monster's open mouth, hoping to destroy the beast. The other soldiers, shocked by their comrade's self-sacrifice, realized that there was no other way to stop the monster. The two brave men, without thinking, rushed towards the monster, clutching grenades in their hands and preparing for a deadly explosion. The explosion of the grenades blew the soldiers' bodies to pieces, drenching the ground with blood, but the monster also suffered significant damage. The commander was unable to fight due to the horror he had experienced, and it took a lot of effort for the ordinary soldier to bring him to his senses. Overcoming the pain, the officer assured his subordinates that he was ready to continue leading the operation. The officer sighed heavily and said that their sacrifices should not be in vain. They needed new tactics. A group of soldiers discovered a centipede's head on the battlefield, perhaps the key to defeating the monster. 3 smaller copies of the monster circled around its head, desperately protecting it from any encroachment. The officer immediately assessed the situation and came to the conclusion that the monster's head was its vulnerable spot. The order was given to concentrate fire on the monster's head, using every opportunity to destroy it. With incredible speed, the soldiers threw all sorts of rubbish into the pit, trying to block the exit from it forever. But their efforts were in vain. Despite the mountains of rubbish, hordes of spiders continued to crawl out of the damned pit. Assessing the situation, Janine asked Eugene how much ammunition they had left. Eugene regretfully reported that they were almost out of ammunition and would soon be left unarmed. Janine understood that things couldn't go on like this any longer, and they had to urgently find a way to destroy these creatures. In the midst of the battle, Patricia appeared, bringing with her a ray of hope in this apocalypse. With concern in her voice, Patricia asked Janine what the current situation was. Janine bitterly reported that they were almost out of ammunition, and the damned pit continued to spawn hordes of vile creatures. Seeing the approaching jeep, Janine instantly realized that it could bring them the long-awaited victory. Janine turned to Linda hopefully, asking how much explosive was left. Linda reported that they had to use almost all of their explosives to fight the monsters. Linda bitterly reported that they only had 2 boxes of dynamite left. Janine firmly stated that this was quite enough to carry out her risky but only correct plan. Eugene received clear orders to immediately deliver 2 boxes of dynamite to the edge of the abyss. Without further ado, Janine approached Patricia with a request to temporarily place the jeep at her disposal. Patricia, trusting Janine completely, agreed, giving her complete freedom of action. Linda heard with horror about Janine's crazy plan. The girl was going to jump into the abyss in a jeep. Eugene also tried to dissuade Janine by reminding her of how dangerous her plan was. Janine listened with surprise to her friend's doubts, amazed at their distrust of her driving skills. Patricia, having assessed the risks and not wanting to put Janine in danger, volunteered to carry out the task herself. Straightening her shoulders proudly, Patricia said that risking one's life to save others is a military duty. Janine stopped Patricia's impulse by reminding her that she, as a police officer, had also taken an oath to serve and protect the people. After that, the girl pressed hard on the gas pedal and looked forward with hope she needed to complete this task in order to save all the survivors. Harms watched with alarm as Janine approached the edge of the abyss at full speed. Janine resolutely steered the jeep towards the chasm, hoping that she would have enough speed to overcome it. For a split second, Janine's heart sank in terror as she fell out of her jeep and plummeted downward. It was only by a miracle that she managed to land on the other side of the cliff, unharmed. In the end, the girl escaped with a slight bruise and looked at the boxes of dynamite lying nearby. Harms called out to Janine with alarm, asking if she was okay after such a dangerous jump. Janine assured her friend that she was okay and asked him to immediately throw her the gun before the mutants caught up with her. Linda immediately fulfilled Janine's request, accurately throwing the gun to her, who caught it in midair. Janine confidently grabbed the gun, preparing to carry out the final part of her plan. Right in front of her, Janine saw a huge spider ready to attack. The spider jumped, but Janine was quicker, and with one well-aimed shot laid the monster on the ground. Having destroyed the monster, Janine looked around, not knowing how many more creatures this damned pit was hiding. The mountain of cars blocking the path to the hole would not have allowed her to pass anyway, so now she would have to improvise. Suddenly, Janine's gaze fell on the boxes of dynamite lying at the very top of this mountain of metal. The girl knew she would only have one chance. She had to aim well. Taking a deep breath, Janine pointed the gun towards the boxes, preparing to pull the trigger. A shot and a powerful explosion shook the air, scattering the remains of the cars tens of meters around. The blast threw Janine aside, but she braced herself and avoided serious injury. Janine remained alive, although her body ached from the blow. But the main thing is that the plan worked. Linda cried out in delight, congratulating Janine on her victory and proud of her brave friend. Janine suggested that they immediately go to the pit and assess the results of the explosion. Patricia agreed, because despite the powerful explosion, there was still a possibility of a threat. The soldiers, having received the order, opened fire on the pile of metal, fearing the appearance of new monsters. Every shot was filled with hatred for the enemy and hope for a quick end to this nightmare. Eugene, having reloaded his weapon, noticed with relief that no one else appeared from the pit. Janine also informed everyone around her that the blast wave had done its job. The threat from the spiders was neutralized, and this could not but please the survivors. Patricia believed that they had enough strength to destroy the remaining monsters without the help of Janine. By offering Janine a rest after a tough fight, Patricia enlisted the support of Linda and Eugene. Janine was ready to go into battle, but Patricia insisted on her participation in the attack on the centipede. Meanwhile, David was racing towards danger on his motorcycle with his two companions. Olivia, sandwiched between her brother and David, politely asked her brother not to cuddle so tightly. In fact, Olivia was more embarrassed by touching a strange guy than by her brother's hug. Olivia was blushing more and more with each passing second, trying to at least mentally distance herself from what was happening. The girl watched with interest David's concentrated face, not noticing her embarrassment. Suddenly, David turned to the system, noticing that the notification about the death of the zombie queen had not arrived. The system confirmed David's guess. If the message had not arrived, then the target was still alive. By all accounts, the zombie queen was David's most powerful opponent to date. Despite the ensuing calm, David was still overcome by a sense of anxiety and a premonition of trouble. The faces of his friends popped into his head and his heart sank painfully. David increased his speed. He needed to get to the meeting place as quickly as possible and personally ensure the safety of his comrades. Meanwhile, the desperate battle for life between the soldiers and the monsters continued. The soldiers rushed to help the commander, surrounded by monsters on all sides to pull him out of there. But it was impossible to get through to them. There were too many mutants. All attempts to break through the encirclement were in vain. The enemy was too strong and agile. Despair overwhelmed the soldiers. They could not come to the aid of their commander, although they were mentally prepared for it. The officer realized that there was no help to be expected from anywhere, and now their lives depended only on their own strength and skill. The officer decided to act according to a pre-planned plan, remembering Charles's instructions. The soldiers began to carry out the order, hoping for the success of the operation according to the old proven plan. The ladies ran away, trying to lead the monsters away from the surrounded commander. To everyone's surprise, the monsters did not react to the provocation, remaining motionless. The operation leader warned the fighter not to rush and to follow instructions strictly. The soldier, aiming straight at the spider's head, fired a burst from his machine gun, wanting to avenge his fallen comrades. Suddenly, the fighter was overcome with a strange joy. He happily shot the monsters, not fearing any response from them. The laughter of soldiers, driven mad by fatigue, suddenly burst out onto the battlefield and was interrupted only by the roar of gunfire. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monsters moved from their place and headed towards the soldiers. The operation commander shouted for an immediate retreat, calling on the soldiers to run as fast as they could. The officer, having assessed the situation, ordered that all firepower be concentrated on the approaching monsters. Finally, the plan started working. The monsters were distracted, and now it was time to attack the centipede's head. Bullets and grenades rained down on the enemy from all sides, causing him to writhe in pain and rage. The mad dance of death continued. No one could predict its outcome, but no one was going to give up. The continuous fire required more and more ammunition, and the soldiers requested urgent delivery of shells. To avoid unnecessary casualties, commanders ordered to keep a safe distance from the monster. The main target was the point located on the centipede's head. This was the only way to kill it. Suddenly, the monster threw forward a huge, whip-like tongue, causing wild horror in everyone. The soldier struggled to get the words out, trying to get his commander's attention to what was happening. The zombie queen, proud of her strength, looked at her opponents with disdain, admiring their tenacity. The zombie queen unleashed her wrath on the soldiers who dared to kill her spider children. In horror, the officer realized that in front of them was not just a monster, but a zombie queen in all her power. With a sneer, the zombie queen asked the soldiers if they were satisfied with their work in destroying her. The thirst for revenge overwhelmed the zombie queen, and she was ready to personally deal with her offenders. The soldiers concentrated their fire on the creature that appeared, trying to hit it in its most vulnerable places. With incredible speed, the zombie queen pounced on the soldiers, causing them to scatter in panic. Something flashed in the monster's hand before it threw it with a sharp movement straight at the commander. The commander realized with horror that the head of his comrade in arms was flying right into their hands. Rage filled the soldier's heart. He was ready to do anything to avenge the death of his friends. In a mad dash of courage, the soldier approached the monster with a grenade in his hand, wanting to blow up this degenerate. The soldier threw a grenade straight at the monster, hoping to at least punish it for his suffering. But it was all in vain. The explosion only amused the zombie queen, leaving her unharmed. A deafening explosion mixed with screams of horror, but the battle was not over yet. In the clouds of smoke, one could see the silhouette of the monster, unharmed and ready to continue the fight. With a haughty grin, the zombie queen turned to the officer, holding him tightly in her paws. With hatred in his eyes, the officer listened to the monster's mockery, preparing for the worst. The zombie queen screamed and declared the captured officer a hostage for David. Unable to contain his emotions, Eugene demanded that the commander be released immediately, threatening to kill the monster. At that very moment, Linda's silhouette appeared behind the mutant, hovering above her in a jump. Linda, seizing the moment, decided to launch a surprise attack and thus increase her chances of success. The girl dealt a powerful blow to the monster's tentacles, trying to cut them off with her sharp machete. To her chagrin, the blade of her trusty weapon was unable to pierce the monster's steel-hard flesh. Enraged by the sudden attack, the zombie queen turned around to destroy the impudent bug that dared to attack her. But her reaction was slow, and she didn't have time to react to the shot that rang out somewhere far away. One of the snipers, having carefully tracked the target, chose the moment and shot at the most vulnerable spot of the monster. The bullet hit the zombie queen's right temple without fail, causing her to yelp in unexpected pain. On the roof of the house, the sniper who made this shot saw the fruits of his long, hard-shooting training. With curses on her lips, the zombie queen tried to see the source of pain that had pierced her body the second after the shot. Janine, holding a bloody spear in her hands, demanded that the commander be released, otherwise the monster would not live. The girl was ready to fight to the end, defending her commander, despite the difference in strength. The zombie queen, amazed by the audacity of the pathetic bug, promised her a terrible retribution for the cruel injury. She couldn't believe that these pathetic creatures still believed that they could resist her. But Linda paid no attention to the threats. She launched a new attack, aiming at the monster's head. The next moment, the machete blade came down, cutting deep into the monster's flesh near her eye. Patricia watched the battle with admiration, encouraging the brave Linda and praising her for her agility and courage. Eugene grabbed the wounded commander and dragged him to a safe distance, shouting for the others to follow. A wild scream was heard. The zombie queen writhed in pain, feeling a sharp blade pierce her eye. The soldiers were ordered to concentrate their fire on the monster while it was weakened by its wound. Inspired by this small victory, Linda rushed at the monster with a scream, finally realizing that it could be killed with a joint effort. With a curse on his lips, Harms opened fire furiously at the monster, trying to stop it at any cost. With difficulty dodging the attacks, the zombie queen tried to reason with the annoying bugs, telling them about her power. The zombie queen has always believed that people should feel fear and awe before her, as before a supreme being. Janine watched the battle in horror, noting with disappointment that the monster's wounds were beginning to heal. With horror in his voice, one of the soldiers said out loud the thought that was already present in everyone's mind. The situation seemed hopeless, but Patricia, without giving in to panic, urged everyone to remain calm and continue the attack. In desperation, the soldiers rushed to the attack, realizing that the fate of the entire camp depended on the outcome of this battle. The enraged zombie queen let out a terrible scream. She was angry and thirsty for revenge for the pain caused. The next moment, one of the soldiers found himself cut in half by a powerful blow from the monster's limb. Two more fighters who were nearby were pierced through and through by the sharp tentacles of the enraged zombie queen. Harms recoiled in horror as he watched what was happening. It looked like a brutal massacre. Eugene, unable to watch his friend's pointless efforts, resolutely rushed towards the monster. Picking up an ordinary shovel from the ground, Eugene thrust it with all his might into the flesh of the zombie queen. But it was all in vain. The monster's reinforced flesh turned out to be stronger than steel, and the shovel broke after his counterkick. The zombie queen laughed and with a powerful blow threw the guy several meters away. Linda shouted at Janine, urging them to join forces and attack together. Patricia loudly gave the order to attack the enemy only together, because attacks individually were mortally dangerous. With sadistic pleasure, the zombie queen toyed with her victims, dragging out the battle until David appeared. Meanwhile, Dr. Christopher received the long-awaited cargo. It was the result of his research. The soldier in the gas mask reported that the mission had been completed and that he was ready to leave. Having assessed the situation, the doctor decided to immediately leave the gathering place together with the entire scientific group. He didn't want to waste a minute and called everyone to follow him, wanting to get to a safe place as quickly as possible. Apparently, the research was successful, and now it was possible to use the results of the work. He noted that capturing this place turned out to be surprisingly easy, thanks to the work of the same woman who tried to inject herself with the zombie virus. A plan was already brewing in his head on how to use her viral weapons project. Who knows, maybe a new order will soon come to this post-apocalyptic world. Having given the order to return to the laboratory, the doctor eagerly anticipated new experiments. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a real hell unfolded, plunging the entire settlement into darkness. Janine lay unconscious in the middle of the street, her life hanging by a thread, and no one could help her. Harm's body lay nearby. He had also been badly hurt in this battle. There were other soldiers lying around him, including Eugene, their eyes closed and their faces frozen in masks of pain and horror. Only Linda and Patricia were still on their feet and desperately fighting the monster. With amazement in her voice, the zombie queen asked Linda and Patricia where they got so much strength and endurance. The queen turned to Linda, who, despite her serious wounds, still continued to fight her. Suddenly, the monster offered Linda and Patricia to become his loyal subordinates. In response, Linda refused such an offer, preferring death to eternal slavery. With bitterness in her voice, Patricia turned to her brave comrade, apologizing for dragging her into this story. Linda interrupted the commander, assuring him that she had made the decision to stay with them and fight the monsters. She believed that David would come back and restore order to this damned place. Patricia agreed, expressing hope for a successful outcome of this story and the imminent appearance of David. The woman was confident that David was able to cope with this threat and save them all. The zombie queen, not hearing Linda's last words, decided to keep her alive as a hostage for David. Her attention was drawn to Janine. The monster smelled David on her body and she decided to use it. With a triumphant laugh, the zombie queen announced that she no longer needed a second hostage. Linda and Patricia were destined to become her dinner. They were too tasty a morsel for her. But at that moment, David appeared right behind her, attacking her with his strongest ability within human strength. David wanted this creature to know on its own skin what the pain of loss was. David then picked up the girls and immediately carried them to a safe place, away from there. Coming to her senses with difficulty, Linda said that she was happy to see David again. He had arrived just in time. The girl was amazed by David's strength, because he was able to resist such a strong zombie. Linda had already given up hope of seeing him. She had said goodbye to everyone before David left. Seeing his wounded friends, David clenched his fists in anger and decided that this monster would have to pay dearly for this. After examining his friends' wounds, David took some healing beans out of his backpack and handed them to them, which was supposed to restore their strength. He then asked the girls to distribute these beans among the wounded, as there had to be enough for everyone. The zombie queen listened to the conversation in surprise. She couldn't believe that he was capable of such care and tenderness, but at the same time treated her so rudely. But the zombie queen did not deserve compassion, and David quickly attacked her after he was sure his friends were safe. His flaming palm came crashing down straight into the zombie queen's face, leaving her no chance to dodge. After a monstrous direct hit, the queen flew back several meters, and David followed after her. The second blow hit the monster in the chest, because David wanted to avenge each of his wounded and killed comrades. In horror, the zombie queen realized that she had lost this fight. The enemy's strength was superior to her own. This was the first time something like this had happened to her. Never before had any creature in the world managed to beat her so cruelly. Looking at David with hatred, she still continued to think about how she could get this guy's genes and give birth to children with the same natural strength. But David's words shattered all her hopes. He was going to kill her here and now. David prepared for the final blow, activating his most powerful skill, Buddha's flame palm. The flames engulfed the figure of the zombie queen, devouring her completely. The air became extremely hot. After a few seconds, everything suddenly died down, and David carefully examined the place where the flames had just raged. It seems that this time luck was on his side, and David managed to rid the world of this monster. With relief, David announced his victory to his friends, who were running towards him. Having barely come to her senses, Janine asked David in a weakened voice about the fate of the zombie queen. David smiled slightly and assured the girl that the monster was dead and would never bother them again. Ludwig ran up to Patricia, out of breath, and reported that the commander had already been sent to the shelter for treatment. At this time, Harms reported that he managed to survive in this meat grinder only thanks to Linda's medicine. Janine announced that the worst was behind them, and now they could expect a lull, at least for a short time. Moreover, the death of the zombie queen affected the behavior of the other monsters. They stopped attacking and wandered around aimlessly. Despite the general joy, David could not get rid of anxiety and a premonition of trouble. Some soldiers were surprised to note the strange behavior of the spiders, which stopped responding to them. An explanation for this strange fact immediately appeared, because the main threat was destroyed, which meant that the creatures that obeyed it also became safe. The soldiers congratulated each other with relief on the victory, and on the fact that they had managed to survive this battle. The victory celebrations were in full swing, and no one yet suspected the new danger. David asked the system to double-check the information about the elimination of the zombie queen. The system processed his request, but the response was unexpected and not very happy. After checking all the information received, the system reported that the zombie queen was still alive. Sensing something was wrong, Patricia turned to Ludwig and said that their problems were not over yet. The soldiers watching the battlefield noticed movement, because something was coming out of the head of the killed centipede. To everyone's horror, the new creature began to devour its fellow spiders, growing in size. Commander Ludwig, trying to remain calm, gave the order for everyone to remain in their places and watch for the new threat. David turned to the commander and ordered him to immediately evacuate people from the affected area. Not understanding what was going on, Janine asked David directly what danger this zombie queen posed. David briefly answered her that this creature was truly dangerous, and it was time for them to get out of here as soon as possible. Watching what was happening, Linda shouted loudly that they would soon have to meet a new form of the zombie queen, even more powerful. Realizing the full horror of his situation, David screamed at the top of his lungs to the remaining people to run away as far away from here as possible. At that very moment, a new, even more enormous and terrible creature emerged from the body of the dead monster. Without taking his eyes off the mutant, David ordered everyone to retreat towards the fortifications, where they could hold out for at least some time. From the monster's mouth came the loud voice of the zombie queen, who challenged David to a final fight. Seeing the madness of the boy who decided to stay, the soldier called out to him and tried to stop him. The other fighters also shouted after him, demanding that he return to the other survivors, but David no longer heard them. He turned around abruptly and told them that they should all run without looking back, but he should stay here and accept the fight. After all, that man named David, whom the zombie queen furiously challenged to a duel, it was he. Hearing this, the soldier shouted words of support and good luck after our hero in this fight for himself and for all of humanity. Left alone with his fear and the huge monster, David mentally turned to the system for advice on how to win and survive this fight. The system did not answer right away, as if it had thought about his question, and then asked the player David if he believed in fate and his special purpose. Yes, it was a strange question for that moment, when the most powerful monster of the post-apocalypse stood in front of the guy, ready to destroy David and the entire group of survivors right now.